Just now, I descended into the world of extraordinary people with the Naruto template. In this place where amazing techniques abound, I only need to complete tasks to gain ninjutsu. Here, you can see techniques like Raikiri's lightning slash, shadow clone working together with the bone-cutting knife Xiahi, summoning techniques battling against spirit dispatchers, and even the 1,000 years of pain ambushing the old master. And my first task target is actually the gecko's secret. At this moment, staring at Zhang Chulan's back, I suppressed the urge to take a sneak photo, planning to do it openly tomorrow and chat with him by the way. Zhang Chulan had his back to me, but his eyes facing the wall remained alert. Even without actively using chi, he could clearly sense the changes around him. From the moment I got out of bed, he was already awake. What is Chen Tian doing out in the middle of the night? Zhang Chulan wondered. He doesn't know much about me, only that I usually smile and joke with everyone, but never talk about my family, and I never go home during holidays, always staying alone in the dormitory. Why would someone like me leave at midnight? Zhang Chulan pondered. After waiting for 2 hours, the dormitory door was quietly pushed open. Am I back? No. Zhang Chulan's body stiffened, although he appeared to be lying flat. He was already poised to spring into action. He felt the same energy within me as his own. Isn't Chen Tian an ordinary person? Zhang Chulan's heart jolted. Could he also be hiding his identity? Is he the anomaly mentioned by my grandfather? Now he is looking at me. What does he want? Zhang Chulan keenly sensed my gaze, and the energy within him began to flow slowly. He was ready to strike at any moment. Time passed second by second, and Zhang Chulan dared not relax for a moment. It wasn't until he heard the rustling sound that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Chen Tian had gone to bed, and there shouldn't be any other disturbances tonight. That night, Zhang Chulan was destined to be sleepless. My identity and my purpose made his familiar roommate suddenly feel strange. Meanwhile, I slept soundly, completely unaware that the residual energy from strengthening my body and the act of secretly taking the palace sand would keep Zhang Chulan awake all night. Early in the morning, I was squatting on the side. Chulan, don't be nervous, I'm here to help you. The system told me that my identity in this world was very clean. So clean that no one could trace it. Familiar with the plot, I had already thought of a fabricated identity for myself, which should help establish some trust with Zhang Chulan. What do you want to do? Zhang Chulan scrutinized the smile on my face, but after what happened last night, he felt that this smile was somewhat fake. Don't be nervous, I was sent by your grandfather. I threw out the prepared line. What? You say my grandfather? My grandfather has been dead for over 10 years, and when he was alive, you must have been about the same age as me. How could he possibly send you? Zhang Chulan clearly did not believe it. I remained unperturbed. My father was fortunate to have received great kindness from old Master Zhang and has a close relationship with him. One day, old Master Zhang suddenly visited and entrusted my father with a matter. I can tell you the exact words. When Chulan encounters a change, when he needs strength, I hope the Chen family can send someone to help him. My father values righteousness and readily agreed to old Master Zhang's request. But later, for some unknown reason, my father was ambushed by villains and suffered serious injuries, leaving him unable to go out or travel far. So the task of helping you fell to me. Zhang Chulan frowned tightly. What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? I know you have a gecko powder. Isn't that enough? You've been by my side, and maybe one day you saw the gecko powder on me. I smiled slightly. Being cautious is indeed not wrong. How about this? I also know that you can use the golden light spell. I said. Zhang Chulan's pupils suddenly constricted, clearly not expecting that I would know this secret. To hide his abilities, he had concealed it for over a decade, not even daring to practice, and even if someone was monitoring him, it would be impossible to discover that he could use the golden light spell. The Thunder Law. Did old Master Zhang teach you as well? I threw out another bombshell. Enough, enough, I believe in your identity. Zhang Chulan finally relented, and his body relaxed. The Thunder Law is something truly powerful that his grandfather taught him. I even know this, so he had to reassess me, excitedly touching my arm and then my leg. I never expected it. I never expected that what my grandfather said was actually true. I am not an anomaly, there are really people like me in the world. I did not stop his actions, understanding his feelings at this moment, to avoid exposing his abilities. He has suffered too much. Now, suddenly discovering that there are others like him nearby, especially those related to his grandfather, it is inevitable that he would be excited. You are certainly not alone, it's not just me. In the future, more people will appear around you, because a change is coming, I said seriously. Zhang Chulan retracted his smile. Change? What change? By the way, since your father and my grandfather have a close relationship, do you know what exactly happened to my grandfather? I felt a bit troubled. I could reveal some information, but if I disclosed too much, it might lead to uncontrollable consequences. As for the matter of old Master Zhang, my father is unclear, so I have no way of knowing either, and I can't even clarify the change. However, since my father sent me to your side, it means that change is coming, and it also signifies that the truth is beginning to surface. We don't need to rush. Zhang Chulan felt a bit disappointed, but quickly adjusted. It's okay, Brother Chen. After all these years, a few more days won't make a difference. I nodded, feeling relieved. Zhang Chulan has passed this hurdle. It's good that you can think it through. Before the changes happen, we just need to wait. Now we have one more thing to do. What is it? Let me see your treasure. Bro. Ha? What? Shan Gu. What are you going to do? Shan Gu. No. 5 minutes later, Zhang Chulan reluctantly put on his pants and said, Brother Chen, do we really have to do this? I looked at the high-definition photo on my phone and chuckled. There's no choice. It's what my father instructed. I must take a photo of the guarding the palace sand for him to see. It's one of his few wishes. Alright then. Zhang Chulan reluctantly accepted this explanation. Brother Chen, I'm going to the restroom. While he was out, I began to settle the task rewards. Ding! The task show me has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shadow clone technique. Feeling the additional knowledge of techniques in my mind, I smiled with satisfaction. Although the first ninjutsu I obtained is not an attack type, it is still quite good. The shadow clone technique has endless uses. Each clone possesses relatively independent thoughts, which can have unexpected effects in battle. Why not try it now? I am a bit eager to give it a go. Anyway, Zhang Chulan already knows my identity, so even if I am seen using ninjutsu, it will just be considered as training. No sooner said than done. Shadow clone technique. As I formed the hand seals, with a unique rotation of the energy, 8 eyes facing each other, 3 clones identical to me appeared before me. Each clone received an equal share of my energy, equivalent to having 1/4 of my strength. It is a wonderful feeling. My thoughts did not become chaotic because of the clones, but rather clearer, and with multiple perspectives, I can respond to emergencies more quickly. The shadow clone technique is only a B-rank ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, but even so, its power has amazed me. If B-rank ninjutsu is this strong, how powerful must S-rank ninjutsu be? I am full of anticipation for the rewards of the system's next tasks. System, start the next task. Successfully started. Task, give me a touch. Content, obtain chi from the corpse. Current progress 0%. When the host touches the corpse, the system will automatically absorb chi. Reward S-level lightning release, lightning cutter, S-level ninjutsu. My heart warmed. This is one of the ninjutsu I have longed for. The user wraps their palm in lightning and strikes horizontally, severing the lightning. No matter if you are yin lightning or yang lightning, I will sever it with one palm. Mastering lightning cutter, I will not fear any lightning techniques. If I also use my shadow clone technique to perform multiple lightning cutters, then perhaps no one from the younger generation can withstand my set. This reward comes at just the right time, perfectly compensating for my current lack of offensive means. As for where to find the corpse, I quickly had a target in mind. Normally, it's hard to find a corpse that contains chi. After all, the other worldly beings are already rare, let alone their corpses. But Lu Yanyan is a corpse handler from Xiangxi, and the corpses she controls must contain chi. The system didn't specify what kind of corpse to absorb. Does that mean a corpse controlled by someone isn't a corpse? I just don't know if it's enough to complete the task. This time, the task has progress, and I'm worried that one Lu Yanyan won't be enough for me to absorb. Forget it. If 1 time isn't enough, then 2 times. If 2 times isn't enough, then 3 times. Absorbing a few more times should be able to complete it. He. Lu Yanyan, here I come. Just then, Zhang Chulan's panicked voice came through. Brother Chen, it's bad. Uncle Song from the town just called me and said that my grandfather's grave has been dug up. He has been gone for so many years. Who would do such a thing? Also, my dad has news too. Could this be the change you were talking about? Chincha understood in his heart after hearing Zhang Chulan's words. This is the main thread going to start. The theft of the body was the trigger. The next thing you know, people from all walks of life will show up. The exciting story of one man's world will also unfold. Chincha took a deep breath, pressed down the thoughts in his mind and said slowly, Chulan, change or not. The most important thing at the moment was to find out what happened to Elder Zhang. It's not too late, so let's set out back now. Zhang Chulan was not indifferent to Qin Chao's words and immediately returned. Okay, Brother Qin, let's go. Xiufu, bus station. It was already evening when Qin Chao and Zhang Chulan's group arrived at their destination. The 2 men hoofed it to the police station. Chulan, long time no see. Uncle Song was a local police officer who had known Zhang Chulan when he was very young. He saw a strange boy standing beside Zhang Chulan and asked, and this is? Uncle Song, this is my roommate Qin Chao. He came back with me. What exactly is going on with what you said on the phone? My grandfather's grave. News of my father. Zhang Chulan spoke quickly. News of the 2 people most important to him at the same time made him anxious. Uncle Song didn't answer right away. He sized up Chincha and saw him return a kind smile before he turned his head to face Zhang Chulan and slowly spoke. The grave plowing is already being investigated. All we know so far is that the other party's purpose seems to be Elder Zhang's corpse. As for the news about your father, not your father, exactly, but your sister. What? You said I had a sister. My dad left me alone to go to Sichuan? This asshole. Hey. Chincha interrupted Zhang Chulan's foul language. Zhang Yude naturally wouldn't leave Zhang Chulan behind for no reason. Who would leave their nearest and dearest if they didn't have a reason why they had to go? But right now was not the time to tell Zhang Chulan. Chincha patted his shoulder and said, Chulan, calm down and listen to what Uncle Song has to say first. Uncle Song nodded slightly when he heard Chincha's words. Chulan, at the moment, your father's news is only that girl's side of the story. Her mother has been with an out-of-town guy, but can't say for sure if it's your father. Anyway, you go back to the old house and check it out. The girl named Baby Zhang is staying at the guest house. Okay? Thanks Uncle Song. Brother Chin, let's go. Zhang Chulan heard that the person who claimed to be his sister was still in town. At that moment, he dragged Chincha to the guest house. Are we finally going to meet Feng Baobao? Chincha was a little excited in his heart. His first step, building trust with Zhang Chulan, had been reached. The next step is to hook up with Nadutong through Baobao Feng. It's good to have your back to a big tree. It would undoubtedly be a good choice to join this organization with an official nature. Chapter 4, Meeting Baobao Feng for the first time. It was already dark when we arrived at the guest house. Zhang Chulan asked the receptionist for news of Baby Zhang with great anticipation, but was told that the other party had already left the house and was nowhere to be found. Brother Chin, where do you think she'll go this late at night? Without waiting for Chincha to reply, Zhang Chulan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran in a direction. This direction is exactly where Master Zhang's grave is located. Chincha followed closely behind Zhang Chulan. It seems it's all meant to be. With or without himself, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao would eventually meet. Ka, 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 ka. The sound of digging came from the dark woods. Sure enough, there's movement in the graveyard. Zhang Chulan sniffed and found the source. Only, a woman in white and black dress, with a cloak of hair, was digging the grave with a shovel. Several bodies have already been dug up one after another. This grave robber, how dare he come? Watch me film you and call the police. Zhang Chulan cursed and pulled out his cell phone. Seeing this, Chincha silently walked away. The next episode was a bit violent, and he didn't want to be misplaced. Chulan, I see that you have a calamity in your destiny called the shovel calamity. You need to face it with your hindbrain to solve this calamity. Ka-ching! The sound of the camera stood out in the silence of the night. Feng Baobao, who was wielding a shovel, turned around violently and met Zhang Chulan at eye level. Finished. Chin, run. Seeing that he was discovered, Zhang Chulan hurriedly greeted Chincha and ran away, only to find that Chincha, who was still around, had long since run away, even greeted himself from a distance. Holy, Brother Chin, you're a pit bull. After panting for a while, Zhang Chulan felt no movement behind him and slowly let out a sigh of relief. Just when I wanted to send the photos to Uncle Song, a black shadow holding a shovel fell from the sky with a swish. Boom! It was the sound of a shovel hitting the back of the head, crisp and loud. Zhang Chulan's two eyes went black and he fainted. Seeing that the shovel robbery had passed, Chincha then stepped out of the darkness. Don't! Feng Baobao, don't do it. I'm one of my own. Feng Baobao, who was standing beside Zhang Chulan, saw Chincha appearing and drew up his shovel to have a plumb. Only when he heard Chincha call his name did he stop moving. You know me? Feng Baobao's voice was cold and calm, without the slightest ripple. I've heard of it. My father had said that there would be a girl named Feng Baobao who would work with me to protect Zhang Chulan. I presume your excellency is. Chincha opened his mouth. There were very few people who knew that Feng Baobao had been secretly staring at Zhang Chulan. Taking the initiative to say this information yourself greatly increases the persuasiveness of your identity. Since Zhang Huai could ask Feng Baobao to take care of Zhang Chulan, it made sense to have another Qin family. Qin Chao, right? Oh, Feng Baobao only responded with one word and stopped talking. She didn't sense hostility in the other woman and simply stopped paying attention. Yes, it's very Von baby, but this made Qin Chao, who had prepared a big speech, embarrassed. You can't just say everything you want to say to yourself. That also seems too deliberate. If the Xu San Xu Si beside Feng Baobao knew about it, there would inevitably be more unnecessary suspicions. My name is Qin. A brief introduction of yourself is still necessary. But before the words were finished, a zombie suddenly crawled out of the dirt on the side. Qin Chao's eyes lit up and immediately put down his mind to continue chatting with Feng Baobao. Nothing is more important than doing the task. The zombie appeared, and Yu Yun must be nearby. Just find her and complete the mission yourself. Now suck a zombie through it first. Qin Chao just wanted to step forward, but Feng Baobao had already pulled out a knife from his back and gave the zombie a penetrating blow. So fast. With his current strength, although he could do it so fast, he definitely couldn't do it so smoothly. Looking at the zombie that had fallen, Chincha walked over and reached out to touch it despite the stench on the corpse. A warm current flowed from his hands to his body, and the system automatically absorbed the air from the corpse. Mission progress, 1%. Great, you can actually do the quest. It's just that there's so little air on one. At this rate, how many of them are going to be sucked? I hope Yu Yun can hold out a little longer. In order to absorb all the air within the corpse, Chincha did not spare any corner and meticulously touched the entire corpse. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhang Chulan woke up. Brother Qin, what are you doing? In his eyes, Chincha was having a bad smile on his face, stretching out his hands to caress the corpse lying on the ground, head to toe, top to bottom. That serious look, as if he was doing something sacred. Why does it feel exactly the same as when I filmed my guardianship? Chincha wouldn't really be a pervert. It was too late to wait for Zhang Chulan to think about it in detail when a force came from his feet. The grave robbers I just saw were actually trying to drag themselves away. What are you doing? Zhang Chulan waved his hands to question Feng Baobao. Oh, just wanted to bury you. Look, the place is all dug up for you. Feng Baobao said while throwing Zhang Chulan into the pit. Are you crazy? You want to kill me? You know too much for me to do. Holy, you're a pervert too. No, why did I say also? Looking towards Chincha who was still touching the corpse with a demented face, Zhang Chulan's mind broke down a little. How is it that Qin, who was still normal, could be a perverted necrophiliac? Brother Qin, save me. Zhang Chulan turned his head and said to this Feng Baobao again. This sister, why don't you go kill that one? That guy is a lot better than me. Bury him. Feng Baobao didn't pay attention to Zhang Chulan's words and filled the pit with soil spade by spade. Sister, wait, sister? He gave a sudden lurch, as if he was thinking of something. Is that you, baby Zhang? I'm Zhang Chulan, it's your long-lost brother. We are relatives. Where would a family member fight among themselves? While saying that he was still struggling to climb out of the pit, pop, an oncoming thud kicked Zhang Chulan back into the pit. Feng Baobao said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm not your sister. I don't know your father, and even my ID is fake. What? It's all fake? Zhang Chulan's face was filled with shock after hearing this. Fake identities still fool the police? And what exactly is the identity of this person in front of you? And the Qin dynasty, why is he safe and sound? Are they in cahoots? Damn, one just couldn't trust Qin Chao's side of the story so easily. So what if he knows what jutsu I can do? Maybe they had something to do with what happened to grandpa and father. The more Zhang Chulan thought about it, the more biased he became. Combined with Qin Chao's action of touching the corpse just now, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Come on, just don't scare him. Just then Qin Chao's voice rang out. He sucked the corpse's internal air clean before walking over. Seeing that Feng Baobao was still pretending to bury Zhang Chulan, she couldn't help but open her mouth. However, why was Zhang Chulan looking at himself in the wrong way? There was a hint of anger in the skepticism, a hint of indifference in the aggression. What's going on here? The trust you've built up with such difficulty, and now it's collapsing? That's not good. Qin Chao hurriedly said to Zhang Chulan. Chulan, don't worry, this one is also one of our own. We were all entrusted by your grandfather to help you. Having said that, and feeling that it wasn't enough, he continued, only, this one, here. Qin Chao pointed to his head with his finger. It's not quite normal here. Glancing at Feng Baobao, seeing that she didn't have any reaction, she continued with a sigh of relief. And this is not the time to talk about it. Someone's coming for trouble. Chapter 5, Yin Yan's attack. Yu Yun had been hiding in the shadows. I only dared to observe from a distance for fear of being discovered if I got too close. She didn't look away when Qin Chao was going up and down on the corpse. Thought he was trying to discern his location through the body. But she still heard Qin Chao's words and knew that she had been exposed. Without hesitation, he thrust his hands into the ground and the air in his body flowed towards the corpse in the grave. At that moment, dozens of zombies crawled out from the ground and surrounded Qin Chao and his group. Where had Zhang Chulan ever seen such a scene before? He shivered on the spot. Qin, brother Qin, I'm not dreaming. Zombies, so many zombies. This must be a dream. I'm actually still sleeping in my dorm. It's too much stress to dream like this. Qin Chao looked at Zhang Chulan who started babbling and held his forehead with his hand. Chulan, toughen up. It's really kind of embarrassing to look like this. Yes, brother Qin. I should just be optimistic and happy and storm out of the graveyard pit. I won't be confused anymore. I'm going to be brave and face the difficulties. Ha 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 ha. Qin Dynasty, LLL Omega. Putting down the fuming Zhang Chulan on one side and not caring, Qin Chao said to the stupid Feng Baobao, don't move. Let me. I alone am sufficient. Are you sure? Although Feng Baobao thinks that zombies are not difficult to deal with, but cannot help the opposite side of the number of a little careless will hang. Can Chincha deal with it alone? It's okay, I have a means of restraining zombies. Okay. Chincha didn't let Feng Baobao make a move. Naturally, because he was worried that she would grab the head. The zombies that were there were making progress on the mission. With each one he touched, he took himself one step closer to Rachel. Therefore, they must all die by their own hand. Shadow split technique. Chincha chose to face the tide of corpses alone. Naturally, he had his own reliance. Four identical figures appeared in the southeast and northwest. Thick air surged through each body. When Yen saw this scene, she was slightly stunned. What kind of spell is this? Illusion? Illusions can't deal with my zombies. The zombies she manipulated. Each one of them possessed considerable strength. The district's illusions can't do anything to them. At that moment, the corpses were maneuvered to lunge at Chincha. Good coming. Chincha chose to go straight to hard. Anyway, he could absorb the air in the zombie's body, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough air at all. Hands covered in air, grabbing at the zombie. As soon as it touched the zombie's skin, air was sucked out of it. Progress +1, 124%. Progress +1, 114%. Progress +1, 284%. Originally, the art of shadow splitting would cause the strength of the split to decrease as the number increased, but the system is able to help Chincha to absorb the air. The three doppelgangers plus Chincha, instead of fighting more and more brave, one after another, the zombies flew out backwards, in order to absorb all the air inside the corpse. For every zombie he knocked down, Chincha quickly touched its whole body. He was sucking on it more and more, his face plastered with joy and urgency. The quest progress was increasing by leaps and bounds, bringing him closer and closer to his reward and making him more eager for zombies. Soon, a couple dozen more and we'll be done. Zombies, I want more zombies. Look, where does it look like he's facing some zombie? It's clearly enjoying a delicious meal. As more and more zombies fell, sweat gradually traced across Yu Yun's forehead. A hint of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. The man in front of me was just too weird. It was clear that he was manipulating the zombie's air, but it was uncontrollably sucked away by him. Without air, zombies are no different from ordinary corpses. How are we going to cope with this? The other party's tactics were as if they were born to be the nemesis of corpse catchers. Not only that, what frightened her even more was Chincha's expression. The zombies are all so ugly one by one that even the corpse catchers will not get close to them. But that person was as if he saw a rare treasure, facing each zombie to caress it carefully. Plus that expression. It's like a caress. This man is a pervert. Perverted necrophilia. Yu Yun had already had thoughts of running away. As Chincha inhaled more and more, there was not much air left in his body. If this goes on, she's afraid she won't be able to protect herself. No, I can't fall into his hands. Once he catches you, it all will be sucked dry. The other person will definitely keep squeezing themselves to fulfill their fetish. When the time comes to use the means. Just thinking of Chincha's caressing movements, Lu Yanyan's scalp went numb. Not good. I'd been discovered. Just as Lu Yanyan was thinking, Chincha had already locked her direction. Don't come over. Aha. As soon as Chincha approached, Lu Yanyan was filled with panic and leaped out like a scared bird, flying away. What's the matter with her? Why so scared? Chincha was a bit puzzled. Even if he found out by himself, he didn't have to show this kind of expression. I don't eat people. Why are you running so fast? Hey, don't run. I'm not arresting you. Let's talk. The mission progress has now come to 438%. Just one more wave of zombies to suck and we're done. Therefore, Lu Yanyan could not be easily let go. She was the key to Chincha's mission, although it will appear again later in the plot. But look at the way Yu Yun just now. In case he was too scared to come back and cause the plot to change, then who would he find to do the quest? If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you'll wait for the next one. Don't run. With a loud shout, Chincha naturally placed his hands on both sides of his body and chased after him in a swooping position. Lu Yanyan, who heard Chincha's voice, obviously shivered her body and ran faster. After running for a while, Yu Yun was clearly out of stamina. The air in her body had already been sucked away by Chincha for a large portion, and the remaining air could hardly support her to run far. Whoa! No way. It can't go on like this. Something has to be done. Seeing Chincha behind him getting closer and closer, Yen clenched her teeth and punched all the last air in her body into the ground. You like to touch? Then I'll let you touch it. After touching them, but don't come and touch me. Another large wave of zombies crawled out from the ground and attacked Chincha. After doing this, Yen continued to run forward by the strength of her physical body. She bets that zombies are more attractive than she is. As it turns out, she made the right bet. Quietly looking back, the man did give up chasing himself and turned his head to touch the zombie. Really sick necrophiliac. Qin Shao's purpose was to do the quest, and since there were enough zombies left behind to push the progress to the fullest, there was little need to chase after Yen Yen Lu, and she's not a great trader, so run away. Gather up the last zombie. Progress plus 0.978%. Ding, touch me. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Raikiri. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to strengthen his body. Does it start to strengthen? After touching hundreds of corpses, Chincha finally got the chance to complete the quest and even got a chance to strengthen. Begin physical enhancement. After confirming that no one was around, Chincha started the second body strengthening. He was looking forward to this enhancement. The first physical enhancement allowed him to use air. After the second body enhancement, there was no telling what I would achieve. Chapter 6, Jutsu Rado Raikiri. When you say enhancement, you can actually call it boosting. After each enhancement, all aspects of the five senses, divine sense, and air could be enhanced. After a few minutes, Chincha slowly opened his eyes. System, why has the time gotten shorter this time? It was a 2-hour experience last time. The first body strengthening. The host is just an ordinary person. It takes a lot of time for the host's body to be able to cultivate air. For the second body strengthening, only the host's cultivation level needs to be raised, which naturally takes less time. So it is. Chincha nodded. One is just a quantitative change in quantity, while the other is a qualitative change from nothing, and the difficulty of the two cannot be compared. Running the air in his body, Chincha felt that he was now at least twice as strong as he was. With one punch, he was afraid that he could directly punch through the wall. This time my flesh has also gained a considerable enhancement. Feeling the power filling his body, he was confident. Even if he didn't use air now, it would be effortless to harden himself against the zombies' attack. At this rate, sooner or later, I'm afraid that one day I'll even be able to eat a few rounds of Palm Thunder hard. In the flesh alone, I can take my place in the world of one. Of course, Chincha hadn't inflated to the point where he was already invincible. Even if the physical body was strong, it would be difficult to fight against 1,000 strange techniques. Even if they were able to deal with it, it would be difficult to defeat an opponent who mastered multiple arts. Not to mention the even more bizarre and varied 8 strange techniques. Each of these strange techniques was the pinnacle of the arts. But so what if you guys have the 8 wonders technique? I have ninjutsu, which may not be any worse than the Bachi technique. Maybe, even stronger. There are 7 levels of ninjutsu in the Naruto world. They are S, A, B, C, D, E, and extra. The B, C, D, and E levels are relatively weak, corresponding to the upper, middle, lower, and ninja academy levels, respectively. But to say that these jutsu are weak is only relative to the Naruto world of warfare. Put it in a one-person world, and it's not the same. Chinchao's Shadow Divergence technique is a B-ranked ninjutsu, but can we say it's weak? Definitely not weak, if not very strong. A doppelganger with exactly the same strength and the ability to think independently is a huge boost to battle power. Even if the strength gained by these doppelgangers was evenly divided between the main body, it was important to realize that the doppelgangers were also capable of unleashing ninjutsu. Just spitting fire and blowing wind can bring unexpected effects in battle, not to mention the use of more powerful jutsu, S rank, A rank, and special rank jutsu. Among them, S rank jutsu are jutsu. A rank is a forbidden or super high level jutsu. Extra class represents the caster's special abilities, such as bloodline limitations, secret arts, and senjutsu. These were the ninjutsu that Chincha was very eager to obtain. It is because of these ninjutsu that the Naruto world is able to display its destructive power. If the Qin dynasty could master them, then the saying the 8 wondrous techniques are nothing more than that would not be empty words. Thinking a bit too much, it's better to try how powerful the Thundercut is at the moment. Chinchao's eyes were a little fiery as he felt the way in his brain about how to use the thunder cutting technique. Having a system is good. Any jutsu one acquires can be used immediately, eliminating the process of learning. There were some extremely powerful spells, but they took several years or even a dozen years to learn. If other people knew that Chincha was able to take and use it immediately, they were afraid that they would go crazy with jealousy. The air slowly flowed toward the palm of the hand in accordance with the circumference. Thunderbolt. Blue lightning covered Chinchao's right hand. The moment the lightning appeared, the surrounding space was vaguely distorted somewhat due to the energy disturbance. Get close enough and you can even feel the knife cutting through your skin. Shoo! Chincha rushed towards a boulder on the side in a sudden advance position. The expected collision did not occur, but was replaced by a rustling sound. The right hand that used Raikiri surprisingly cut through the hard as iron mountain stone as easily as if it were tofu. Chincha didn't even feel a trace of resistance. It was as if he casually waved his hand, and the stone in front of him had an additional deep gash. So strong. Chincha did not underestimate the power of the thunder cut just because it was small and sound. It wasn't that Raikiri was weak, but that Yamashi simply couldn't utilize the full power of Raikiri. Even if it were tens or hundreds of times harder, the result would be the same. I wonder how it would do against the golden light curse. Can you block my Raikiri? Chincha muttered to himself. In fact, he already had the answer in his mind. The golden light spell was certainly strong, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough in front of Lei Che. If I increase my burst distance. In the Thundercut just now, Chincha did not use his full strength. It was just a test shot, so the burst was close. The proper use of Thundercut needs to be paired with a long burst to be fully effective, but now it was ultimately in the wild, and there was no need to go all out. If it's a frontal battle, with the Surge Raikiri coupled with the Shadow Divergence technique, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone in the younger generation to be my opponent. Chincha made a good estimation of his strength and headed down the mountain. It wasn't that he didn't want to go find Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, but just now he was too focused on chasing after Lu Yanyan and forgot the way back. Who can find the way in this darkness? It would be good to go back to the town. The other side. Although Yuyan ran away a long time ago, she still left behind a lot of zombies. Each one was hideous, emitting a strong stench, some with pus dripping from their bodies, maggots and flies crawling around the rotting holes. All in all, it's just one word, disgusting. Although Feng Baobao was able to deal with these zombies, seeing their appearance, even though she was calm inside, it was a little difficult to do so. When he thought of the way Chincha was going up and down on the zombie just now, he couldn't help but feel admiration rise in the bottom of his heart. What an awesome character. I must learn from him when I get the chance. Turning his head to Zhang Chulan, he said, "Fool, sis isn't here to play with you anymore, so just be optimistic here." After saying that, he left in style. The zombie horde saw that only Zhang Chulan was left alone. Roar, 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 ground pouncing up. Zhang Chulan stared blankly at Feng Baobao who ran away. Run, run, what am I going to do then? Don't come any closer. I didn't just cut you or touch you. Under the mountain, a black Audi with its headlights on pulls up to the curb. Next to him stood a man with a black professional suit, glasses, and a gentlemanly look. This person is none other than Xu San of Nadutong, North China. He's waiting for Baobao Feng. It wasn't long before there was a sibilant sound from the woods. Xu San knew from the cloaked look that it was the baby himself. All right, how's the mission coming along, baby? Feng Baobao had her hands in her pockets and still had that calm look. One step too late. Zhang Xilin's body is gone and I was ambushed. Ambush? Isn't it enough for these people to steal corpses? How dare they ambush? Xu San's face sank slightly. After guarding the Zhang family for so many years, I didn't expect the accident to happen. Feng Baobao continued. I met Zhang Chulan, and there's a very powerful person next to him. Zhang Chulan? A great man? Xu San was a bit surprised to hear this. Wasn't it just for Feng Baobao to go see Zhang Xilin's tomb? How could it involve other people? Zhang Chulan should be Zhang Xilin's grandson. Feng Baobao returned. That's right. Where is he now? Graveyard. What? You left Zhang Chulan alone there? Baby, we can't involve ordinary people in what we're doing. In case he gets. Xu San's tone was a little anxious, grabbing Feng Baobao's shoulders and not letting go. Worried about Zhang Chulan's safety. Didn't even notice the third person approaching. Don't worry, Chulan is fine. The words were not spoken by Feng Baobao. Who? Xu San's eyes were stern as he looked towards the source of the sound. Chapter 7, Meeting Xu San for the first time. Don't be nervous, my name is Chincha. Chincha had a hard time finding his way down the mountain, and when he saw a bright light here, he walked over, not expecting to meet Xu San and Feng Baobao, spreading his hands to show that he didn't have a weapon. Chincha continued. Chulan is not an ordinary person. He's hidden very deeply. Dealing with a few zombies isn't a problem. Chincha patiently explained. Even though Xu San in front of him had already imperialized and made a posture of being ready to attack at any time, he did not make any movement. Ever since he knew that he was entering the world of one man's world, Chincha had been waiting for the opportunity to join Nadutong. Although the overall battle power of Nadutong might not be the strongest, it was the force that could provide the most help to Qin dynasty. Eyes all over the country, official background and so on, can help Chincha better fulfill the system's mission. Therefore, since he happened to meet Xu San here, why not have a frank exchange and brush up on his goodwill? After Xu San heard Chincha's words, he didn't drop his guard because of Chincha's kind face. Instead, it deepened. Who are you? How do you know about Zhang Chulan? But Nadutong had been secretly observing for more than 10 years and had not realized that Zhang Chulan was an inhuman. So how was the person in front of him certain? Before Chincha could say anything, Feng Baobao took the lead. He's the awesome one, facing the zombies. Feng Baobao described the scene of Chincha dealing with the zombies. Includes the art of shadow splitting, going up and down on zombies. Xu San frowned after hearing this. He has a close relationship with Zhang Chulan, can summon a doppelganger to fight, and has special restraints against zombies. How come one had never heard of such a foreigner with not so weak means? It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. What was his purpose in contacting Zhang Chulan? Or is he in cahoots with whoever stole the body? Seeing the doubts in Xu San's eyes getting deeper and deeper, Chincha couldn't help but open his mouth. It's better if I speak for myself. My father was very close to Chloe Chang's grandfather. I was sent here to help Chulan. Still the same argument. Anyway, the system has made assurances that anyone can only find out as much information as they want them to see. As long as the relationship with Elder Zhang was bitten off, no one would be able to find out if it was true or not. How do you prove what you say is true? Xiao San questioned. Xin Chao had a head start on what he said, but he wouldn't believe it easily. Xin Chao also wouldn't think that he could convince Xu San with a few words, already thinking ahead of time about countermeasures to sit on their own. To make you believe me, I can say one thing to prove myself. These words were once said by Elder Zhang to Feng Baobao. Oh, what is it? You say. Xu San waited for Qin Chao to speak. Elder Zhang once said something to Feng Baobao, when Chulan officially enters the world of the Inhumans. When he needs power, give this to him. I absolutely trust you. Feng Baobao. This is what Zhang Huai entrusted Feng Baobao to say before he left. There were only two people present, Xu San's father, Xu Xiang, and Feng Baobao. It's logical that there would never be a fourth person who would know. Xin Chao uttered these words to gain Feng Baobao's trust and thus Xu San's trust. What does that mean? You know what, Bobo Feng? Is he right or not? After Xu San heard this, he only felt puzzled and turned his head to ask Feng Baobao. Xin Chao did not feel strange when he saw this situation. This time period, Xu Xiang has not yet told everything to Xu San Xu Si. They only knew that Feng Baobao had already lived for at least a few decades, and did not know about the pact between Baobao and Zhang Huai. Facing Xu San's inquiry, Feng Baobao remained expressionless, but the body leaning forward could reflect her inner unrest. Well, he's right. This is indeed what Zhang Huai said to me. There were only 3 living people present at the time. No one else could have known. While saying that, he approached Qin Chao. How did you know? You know me? Right. You must know me or you couldn't have called me by my first name the moment you met me? And do you know where my family is? Where are they? Please, tell me. I've been looking for them. No wonder Feng Baobao reacted so strongly. All along, Feng Baobao always believed in what Zhang Huai had said. As long as she stayed by Zhang Chulan's side, she would know the truth about her birth. Year after year, from Zhang Chulan's elementary school to college, until now. Finally, I'm waiting for someone who recognizes me. This person may know his or her origins. Qin Chao opened his mouth to speak. How could he not know Feng Baobao's mind? One of the main threads of One Man Down is the mystery of Feng Baobao's birth. Finding her family is Feng Baobao's obsession. But Qin Chao didn't know either. Even though there are some guesses, they can't just say it. If one is strong now, there is no harm in voicing these speculations to. Instead, they can check along these directions and may really find some unexpected clues and gains. Unfortunately, the current Qin Chao could only touch base with the younger generation of Inhumans. It was still difficult to fight back when encountering a strong person of the older generation. Venture out the speculation and hell knows what kind of butterfly effect it will have. In the event that he lured out a strong person who could not be defeated, he could easily put himself in danger. Instead of losing out, right now, quietly laying low and doing tasks to develop is the best policy. Qin Chao finished thinking and said to Feng Baobao who was approaching, I'm sorry, but I'm here to help Zhang Chulan, so naturally I'll also help you find the truth about your birth. Feng Baobao's figure stagnated when she heard Qin Chao's words. Xu San, who often spent time with her, could clearly feel the loss in the baby. Through the conversation between the two, he had guessed the general idea. Zhang Huai should have a deal with Feng Baobao, and the deal is related to the baby's life. No wonder, the baby would volunteer for this mission, and it turned out to be because of this. Pulling Feng Baobao's arm, Xu San said in a slightly more relaxed tone, It's okay, baby, we should be happy. The appearance of Qin Chao, the change on Zhang Chulan, these things at least mean that the tide is turning, don't they? Maybe, soon, we'll find a clue to your birth. You're right, Qin Chao. Regarding Qin Chao's identity, Xu San had already believed 8 or 9 times. After all, Feng Baobao's reaction is here. Nothing is more convincing than that. Moreover, listening to Qin Chao's meaning, he will also help Feng Baobao, so rounding up is not one of our own people. Seeing that Xu San believed in his identity, Qin Chao also said back, Sango is right. The truth will surface eventually. We just have to be ready to face it. You're quite the self-possessed brat, calling on Sango. While you're at it, want to join the NATO pass? Xu San joked in order to ease the atmosphere. Yeah, our company has a national background. It's really a pity that you don't join. You promise? Chapter 8 New Rewards for New Missions. When Qin Chao heard Xu San's invitation, he did not hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. It's just what he wants. Originally, All that was said was that I wanted to join the wherever pass. He was thinking about how to open his mouth, but he didn't expect Xu San to take the initiative to offer an invitation. Who cares if he's serious or not? Say yes yourself first. Chincha fluttered his big expectant eyes and said to Xu San, Sango, those who don't keep their word will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Hearing Chincha's words, Xu San was a bit confused. Where did he think that Chincha would agree? And agree so quickly? Nadutong doesn't exactly have a good reputation in the inhuman community. As a force that maintains the stability of the world under one person, it is inevitable that there will be conflicts with the Inhumans in the Jianghu. Also because of their official nature, the staff of Nadutong were often called traitors to the court. As a result, a number of Inhumans are very resistant to joining the Nadutong. In particular, some sects and clans may even develop a hostile mentality. Although we didn't know exactly which family Chincha came from yet, but listening to the description it should be a hidden family. Would this type of lineage allow a family member to join a Nadutong? Why would you want to join Nadutong? Would your family agree? Xu San chose to directly state the doubts in his heart without hiding them. For this person who knew about Feng Baobao's affairs, he still had this bit of trust. Hearing Xu San's words, Chincha then reacted. One is still too urgent. Forget the fact that Nadutong isn't very popular among the Inhumans. The overly urgent performance confused Xu San, but that's okay. Chincha patted his chest and said, Don't worry third brother. I'm the only child in the family. Everything is up to me. And I've always had a heart for violence and peace since I was a kid. So I've been longing for a long time for Nadutong. We, the younger generation, should maintain social stability and defend world peace, determined not to spare any of the outlawed Inhumans. The words were so powerful that anyone would think that Chincha was a young man with a sense of justice. Xu San was nodding his head as he listened. This Chincha's character was very much to his liking. Inhumans are human beings and should obey the law. Good point. We just need people like you. Welcome to the Natopia family. Xu San extended his hand to shake hands with Chincha. Chincha revealed a smile in response. It looks like the addition of the Nadu pass is firmly in place. Third brother is polite. In fact, the two of them were as if they had met each other at first sight. Leaving Feng Baobao to hang out to dry and climbed into conversation with each other. Thunder, snap, boom. Gusts of thunder and lightning rang out across the mountains. The people present were not ordinary people, and even though the transmission to the bottom of the mountain was only a subtle sound, they heard the commotion on the mountain. It's, Xu San raised his head, trying to see the source of the lightning. It was Chulan who made it, so it looks like he's done on his end. How about it? Sango want to go up and take a look. Chincha naturally knew that this was Zhang Chulan releasing the thunder spell and explained to Xu San. Anyway, even if he didn't mention it, there was a high probability that Xu San would go up the mountain to find out. Might as well go with the flow and appear to be honest. Xu San nodded his head after hearing this and said, Come on, let's go up there. I'd like to see what tricks Zhang Chulan, who has been hiding under our noses for so long, knows. The group retraced their steps back to the cemetery. The smell of charcoal filled the air, and a dozen desiccated bodies lay on the ground. Xio-san reached out to examine the marks on the body. It was struck to death by lightning. Zhang Chulan actually knows lightning magic. That makes sense. How can Zhang Xilin's grandson be an ordinary person? After saying that, for some reason, he secretly gave Qin Shao a meaningful look. Qin Shao did not notice Xu San's eyes. He also came up, wanting to see just how powerful Zhang Chulan's lightning method was. Raikiri is claimed to be able to cut through lightning, but without having tried it. Who knows if that could be true? If the power is not even comparable to Thunderbolt, then not to mention chopping, your hand will be crippled if you touch it. Looking over a few broken limbs and arms, Qin Shao had a number in his heart. In terms of range, Rafa is indeed much stronger than Raikiri, as evidenced by the destroyed marks on the ground. But in terms of power, it's still Raikiri that's stronger, by more than a hair. If Qin Shao casts Thundercut against these zombies, which will still have a complete body, I'm afraid that it will not be directly raised into ashes. It seems that Thundercut really isn't all talk. It really does cut through lightning. While Qin Shao was pondering, Xu San had already walked to Feng Baobao. Baby, want to go to college? Who is college? Xu San froze, then laughed. I didn't realize babies could joke. No more teasing. Go to school. Just happened to be with Qin Shao. Zhang Chulan's school, South Inexperienced University. Phew. Qin Shao was lying on the hotel bed. He had already made an appointment with Xu San to do the entry procedures tomorrow, so he simply found a hotel nearby and checked in. So far, so good. From gaining the trust of Zhang Chulan and the others, to joining Nadutong, everything went according to plan and in an organized manner. The next thing you know, you'll run into full-sex Lulian and summer harvest, so I'm really looking forward to it. That's the beauty of staying close to the main character. You don't need to find a reason to get involved in the main storyline. Still, In his capacity as a staff member at the Natopia, he's naturally on the side of justice. It's a good name, and it can be a little easier to do system tasks. Otherwise, with Chincha's knowledge of the one-man world, he could have fought alone. It's better to be steady. For me, doing quests to get rewards from the Naruto world is the most important thing. Only by obtaining more jutsu rewards and gaining more opportunities for strengthening will I become stronger and be able to stand firm in the world of one. Chincha clenched his fist. At the moment, although it seemed that everything was under control, his own appearance was ultimately variable, and accidents could come at any time. Only when one's own strength is hard enough can one face any unexpected situation with ease. I wonder what task the system will arrange next. Now that you've completed Touch Me, the next quest is ready to begin. Mission open. Open successfully. Mission, Emotion Harvester. What? Harvesting the mood swings of others due to the host's behavior. The greater the contrast, the more emotions are harvested. Current progress, 0%. Targets limited to Inhumans. Reward, Sharpening Eye, Single Hook Jade. Hiss, I can't believe it's Sharingan. Sharingan is not technically a jutsu. It is the bloodline boundary of the Uchiha clan, a special ability passed down through the bloodline. In the Naruto world, it is deservedly the strongest pupil technique. The main abilities are divided into three: the Eye of Insight, the Eye of Copy, and the Eye of Illusion. As the name suggests, insight into the flow of the opponent's chakra, the formations and tiny movements, copies of jutsu scene, and makes the opponent hallucinate by looking at them. Three major abilities, each of which is powerful for combat or pulling full weight. Not to mention the fact that the Sharing Will Eyes could continue to upgrade and evolve, gaining even more bizarre and profound abilities. However, Chincha was not excited because he could obtain the Sharing Will Eyes. Instead, there was a hint of worry in his expression. He could remember that there were side effects to using the Sharingan. Chapter 9, Chincha's entry into the workforce. System, will there be any side effects if I use my Sharingan eyes? Chincha opened his mouth to ask the system. According to Naruto's setting, with the constant use of the Sharingan eye, the possessor will experience side effects such as pain and loss of vision. In more serious cases, it can even lead to blindness. It was true that Chincha wanted to have Sharingan eyes, but he didn't want to be a blind man. The side effects of Sharingan have been eliminated. Only the air in the host's body needs to be consumed when using it. Great! Receiving the system's answer, Chincha rubbed his hands together in excitement. Even if the quest reward was only a single hooked eye of the Sharingan, it was enough for him at the moment. The number of hooks affects the strength of the ability, but does not limit the use of the ability. One should know that Chincha, who had been strengthened by the system, could transform the air within his body into any attribute. In other words, when faced with any technique, Chincha could take it over and use it through the Eye of Copy. Even if it's just a temporary copy of the opponent's moves and techniques, that's pretty strong. Jutsu Restraints doesn't even exist in front of my copy ninja. Not to mention the Eye of Insight that could also predict the opponent's movements in advance, and the Eye of Illusion that could not be defended against. Even the S-rank Jutsu Raikiri has to step aside in front of the Sharingan Eye. Raikiri's destructive power alone is definitely stronger than a single-hooked Jade Shuriken. However, the right will eye has a higher ceiling and more comprehensive enhancements, and is the reward Chincha is most looking forward to so far. As for the content of the mission, harvesting emotions, rather coincides with the conditions for Sharingan opening. The condition for the Uchiha clan to open the Sharingan Eye is that it requires strong emotional fluctuations of its own. In the case of Chincha, it becomes even easier to simply make someone else's emotions fluctuate. But just how much of a change in mood, or what kind of mood, is required to fulfill the conditions? The system did not clearly state that it could only be explored by Chincha himself, and the restriction that the target is limited to Inhumans only. Chincha was not worried. The next thing you know, you'll be exposed to more and more Inhumans, and you don't even need to think about that. The really hard part is still how to get people to have mood swings because of my. Maybe we can start with the contrast bit. Chincha fell into thought, recalling the plot of One Man Down in his brain, and gradually got a clue. Day 2, where all through the company, Xu San sat in his office with a man with a similar face standing in front of him. Xu, you've been hanging around all day. Can you be a little decent? I asked you to look up information on Qin Dynasty, and that's all you found out? The man standing was Xu San's blood brother. At this time, he was holding a cigarette. His beard was bearded and his hair was messy, the opposite of Xu San's serious and proper style. Xu San, you're trash, but I'm not. There's only so much information we can find out about Chincha, or only so much he wants us to find out. Xu San ignored the nonsense in Xu Si's words and said with a frown, "What do you mean? See for yourself." Xu Si threw the information he had found out about Chincha overnight in front of Xu San. You can question me, but you can't question the intelligence capabilities of the Natopia Corporation. I've mobilized almost the entire intelligence force in North China. Yet I've only found out the most basic information about the Qin dynasty. Xu San took the information, and there were only a few lines on it. Qin Chao, male, 20 years old, born in the Qin family in North China, attended the University of Southern California. Doesn't that mean we haven't found anything? Yeah. Xu Si slumped down on the sofa behind him and smoked a cigarette. Phew, it was as if this person had appeared beside Zhang Chulan out of thin air. Where we come from and what our past experiences have been. We don't know a thing. How dare you put someone like that to use around you? Xu San had already told Xu Si about the news that Chincha was going to join Nadutong. Saner, the mere fact that he knows about the baby won't convince me. Knowing doesn't mean it's one of our own. There may be some deeper conspiracy. I don't want to have to defend myself against my teammates when I'm out running errands. What the hell were you thinking? Xu San put down the information in his hands and looked at Xu Si. I've told you about Zhang Chulan's knowledge of lightning magic, right? Xu Si nodded back. Well, when I first found out, it scared me. This Chulan is also not as simple as it seems, and is also too able to hide. This is a lightning technique that only heavenly masters of the heavenly master's house know. How did he master it? That's right. The thunder law will only be taught to those who are likely to inherit the position of heavenly master. At least Zhang Chulan has something to show for it because of his grandfather. But this Qin Chao, he also knows thunder technique. What? When Xu Si heard this, he put away his dangling expression. That what's his name Qin Chao also knows thunder magic? You've seen it? Seo-san pushed his eyes up. I've never seen him use it, but the fact that he knows thunder magic is basically 8 or 9. When I examined the corpse on the mountain, I sensed the aura of thunder attribute air, and that's how I was sure that Zhang Chulan knew thunder magic. The same aura I felt in Qin Chao, and it's even more dense than Zhang Chulan's. When Xu Si heard this, he revealed a rare serious expression. Then this Qin Chao's identity is even more suspicious. There might be forces hidden behind him that we don't know about. All the more reason you shouldn't have let him join the neither pass. No, just the opposite. Xu San narrowed his eyes. Instead of letting an unstable element hide in the shadows, it's better to just keep it around and observe. One of the reasons I sent my baby off to college was to keep an eye on him. Besides, from what I've seen so far, no matter what happens to Qin Chao himself, his attitude since the beginning has been friendly. There's no need to treat such a person as an enemy. Okay, just make up your mind. In the face of right and wrong, Xu Si always listens to Xu San's opinion. Qin Chao slept until the afternoon. After a brief wash, I reported to the company. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Xu San and Xu Si who had been waiting for a long time. He flashed a smile and greeted. Good afternoon, Sango. And this is? Of course, Qin Chao knew that this person was Xu Si, but he just pretended not to recognize him in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. It was the first time Xu Si had seen Qin Chao in person, so he couldn't help but take a closer look. The dress is simply short sleeves and shorts. The appearance is not outstanding. Put into the crowd belongs to the kind that cannot be found. To say that the only characteristic is a face of kindness, who meets everyone with a smile. In other words, Qin Chao is honest at first glance. It was hard to imagine that such a person would be an inhuman who couldn't even find out any information about wherever pass. Qin Chao was also sizing up Xu Si. Xu Si's appearance is not too different from the manga. Casual clothes, looking like a punk, standing with the serious Xu San. No one would have guessed that the two were blood brothers. Qin Chao could feel that Xu Si's eyes revealed a hint of scrutiny, and it seemed that he did not trust himself very much. It can't be helped. It was strange to think that Nadutong had also checked his own information, and in the face of very little information, it would be strange not to be skeptical. In response, Qin Chao chose to ignore it. Anyway, we will have to spend a great deal of time together in the future, and this distrust will naturally be gradually eliminated over time. After all, how does one not count as one's own person when one has only lied a little? Chapter 10. Preparing for meeting summer harvest. This is my younger brother, Xu Si, also a staff member of Wherever Pass. Xu San introduced to Qin Chao. So it's fourth brother. First time meeting, please take care of me in the future. As usual, Qin Chao was so self-conscious that he called all those older than himself brother anyway. Xu Si put away his scrutinizing gaze and put his arm around Qin Chao's shoulder and said enthusiastically, from now on we're all on our own. It's too polite to say care. Go, I'll get you inducted. The onboarding process is simple, but tedious. It was dark when it was all done. Qin Chao walked on the way back to school. At this point in time, Zhang Chulan should have already fought with Feng Baobao and become a bear-butt man. Thus was born the 8th legend of Nankai University, the snow-white-assed bear-butt man. Qin Chao wasn't interested in seeing men naked and didn't feel any shame in missing out on the episode. For him, the most important thing at the moment was to finish the mission as soon as possible. After much deliberation, Qin Chao placed the first breakthrough of the mission on Xiaohe. As an inhuman who exudes charisma all over her body, she can control other people's lust even when she transforms into a man. As a matter of fact, Summer Harvest's emotions were the hardest to provoke. Choosing her didn't seem like a wise choice, but Chincha naturally had his own considerations when he chose Xia He. He hadn't forgotten the word contrast mentioned in the mission. The greater the contrast, the more emotion you get, and Summer Harvest fits the bill. The manga takes the pre-harvest persona and molds it into the image of a bus. It seems that any man she comes in contact with has had sex. The truth is that it is not. Technically, there's only one man in the episode that Xia Ha actually has a relationship with, Zhang Lingyu. Everyone else was caught up in the illusion constructed by Summer Harvest, thinking they were engaging in the sport of lovemaking. Therefore, although Xia Ha is not a keeper, she is not talking about Tai and Loli either. A bone scraper can make a charmed person willingly die. How could it be easy to have a relationship with someone who was seen as a tool person? I don't know if divine sense can hold up against Summer Harvest's interference after being strengthened by the system. It's not hard to beat Summer Harvest. What's hard is to avoid being distracted by lust. With the means currently at Qin Chao's disposal, he could only engage in close combat, and as soon as they got close, they would come into contact with Summer Harvest's unique air. Air with eroticism evokes the most primitive desires in the body. A little inattention and you'll be under Summer Harvest's skirt. Although the system had strengthened Qin Chao's divine sense, making him somewhat resistant to this type of mental interference, but how the actual effect will be, Qin Chao dares not to bet on it. It's better to be prepared for anything. Tell you what, let Su Si recommend a place tomorrow to strengthen my immunity. In the middle of thinking, Qin Chao had already returned to the dormitory. Looking at Zhang Chulan, who was lying on the bed in self-consciousness, Qin Chao did not speak. For Zhang Chulan, Qin Chao did not want to interfere too much. The world of one person is ultimately dangerous. Qin Chao is not Zhang Chulan's babysitter and cannot protect him all the time. Some things are better experienced and figured out on your own. Besides, Zhang Chulan was not some ignorant little white rabbit. It's just that he's been hiding for so long that he's almost forgotten what kind of person he is. Day 2. Brother Qin, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be back. As soon as class ended, Zhang Chulan said to Qin Chao with a spring in her step. Qin Chao looked at his frowning face and knew that it was Yin Yan Lu who made the move. Tonight, it was the day of Zhang Chulan and Yin Yan Lu's date. Yo, who's this appointment? Qin Chao asked knowingly. Zhang Chulan hemmed and hawed. Schoolgirl, ha ha ha, it's schoolgirl. Said he'd been looking up to me for a long time and wanted to ask me out to dinner. Oh, then you should be safe. Brother Qin, what are you talking about? We're simply having a meal. Without further ado, I'll leave. Looking at Zhang Chulan's departing back, sympathy inevitably rose in Qin Chao's heart. Young man, grow a pair next time. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It's either a fairy tale or a kill tray. Come wherever you are through. Qin Chao found Su Si. Fourth brother. You are there na. There's something I need your help with. Su Si raised his head and saw Qin Chao sneaking up to him. With that look, you could tell at a glance that you weren't prepared to do anything good. Let me make it clear that breaking the law is not an option. Anything else? I can help for sure. Su Si was curious as to what Qin Chao would need help with on his second day of employment. Just, Qin Chao gulped a bit. After all, it was something that he had never tried in his past life and was too embarrassed to say out loud. It's okay, we're all on our own. What can't we talk about? Su Si saw Qin Chao's embarrassed expression. The heart was filled with curiosity and at the same time, there was a hint of gravity. What exactly was it that made Qin Chao, whose identity was so mysterious, feel embarrassed? Just, any recommendations for foot baths? Qin Chao's words were very euphemistic, but Su Si, who had read a lot of people, immediately understood what was being said. He was slightly stunned. Where could he have thought that Qin Chao looking for him would be for this kind of thing? So I've been nervous for half a day and you're telling me you want to go wash your feet? To be decent, or not? For fear of realizing the wrong meaning, Su Si asked after him. It better be immodest. Qin Chao looked left and right, afraid of being overheard. You boy. Su Si put his arm around Qin Chao, and this time his tone was even more enthusiastic than the first time they met. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize you were in the same boat. You're kind of asking the right person. I know a foot massage parlor that's pretty wow, causing Xu San's mood swing. Mission progress +1, 69%. Quest progress increased this way? Qin Chao was a bit surprised, but he didn't look deeper. He had more important things to do right now. Thompson Footpath, highly recommended by Xio San. Qin Chao looked at the row of coolly dressed receptionists at the entrance. Even before he went in, he knew that this place was quite immodest. Yep, Qin Chao thought of a way to deal with the interference of lust, which was to conduct desensitization training. If you do enough loving things, then you won't easily fall into lust when dealing with Summer Harvest. At least, that's what Qin Chao thought. Relax, it's all about getting stronger. In the voice of brother, please go inside. Qin Chao was pulled to the second floor on his hand. 3 hours later, Chincha walked out with a solemn face. The eyes were lifeless and seemed to be thinking about life. Red powder, skulls, white bones and flesh are all vanity. Color, nothing more. Look at this appearance. Just like entering the sage mode. Calm and rational while not being interested in anything. This is the state Qin dynasty wants to achieve. Don't say it's just one Shaha, even if it's 3 or 5. That might not be a good idea. I'm horribly strong now. Summer Harvest. I'm coming. Chapter 11, Shadow Split Technique Battle with Summer Harvest. Chincha rushed to the outskirts of the city, and from afar, he heard movement coming from the abandoned building. I don't know anything. Find your own heritage if you can, and let me go. Oh, I still believe in souls more than what people say. Wow. Listening to this voice, it should be Lu Liang trying to use his bright soul technique to interrogate Zhang Chulan. Without the slightest concealment, Chincha directly rushed out from the woods. What the hell are you howling here in the middle of the night? Zhang Chulan immediately heard Chinchao's voice and sniffed and looked. For some reason, today's Qin had changed his usual kind smile, and his face was calm and bland. But that didn't stop Zhang Chulan from calling out for help. Qin, brother Qin, quickly save me. Chincha did not respond, but looked at the other 3 people present. Unsurprisingly, it was Xia He, Lu Liang, and Yan Lu, causing Yu Yun's fearful mood. Quest progress +3, 69%. Chincha raised his eyebrows slightly. Fear? He hadn't done anything yet. What was this Yu Yun afraid of? She can be a really nice person. Though, not only do you help yourself to the last mission, but you can contribute again in this one. Thinking of this, Chincha nodded to Yan Lu as a friendly gesture. This is not an enemy. It is clearly his own honored one. However, Chinchao's gesture of goodwill was completely different in Lu Yan's eyes. No, he's on to me. Yan trembled as her entire body flinched backward. The shadow left by Chincha on her last time was too big. The spell of summoning a doppelganger, the ability to restrain zombies, and that perverted hobby. All of them left a fearful impression on the mind of the fledgling Lu Yan. If she hadn't been standing next to the all-sexed pair, she would have turned and fled. He glanced at Yan Lu and frowned slightly. What exactly was the origin of this man in front of him that he could scare the Xiangxi Lu family's eldest miss like this? But, so what if you're more powerful? In front of my bone-scraping knife, you'll have to be obedient. With a light laugh, He walked towards Chincha with an unhurried pace. Yo, where's this sad little handsome guy from? It just so happens that I was feeling uninterested in playing alone. Do you want to join? Play with your sister? A pink-haired Shaha licked her lips and winked at Chincha. The slender white legs, the slight swaying of the chest, the white skin, all exuded the charm of a mature woman. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of Chinchao's heart, and the already beautiful lovely girl in front of him became even more moving. Even with a strengthened body, it was difficult to immunize all of them against the effects of summer harvest. This is the bone scraper, summer harvest. Even just a conversation across the room can be fatal to the opposite sex. Chincha only felt the dissimilarity gradually going downward, as if it wanted to stimulate a certain part of his body. Yet no matter how much it stimulated, there was always a vast energy in the heart that suppressed it. Phew, that desensitization training was done right. A gentleman is a man of color but not of lust. Chincha felt in a good state now. Yes, how does sister want to play? Little brother is willing to accompany. Staring at Xiaohe's stunning face, Chincha deliberately revealed a longing expression and recklessly sized up the person in front of him. Ha. A silver bell-like laughter came out from Xiaohe's mouth. Chinchao's demeanor was exactly the same as the people who were charmed by her, and his heart produced disdain. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but I didn't expect it to be a silver spear and wax head. Before Sis could even make a move, it was already no good. When LV Liang saw Chinchao's appearance, he also shook his head slightly. Sister is a vixen that's hard to find by lantern. Dealing with someone who came out of nowhere isn't a breeze. Among the 3, there were already 2 people who did not put Chincha in their eyes. Shaha's lips and teeth moved lightly, and seemingly air surged toward Chincha. Little brother, since you want to play with your sister, you have to listen to your sister. Do whatever your sister tells you to do, including letting you die. Ha fine. But, Chincha carried the demented look to the end. But I have a few other brothers I'd like to hang out with, so I wonder if my sister would be willing. After saying that, without waiting for Xiaohe to react, he made a seal in his hand and recited in his mouth. Shadow split technique. The 3 doppelgangers instantly appeared, vaguely surrounding Xiaohe in the center. Seeing 3 more identical people, Summer Harvest didn't panic. It would be a mistake to think that all she does is charm. A shocking aura radiated out from Xiaohe's body, and even Lu Yan and the others, who were standing at a distance, could feel a sense of oppression that made it difficult to catch their breath. Brother has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, so sister will play with you. Xia He came to a detachment in almost an instant, and slammed his hands into palms. Chincha's reaction was also quick, and he did not flinch in the face of Xia He's attack. A tribute-less air covered his hands and actively met them. This was the first time he had fought an inhuman head-on, just so he could test his strength. Boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, the two figures exchanged dozens of blows. The tremendous collision force even lifted up the debris on the ground. Chincha felt the situation of the bilocation. With a quarter of her power, she couldn't defeat Xia, but she could still fight her back and forth. If it was all the doppelgangers together, they should be able to take down Summer Harvest quickly. With a number in his heart, Chincha said with a playful smile, "Sister, if it's just this kind of force, my brothers won't have enough fun." As the words fell, the remaining three silhouettes all surrounded them. Xia He had long since put away the disdain in his heart. Although she hadn't seen a doppelganger type of jutsu, in her thoughts, this type of jutsu should be very difficult to deal with, fighting more and more and constantly pestering his opponents. Therefore, it is not possible to equip the doppelganger with great strength. One only needed to use their powerful bursts to quickly resolve one, and then break them down one by one, and they could end the battle quickly. But who knows? Not to mention a quick battle, he couldn't even beat a doppelganger. The power of just one detachment was on par with his own. Not only that, what scared her even more was Chincha's bizarre means. Every time the attack hit the air in Chincha's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely uncontrollable. The proud means of influencing people's desires had failed. The clarity in Chincha's eyes, how could he look half charmed? From the beginning, he was deliberately disguised, in order to make himself gullible and then gradually fall into his circle. Such an enemy is too scary. What's he going to do? Causing a change in Xia's mood. Quest progress +6, 1771%. Seeing the three figures joining the fight, Xia He could not beat them with both fists and gradually fell into a disadvantage. LV Liang saw Xia He's condition and revealed an anxious look. If it drags on any longer, the people from Nadutong will be arriving. By then, I'm afraid I'll be lost here. Not to mention asking where the legacy is. Looking at Yan beside him, he opened his mouth and urged, "What are you doing? Go help. Beat him and I'll promise you to join the full sex." Ryu Yan's body trembled even more after hearing this. Chinchao's shadow doppelganger technique brought back the fear of being dominated. The powerlessness of not being able to control the air seemed to take over the body again. "No, can't beat it. Run, run. Hey, where do you guys want to run to?" Chapter 12. Hey, where do you guys want to run to? Chinchao's voice came as if it was an evil spirit. The four of them surrounded Xia He, and they could slowly wear her down in a wheel battle. It was more than enough to free up his hands to deal with Lu Liang and Yan Lu, causing a change in Yu Yan's mood. Quest progress +3, 69%, causing a change in Lu Liang's mood. Quest progress +1, 53-61%. Feeling the increase in the progress of the quest, the smile on Chinchao's face became even more joyful. They're all experienced babies. Explode more experience so that you're one step closer to Sharingan. But how did Summer Harvest go up so little in mission progress? Looks like it's time to put some serious drugs on her. Bad taste flickered from Chinchao's face. Shadow split technique. The three doppelgangers plus Chincha once again released the shadow doppelganger technique. Shoo shoo shoo. A full 16 identical figures appeared in front of the crowd. One detachment stayed behind to guard Lu Yan and Lu Liang, while the other 15 detachments surrounded Xia He in unison. "Sister, I'm afraid you're not having enough fun." I called out a few more brothers. "Let's exercise together." At this time, Xia He had long been exhausted, and the air in his body was 10-1. A sense of powerlessness surged through his heart as he looked at the dozen or so extra figures. It was obvious that the person in front of him could easily defeat himself, but he chose to tease himself with such a tactic. As if a cat catches a mouse, the purpose is not to catch, but to play. Can't fight, can't run. Is he going to be planted here today? Causing a change in Xia's mood. Quest progress +10, 18-31%. Don't be afraid, sister. The brothers will love you well. A dozen or so doppelgangers, at the same time, stared longingly at Xia He with lustful eyes. It really wasn't a fake this time. By fighting with Xia, it let Chinchao know that his attributeless chi could accommodate any chi that entered his body. That's why when doing the Touch Me quest, Chinchao could absorb Lu Yan's air from the zombies. It wasn't a temporary ability given to him by the system, but one that came with him in his own right. The system just sucked the air out of the zombie's body and gave it to Chinchao to absorb. Therefore, if there were only a few doppelgangers, Chinchao was completely immune to Xia's air. However, summoning 16 doppelgangers at the same time ultimately left him somewhat overwhelmed. The air that Xia struck into her body when she resisted was difficult to be absorbed and accommodated, causing all of her bilocations to be affected by lust. Staring at Xia's delicate body, heavy breathing sounds came out from the doppelganger. Xia Ha also noticed Chincha's strange behavior, but she didn't make any moves. If he had been placed in a time when he still had some strength left, he would have used the illusion to satisfy and manipulate Chincha. But on the contrary, the air in her body was almost exhausted now, which was not enough for her to deal with Chincha. So, if there was no illusion for Chincha to vent, who would be the object of his venting? Faced with a dozen pairs of leering eyes around her, Xia He did not feel fear. She is not a little girl like Lu Yinyan, able to break out of the name of the whole sex for Zhang fanatic. What kind of wind and waves have not seen? A few men who coveted her body were not enough to make Xia Ha afraid. Of course, not afraid to be afraid. Fighting is definitely not a fight. The powerful diversionary techniques, the immunity to lust, all of them made Xia Ha, who had seen a lot of things, feel astonished. Surprised by Chincha's unfathomable strength, puzzled by Chincha's unknown identity. Did the appearance of such an unheard of inhuman by Zhang Chulan's side mean anything? Causing a change in Xia Ha's mood. Quest progress plus 9, 1831%. Causing a change in Xia Ha's mood. Quest progress plus 5, 1831%. Chincha watched with satisfaction as the quest progress increased. Not bad for a bone scraper. The emotional value provided is just high. It was that this lust was also too difficult to deal with, and one needed to separate one's mind and run the body air to suppress the interference of lust. Still too big to get so many doppelgangers out. And just then, boom! With a sound, Chinchao's doppelgangers were unexpectedly dispersed one by one. No good. Chinchao turned his head to look. It was Lu Liang. Many people knew that LV Liang was good at double all hands, but they forgot that there could be more than one LV family mastery. The Lu family's best technique, Rui Jin, is a kung fu technique that specializes in targeting veins and internal organs to inflict killing power. LV Liang only knows a little bit of skin, but it is enough to deal with Chinchao's doppelganger at this time. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Before Chinchao could react, Lu Liang quickly got into the pre-prepared van. Sis, get in the car. LV Liang couldn't care less about Zhang Chulan and Lu Yanyan and drove the van towards the surrounded Xia. Boom boom boom, several doppelgangers were knocked to the ground. Seeing that there was finally a hope of escape, Xia He clenched his teeth, and all the air he had left was focused on his legs. With a mighty leap, he jumped into the car. The omnisexual duo quickly fled away. Looking at the van that went away, Chinchao did not choose to continue to chase. LV Liang and Xia He are not characters that can be moved easily, and they are needed to drive the subsequent plot. Besides, it's not a bad day. Mission progress, 53, 1421%. The progress of Emotion Harvester is already more than half, far exceeding Chinchao's expectations. All it takes is another 47% to complete the mission and get the Sharingan. By that time, with the addition of the three major abilities, Insight, Copy, and Illusion, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. In particular, the ability to copy is enough to make Chinchao a hexagonal warrior, able to face any opponent with ease. Like the summer harvest she encountered today, if she possessed the eye of copy, she would be able to directly copy her abilities and influence her lust in turn. When the time came, Xia Ha was affected by the means he was so proud of, and he didn't know what kind of expression he would have. Should be interesting. As for the next object to harvest emotions, Chinchao already had a candidate. Tianqifu Junior Master Zhang Lingyu. The flawless Zhang Lingyu was surprisingly taken one blood by a full sex scraper. If Chinchao revealed this secret in public, he should be able to gain no small amount of emotions, and it would be best to complete the mission directly. If that wasn't enough, he would perform another handful of Raikiri himself, bringing a little tiny bit of ninjutsu shock to Zhang Lingyu. Junior Master will come tomorrow, right? By then, Feng Shiyan from the World Society will also be present, so I'm really looking forward to it. A sibilant sound came from the distance. Chincha looked up and saw that it was Xu San and Feng Baobao who had arrived late. Although he didn't know that they came back so late, Chincha still said with a smile, "I'll leave Chulan to you guys. I have something to do. I have to go first." After saying that, without caring about Xu San and Feng Baobao's reactions, he glanced at Zhang Chulan, who was lying on the ground in self-imposed isolation, and left with a swift pace. It really isn't that Chincha is heartless. The shadow doppelganger technique has one characteristic. The doppelganger has the ability to think independently. That means the emotions, knowledge gained by the bilocation, are all shared to the main body. This sharing is cumulative. 16 bilocations are 16 times the sharing. Out of this, just now it was too late to suppress the lust all appeared in the body. Chinchao cannot stop it. If Su Si had been there, he would have known that the direction Chinchao had gone to was Thompson Footpath. Chapter 13. Zhang Chulan was kidnapped again. Su San let Chinchao leave without opening his mouth to ask about what just happened. Although he was clearly the superior, he didn't think of commanding Chinchao. For this mysterious alien, Su San was more willing to call him a partner. They would cooperate on top of Feng Baobao's matter. And as for the rest, As long as they didn't violate the rules of Nadutong, Xu San would turn a blind eye. Besides, Xu San revealed a solemn expression. The person who kidnapped Zhang Chulan this time was no small player. A bone scraper summer harvest alone is tough enough to deal with, not to mention the all-sex newcomer, LV Liang, and the Xiangxi Lu family, Yan Yan Lu. Chincha surprisingly repelled them all with just one person. Not only did he save Zhang Chulan unharmed, he also captured Lu Yan Yan alive. And, by the looks of it, it didn't seem to be hurt at all. His strength. Xu San stroked his chin. I'm afraid it's not as simple as he thought. Dozens of kilometers away, the white van sped down the highway. After Lu Liang confirmed that there were no pursuers, he then breathed a long sigh of relief. Turning his head to gloat, he said to Shia Sha, "Sis, is there even anyone in this world who can resist your beauty?" Obviously. Lu Liang also found out from the battle just now that Chincha was able to immunize himself against Xia's ability. Xia ignored LV Liang's flirtation and said with a frown, "This time, our all-sex 4 Zhang maniacs have sort of met their match. Not only me, but I'm afraid the man is immune to the tactics of the other 3. LV Liang put away his joking demeanor after hearing this and said with a straight face, "What's going on, specifically?" Xia he voiced his guesses from the battle. If it wasn't for him being big-headed at the end, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Zheng Zhang also appeared on Lu Liang's face. Not only is it able to separate powerful bodies, but it is also able to absorb air. When in heaven's name did such a character come out? I'm afraid we need to think long and hard about Zhang Chulan. Welcome to the next visit. At the entrance of Thompson Footpath, Chincha walked out among the warblers. The night's hard work had caused him to sleep through the afternoon. The effects of lust have been lifted and the air in the body has become more solid, even without the system's reinforcement. Through battles, Chincha's strength continued to increase. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to improve. In terms of overall strength, Chincha was among the best among the younger generation of Inhumans. At full strength, few people could take it head-on and hard. However, his actual combat experience was too little, and there was a lot of room for improvement in his fighting sense and judgment of the situation. Now that you get fewer jutsu, maybe the drawbacks in this area aren't as obvious, but when the number of jutsu one knows gradually becomes greater, such disadvantages will gradually magnify. Therefore, Chincha now craved for more battles. Zhang Lingyu would be a good whetstone. Compared to Xia He, it was obviously Zhang Lingyu who was more suitable to be the target of Chincha's practice. He was good in his own right, and he also mastered the Golden Light Mantra and the Yin 5 Thunders. All these would allow Chincha to gradually refine his combat experience by fighting him. The scene where Rachel took on Leifa was one he'd been looking forward to for a long time. Moreover, Zhang Lingyu would be the last piece of the puzzle for Chincha to complete his mission. Enrage Zhang Lingyu by saying what happened between him and Xia, and then defeat it head-on. This should harvest enough emotion to complete the mission. After obtaining the Sharingan, my overall strength will increase by a large margin again, and the room for maneuverability will become even greater. When the time comes, perhaps we can consider taking the initiative to contact the World Council, the Celestial Society, a newly risen inhuman power. Its president is one of the 10 brothers, Feng Jianghao. A generation of lords is what the Qin dynasty had to say about him. This man is stoic and understanding, and is very good to work with. If Chincha was able to cooperate with Feng Jianghao, he thought that he should be able to obtain a considerable amount of assistance. Coming to the one-man world, Chincha never intended to fight alone. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. Even if he is as strong as an old celestial master, he will still show a kindly side when facing interviews with reporters and inspections by leaders. What's more, Qin dynasty hadn't reached the strength of 1,000,000 enemies yet, so there was no reason to make enemies everywhere. Moreover, he had no conflict of interest with the world society, and he himself could even reveal some of the inner workings of the detaining spirit and dispatching generals, allowing Feng Jianghao to make some preparations in advance. After obtaining the Sharingan, I have the ability to make Feng Jianghao believe what I say and enter into a cooperative relationship with me. Thinking about it, Qin Chao had already returned to the dormitory. Zhang Chulan was the only one in the dormitory. The others should have gone out to surf the internet. Noticing that Qin Chao had returned, Zhang Chulan raised her head with confusion hanging on her face. Brother Qin, can I trust you? It seemed that Nadutong had already told Zhang Chulan part of the story. This little old man that he hadn't paid proper attention to for a few days must have a lot of thoughts going through his mind right now. Of course, you can definitely trust me. Qin Chao returned without hesitation. He didn't have any thoughts about Zhang Chulan in the first place. What legacy air body source flow lao nong gong Qin dynasty has no intention of seizing it. Of course, it would be a lie to say that I'm not interested. It was only that Qin Chao didn't have the same power as the other forces that were eyeing these things, and he chose to let nature take its course. If you have it, you have it, and if you don't have it. After all, It was the entire Naruto world of ninjutsu that he possessed. Although the 8 key techniques are strong, my ninjutsu is stronger. You're so right about the legacy, Zhang Chulan was still about to say, but Chincha had already interrupted him. Chulan, relax. I told you, I'm here to help you. Not only am I not interested in those things, I'll help you explore the secrets you want to know. The things that happened to your grandfather. The things that happened to your father. After all, it concerns my father as well. When Zhang Chulan heard Chincha's words, her heart gradually settled down. Yes, Qin and I have been together for so long. If he had any ill intentions, he would have struck long ago. Why wait until now? And it seems that his father was attacked and seriously injured and can't even travel far. This may have something to do with my grandfather as well. Qin should be someone who can be trusted. I'm sorry, brother Qin. I'm today. Zhang Chulan spoke of what he had seen today. It was right with what Qin Chao thought. Zhang Chulan has learned the reason for his kidnapping and has joined the Nadutong. I didn't realize that brother Qin is also a man who knows everything everywhere. We can act together afterward. Qin Chao nodded. This was indeed one of his purposes. It's getting late. Go to bed early. The two men talked a few more times and then turned out the lights and went to bed. Midnight. Ba ba ba. The inexplicable movement woke up the sleeping Zhang Chulan. There seems to be something outside the door. Miso. Ba. A black shadow with horns on its head flashed past Zhang Chulan's eyes, and he didn't see anything before he was put inside a sack by a pair of goat hands. Ta-da-da. After getting his hands on him, the dark figure darted off toward the outside of the school. Is it really here? Chapter 14 Raito Raikiri. The one who spoke was Qin Chao, who hadn't been sleeping. Looking at the distant sheep's shadow, he didn't hesitate and chased after it. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. When Qin Chao rushed to the scene, Zhang Chulan had already fought with the Taoist from the Heavenly Master's house. A fat and a thin two Taoists were casting the same golden light spell as Zhang Chulan. There was also a man with silver hair and white robes standing by. The white-haired man should be the junior master, Zhang Lingyu. After the three of them briefly exchanged blows, the fat and thin Taoist retreated and said towards Zhang Lingyu, who was watching the battle from the side. Junior master, this level is enough, right? This kid does master the golden light mantra, and is from our lineage of heavenly masters. You guys stand down. I'll take the next step myself. Junior master this. The mission arranged by the heavenly master is not. The fat and thin Taoist wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Zhang Lingyu's cold words. Stand down. Yes. Zhang Chulan had long been suffocated by the successive encounters of the past few days. It's not just a fight. It's the same for anyone. After saying that, he took the initiative to attack Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu's face showed disdain. Ha! Really don't know the heights of heaven. Qin Chao observed the sparring match between the two. In terms of the golden light mantra, the gap between Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu was not small. Zhang Chulan's golden light was simply covering his body, more like body protection chi. On the other hand, Zhang Lingyu's golden light had been able to gather form outside of his body, like a solid city wall. No matter what attack Zhang Chulan used, it was blocked by the golden light that was several times stronger than his own. Zhang Lingyu is indeed strong. If I don't use Thundercut, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to break through his defense as well. Qin Chao did not have arrogance and made his assessment objectively. Ultimately, there's too little offense. It seems that the mission must be taken tonight. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Chulan had already been knocked to the ground by Zhang Lingyu's giant hand in the form of air. I've had enough. This young master, meet my strongest power now. White lightning surged out from within Zhang Chulan's body as he finally couldn't help himself and used the thunder technique. Palm thunder. The golden light that was as strong as a city wall was also torn apart in front of the destructive lightning method. In the face of this situation, Zhang Lingyu was only stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. You think you're the only one who knows lightning? Click, 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 click. Zhang Lingyu's thunderbolt unexpectedly surfaced in his hand as well. Only his thunderbolt was black. Ink like lightning poured out and clashed with Zhang Chulan's lightning. Is this the Yang and Yin thunder? Qin Chao stared at the black and white lightning and muttered. If it's only at this level, then my Raikiri isn't afraid. The movement of the thunder spell casting was really big, resounding for several kilometers around. In comparison, the Raikiri that just covers the palm of the hand is much weaker. It would be a mistake for anyone to decide that Ray Cut is inferior to Ray Method through this. Thundercut is strong in the cut. Let you be strong. I cut off everything from myself. So what if it's Thunder Law? Cut off your roots and I'll see how you can still perform it. Qin Chao's hand was itching. He had no more intention to continue to watch, laughed lightly and walked out of the woods. Ha! This is the Taoist from Longhu Mountain? I see that the so-called representatives of the righteous path are nothing more than that. At this moment, Zhang Chulan had already collapsed helplessly on the ground. In the end, he was still too far behind in his Tao, and even if he used his thunder technique, he was still no match for Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chincha, who suddenly appeared without any change in his face. If you can't beat them, hire someone? Never mind. Zhang Chulan, you are indeed qualified to participate in the Luo Tianjiao Festival in January. This ritual will select the Heavenly Master's successor, and you are qualified to participate. After saying that, surprisingly, he was about to turn around and leave. By the looks of it, it didn't put Qin Chao in his eyes at all. Did I let you go? Qin Chao naturally couldn't let Zhang Lingyu go. He was still needed to complete the mission. However, Zhang Lingyu acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to leave on her own. Looks like it's not going to work without some trickery. Qin Chao slowly spoke. TSK, TSK, TSK. Too bad, too bad. Shaha the beauty can only perish. What did you say? When Zhang Lingyu heard Shaha's voice, she immediately took a step. Turning around, he looked at Su Chen with an unkind face and said, "You mean summer harvest? What happened to summer harvest?" It worked. Zhang Lingyu still couldn't forget about Shaha and immediately turned back when she heard something about Shaha. Qin Chao looked at Zhang Lingyu playfully and said, "Caught an all-sex petty thief yesterday, called something like Scraper Summer Harvest. I handed her over to Nadutong, and you know how Nadutong is about omnisex. Any and all means are used in order to interrogate useful information. Now that Shaha is in that state, even I feel heartbroken when I look at her." Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu revealed a rare look of anger, causing Zhang Lingyu's mood to change. Quest progress +7, 1234%. Not enough, not enough, 30% short. Add another fire. Qin Chao continued. Omnisexuals are just tough talkers. They're delirious and still can't ask anything. I just don't know what it means to keep mouthing Jade. Jade, save me. Causing Zhang Lingyu's mood to change. Quest progress +11, 1342%. Boom. A loud sound emanated from Zhang Lingyu's body as black as ink lightning surged out like a tidal wave. You seek death. Zhang Lingyu, under Qin Chao's provocation, actually used the true form of Yin 5 Thunder's Water Dirty Thunder. Haha, that's right. Qin Chao put away his playful expression and straightened up. Being in the center of the lightning, he could clearly feel the power of the Yin 5 Thunders. Thick and muddy, yet strange and varied. As pervasive as mercury, a slight glance seems to sink in. A steady stream of Yin 5 Thunders surrounded Qin Chao, surprisingly trying to devour him altogether. Brother Qin, Zhang Chulan's heart tightened when he saw this scene. Now this kind of black thunderbolt is more than several times stronger than the one he just faced. Can Qin Chao cope with it? What's the point of angering Zhang Lingyu for a good reason? Not only did Zhang Chulan have such thoughts, but Feng Xiaoyan, who had been watching from the sidelines, also had similar thoughts. Right now, the strength Zhang Lingyu had displayed had far exceeded the upper limit of the younger generation. Feng Xiaoyan asked herself that among the younger generation, even if she couldn't beat the best of them, she could at least fight back and forth. However, in the face of Zhang Lingyu, who had utilized the complete form Yin 5 Thunders, her heart couldn't even raise a single thought of confrontation. A deep sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Is this the little master of Longhu Mountain? With this kind of strength, can anyone defeat him? Qin Chao had been completely trapped by the Yin Thunder, and the overwhelming thunder and lightning wrapped him up. So from the outside, he could not see what was happening inside. Phew, next. It's time to test the true power of Raikiri. The oppressive feeling around is all demonstrating the threatening nature of Yin 5 Thunder. Qin Chao said that he is not afraid of that is false. Now he could be pulverized if he made the slightest mistake. But precisely this feeling of dancing on the tip of the knife made Qin Chao feel very hot. This was the fight he craved. Blue lightning appeared on Qin Chao's arm and gradually covered his palm. Rado Raikiri. Chapter 15, Acquiring the Sharingan Eye. With a low shout, Qin Chao's palm violently slashed forward. The expected explosion of the collision did not appear, but only the sound of ZZZ. Compared to the aura of the Water Dirty Thunder, it was completely dispensable, but it caused Zhang Lingyu's face to stare. After his anger had passed, he had gradually calmed down. There are many holes in Qin Chao's words and he may not be telling the truth, but the Water Dirty Thunder had already been used, and his own Yin Thunder cultivation was still shallow, so for a while he was even a little unable to retract it. He's not going to die in there. Just as Zhang Lingyu was trying to master the Water Viscera Thunder while worrying about Qin Chao's safety, a strange sound appeared in his ears. An opening suddenly appeared on top of the Water Viscera Thunder that wrapped Qin Chao and gradually widened. Conspicuous blue light emanated from it. Zhang Lingyu looked at this scene with inner shock. What kind of art is this? It can actually cut through lightning. As the mouth opened wider and wider, what appeared was clearly the figure of Qin Chao. He literally sliced through the water dirty ray with his ray cut. The blue lightning that was entwined in his hands naturally could not be hidden from Zhang Lingyu's gaze. Qin Chao smiled slightly at him. Your Yin 5 Thunders are no better than my Thundercut. The cutting process was smoother than Qin Chao had imagined. It was so smooth that he barely felt any hindrance before he broke through the five thunders. This is the true power of S-rank jutsu. Even compared to the other S-rank jutsu Filth Earth Transmutation and Ghoul Seal Ban, Raikiri didn't stand out very much, or even had a small reputation. But in actual use, its power, its destructive power, all deserve the name of S-rank jutsu. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar thunderbolt in Chincha's hand, Zhang Lingyu's face showed horror. It's the thunder law. The person in front of me is also casting a thunder technique. How is this possible? Causing Zhang Lingyu's mood to change. Quest progress plus 10, 24-35%. It was no wonder that Zhang Lingyu had such a big mood swing. For thousands of years, there was only one person who was able to teach the thunder law, the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's House of the Righteous Path. And the thunder law will only be passed on to those who are likely to inherit the position of Heavenly Master. The fact that there was a Zhang Chulan who knew lightning magic was already enough to surprise Zhang Lingyu. Who knew that there would be a second person who also knew thunder magic? Moreover, it seemed to be stronger than the lightning method he had mastered. To be able to possess such a powerful technique, what exactly was this person's origin? Chinchao's face did not change after hearing Zhang Lingyu's words. The alternating black and blue thunder light set him off as extraordinarily mysterious. Clear words came slowly out of his mouth. The world knows that the Heavenly Master's thunder technique is the only one that dominates the world, but they don't know that my Qin family also has the art of cutting thunder. Today, Qin dynasty of the Qin family, I implore you to teach me, Junior Master. As soon as the words fell, he only saw Qin Chao's right-hand thunder slice in the form of a sudden thrust, and he bent down to charge towards Zhang Lingyu. As he moved, the Yin thunder on the ground was like encountering its nemesis, flying apart to the sides, looking surprisingly like it was escaping. Zhang Lingyu looked at the bizarre scene in front of her, and a solemnity she had never seen before appeared on her face. At this moment, it was already too late for him to think about what exactly the Qin family was from. His attention was completely attracted by Qin Chao, who was attacking over. If you can't stop it, you'll really die. Golden light curse. The air in his body surged out of Zhang Lingyu's body without reservation. Layers upon layers, transformed into the shape of a shield blocking in front of them. Just as it was forming, the Qin attack arrived. Zip, zip, zip. It was still a tiny cutting sound, but it made Zhang Lingyu feel extraordinarily harsh. How? Thunder slice cut through his defense as easily as if it were tofu. With a bang, a white figure flew backwards. With only one strike, Qin Chao defeated Zhang Lingyu, who was under full defense, and made him incapable of fighting. Phew, luckily, I ended up stopping in time. Otherwise I would have had a headache if I really crippled him. Even in such a dangerous situation of being surrounded by five thunders, Qin Chao did not use his full strength, especially after breaking through the defense of the golden light spell. He even put away his Raikiri. Based on physical strength alone, he gave Zhang Lingyu a slap, but even just that was enough to give him a drink. Ahem! Blood seeped out from the corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth. Junior Master. Seeing this, the fat and thin Taoist rushed forward to check. He was relieved to see that his internal organs and meridians were not damaged. Turning to protect Zhang Lingyu behind her, she looked at Qin Chao intently, fearing that he would strike again. Extreme Cloud in Yi Xing. It's fine. This Taoist friend has no ill intentions. Zhang Lingyu slowly stood up and walked out from between his two master nephews. With his strength, he naturally knew that Qin Chao had finally closed his hand. Cupping his fists, Zhang Lingyu spoke. Thank you for being merciful, fellow Taoist. This time it was my failure to cultivate and move me to anger. I have kept the teachings of the Taoist friends in mind, and if I have time to come to Longhu Mountain as a guest, I will definitely welcome you with a sandwich. I will not stay any longer and take my leave. After saying that, he bent down and bowed before slowly leaving with the assistance of the fat Taoist. The haste was rather like an escape, causing Zhang Lingyu's mood to change. Quest progress plus 5, 12-34%, causing a change in the mood of Zhang Chulan, Feng Xiaoyan and others. Current quest progress is full. Emotion Harvester has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sharingan Eye. After harvesting the emotions of Shia Sha, Zhang Lingyu and the others, the mission was finally completed. A strange feeling covered Qin Chao's eyes, causing him to close his eyes. At this moment, no one could notice that Qin Chao's eyeballs were undergoing a radical change. The pupils were gradually replaced by red, leaving only the black spot in the center. The black dot was vaguely surrounded by a ring, which was dotted with a pattern in the shape of a hooked jade. This is the single Goyu Blood Will Eye. The reward distribution was completed and Qin Chao opened his eyes. For just a moment, he felt the entire world become completely different. The colorless, odorless air in the air became traceable. The wind was blowing, the gravel was rolling, everything was extraordinarily clear. Without turning around, he could feel Zhang Chulan's every move behind him. Even if it was someone who was extremely hidden nearby, Qin Chao could clearly detect the aura. This is the power of the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight that sees all. any opponent will have nothing to hide. And that's just one of the 3 abilities. If the eye of copy and the eye of illusion were open together, I am afraid that no one in the younger generation would be Chinchao's opponent. Who would have thought? In a few moments, Chinchao's strength was not what it used to be. Having the Sharingan eye is the equivalent of having all the jutsu of one person's world. I can make an exact copy of a technique that others have cultivated with years of painstaking effort just by looking at it. Surely it's better to know the Naruto world. Glancing at Feng Xian's hiding place, Chinchao ignored it and turned toward Zhang Chulan. Darkness. Feng Xian covered her small mouth. She had watched Chinchao's hand splitting thunder and lightning and palming back Zhang Lingyu. Strong, too strong. Zhang Lingyu, who was originally thought to be simply unbeatable, was easily defeated by Chinchao. No wonder father sent me to find Zhang Chulan. With such a strong person by his side, I'm afraid the secrets Zhang Chulan is carrying are not small. Before Feng Xian had time to think more, she realized that Chinchao had glanced here. No good. He found me. What is this? Chapter 16 Unexpected Rewards. It was just a look, but it made Feng Xian feel like falling into an ice cellar. What a pair of eyes. Red pupils on a white background. Bizarre black patterns loomed, like a vortex, sucking everything into it. Obviously just glancing at each other, Feng Xian felt an invisible pair of big hands, strangling her throat, making her unable to breathe. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and his mind was filled with awe at this moment. The cells of the whole body seemed to speak a word. Escape! Run! Even when Chinchao turned around and stopped looking at her, Feng Xian did not slow down. Sister Wind! Sister Wind! What's wrong with you? It wasn't until her companion called out that she was awakened. Phew phew! Feng Xian gasped for air. If, before today, someone had told her that a person could kill with their eyes, she would have scoffed. But after today, she would be convinced. Because, the man was right in front of her eyes. How can you have such terrible eyes? You must tell father when you get back. Pulling in this one is more important than pulling in Zhang Chulan. Chinchao naturally did not know that his casual glance made Feng Xian look like an enemy. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, this is the Sharingan eye. It is the strongest pupil technique in the Naruto world. Put in the world of one person, it's not too much of a stretch to say a descending blow. Isn't it normal to scare away opponents by looking at them? Walking over to Zhang Chulan, Chinchao patted his arm and said, well, it's okay. Zhang Lingyu's hand was not light, but it was somewhat measured, so Zhang Chulan's injuries were not serious. Scratching his head, Zhang Chulan said with a smile, ha ha, a small injury. I'm sorry to make Brother Qin laugh. I didn't realize that you also know thunder magic, Brother Qin, and it's so powerful. That Zhang Lingyu is simply no match for you. Saying that, he also noticed the change in Chinchao's eyes. Brother Qin, what's wrong with your eyes? It's red and looks weird. In fact, Chinchao's Sharingan eyes could be switched back and forth. When not in use, change back to normal eyes. When you use it, change it back. However, Chinchao felt that there was no need to hide in front of Zhang Chulan. As the two continue to fight side by side, there's no hiding this signature red eye. It would be better to inform Zhang Chulan now to appear more honest. This is my Qin family's unique skill. In addition to how to obtain it, Chinchao introduced all 3 major abilities of the Sharingan eye to Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan's eyes were glowing after hearing that. Wow! The heavens would actually have such a strange art. Brother Qin, your family is just too strong. It's much stronger than my grandfather and my old man. Chinchao was sweating as he listened. Where is the Qin family? Himself is actually a bare-bones commander. What's more, Zhang Chulan's family was not simple. Whether it was Zhang Huai or Zhang Yuda, neither of them were idle characters. He himself was quite strong now, but not arrogant enough to be compared to these two. Smiling awkwardly, Chinchao opened his mouth. Don't dare, it's all family, so what's the point of who's better than who? Hey, you don't know my old man. Zhang Chulan was about to say more when a flat voice rang out. Seeing you guys chatting so happily, the trouble should be solved. The one who spoke was naturally Feng Baobao, who had arrived late. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan stopped mentioning his father's matter and talked about what had just happened. Sister Bauer, you're here. Zhang Lingyu from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Feng Baobao remained expressionless after hearing Zhang Chulan's words. Alright, I'll go back and tell Xu San and Xu Si and see what they think. The 3 parted ways. Chinchao and Zhang Chulan walked on the way back to school. Zhang Chulan hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. Brother Qin, do you think it's necessary for me to participate in that Luo Tian Dajia? It was an inquiry, but the words were clear. He didn't want to participate in the Luo Tian Jiao festival. Seeing that Chinchao didn't say anything, Zhang Chulan said to herself, this heavenly master position is too impractical for me. I'm not interested in it at all either. The encounters of the past 2 days have been messy enough, and I really don't want to get involved in the fight for the succession, even though it concerns the truth about your grandfather? Brother Qin, what do you mean? When Zhang Chulan heard Chincha's words, he didn't show a surprised expression. Instead, he was thoughtful. That's the way to go. In Chincha's mind, Zhang Chulan was never a stupid person. On the contrary, he's smart. It's just that years of deliberate concealment have made him subconsciously choose to avoid the question. It's as incident after incident occurs that Zhang Chulan gradually reveals his true nature. And this is a process in which Qin dynasty does not intend to intervene. But a kind reminder is still okay. Chulan, I'm only here to help you. I won't make decisions for you. But you must have also found out that the golden light spell and the thunder spell that your grandfather knew both came from the heavenly master's house. So you don't want to know why that is? What exactly was your grandfather's status? What was the truth back then? All of this will only be accessible when you become the heir to the heavenly master's house. Chincha's words caused Zhang Chulan to fall into long contemplation. No words were spoken until he returned to his dormitory. It was estimated that it would take him all night to make a final decision. Chincha was also happy to be free. I've done a lot in the past 2 days, and my body is a little tired even if it's strong. Next, if Zhang Chulan agreed to participate in the Luo Tian Dajia, he would be dragged by Feng Baobao to train for a few days. He himself should be able to take this opportunity to rest in order to better handle the matters of the World Council. But before that, well, let's take a look at the new quests and new rewards. Chinchao's heart was filled with anticipation. Now that Sharingan has been given, can other top-notch jutsu be far behind? System, open the mission. Mission open. Open successfully. Mandate, paper is the best way to get the job done. What? Hit the Townsend footpath 9 times. Current progress, 0/9. Reward, Aoig Millennium Kill. Note, this task is a pre-qualification task. After completing it, open the advancement task and get the advancement reward. What? After seeing the rewards of this mission, Chinchao's inner expectations instantly collapsed. What the hell is the 1000-year kill? Is that even a jutsu? Please. I know how to do this without being taught. And this is a reward? How could Chincha not expect that the reward of this quest would be the 1000-year kill? As a Naruto fan, of course he knew this famous jutsu. It is a spoof body art created solely by Kakashi that specializes in attacking the enemy's backplate. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Once made, the men were silent and the women were in tears. While watching anime, Chincha also often laughed out loud with joy at the sight of his victimized subjects. But one size does not fit all. Now that the Millennium Kill had become a reward for the mission, he couldn't laugh at all. After the task is generated, the host cannot change it. Of course, Chincha knew that the mission couldn't be changed, but he just couldn't accept the discrepancy between the before and after. The last one is still the strongest pupil art, Sharingan. How the next one became a lower third jutsu Millennium Kill. Chapter 17, Teaching Old Farmers Kung Fu. And what's with this mission content? Let me clock the footpath. And a whole 9 times. System, that's full of juicers in there. You're killing me. Note, this task is a pre-qualification task. After completing it, open the advancement task and get the advancement reward. The system's reminder sounded. Only then did Chincha notice the difference in this mission. What kind of quests require a 1000-year kill as a prerequisite? It won't be. Chincha vaguely had bad thoughts in his heart. Since the system had said so, there must be a connection between the predecessor quests and the advancement quests, right? The next mission's not going to be about him going to someone, is it? A tonic. What would the other Inhumans call themselves if they saw this? Lower third fighters? Asterisk Man Orange? Daisy Monster? Compared to these titles, even the Bijin looks beautiful. System, what's the reward for the next mission? Chincha knew in his heart that since the mission had been opened, there was no escape. Might as well ask what the rewards are for the progression quests. On the off chance that it's a top-notch jutsu, then let him go Man Orange. It's not impossible. Isn't it just fame? It's nothing compared to the increase in strength. Advancement reward for C-rank jutsu. Specifics will be available only after opening the advancement quests. However, the system's words made Chinchao's hanging heart completely dead. C-rank jutsu? Are you kidding me? System? I'll put up with the 1000-year kill. Why is the reward for the advancement quest only a C-rank jutsu? So far, among the ninjutsu that Chincha had obtained, the lowest grade was B rank. Further up, there was the S-rank jutsu Raikiri, and the strongest pupil technique, Sharingan. And now they were being told that the rewards they needed to gamble their reputation on were only C-rated. Class C corresponds to the level of Nakanabu in the Naruto world. Although the cap wasn't low, it was already looking a bit cocky for the current Qin dynasty. With Sharingan eyes, are you worried about not having a jutsu to use? What he needed more was something like S-rank, jutsu or bloodline boundaries, jutsu with special abilities. Only these jutsu could increase his strength faster. Forget it, the heart is not in the right place. AC grade is AC grade. At the moment, Chincha needed to be more skillful in the ninjutsu he already had. A focus on quantity can be counterproductive. Refinement is more important than getting powerful jutsu. Thinking this through, Chincha slowly fell asleep in exhaustion, getting his energy up for tomorrow's punching bag. On the other hand, the world group, Feng Xian returned to the world society and told Feng Zhanghao everything that had just happened, in its entirety. Father, what should we do next? Feng Zhanghao didn't reply immediately after hearing this. Fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, lost in thought. It was originally thought that the investigation into Zhang Chulan was detailed enough. However, he never expected that a mysterious strong man would suddenly appear by his side, seemingly protecting Zhang Chulan. Lay Fa, alien pupil. In the Jianghu, when did we have such a number one character? But, that's more like it. As a descendant of the possessor of the air body source stream, how could there be no one to protect him? That lad from the Qin family should be a similar existence to a Dao protector. The Qin family. Interesting, the truth back then really wasn't that simple. A moment later, Feng Zhanghao made a good decision. Saiyan, the original plan stays the same. You continue to look for opportunities to bring Zhang Chulan to the World Council. As for the other one, you just need to treat him with courtesy. No need to exhibit him deliberately. If my guess is correct, wherever Zhang Chulan is, he'll be there. Feng Xian had always abided by her father's decisions unconditionally. Yes, father. Day 2. The sun is shining. Early in the morning, Chincha and Zhang Chulan were brought in front of a villa by Feng Baobao. Sister Bauer, I'm going to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival. What are you doing bringing me here? After a night's time, Zhang Chulan finally decided to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival. The truth about what happened to his grandfather, the news of his own father, were all reasons why he had to go. Brother Qin's words were right. Only by obtaining the qualification for the succession of celestial masters could he himself find the secret of that year. When Feng Baobao heard Zhang Chulan's inquiry, her calm eyes did not ripple. You don't really think that with your current strength, you can compete for the position of heavenly master? Yesterday, Zhang Lingyu didn't even use half of her strength, but you couldn't. Not to mention Qin Chao, who only needs one finger to hit you. Zhang Chulan was naturally unconvinced. No man could accept a woman saying that she couldn't. Just when he wanted to retort, he suddenly thought of the image of Qin Chao and Zhang Lingyu fighting last night. He does seem a bit inadequate if it's at that level, but still, he said somewhat sheepishly. Naturally, I can't compare with Brother Qin, but I'm not bad either. Besides, I still have tricks up my sleeve. If he used it, he might not be unable to touch base with Zhang Lingyu. Don't you think so, Qin? Qin Chao snorted and glanced at Zhang Chulan. He knew what Zhang Chulan was talking about in terms of a masterstroke. The little white worm, a remotely controllable lightning method developed by Zhang Chulan. The power was indeed not bad, but this move had a long forward swing time, and it was impossible for him to have a complete time to unleash the full power during the real fight against the enemy. Thus, in terms of his own strength alone, Zhang Chulan really needed special training. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Feng Baobao would pass on the old farmer's kung fu to Zhang Chulan this time. This was a mysterious gong method left by Zhang Huai to his grandson. Being able to condense a yuaning within his body could save Zhang Chulan's life at a critical moment. But what does that have to do with me? Baby, I have things to do today. Can't you just let me get some sleep? It's not like Qin Chao wanted to participate in the Luo Tian de Jiao. The plan was to sleep in until I woke up naturally and then hit the Townsend footpath. The mission requirement was 9 times, but Qin Chao planned to do it once a day. Feng Baobao looked at the lazy-looking Qin Chao and recalled what Xu San said to himself yesterday and said back, you also know thunder technique, so you can be Zhang Chulan's companion, so that his palm thunder can progress a bit faster. Zhang Chulan also playfully chimed in from the side. Yeah, brother Qin, that thunder move of yours is really cool. If I can learn it, what's there to be afraid of Zhang Lingyu? Well, that's making yourself a chaperone. Qin Chao didn't refuse. He was, in his obvious capacity, Zhang Chulan's helper. It would be a bit out of character to refuse this little favor. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out the other 2 abilities of the Sharingan, copy and illusion. After all, it's just sparring, there's no need to get real. You may not be able to control the force well if you use Thundercut directly. Copying Zhang Chulan's golden light incantation and palm thunder to practice against him was just enough to help him while improving his own control. Moreover, Qin Chao was also very curious about the ability of the illusion. What kind of illusions can one create? How long do they last? And how do they consume? These need to be summarized through battle. Qin Chao walked into the villa while thinking about it, and as soon as he entered, he heard Zhang Chulan's exclamation of surprise. Bao-chan, what are you doing? Chapter 18, Sparring. Qin Chao sniffed, only to see that Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan were face to face, forehead to forehead. From an onlooker, it looks like a couple's intimate encounter, which is extraordinarily ambiguous. However, Qin Chao knew that this was Feng Baobao teaching old farmers kung fu. Red pupils instantly appeared in his eyes, and the hook jade turned vaguely Copy. Chincha unleashed his Sharingan eyes. He certainly didn't want to learn the old farmer's kung fu. He just wanted to satisfy the curiosity in his heart. What was the origin of this technique that could save Zhang Chulan several times? What level exactly? Could it have something to do with the 8 Wonders technique? None of this was mentioned in the original manga. Now that Chincha can see the old farmer's work face to face, he naturally will not let go of this opportunity to find out the truth. Sure enough, it failed. After a short while, Chincha did not gain the ability to use old farmer's feats. He didn't have any frustration though. This failure had instead allowed him to validate certain suspicions in his mind. In the world of one person, the only jutsu that could disable the copying ability of the Sharingan was the Hachi Kijutsu, a jutsu that was close to the Tao. Therefore, even if Old Farmer's Gong wasn't an 8 strange techniques, it was still a technique on the same level as the 8 strange techniques. Since this was the case, if there was one, there would be 2. Wouldn't there be more techniques that would reach the level of the 8 strange techniques? Or maybe the 8 wonders techniques aren't that simple, and they actually have more forms of existence? Chincha was extraordinarily curious about all these questions. This curiosity is not about wanting to have. He had access to Naruto ninjutsu, and thought to himself that, even if he was facing the 8 strange techniques, he would not be the least bit weak. The 8 wonders technique wasn't that attractive to him. Chincha's curiosity was more of an exploration of the unknown. It's like the desire to explore the 100,000 reasons as a child, with the goal of simply wanting to know the truth. Zhang Huai's secret, the truth of the Kashin rebellion. These things were not only what Zhang Chulan wanted to know, Chincha also wanted to know. So now that you have the ability and the stamina to explore, why not go for it? Chincha had been helping Zhang Chulan right, but from beginning to end, he was all about accomplishing his purpose, all about satisfying his own ideas. It's true that Zhang Chulan is the main character, but who says there can only be one main character? Why can't he or she be the protagonist in this wonderful world? 3 hours later, Zhang Chulan slowly awoke, head so dizzy. Seeing this, Feng Baobao clattered. A basin of water poured up. Well, sober? Bao-chan, what are you doing? Feng Baobao didn't pay attention to Zhang Chulan's complaints and said, I've already passed on the old farmer's gong to you, and after that you'll practice it in this way. Zhang Chulan felt the subtle knowledge in his brain, his body unconsciously meditating in place. Indeed, there are inexplicably many more ways of traveling in the air. Seeing that the transmission was successful, Feng Baobao continued, from today onwards, you will practice against Chincha during the day and cultivate old farmer's gong at night. Aim to get a leap in strength within a month. It's going to start now. Okay. Since Zhang Chulan had already made up his mind to participate in the Luo Tiandajia, he naturally wouldn't be lazy in matters of training. Brother Qin, have mercy. The villa rented by Natopia is very empty. In order to have space for sparring, Chincha and Zhang Chulan quickly got ready to cut. Did you have to do that? Chincha looked at the heavily armed Zhang Chulan not far away and was somewhat speechless. Nice guy, wearing protective gear all over his body and even on his head. He was even wearing a bulletproof undershirt on his chest, and he didn't know where he got it. This is not going to cut. It is enough to go directly to the battlefield. Zhang Chulan patted his hard armor and looked at Chincha without any embarrassment. Brother Qin, don't blame me. It's really because you're so good that I had to resort to this. This gear is expensive. You'll have to pay for it if you break it. Hearing Zhang Chulan's words, Chincha was dumbfounded. The title Unshakable Blue Lotus is a good one. Back to the main topic. The two officially started sparring. Sharingan. Chincha directly opened his Sharingan eyes, and bizarre pupils appeared in his eyes. Zhang Chulan was also aware that Chincha had this hand and was not surprised in the slightest. Golden Light Curse. It's always right to come up and stack defense first. As Zhang Chulan made the Golden Light mantra, Chincha immediately used his Eye of Insight to observe his movements. In an instant, Zhang Chulan's way of performing the air and the incantation for the release of the spell were all presented in Chincha's mind as if they were cracked. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Zhang Chulan, heaven and earth, the fundamental root of all air. Qin dynasty, cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas to prove my divine power. Zhang Chulan, cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Qin dynasty. Chincha used the golden light mantra together with Zhang Chulan at an almost synchronized speed. The golden light on his body was even more prevalent than the one on Zhang Chulan. It was like a wall protecting around the body. A thick sense of oppression swept over Zhang Chulan, and even with his full armor plus the defense of the golden light mantra, he didn't feel a trace of security. He knew that Chincha could copy his own techniques through his eyes, but hearing and seeing are totally different. After years of cultivation, the other party learned it with just a glance, and also performed it better than himself. The frustration of this is indescribable. Is this the strength of Brother Qin? Zhang Chulan muttered. His feelings at the moment were somewhat similar to Feng Xian's. The enemy in front of him is simply invincible on his own. But Zhang Chulan was Zhang Chulan after all, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. If I don't even have the courage to make a move, then how can I go to the Luo Tian Dajia? Now that someone as strong as Qin is willing to train with me, I should feel lucky. Brother Qin, I'm on. With a low shout from Zhang Chulan, the two began to exchange blows. Bang bang bang. The sound of collision constantly resounded in the villa. Slow, too slow, compared to Zhang Chulan's all-out effort. Qin Chao looked extraordinarily idle, facing an opponent with no combat experience. Qin Chao did not even need to have insight to cope with it comfortably. It wasn't that Zhang Chulan was really that weak, but rather that his attacks were unorganized. Anyone with a little bit of battle sense could guess what he wanted to do next. Qin Chao also had this shortcoming, and if he met a real expert, this shortcoming of his would also be infinitely magnified. After all, it's still too little real-world experience. Perhaps I don't have to rely on the Sharingan every second of the day. Relying too much on it instead won't help me improve my strength. When Qin Chao thought of this, he eliminated his sharing wheel eyes, dispersed the golden light spell, and fought Zhang Chulan with his physical body alone. This is not an advantage that comes from giving up the Sharingan. Rather, Qin Chao wanted to exercise his fighting sense in this way. A knife in a child's hand is not the same power as in an adult's hand. The only way to better utilize other jutsu abilities such as Sharingan and others is to constantly improve your combat awareness. Palm Thunder. Qin Chao's face became cautious when he heard Zhang Chulan make the Thunder Law. He still didn't use any jutsu. I don't know if my fleshly body can stand up to Palm Lightning. He was actually trying to face the Palm Thunder's attack head-on without any defense. Chapter 19, Zhang Chulan runs away. Where did Zhang Chulan think that Qin Chao would not defend at all? The Palm Lightning in his hand, unreservedly slapped up. Boom! The smell of burnt blackness filled the air. Qin Chao was directly knocked out 3 meters away. Brother Qin. Phew. Phew. Are you okay? Why don't you defend? Zhang Chulan panted and ran next to Qin Chao and asked worriedly. Ahem. It's fine. It's not a big problem. Qin Chao's chest was charred in black, and it looked pretty horrible. In reality, he wasn't seriously injured. Apart from the skin trauma, the internal organs were not seriously traumatized. A few moments of rest will ease it. Zhang Chulan was still uneasy and reached out to touch it, confirming that there was no serious harm before he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qin, you're really skillful. I wouldn't dare to take this Palm Lightning myself. I didn't realize that you only had a few superficial wounds. Qin Chao was also satisfied with the strength of his physical body. He hadn't been too sure of his strength in this area, which was why he had the idea of trying it out today. I didn't realize that the intensity was good. Although he couldn't receive the Palm Lightning hard without any damage, the Palm Lightning couldn't cause substantial damage to him either. That's still only receiving 2 body enhancements. If he were to do it a few more times, even once, he was confident that he wouldn't be in such a mess as he was today. Afterwards, the two of them saw that it was getting late, so they did not continue sparring. Zhang Chulan needs to practice old farmer's kung fu, while Qin Chao needs to go to Thompson's footpath to clock in. Walk out the front door of the villa. Qin Chao was keenly aware of a few unfamiliar lines of sight. If anything, poking at the place, the line of sight is hidden, not like surveillance. It should be someone from the world society. Qin Chao quickly made a judgment. At this point in time, only the world would have found this place so quickly. It was impossible for Feng Zhanghao to give up on the idea of recruiting Zhang Chulan, and he would definitely continue to send people to find Zhang Chulan. I just don't know if Feng Xiayan will come. If it came, it was just right to pass some information to Feng Zhanghao through her. Let's see where you are. As soon as the Sharingan eyes opened, the fluctuations of the surrounding inhuman air immediately became invisible. Looking at the flow of this air, it should be Feng Xiayan correctly. I didn't think she'd really come. Qin Chao looked toward a black SUV on the side of the road, determined the location, and slowly walked toward her. Feng Xiayan looked at Qin Chao, who came over, and her heart could not help but tighten. Those scarlet eyes yesterday had really cast a small shadow on her. Seeing it again, even if she knew that Qin Chao was not an enemy, she was still a bit scared. But thinking of what her father had said to her, Feng Xiayan still gathered her courage and opened the car door to step out. Qin, Mr. Qin, what do you want to see me about? If we feel we are disturbing you, we will leave immediately. Qin Chao waved his hand. He didn't come to say this. Ms. Wind, there's no need to be nervous. Introduce yourself. My name is Qin Chao. I didn't come here this time to talk to you about Zhang Chulan. I won't interfere with how you treat Zhang Chulan. I'm only responsible for his safety. I don't care about anything else. I came here to talk to you. Oh, no, to talk to your father about the Wind family. And it must be with your father only. The Wind family thing? When Feng Xiayan heard Qin Chao's words, doubts flashed in her eyes. If it wasn't for the mysterious origin of the person in front of her, she would have scoffed. The Wind family. as the founders of the World Society, had power all over the world. Its current family head, Feng Zhenghao, was even one of the 10 brothers. With such a powerful background, you need an outsider to talk about the Win family? Or talk to the family head? Who gave you the courage? But after Feng Xiaoyan heard Chinchao's words, apart from being puzzled, she did not have the slightest contempt. The other party's mysterious and unpredictable means and bottomless strength were enough to draw her attention. Mr. Xin, may I take the liberty of asking what's going on? Chinchao did not hide it and said directly, it has something to do with detaining the spirits and sending the generals. The intelligence of the spirit detaining and dispatching general was the basis of Chinchao's cooperation with Feng Zhenghao. Right now, Feng Zhenghao could not have imagined that behind the detaining spirit dispatch, there was a hidden secret that was not known. If he were to reveal these things himself, he would surely be able to pull him onto the same page. Feng Xiaoyan's face changed slightly when she heard Chinchao's words. If that's the thing, that does suffice for a conversation with the father. The detaining spirit dispatch would serve as the Win family's best skill, and the research on this strange skill had continued until now. Even if Chinchao's origins were mysterious, could he still know more than the Win family? Chinchao saw Feng Xiaoyan's doubt and smiled slightly. This matter concerns the fundamentals of your Feng family. I'm not so bad as to make such a joke in front of President Feng. Just in the next few days, I will pay a visit. With words having been said to this extent, Feng Xiaoyan did not dare to refuse even if she had doubts. Okay, Mr. Xin, I'll go back and talk to my father. As he was about to leave, Chinchao stopped her. I just happened to be going out, so give me a ride. 10 minutes later, Feng Xiaoyan looked at the signboard of Thompson's footpath with something in her eyes. From what she understood, this footpath was not a serious place. Chinchao came here. It can't be too. Okay, thank you. Chinchao doesn't care what Feng Xiaoyan is thinking. He only counts one punch in a day. He can grab and grab. As soon as he entered, he heard the pimp's voice. Brother Qin, you're here. Please come inside. Same old. Well, it's still 6 and 9. Looking at the light-hearted Chinchao, Feng Xiaoyan for the first time had the thought of questioning. This Mr. Qin, is he reliable or not? The next few days, Chinchao practiced against Zhang Chulan during the day and went to Thompson footpath at night, living a busy and fulfilling life. Mission progress, July 9th. Phew, finally just 2 more punches and I'm done. Chinchao's heart did not have the slightest expectation for this mission and the subsequent advancement mission. After all, the rewards were only the Millennium Kill and C-ranked ninjutsu, which he couldn't even look at with his current strength. The reason why I am so tireless and keep punching the clock every day. It must not be the run. Well, it must not be. Back to the villa site, Chinchao noticed the difference from afar. A crack, running out from the interior of the villa, looked particularly hideous. Walking into the villa, Zhang Chulan had already disappeared without a trace. Only Feng Baobao, who had her head lowered, was left behind, her mouth chanting all the time. Screwed up, screwed up. Chinchao knew that this was Zhang Chulan who couldn't stand Feng Baobao and ran to the World Council. The cause of the incident was indeed a bad job done by Feng Baobao. Finding a few chickens to help Zhang Chulan break the palace sand is unacceptable to anyone else. Although Zhang Chulan appeared to not care about anything on the surface, he actually had a sensitive mind. He had been looked down upon since he was a child, and now to be treated in such a manner was similar to outright humiliating him. However, seeing Feng Baobao's disoriented appearance, Chinchao could not say anything to accuse. Alright, baby, Zhang Chulan will be back. Let's just go and apologize. But before you apologize, you need to change your clothes. No one should be able to resist a sailor suit. Chapter 20 Fighting on the World Council. The entrance to the Sky Group. Baobao Feng was wearing a double ponytail and a sailor suit. The white stockings on her legs delineate the absolute realm of the hidden. Come on, smile. Chinchao took a quick picture, then said into his cell phone. How about it? 3rd and 4th. My taste is fine. Tiny Zhang Chulan, don't you just take it down. On the other end of the phone, it was naturally Xu San Xu Si. They quickly learned of Zhang Chulan's escape and called over to ask Chinchao how to deal with it. Where did he think that Chinchao directly brought Feng Baobao, who was in disguise, to the entrance of the World Club? Intend to go straight to the door and ask for someone. Chinchao. What do you think? Dressing the baby up like this? How can you bring back Zhang Chulan? The one who spoke was Xu San, who saw the photo. He couldn't appreciate the sailor suit. It just felt out of place. If he were to do it, he would have chosen a professional outfit with black glasses. That's the proper look. 3rd child. You know nothing. The baby's outfit, from the perspective of my aesthetic patriarch, is perfect. A little virgin like Zhang Chulan definitely can't carry it, he said, letting out a ha laugh. He Chinchao. I really didn't misjudge you. We are in the same way. How's it going? Thompson's footbath is good, isn't it? I tell you. Xu Si wanted to continue, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Xu San. Chincha, back to the point. There's nothing wrong with you going up to the World Council to ask for Zhang Chulan, but be careful not to clash too much with the World Council. We have an official background though. We're not afraid of the Wind family, but there's no need to make the relationship a stalemate. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Xu San's meaning, Chincha understood. This is to worry that he did not strike lightly. In case he hits someone too hard, the follow-up is not good to finish. Okay, got it, I got it. Chincha hadn't had the idea of laying down a harsh hand. He still had to cooperate with the world society, so naturally he wouldn't do something that would easily cause misunderstanding. Xu San was relieved to see Chincha agreeing so readily. He was worried that Chincha had joined everywhere on the surface, but still continued to do what he wanted to do. Although the Heavenly Society was an inhuman organization that had just risen up in recent years, its strength was not to be underestimated, until it was absolutely necessary. Nadutong didn't want to have any conflict with the World Council. As for whether Chincha could deal with the World Council, Xu San was not worried. Looking at the performance of the last couple of outings, unless Feng Zhanghao makes a move, otherwise, just with the people left behind in the World Society now, they wouldn't be able to take down Chincha. After hanging up the phone, the two of them, Chincha and Feng Baobao, walked into the building of the World Group. With a kind smile on his face, Chincha said softly to the receptionist, "Big sister, we want to see Zhang Chulan, please call him out." The receptionist lady looked up at the talking Chincha, saw that he looked new and coldly returned, "I'm sorry, the chairman ordered that young Master Chulan has important things to do and it's not convenient to meet the guests." Chincha's face remained unchanged. It seemed that his identity hadn't been made public by the World Council, or else this receptionist wouldn't have treated him like this. Just as well, he didn't want to be too famous. Becoming a celebrity, instead, makes it inconvenient to do things. Chincha continued, "Since it's not convenient for him to meet us, it's better for us to meet him, please lead the way." The receptionist's tone grew impatient. "If you say you can't see it, you can't see it. You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Yo, so what if you're picking a fight on purpose?" The front desk was prepared. Without saying anything, with a wave of his hand, a group of security guards immediately pounced on Chincha. Fork it out. A group of ordinary people were naturally no match for Chincha. In 3 strikes, he knocked a dozen security guards to the ground. Seeing this, the others who had rushed to support them immediately took out their walkie-talkies. "There's been an invasion. Call out the cadres." The cadres of the Heavenly Society are the Inhumans who possess special abilities. To put it nicely, it's a cadre. To put it badly, it's the head of security. Soon, 4 men arrived on the scene. Chincha had an impression of these people. One of them with white hair was Feng Zhanghao's son, Feng Xingtong. It was also one of the younger generation, the possessors of the detained spirit dispatch general. This one really can't lay a heavy hand. Chincha doesn't want to be remembered by Feng Zhanghao like the Wang family in the future. What audacity, daring to invade the world society. How many of them are there? The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit. "Cadre, there are only 2 intruders." Hearing this, the man in the suit snorted. "Just 2? A little girl, and a little yakuza? What an ignorance." He does have the capital to say such things. The man in the suit's ability to fire compressed air to trigger an explosion. If it was an ordinary inhuman, if they were not careful, they would be injured by the shadowless air. Unfortunately, none of the 2 people present were average. Chincha pointed at himself. "Little yakuza? Are you talking about me?" The man in the suit did not even look at Chincha and said in a bold manner, "Or what? Inhumans like you who come out to fight, who have no power, no background, and can't beat me, what are you if not little yakuza?" And, boom, boom, 2 explosions suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, the man in the suit struck out without warning as he spoke. "Phew, that's insidious. You'll have to pay me back for this dress." Chincha looked at the torn clothes, and underneath the clothes was unharmed skin. He could even carry palm lightning hard, and eating an air cannon head-on didn't hurt him in the slightest. Feng Baobao could detect the suitman's intention to attack and also prepared a defense in advance. The man in the suit frowned slightly, not expecting his attack to be blocked so easily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a strange red light suddenly glow in the eyes of the man in front of him. When the man in the suit saw this look, he knew that his opponent was going to start counterattacking, and immediately prepared his defenses. But he hadn't seen anything yet, and there was a boom. It only felt like the sky was spinning and both eyes were black. This is my air cannon? How can it be?" Too late for him to react. Several air cannons quickly surrounded him. Boom! Suit man, out! Looking at the man in suit who fell to the ground, Chincha could not help but sigh. The ability to copy, it does work well. From the insidiousness of the suit man's strike just now, although he looked down on Chincha on his mouth, he was actually very cautious inside. Relaxed Chincha's guard through words, then give an attack by surprise. Unfortunately, even if he had 1,000 precautions, he could not have thought that Chincha could use his supernormal ability. When the remaining three saw this, their faces were different. Two of the cadres, revealing unkind expressions, the air in their bodies slowly flowed, wanting to help the man in the suit take revenge. Feng Xingtong looked into Qin Chao's eyes as if he was thinking of something, and a panicked expression appeared on his face. Cadre, stop it. Chapter 21, Jazhang Yu of the West. Feng Xingtong remembered. The man in front of him was Qin Chao. It's the one that my sister has been telling me not to mess with. How did you meet him here? However, by the time Feng Xingtong raised his voice to stop him, it was already too late. The remaining two cadres had long rushed to Qin Chao. Qin Chao looked at the two people in front of him, an old man wearing only his underwear and a red-haired child. If memory serves, the old man's ability is similar to Luffy's rubber fruit, which allows him to freely stretch various parts of his body. The child's ability, on the other hand, is bestiality, with a significant increase in physicality and the evolution of sharp claws in his hands and feet. The two of them were trapped and attacked, but they worked well together. But ultimately, the difference in strength is too great. The old man had just trapped Qin Chao with his body when he broke free with brute force. The child's sharp claws touched Qin Chao's body, but instead, his own hands were numb with shock. Boring. Qin Chao beat them like a house, without any pressure. A single alien means could no longer harm him. It's no wonder the foreigners are so after jutsu. With or without jutsu, there really is a world of difference in strength. The three cadres that were defeated had not learned any jutsu other than their own powers. In combat, it's easy to get a feel for the attacks and thus be easily defeated. And if an inhuman masters the art, it can work with their own abilities to achieve a 1+1 situation. It doesn't look so stretched out in a fight against someone. At the same time, jutsu could also enhance the cultivation, divine sense, and other aspects of the practitioner's ability. It can be beneficial and not harmful. The only downside is that it takes a lot of time to learn, but that was nothing compared to the benefits of the spell. Qin Chao couldn't help but sigh. I really miss Zhang Lingyu. As a disciple of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Lingyu was one of the best among the younger generation in terms of both cultivation and mastery of arts. Only by fighting such an expert could he feel the pain of battle. After a few moments, all three cadres lost consciousness. Cold sweat began to break out on Feng Xingtong's forehead mountain. Looking at Qin Chao who was walking towards him, he did not dare to make a move in the slightest. He thought that he was familiar with the foreigner experts of all sects and factions under the world, but the path of the person in front of him was completely confused. Strong physique, bizarre pupils, ability to copy alien powers. There was simply no sex arts that could match these. Sister was right. This person must not be messed with, and there must be some unfathomable force hidden behind him. Do you know where Chloe Chang is? Qin Chao's face reappeared with a kind smile and asked. He still had a friendly attitude towards this young master of the Wind family, not only because of his father, but because of himself. A person who treated Spirit Du with sincerity was enough for Qin Chao to show kindness to him. After all, who doesn't like to make friends with people with good hearts? Feng Xingtong felt Qin Chao's attitude and an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. This strong man seems to be quite good at getting along. It's not as scary as you said. However, he didn't dare to slack off, and barely pulled out a smile to meet Qin Chao's eyes and returned. Qin, brother Qin, Zhang Chulan is on the 31st floor. The pressure on Windstar Tong from the sharing wheel was so great that it caused him to be unable to speak properly. 31st floor? Okay, thank you. Qin Chao patted Feng Xingtong's shoulder in appreciation. Turning his head to Feng Baobao, he said, come on baby, let's go find Zhang Chulan. As the two of them walked into the elevator, Feng Xingtong's whole body relaxed. Phew, scared the hell out of me. What the hell are those eyes? Qin Chao and Feng Baobao quickly arrived at the 31st floor. Baby, when you see Zhang Chulan, you're so pouty. Please, 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 believe me, no man can resist. The two men talked and laughed as they walked through the door of the parlor. Upon entering the door, there was no Zhang Chulan in sight. Only a red-haired man stood in the center of the room. With his eyes closed, he looked like an expert. Qin Chao knew who he was. West Jia Zhengyu. He was considered one of the few characters in the one-man world that Qin Chao loathed. In the original episode, a sneak attack from behind while Feng Baobao was not paying attention. Several sharp objects directly penetrated Feng Baobao, and one of them even went straight through the heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the baby was armed with a secret skill, but any other person would have been in deep trouble. It is not too much for Qin Chao to beat to death such a person with a sinister heart. When the three of them met, Jia Zhengyu was the first to speak. You are the intruders? Be sensible, and bind your hands when you see me. He looked at Qin Chao and Feng Baobao, and his face gradually turned cold. These two had the nerve to talk and laugh in front of him. Defenseless. It's not even taking himself seriously. Very good. Don't get on your knees and beg for mercy when you've seen what I can do. The other side. Inside the parlor, Feng Zhenghao was inviting Zhang Chulan to join the Feng family. What the Wind family has mastered is detaining spirits and dispatching generals. As descendants of the same 8 people back then, let's become family and find the truth of that year together. Zhang Chulan looked at the eloquent Feng Zhenghao, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. He recognized the strength of the heavenly society, and it might really help him find the truth about what happened to his grandfather and father. But whenever he wanted to say yes, the figures of Chincha and Feng Baobao would always surface. Zhang Chulan had seen all of Chinchao's help all along. Make your own decisions and ask for his advice anyhow. And then there's Baobao Feng. She did those things for her own sake in the first place, and there was absolutely no need to be angry with her. Moreover, the old farmer's gong that was practiced in the past few days was not an ordinary gong method at first glance. Sister Bauer, who was also true to herself. Zhang Chulan's tangled expression was seen by Feng Zhenghao. He also didn't want to convince Zhang Chulan so quickly and opened his mouth. Chulan, just take your time to think about it. For the next few days, you'll stay in the world and relax and unwind. Sion has a massage for you. Massage? Zhang Chulan immediately came energized upon hearing this, where he had enjoyed this. Just as he was about to say yes, a knock came at the door. Dum. Feng Zhenghao raised his eyebrows and said, "Come in." Entering the door was the staff responsible for the security of the World Council. "Chairman, it's bad. There's an enemy attack. A red-eyed man and a woman in sailor's clothing are on their way here. Master Jia has already gone over to block it." Feng Zhenghao froze when he heard it. He had already heard the information about Qin Chao from his daughter Feng Xiaoyan and knew that the red-eyed man was Qin Chao. He also knew that Qin Chao had said that he would come to talk to him about the matter of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. For such a strong person, Feng Zhenghao had always given respect. He was thinking about when to invite Qin Chao for a meeting, but he didn't expect him to come in such a way. Looking at Zhang Chulan, Feng Zhenghao laughed. "Chulan, your friend really cares about you. Come on, let's hurry up and meet. Don't ever let a misunderstanding hurt the peace." Zhang Chulan also knew that it was Qin Chao coming. But, who's the one in the sailor suit? It can't be Sister Bauer, can it? Chapter 22, The Power of the Eye of Illusion. In the meantime, Jia Zhengyu had already exchanged hands with Qin Chao. Running stream palm. The moment he struck, it was the Jia family's best skill. Qin Chao had heard of this trick. This is a very insidious palm technique. It wraps the watery stream of air around the palm of its hand and attacks the enemy. All it takes is a light brushing against an opponent, and bodily fluids and internal organs are impacted by a stream of water like air. If one is not careful, the person who is hit will be like being swept into the ocean current and will not be able to control his body at all. In the end, he was injured by the constant churning of the air in his body. I wonder if I can carry the running stream palm. Qin Chao wanted to try the power of the palm technique. He wasn't too big. No matter how powerful the running stream palm is, can it be stronger than the palm thunder? The palm lightning couldn't even do any damage to himself. So what was the point of a mere palm technique? What he really wanted to try was whether or not the air coming in from the running stream palm could be dissolved by his own attribute-less air. When Jia Zhengyu saw Qin Chao's appearance, he could not help but sneer in his heart. "Ha, so braggadocious. Let's see if I don't cripple you." Only heard a pop sound. Running stream palm hit Qin Chao's chest. Hiss. The original torn clothes, completely ripped, but Qin Chao's body, however, did not even move. The power of the palm technique was about the same to him as the air cannon he had just received, causing no damage at all. When Jia Zhengyu saw this, his face changed slightly, but he did not retreat, and slapped his palms one after another on Qin Chao's body. "Humph, don't think that just because external kung fu is powerful that it's useful. This running stream palm of mine is more than that." Seeing this, Qin Chao immediately knew Jia Zhengyu's intention. He was trying to rely on the running stream palm to strike a constant stream of air into himself, thus inflicting damage on himself from within. But the idea is rich, but the reality is very bony. If the air produced by the running current palm could be called an ocean current, then the air inside Qin Chao's body was a wave. As soon as the ocean current enters the waves, it is completely abated in moments. The most powerful part of the running stream palm could not do much damage to Qin Chao at all. "Have you made enough noise? It's my turn." The hook jade in Qin Chao's eyes turned slightly. Inside plus copy, a perfect replica of the penumbra palm. Running stream palm. Qin Chao. Jia Zhengyu's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He himself had fought until now, and the person in front of him was unexpectedly unharmed. Not only that, he made the same move as himself. "Isn't the running stream palm my Jia family's best skill? How did you get it?" "No good." Jia Zhengyu was too late to think anymore. As a cultivator of the running stream palm, he was naturally very familiar with its power. Even if he took a slap himself, it wouldn't be good. Bang! Jia Zhengyu had already tried his best to dodge, but Qin Chao's attack was not so easy to dodge. Only a silhouette was seen flying backwards and smashing into the ground. The power is not bad. Chincha clapped his hands, looked at Jia Zhengyu who was struggling to stand up, and continued, "Thank you for the penumbra palm. I enjoyed it." At this moment, blood was spilling from the corner of Jia Zhengyu's mouth, and the disordered air in his body made him temporarily unable to move. But the physical pain is nothing compared to the taste of failure. Chinchao's words were like the tip of a needle, sticking in his heart. There is nothing more humiliating than losing to your own moves. The good thing is, the downside of the running palm is that it doesn't kill immediately. Relying on this drawback, Jia Zhengyu quickly calmed the churning within his body with his own mastery of it. "Don't think you can beat me like that." Jia Zhengyu's face became vicious as he once again offered the running stream palm and charged towards Chincha. It was impossible for the same move to cause any more damage to Chincha. Jia Zhengyu knew this, and so did Chincha. Going to use the dragon pecking cone? This was another means of attack for Jia Zhengyu. Specific items that are fed with your own air through a secret method, to the point where you can manipulate them as you wish. Jia Zhengyu hid the dragon pecking cone in his sleeve, wanting to wait until he was close to Chincha before delivering a fatal blow. But these movements were especially clumsy under the insight of the Sharingan eyes. Chincha could clearly perceive Jia Zhengyu's every move. There was nowhere to hide his intentions. The sharp breath under his sleeve. "Children are not allowed to play with such dangerous toys. Confiscate them." Chincha deliberately opened his mouth to speak, causing Jia Zhengyu to look at himself. Jia Zhengyu only felt a blur before his eyes, and his mind was distracted for a moment. "What's wrong with yourself? How can one be distracted in the middle of a battle?" Regathering his spirit, Jia Zhengyu continued to attack Chincha. His cuffs flicked up and his mind unleashed the steel needle-like weapon to shoot out. "Let you eat my pecking dragon cone." But what Jia Zhengyu didn't expect was that the sleeves were empty. "Where's my dragon pecking cone?" This was a weapon that he had been harboring for many years, so how could it quietly disappear from his side? Without waiting for him to react, a teasing voice came from Chinchao's mouth. "I told you couldn't play with it, but you wouldn't listen, so I had to keep it for you." Jia Zhengyu looked up and at some point, Chincha had an additional set of weapons in his hand. Looking at the shape, it was none other than his own pecking dragon cone. Jia Zhengyu was shocked. How in the world did this person on the opposite side do it? Chincha smiled slightly. Just now he unleashed the ability of his sharing will eye of illusion. The reason why Jia Zhengyu froze was because he was being manipulated by his illusion. The illusion consists of time stopping, hard control of Jiazhu for a minute, making him think that only a split second had passed. Taking advantage of this, Chincha greatly took the pecking dragon cone from him. The illusion is indeed powerful. Chincha felt the sensation of using it just now, and in his heart, he realized this ability of the blood wheel eye. Theoretically, he could create any illusion except time stopping. What he thinks is what he gets. Even if it's just a fantasy scenario, he can create it. Only the effect, power, etc. of creation are all related to the air within the body. The more real the illusion, the more air is consumed. If the object of the spell is stronger than yourself, this drain will be even more. On top of that, the person casting the spell must be eye to eye with themselves for the eye of illusion to take effect. Once the sight is out of the way, the illusion will not be broken. However, in Chinchao's opinion, this seemingly restrictive condition would instead make the enemy cower. How can you fight if you're afraid to even look at your opponent? I'm afraid you can't even see the action. And even with proper defense, I can fail countless times while you can only fail once. If you fail just once, you will immediately be controlled by the illusion. So the best way to deal with the Sharingan is to surround it. Multiple people surrounded it, leaving the right wheel with no time to spare. But Chincha was not afraid of siege. But don't forget, he also has the shadow divergence technique. This was the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Mastering a variety of jutsu had allowed him to comfortably deal with any situation in a battle and ensure that he did not lose the upper hand. "Well, I'm okay with this move, right?" Chincha said with a sideways glance behind him. The person he was talking to was Feng Xingtong. This young master of the Feng family came to the scene when Jia Zhengyu was sent flying. The entire process of casting his own illusion was seen by him. Feng Xingtong's pupils shrunk slightly. The bizarre scene just now had once again refreshed his understanding of Chinchao's strength. He wanted to say it even though he didn't know how many times he had sighed. How the hell did that happen? Chapter 23, The Ungrateful Jia Zhengyu. Feng Xingtong thought back to the scene just now. Jia Zhengyu, who was coming on strong, suddenly stood frozen in place as if he had been cast with a fixation spell. Even Chincha took the weapon from his sleeve without any reaction. Also, the ability to copy someone else's jutsu has reappeared. Is there no limit to this ability? Wouldn't that make anyone cower in fear when facing him? Once a jutsu is used, it is copied. How can this be a fight? If Chincha knew Feng Xingtong's thoughts, he would definitely tell him that it was wrong to say so. The copying ability of the Sharingan eye is not omnipotent, and certainly has limitations, except for the fact that you can't copy something like the 8 Wonders technique, which is a technique that borders on Tao. If the caster's own abilities are strong enough, they can also resist the Sharingan copy. For example, if it was the old heavenly master who cast the golden light mantra, then even Chincha could not copy it even if he exerted all his strength. In addition to that, there were some special arts that Chincha could not copy, like the Zhuge family's Wuhou Qi Men. This kind of technique cannot be imitated alone. It also requires knowledge of the 4 panels and 8 trigrams, the use of the forces of nature, and a combination of factors to copy the complete Wuhou Qimen. However, it's the same ability as the Sharingan illusion. Even though the copy has many limitations, that doesn't stop it from being powerful in its own right. It was more than enough to deal with an inhuman like Jia Zhengyu. Master Jia, I accept your gift. Qin Chao looked at Jia Zhengyu, who was still skeptical, and waved the weapon in his hand at him. Asshole, you give it back. The dragon pecking cone was a weapon that Jia Zhengyu had been harboring since he was a child, so how could he possibly let it remain in the hands of an outsider? After losing so badly today, if he didn't even get his weapon back, what face would he have to hang out in the inhuman circle again? With a thought, he maneuvered the dragon pecking cone to return. Since you want it, I'll give it back to you. Qin Chao did not resist the force of the pull in his hands. The pupils moved slightly, and the dragon pecking cone accelerated to shoot out from his hand. You can even control the dragon pecking cone. The dragon pecking cone that shot back rapidly was not in Jia Zhengyu's control at all. The weapon that had been contained for so many years was coming straight at him. But Jia Zhengyu couldn't dodge in time and was pierced to the ground. Qin Chao was just about to go up to make up for it when a calm voice rang out. Little brother Qin, I still hope that for my sake, I will spare Master Jia's life. Qin Chao looked up. The one who spoke was Feng Zhanghao, and he was followed by Zhang Chulan. Since President Feng personally asked for mercy, what's the harm in me sparing his life? This bit of face, Qin Chao still gave. Feng Zhanghao started with nothing and is strictly a businessman. Businessmen know the trade-offs. If Jia Zhengyu of the Western Jia family made a mistake with him, even if the originator wasn't him, he would inevitably be pursued by the Jia family. Instead of facing the possible loss of benefits, it was better to put down their stance and ask Qin dynasty to stop. Still, the jungle is not about fighting and killing. The jungle is about people. Hearing Qin Chao's words, the smile on Feng Zhanghao's face grew even bigger. Thank you, little brother Qin, for raising your hand. I've long heard of little brother's reputation, and today I've seen that it truly lives up to its name. Why don't you spend a few days here at the World Club? Any requests? Just ask. Young, powerful, not arrogant and not impatient. The more Feng Zhanghao looks at Qin Chao, the more satisfied he is. Whatever he has to talk to himself about, recruit him first. Qin Chao understood Feng Zhanghao's mind. He's got a crush on me. Maybe, afterward, he will introduce his daughter to himself. With Feng Zhanghao's character, he really could do such a thing, but it didn't fit with his purpose. The Qin dynasty wants cooperation. Cooperation on an equal footing. The Heavenly Society's strong assets, rich intelligence network, and countless inhuman experts were all reasons why Qin Chao wanted to cooperate. Having these, one can better navigate the inhuman world and explore the secrets of the inhuman world. Moreover, Qin Chao was confident that he had enough leverage to make Feng Zhanghao agree to cooperate with him. President Feng invited me, so naturally I have no reason to refuse. Why don't we wait to deal with the matter at hand before we have a long talk? Qin Chao looked at Zhang Chulan behind Feng Zhanghao and indicated his intention to come. Feng Zhanghao was an old fox and had long known the purpose of Qin Chao and his party's arrival. Alright then, Chulan is here. You guys talk. No matter what decision is made, you will always be welcome in the world. He turned sideways, allowing Zhang Chulan to stand in front of him. Chulan, I was wrong. Go back with me. Feng Baobao, who was wearing a sailor uniform, quickly stepped over Jia Zhengyu and walked over to Zhang Chulan, bending down to apologize. Zhang Chulan's eyes went straight. Where had he seen Sister Bauer dressed like this? Is this the legendary pure lust? I love it. When Feng Baobao saw that Zhang Chulan did not say anything, she thought that Zhang Chulan had not forgiven her. Remembering what Qin Chao had said to her, she immediately hugged Zhang Chulan's arm and shook it left and right. Please, 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 please. Zhang Chulan's ears crisped up as he listened. Being pregnant with Shagong Sand, he had no resistance to these at all, and immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Fine, fine, I'll go back. And just then, a breaking sound came from the air, accompanied by a furious roar. I want you to die. It's Jia Zhengyu. His eyes were red and his face was hideous. The pecking dragon cones were like bullets, shooting towards the defenseless Feng Baobao and Qin Chao respectively. Tonight, he had suffered a humiliation he had never known. In front of Qin dynasty, the proud arts and weapons became a joke. Feng Zhanghao, who had originally esteemed himself, did not even look at himself squarely after entering the door. That's all there is to these. Now even a little girl dared to ignore herself and step over him. How could he put up with that? I can't beat them. I can't sneak up on them. Death to all. Several people present had different looks. Feng Baobao still maintained her original position, her hand pulling Zhang Chulan's arm, seemingly not noticing the attack behind her in the slightest. Zhang Chulan was so immersed in tenderness that even when he heard Jia Zhengyu's movements, he was too late to react. Winstar Tong is a long way away and can't be helped. Only Chincha and Feng Zhenghao immediately made a move when Jia Zhengyu just made a move. Bold, ×2. Chincha and Feng Zhenghao spoke out at the same time. Several black shadows immediately appeared behind Feng Zhenghao, detained the spirit and dispatched the general. The black shadow in human form darted and swam behind Feng Baobao, wanting to block the attack for her, and Chinchao's movements were even faster. His sharpening will eyes flickered slightly with red light. The speeding dragon pecking cone, as if it was being manipulated by a large hand, suddenly turned a corner halfway through its flight and shot towards its owner. Jia Zhengyu. No! With Jia Zhengyu's miserable cry, 2 pecking dragon cones, each running through both his hands and feet. The intense pain caused him to struggle desperately on the ground as if he were like a worm. But that's not enough. Chincha walked to Jia Zhengyu and broke his head over to force him to look at himself. Look at me. The voice was flat, but in Jia Zhengyu's ears, it was like a demon's whisper. Pain was drowned out by fear, and he spoke with a shudder. You, what are you doing? Chapter 24, Formal Talks. What are you going to do? I'm the Jia Zhengyu of the Western Jia family. Don't you dare. Noisy. Chincha originally did not have a good feeling towards Jia Zhengyu. From the beginning, he had gone with the intention of scrapping Jia Zhengyu. There was absolutely no need to show mercy to such devious and unscrupulous people. If Feng Zhenghao hadn't opened his mouth, he would have already dealt a harsh blow. Now it's a disgrace. Then don't blame me. The sharing will eye in Chinchao's eyes flew, and the red pupils became more and more bizarre. Even the onlookers on the side felt inexplicable palpitations. Brother Qin, why does it look so scary? Zhang Chulan had never seen such a serious Chinchao. Even if he could only faintly peer into Chinchao's eyes from the side, he could not help but be drawn in. The pupils were like whirlpools, wanting to devour him. Don't look at him, and none of you should look at him. A pair of large hands covered Zhang Chulan's eyes, and the owner of the large hands was Feng Zhenghao. He had long since put away his amiable smile, and solemnity appeared on his face. Just now, even he appeared slightly frozen when facing Chinchao's sharing will eye. What the hell are these eyes? Insight, copy, illusion. Is it a jutsu, or an alien power? In just one battle, Feng Zhenghao had guessed the ability of the sharing will eyes, but the more he knew, the more he could feel the terrifying aspects of Qin dynasty. Your movements will be invisible to him, and your jutsu will be his offense. At the same time, one has to guard against cold illusions. Even if he had become a 10th brother, Feng Zhenghao had never seen such a tricky opponent. If he had met someone like this when he was younger, he was afraid that he would not be any better than Jia Zhengyu now. In the meantime, Jia Zhengyu had fallen into the illusion. No one knew what he was going through except Qin Chao. All that could be seen was that his body had been convulsing violently, and his mouth was struggling to open wide in an attempt to make a sound, but he couldn't utter a single word. The blood in his entire body seemed to boil, making his skin look extraordinarily red. After a few minutes, Qin Chao let go of Jia Zhengyu in his hands and turned away without even looking at him. Sometimes the cruelest means of punishing a person is not to kill him, but to make his life worse than death. After Jia Zhengyu broke away from the illusionary realm, he unexpectedly didn't shout. His body didn't stop twitching and his whole body curled up, his eyes were white, and his mouth kept talking in a voice that only he could hear. I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Qin Chao walked to Zhang Chulan's side and reappeared with a kind smile. Qin, what did you do to him? Zhang Chulan's voice trembled a little. What happened to Jia Zhengyu happened in front of his eyes. In his opinion, Qin dynasty's methods were a bit too cruel. It's just a slight punishment. I didn't take his life. He should be thanking me. Qin Chao did not feel that he had done too much. When he first traveled through the world of one man, he was ready to face everything head-on. This world, it's never cruel. If you're soft, no one else will be. If Qin Chao hadn't been more skillful just now, wouldn't he have succeeded in his sneak attack by Jia Zhengyu? That's a death sentence. He didn't have Feng Baobao's ability to come back from the dead, and being hit could be a real death sentence. But that's too. Zhang Chulan looked at Jia Zhengyu, who was not in human form on the ground, and couldn't bear it in his heart. Even if he was mentally mature, he had just begun to encounter the world of the Inhumans, and was not yet able to adapt to the cruelty of it. Qin Chao also knew that Zhang Chulan needed time to change. Patting him on the shoulder, he intoned, Chulan, this world is never a windless greenhouse. It's full of calculations and fights. Only if you're ruthless, others won't dare to mess with you. I hope you understand that. After saying that, he left Zhang Chulan alone to think. Qin Chao refaced Feng Zhenghao and said, President Feng, things have been taken care of. Chulan's decision. I'm sure President Feng would agree. Just let them go back. We have important things we need to talk about next. Feng Zhenghao laughed, not even looking at Jia Zhengyu on the ground, and said, just listen to little brother Qin. He was satisfied with what Qin Chao had just done. Even if he was calculating, he couldn't look at a villain like Jia Zhengyu who stole from behind. If Qin Chao spared him, Feng Zhenghao would instead look down on Qin Chao. Good thing. Qin Chao was ruthless and did a good job. As for the troubles of the Jia family behind Jia Zhengyu, Feng Zhenghao did not put it in his mind. He would even take the initiative to block these troubles for Qin Chao. Just because he doesn't want to mess with right and wrong doesn't mean he's afraid. Jia Zhengyu's sneak attack from behind was not a moral right. Even if the Jia family pursued the blame afterward, he would still be justified. Moreover, the world society is not a vegetarian, and if they really want to fight, the district Jia family is nothing. As for Qin Chao, his back is all through everywhere. Who dares to mess with the righteous in this world? Inside the parlor, Feng Zhenghao dismissed everyone, leaving Qin Chao and himself alone. Little brother Qin, what do you want to say to me about detaining spirits and dispatching generals? He didn't talk much nonsense and got straight to the point. Before today, although Feng Zhenghao admired Qin Chao, he did not take his words to heart. Thought it was just Junior finding a reason to want to see himself. But after watching Qin Chao's battle today, his thoughts changed. Qin Chao's performance was enough for him to put Qin Chao on par with himself. He was very interested in the intelligence of detaining spirits and dispatching generals from Qin Chao's mouth. Qin Chao did not answer immediately, picked up the teapot on the table, poured 2 cups of tea and put them in front of himself and Feng Zhenghao. President Feng is polite. Just call me Qin Chao directly. I did come here this time to talk about detaining spirits and sending generals. As for the purpose, it's to cooperate. Feng Zhenghao took the tea handed over by Qin Chao and blew on it. Oh, cooperation? Are you representing the forces behind you? He subconsciously thought that the cooperation pursued by Qin Chao was the cooperation between the world society and the Qin family. If that's the case, then there's no harm in the two sides cooperating and working together. If the Qin family was able to cultivate a strong person like Qin Chao, one would think that it would not be simple. Qin Chao picked up the tea, took a sip, and said word by word, no, it's my personal partnership with the World Council. When Feng Zhenghao heard this, he put down the cup of tea in his hand that he had not yet started to drink and turned his body sideways to look at Qin Chao. Mr. Qin can't be joking, can he? Mr. Wind is a layman, so I'll say what I have to say. Mr. Qin's strength is certainly good, but I, the world society, have no shortage of strong men either. If it is only based on the value you show now, it is not enough to cooperate with the World Council. On the contrary, if Mr. Qin wants to join the world society, then I will definitely warmly welcome him. Qin Chao remained unhurried in the face of Feng Zhenghao's questioning. Compared to the noble world society, even if he was strong, the help he could provide was limited. There doesn't seem to be any tangible benefit to be gained from working with him. But Qin Chao had his own leverage. That's the intelligence that detains the spirits and sends the generals. Why don't President Feng listen to my next words before making a decision? Maybe change your mind? Then I'm all ears. This matter is a long story. Let me start with President Feng's grandfather, Feng Tianyang. Chapter 25. Qin Chao slowly talked about the secret of that year. Back then, in order to save himself, Elder Feng knelt before the Wang family to seek refuge. The Wang family agreed, and it did help the Wind family to block a lot of calamities. But all this comes at a price. Not only did Elder Feng hand over the complete spirit restraining dispatch to the Wang family, but he also swore that he wouldn't pass on the complete spirit restraining dispatch to his descendants. This information, when Feng Zhenghao really knew about it, he had to wait until the Luo Tiandajia, by Wang Ai, the head of the Wang family, who told him himself. But by that time, his own son was seriously injured by Wang and he himself had to be humiliated by Wang Ai, so he thought that it wasn't so good inside. Feng Zhenghao listened to Qin Chao's narration, and waves had long been rising within his heart. No wonder. So it's because of this. He remembered his grandfather's dissimulation when he was a child. Obviously obtaining such a powerful technique as detaining spirits and dispatching generals, he always kept a low profile. He was also always taught that he must endure and not go around causing trouble. He didn't understand then, but now he does. It turned out that it was because Grandpa had suffered such a humiliating past that he kept his head down. Feng Zhenghao again recalled Wang Ai's disdainful look at the 10 brothers meeting. Originally, he thought that Wang Ai just couldn't see him, a newly promoted 10 brother, and couldn't look down on the world society's underpinnings, and that's why he looked down on him so much. I'm afraid there's a lot of mockery in that disdain now. The Wang family masters the method of spirit eating, which is even more overbearing compared to spirit detention. Permanently enhance your cultivation by eating elves directly raw. Qin Chao spoke out the information about the spirit eater. It's not exactly top secret. when it was time for the Luo Tian Dajia, Wang An would show the ability of spirit eating in front of Feng Xingtong. Informing Feng Zhanghao in advance now was a way of expressing his sincerity, so that he could make some preparations in advance. Of course, if he only relied on these contents, Chincha felt that it was not enough to impress Feng Zhanghao. The next piece of intel he set himself was the heavy hitter, but before that, he had to see Feng Zhanghao's reaction. It was right that Chincha wanted to cooperate, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to tell everything he knew. Doing that, instead, makes you less valuable. Cooperation was mutual. If Feng Zhanghao was not sincere enough, then he would not be taking a deeper step. After Feng Zhanghao heard Chinchao's words, he kept drinking tea repeatedly, trying to calm his heart. If what Chinchao said was true, wouldn't it be that the Wen family would never have a day to stand out in front of the Wang family? The detained spirit will be eaten at will by the other person. What's the difference between that and being choked? But Feng Zhanghao was an old man after all, even if he already believed in Chinchao's words to the nth degree. But he still had doubts in his mind. It's not that I don't believe in what Mr. Qin has said. It's just that I've never heard of these things before and it's hard to accept them for a while. I wonder how Mr. Qin knows all this and what evidence he has to prove that this is true. Chinchao smiled slightly after hearing this. Feng Zhanghao's thoughts were within his expectations. The things one says are decades away from now. It has been difficult to examine how true it is. Just a verbal description wasn't enough to make Feng Zhanghao completely believe in himself. That's good. At least he's already thinking about cooperating. Otherwise you wouldn't go to so much trouble to get yourself self-attested. President Feng, of course I have a way to prove that what I said is true. I have a jutsu called Sharingan, which can pull people into the illusion of creation. What exactly happened back then? Why don't President Feng personally enter my illusionary realm and take a look? This is the means by which the Qin dynasty testifies against itself. By simulating the scene when Feng Tianyang handed over the spirit detaining dispatch general at that time, he made Feng Zhanghao believe in himself. A simple illusion certainly wouldn't do, and he was prepared to bring Feng Zhanghao into Feng Tianyang's perspective to personally experience what his grandfather had experienced at that time. This would be the first time so far that Qin Chao had fully utilized his Sharingan eyes. He also happened to want to see what the upper limit of the Sharingan eye was really like. After Feng Zhanghao heard Qin Chao's words, he did not hesitate for a second and immediately returned. Then it will be hard for Mr. Qin. Alright, then please ask President Feng to look into my eyes and not resist. A massive amount of air rose from Qin Chao's body and surged into the Sharing Will eyes. Eye of Illusion. Activate. Feng Zhanghao only felt his mind tremble, and his entire body instantly appeared in an unfamiliar environment. Intense pain came from all parts of his body, and after Feng Zhanghao came to his senses, he realized that he was tied up inside a cell. There were people all around, staring at themselves with dog-like eyes. Feng Tianyang, do you know your sin? Half an hour later, Qin Chao withdraws from the use of the Sharingan. Weakness like he'd never felt before made it difficult for him to maintain a proper sitting position, and he slumped back in his chair without regard for his image. Few for me right now. It's still too much of a stretch to simulate the illusion 100%, but it's enough to do that. Feng Zhanghao, as a strong person who had become famous in the inhuman realm for many years, the strength of his divine sense was far from being comparable to Qin Chao. If the ability of the sharing well eye wasn't perverse enough, it would be impossible for an unusual illusion to keep Feng Zhanghao immersed for so long. The older generation of Inhumans are indeed all uncomplicated. It seemed that in the future, he could not just rely on the system alone to gain an increase in strength. You can't fall behind in your normal practice. Feng Zhanghao slowly opened his eyes, his face devoid of any expression, but the clenched hands revealed his inner unrest. Other than what Feng Tianyang was thinking at that time, he experienced almost all of the other feelings in a real way. The pain, the shame, the stoicism. It's like it's happening to you. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zhanghao poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Chao. Mr. Qin, a great favor is not appreciated. I agreed to the collaboration. In the future, you will always be the most honored partner of the world society. Qin Chao was slightly stunned. Feng Zhanghao's reaction was somewhat unexpected. The fact that the Wang family would detain spirits and dispatch generals was not important information, and the older generation of shifters knew it. Like one of the 10 brothers, the Lu family, Lu Ci, was one of those in the know. One is just using this intel as an add-on, which is the equivalent of a flat A at best. As a result, you handed over the Met? Come on, you're Feng Young-ho, can't you be more sophisticated? Ask me more before you make a decision. In fact, if one were to think differently, one would be able to understand why Feng Zhanghao would agree to cooperate so quickly. Qin Chao is aware of the plot and is in God's perspective, so he is not sensitive to these things. But Feng Zhanghao is not. Originally, he was unaware of the situation, which was equivalent to the Wang family being in the dark and the Wind family being in the light. If the Wang family had some small moves, he had no way to defend himself. but now knowing the entanglement of the two families, light and dark were immediately exchanged. It became the Wind family in the dark and the Wang family in the light. With Feng Zhanghao's means, he could do a lot of things secretly in advance. There was no way that the matter back then could just be left alone. The Wind family would not count, and the Wang family would not let it go easily either. One day, the two families will collide. At that time, Feng Zhanghao, who had made preparations in advance, was equivalent to seizing a head start, and could allow the Feng family to avoid a lot of losses. Therefore, it was not an overstatement to say that Chincha had been a great benefactor to the Feng family. However, since Feng Zhanghao was so sincere, then Chincha would not be stingy. President Feng is polite. Since that's the case, then I won't hide anything. Although the Wang family's mastery of the spirit-eating technique was strong, if they really used this technique, that's the way to death. Chapter 26, The Spirit Eater is a General. The way to take death? When Feng Zhanghao heard this, his brows were slightly locked and he did not show a surprised expression. Chincha couldn't help but feel that he was worthy of being an old fox. Just through the illusion created just now, Feng Zhanghao detected something. Feng Tianyang, as his grandfather, couldn't be a person who let people bully him. In the face of the Wang family's demands, how could they be left to their own devices? He's bound to tinker with the Wang family's affairs, and this handicap is the key point for the Wind family to turn the tide. With this, when they encountered the descendants of the Wang clan in the future, they wouldn't be suppressed at every turn. As for what exactly this handicap is, Feng Zhanghao didn't know, and neither did Qin Chao, but Qin Chao had his own suspicions, and this speculation is perhaps infinitely closer to the truth. Picking up the tea handed over by Feng Zhanghao, Qin Chao slowly opened his mouth. To make the reason for this clear, you have to start with the spirit detainer itself. With all due respect, amongst the Wind family, the current mastery of spirit detainment and dispatching of generals is not even close to a scratch. This also includes President Feng yourself. Qin Chao said this without any politeness at all, without any regard for Feng Zhanghao's face. However, Feng Zhanghao did not show a trace of displeasure and asked as he poured the cup full of water. If Mr. Qin has any insights, Mr. Feng is all ears. Qin Chao did not continue to sell the story and opened his mouth. Not only the Wind family, but also the Wang family, you have not mastered the true spirit detaining dispatch at all. The emphasis is on the spirits and the generals, not on the spirits. Take Windstar Tong. He does manage to detain elves, but when he tried to get these spirits to use them for himself, it was more like a discussion, a collaboration, not a dispatch at all. What is repatriation? It's dispatch. Use it. I don't care if you agree or not. Use it immediately when you want to. So what if I refuse? I control you directly. This is what it means to detain a spirit and dispatch a general. To detain it and use it, and to be overbearing and incomparable. Instead, the spirits are offered up as ancestors and have to get approval when they want to use their abilities. Qin Chao recognized Feng Xingtong's attitude towards spirit, but not the way he used it. If he were to do it himself, he would have all the spirits in full control. If you don't, I'll let you go. But if you stay, then you must serve me. No matter how powerful the detaining spirit dispatching general is, it is still a spell. A jutsu is a tool, and a tool must obey. Battles between foreigners were inherently cruel and incomparable, and victory or defeat was often a matter of thought. How could one let an unstable element follow him around? Feng Zhanghao realized after hearing Qin Chao's words. No wonder the Wind family's use of spirit detaining dispatchers these past few years has remained on the surface. It turns out to be fundamentally biased. The heart felt a few more points of favor towards Qin Chao. The young man is a real handful. Such news could clearly be used as a bargaining chip to exchange with the World Council. And now it's telling itself without reservation. How should one repay him? Might as well introduce your daughter to him. Thinking about it, Feng Zhanghao didn't say it out loud. Qin Chao's words helped him a lot, but they hadn't answered the doubts in his mind. The dispatch is strong, but what does it have to do with spirit eating? What exactly did you mean when you said the way to take death just now? Qin Chao drank the tea in his cup in one go. What he said next himself never appeared in the original and was his personal conjecture. But the conjecture didn't come out of thin air. It was well documented. Why was it that with so many secret techniques in the spirit detaining dispatch, Feng Tianyang had chosen not to pass on the seemingly strongest spirit-eating technique to his descendants? Is there some hidden danger in the method of spirit eating? If it was really as Qin Chao thought, Feng Tianyang had dug a big hole for the Wang family, a pit dug to bury the king's family. The answer President Wind wants is in this word will. A general is different from a spirit in that a general is a person who leads, or leads an army. Spirit, even if he is smart, is not considered a general. Will is talking about people. Will be the eater. He is a spirit eater. This is what the Qin dynasty believed to be the true use of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Detain the spirit of all things, and dispatch the general who eats the spirit. Those who have eaten of the spirit will be gradually assimilated by the spirit and will eventually be bound by the spirit of detention as well. For the Wang family to eat spirits is to seek their own death. Even though Feng Jianghao had been somewhat mentally prepared, he was shocked speechless by Chinchao's words. If it was really like what Chinchao said, then detaining spirits and dispatching generals would be too terrifying. Since it is possible to detain spirit eaters, is it not possible to force others to eat spirits, thus achieving the goal of controlling people? Controlling people is like detaining a spirit, coming when called and going when waved. Feng Jianghao opened his mouth to speak. Such usage is simply appalling. No one would allow that a jutsu existed that could completely control people. If the other Inhumans knew about it, they would immediately be attacked by the group. At that time, even if the world society was strong, it would become a target and be destroyed in an instant. Chinchao saw Feng Jianghao's concern and smiled slightly. President Win doesn't have to worry. Such usage will not be known to anyone other than my Qin family. Moreover, to use a true severed general, the realm of the person who cultivated it needed to reach the point of divine entry. Even Feng Xingtong, who had the deepest cultivation, was far from this realm. The generals can also be the 6 dings and 6 armors, the gods and generals of the heavenly court, without having to go and dispatch people. Moreover, spirit eating is self-defeating and detrimental to the peace of heaven. There are all sorts of drawbacks that can do more harm than good, Chinchao said while observing Feng Jianghao's reaction. What was said today has touched the root of the Win family. Although he believed in Feng Jianghao's character, the human heart was treacherous and he had to defend himself against it. In the event that Feng Jianghao struck out at him as a precautionary measure, then he would immediately rise up and run. You can't beat him for sure, but it's not that easy to keep him. Feng Jianghao did not seem to notice Chinchao's small movements and had been stuck in thought. It was a long time before he spoke again. Mr. Qin's words from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Feng is grateful. I won't say anything polite, but in the future, if there is any need for help, the World Council will definitely help out. But Feng still needs to think about it carefully. Why don't you stay at the World Council for a few days so that I can do my duty as a landlord? Feng Jianghao had no thoughts of striking out at Chinchao. Let's not talk about the fact that he was not such a villain himself, and didn't care to bully a latecomer. The Qin family behind Chinchao alone made him quite fearful. He wouldn't think that these top-secret information could be explored by a young man. Chinchao, the family behind him must have authorized him to tell himself. As for the purpose, Feng Jianghao did not know. Maybe it's really about cooperation? In any case, he and Chinchao were not enemies from their standpoints, and there was no need to clash. Chinchao's tense body relaxed when he heard Feng Jianghao's words. It seemed that this time, the cooperation with Feng Jianghao had been completely accomplished. In the future, the world society would be a great help to himself in the one-man world. In fact, Chinchao had other things on his mind when it came to the matter of the Win family. Ninjutsu was the root of one's being, and that would never change. But what if you could build on your existing ninjutsu by borrowing from the 8 key techniques? For example, can the art of shadow splitting be made more flexible by borrowing from detaining spirits and dispatching generals? More versatile? More bizarre? By pulling strings with the Win family, it might actually be possible to do that. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. What Chinchao had to do now was still to complete the task step by step and improve his strength. Speaking of missions, Chinchao stood up and said to Feng Jianghao, I thank President Feng for his kind words, but I have important matters to attend to, so I won't continue to bother. Feng Jianghao did not forcefully retain him either. He'd have to digest tonight's events as well. In that case, let me see Mr. Qin off. I wonder where Mr. Qin is going? Townsend Footpath. Chapter 27, C-Rank Ninjutsu, Psychic Jutsu. Under Chinchao's repeated requests, Feng Jianghao gave up the idea of personally sending him off. Turning to her own daughter, Feng Shiyan, to take her place, she drove Chinchao to his destination. Mr. Qin, we're at the place. Feng Shiyan looked at Chinchao with mixed feelings. Before he left, his father's hints were obvious. If at all possible, you cannot go home tonight. Her father had been kind to her, not favoring her because she couldn't hold a spirit and send a general. But Feng Shiyan resisted this feeling of being manipulated. She could sacrifice and give for the prosperity of her family, but not in such a way. Chinchao nodded after hearing Feng Shiyan's words and got out of the car to walk towards the footpath. Feng Jianghao's idea of wanting to set up a match was known to him, but he had no ambition to do so, so he simply said no more. Besides, in the original, Feng Shiyan seems to have her own CP, and she doesn't have a penchant for breaking up others. 2 days later, mission progress, September 9th, ding, the prequest, the paper is not enough, has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the axiom, 1000-year kill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to strengthen his body. Ha, the reward this time actually has a strengthened body. Chinchao had been eyeing this reward for a long time, but it was only a random drop. 2 body enhancements would allow his physical body to be hardened against palm lightning. Then with another reinforcement, there was no telling how far his physical body would reach back. Although he was looking forward to it in his heart, Chincha didn't start the body strengthening immediately. He chose to open the advancement quest. I'd like to see what kind of C-rank jutsu it is that requires so much trouble. Advancement tasks are open. Open successfully. Mission, localized damage. Contents, use of the Millennium Kill against the alien. Current progress, 0%. Maximum of 3 uses on the same target. After 3 uses, it will not be counted as progress. Reward, psionics. I'm going to be psychic? Such a strong jutsu was only a C-rank jutsu? Chincha originally already had no hope for this reward. After all, it was only a C-rank jutsu. How much stronger could it be? But he never expected that the system would directly give him a big one. Psychic jutsu. A jutsu that summons psychic beasts to fight. The user communicates with the psychic beast beforehand, and after both parties recognize each other, a contract is signed. Once the contract is completed, the user will be able to summon a psychic beast to fight in battle. In Naruto, psychic jutsu has a high ceiling. You can summon powerful psychic beasts such as Bunta the Toad and Mansurai the Dragon Earth Cave, but it also has a low floor. Small animals such as the Shugo and the Crow are also counted among the psychic beasts. It could be said that the strength or weakness of a psychic spell was entirely related to the caster himself. Some people use it at the level of just a C-rank jutsu, while others use it infinitely closer to S-rank. That's not right. Doesn't a psychic beast need to be recommended by the previous signer before it can be signed? I'm in a world of one. Where am I going to sign up for a psychic beast? After calming down, Chincha noticed that something was wrong. Like Naruto and Naruto, who made a contract with Toad Bunta on the recommendation of Jiraiya. Where would I find referrals now that I am alone and not even in the same world? The host does not need to worry. After obtaining the art of psychic, the system will automatically assign psychic beasts to sign with the host. Not all of the contracting parties need to agree to enforce it. So it is. It seemed that the jutsu he had acquired was not originally lifted from the Naruto world. Instead, it will be adapted to the one-person world he's in, so you don't have to worry about getting it and not being able to use it. However, after Chincha carefully read the system's words, he had doubts again. What do you mean by automatic assignment? Mandatory? Meaning I can't actively choose a psychic beast? Yes, the system has prepared several psychic beasts for the host. Each time the host uses a psychic spell, one of them will be randomly summoned. System, you're not going to screw me over, are you? Can you tell me right now what psychic beasts are out there? No comment. Although Chincha knew that the system wouldn't pit himself, he was more or less uneasy in his heart in the face of unknown affairs. He had said before that he would not allow instability around him. I didn't expect the boomerang to hit my head so soon. Forget it, let's figure out how to do the quest. Seeing the content of the mission, Chincha had another headache. From the moment he knew that the reward of the predecessor quest was the 1,000-year kill, Chincha had always had a bad feeling about it. As it turns out, the system is really going to be a passman orange on its own. Come on, he has a face too. Okay, the Inhuman circle was small, but if there was the slightest breeze, it would immediately be known by all the Inhumans. One day he stabs someone, the next day it's all over the world. When the time comes, everyone else will have all sorts of rakish names, while they'll be called Tongren Orange. How hard it is to hear. As things stand, the best thing to do is to go to the Luo Tianjiao festival. Sooner or later, you're going to lose face, so you might as well just break the mold. The Luo Tianjiao was full of foreigners, and it was by far the fastest place to accomplish the mission. Originally, I wasn't going to go, simply because I thought it would be too much of a hassle. Anyway, no matter what, the final winner would only be Zhang Chulan, and there was no need to go and join in the fun himself. Now for the sake of doing the quest, it's a good idea to go and join in on the fun. If you go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, you'll meet up with the old Heavenly Master. He's not easy to fool. Old Tianshi Zhang Jiwei, a man of the Sealing War. Chincha was terrified in his heart just thinking about it. Don't look at him looking quite strong now. It's hard for anyone in the younger generation to compete with himself. But when facing the old Heavenly Master, I'm afraid he wouldn't even last a slap. Not only that, Chincha guessed that Zhang Jiwei must know quite a lot about the secrets of the Inhuman world, such as the Rebellion of Caution and the 8 strange techniques, or even, perhaps, participate in it. The Qin family, who had forged their own identity, could fool other people, but it was not easy to fool him. I was afraid. What's the best way to make it up? This can't be made up. In case you accidentally touch the deepest secrets of this world, Chincha may directly lose his life. Tian Jinzhong had not slept for 70 years to guard the secret. Zhang Jiwei even went down the mountain to kill Quan Sex in order to keep the secret from leaking out. Those in the know are either dead or bent on death. There is a great horror hidden in this. Chincha is not a forward-looking, hesitant person, but in the face of this matter, one must be cautious and prudent. But it was a little hard to get him to think of a story with a beginning and an end in this moment. It is better to do nothing than to make a mistake. Anyway, it's not like I've done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. And the old heavenly master is such a reasonable person. Can he really do anything to me? Right at this moment, Chincha's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Chloe Chang calling. Hey, Chulan, what's up? Zhang Chulan's voice was a bit shaky, and his entire mood was off. Brother Qin, it was Feng Baobao who killed my grandfather. Chapter 28, The Past. I saw it. The last person Grandpa saw before he was killed was Baobao Feng, which all pass is lying to me. And all they say is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chincha listened patiently and understood in his heart. During the 2 days that he himself was at Thompson's footpath, Lu Liang had already contacted Zhang Chulan privately and handed over Zhang Huai's memories to him. Zhang Chulan spies a scene from his memory from back then, which leads to the misunderstanding. Zhang Huai did die at the hands of Feng Baobao. However, this was Zhang Huai's initiative, and Feng Baobao was only the executor, not actively trying to kill Zhang Huai. As for why Zhang Huai volunteered to die, the reasons for this are somewhat intriguing. Right now, it was better to pacify Zhang Chulan first. Chulan, calm down for a moment. People who give you messages are not always kind, and the matter is not as simple as it seems. Which Dutong really has no malicious intent. If they really wanted to be unfavorable to your Zhang family, why would they wait until now? Instead of imagining things on your own, why don't you just ask in person? Chinchao's words gradually calmed Zhang Chulan down. The first few times he was in crisis, it was Qin who was the first to arrive on the scene and save himself. He should be able to be trusted. Now that I think about it, there are really a lot of suspicions here. Grandpa was killed 12 years ago. 12 years ago, Feng Baobao was afraid of not being a child. How could he kill his grandfather? Perhaps one should really ask in person. And just then, a short message lit up on his cell phone. It's from Xu San. Chulan, my father wants to see you. Hospitals. After meeting with Zhang Chulan, Chincha walked into Elder Xu Xian's hospital room. In addition to Xu Xiang lying in bed in the hospital room, there are Xu San, Xu Si, and Feng Baobao. Seeing Feng Baobao, Zhang Chulan immediately couldn't help but ask, Feng Baobao, did you kill my grandfather? Xu San Xu Si didn't know what was happening yet. These past few days, he was concerned about taking care of his father and didn't pay much attention to Zhang Chulan. What's going on here? They immediately opened their mouths. Zhang Chulan, who did you hear that from? What makes you think that? Zhang Chulan was not in the mood to listen to these words at all and looked at Feng Baobao and questioned, did you kill my grandfather or not? At this time, Feng Baobao was wearing a plaid shirt and lying on the side of the hospital bed. Hearing Zhang Chulan's question, her expression rippled. That's right, it's me. Bang bang. In an instant, huge amounts of air surged out from Zhang Chulan's body. Zhang Chulan could no longer restrain the anger in his heart after hearing Feng Baobao's words. Knowing the truth, he knew that he couldn't fight, but he still had to take a shot at Feng Baobao. Cough cough. Better yet, let me tell this boy what happened back then. Xu Xiang, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened his eyes with difficulty. The weak tone of his voice was powerful in a room where swords were drawn. He removed the breathing mask and looked at Zhang Chulan. Chulan, I'll want to tell you all about Wu. You can listen to all of this and then decide to move or not. Facing this terminally ill old man, Zhang Chulan saw sincerity in his eyes. For some reason, he extinguished the golden light spell on his body and waited for the old man to speak. Xu Xiang, however, did not immediately start telling Feng Baobao's story, but instead crossed over Zhang Chulan and looked at Qin Chao. I've heard about this little brother. I'm sure you know about Baobao Feng. Why don't we have a few words alone later? The old man has questions he wants to ask young brother. Qin Chao didn't expect that there was something about himself in this, and pondered mentally, probably because the first time he met with Xu San, in order to gain trust, he said that Zhang Huai had entrusted Feng Baobao with the matter. Xu San had told these words to Xu Xiang, and this was what made his mind wonder. After all, there were only 3 people present. It was reasonably unlikely that anyone else would know Zhang Huai's dying words. Xu Xiang's question should be to ask Qin Chao exactly how he knew. No problem, Master Xu Xiang. Qin Chao agreed readily. Xu Xiang is at most an informed person and is not aware of the real secret. One does not reveal oneself in front of him. When Xu Xiang heard this, he nodded and began to tell the story of that year. It all started in the summer of 1944. After a long time, Xu Xiang finally finished his story with Feng Baobao, and also included the death of Zhang Xilin. Chulan, this is all your grandfather's arrangement. We've been watching you ever since. In a flash, it's more than 10 years. After hearing this, Zhang Chulan had a hard time accepting it for a moment. How do you expect me to believe that Feng Baobao is someone who has lived for decades? It's just too bizarre. Xu Xiang is not forced to do this. Never mind. What your grandfather said back then was just as unbelievable. but didn't Wu still choose to believe it? You can stay in the Natopia for now, time will tell. I can tell you one more thing. Your grandfather's real name is, in fact, Zhang Huai, the master's brother of the present-day old master Tianchi. Then for some unknown reason, it disappeared from the heavenly master's directory. A moment later, Zhang Chulan walked out of the hospital room. There was so much information about this year's events that he couldn't take it in for a while. However, there was one thing that was clear to him now. He had to participate in the Luo Tian Dajiao. Only by obtaining the qualification of the heavenly master's succession will he have the chance to explore the truth on Grandpa and Feng Baobao. Inside the ward, only Chincha and Xu San were left. Elder Su, if you have any questions, just ask. The kid will definitely know everything. Chincha spoke sincerely. Xu Xiang is quite a good person, and he is a man of love and commitment. For decades, it has been silently guarding Feng Baobao. No matter what the reason was, this sincerity was very admirable to Chincha. Now, on his deathbed, he wants to resolve the confusion in his mind. Chincha decided that he would tell him as long as it didn't involve too much. Xu Xiang moved his head and leaned his body against the pillow. I'll call you Chincha. I'm not curious about the origins of the Qin family. After all, it was a family that Zhang Huai was able to entrust, so he thought that it was not a crooked way. My question is about Senior Zhang Huai. Back then, why on earth did Zhang Huai kill those people? Those can be all meta-humans in the inhuman world. Why on earth did Zhang Huai go through so much effort to kill them? This problem has been troubling Xu Xiang for many years. The scene back then is still fresh in his mind. The headmaster of the first airstream, the headmaster of the natural kung fu, and even the former headmaster of the Tang sect, Yang Lai, all died in front of him. These people are not all vicious. Why on earth would Zhang Huai do this? Is it really so bad that we have to kill them? Seeing that Qin Chao did not speak, Xu Xiang continued to add, you can leave it out if you feel embarrassed. The real reason I left you alone was actually to introduce someone to you. Do you know Zhao Fengshu, the chairman of Nadutong? Chapter 29, Xu Xiang's commission. Zhao Fengshu, chairman of the board of directors of All Access, administers in human society on behalf of the crown and maintains stability. His hands are full of power and he is extremely prestigious. 20 years ago, it was through the condescension to know the identity of Feng Baobao, and help Xu Xiang to establish a temporary labor system. Why would Xu Xiang introduce himself to such a high-powered person? Qin Chao had a hidden answer in his mind. It should be about Feng Baobao. Xu Xiang had just passed 80, an age that wasn't considered large among the 100-year-old Inhumans per capita, but the cause of his illness was due to physical overwork. This was clearly unreasonable when placed on an alien who practiced human magnetism, but this is because for decades, Xu Xiang has been fighting on the front line for the sake of Feng Baobao, and a lot of things need to be done by him personally. The hardships involved cannot be described in a sentence or two. He was too tired to carry it off after all, even if it was willingly. Now, he might want someone else to help him carry that burden. Xu Xiang does think so too. He sighed deeply and spoke. The matter of Wu is too big, so big that I have carried it all my life. I can't bear to give this burden to the third and fourth children, who don't deserve it and aren't capable of carrying it. I originally wanted to give this burden to Zhang Chulan. After all, Wu's matter still needed to be answered through Zhang Chulan, and he also has a relationship with Lung Fu Shan, backed by the old heavenly master. A good candidate for me, but Zhang Chulan was still too young after all. His strength, his means, all still needed to grow. I can't wait that long, but luckily, you showed up. Aside from not knowing anything about your background, your strength, your means, all of them match what I have in mind. And even Zhang Huai trusts your Qin family, so who am I not to? So will you help me continue to guard Feng Baobao's secret? As long as you promise, in the future, except when it comes to matters of principle, you can look for old Zhao if you have any difficulties. With my decades of friendship with him, he'll help. Qin Chao's heart was moved. For him, guarding Feng Baobao's secret wasn't difficult. He was going to touch the secrets of this world himself, and he simply couldn't get around Feng Baobao. Granting Xu Xiang's request can be described as a matter of course. The key was that Qin Chao could obtain Zhao Fengshu's help. The next big events that happened in the inhuman realm all had the shadow of Nadutong behind them. He himself could use Zhao Fengshu to understand the movements of all parties, so that he could better cope with it all. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao nodded and said, "All right, Elder Su, I promise. I will continue to protect Feng Baobao in the future." Hearing Qin Chao's answer, Xu Xiang revealed a pleased smile. Good, good, good. I, an old man, can finally go in peace. At that moment, Xu Xiang gave Zhao Fengshu's contact information to Qin Chao. Qin Chao continued, I can also tell what I know about Zhang Huai. It's not exactly top secret. Xu Xiang should have some guesses after decades of investigation. 12 years ago, Senior Zhang Huai actually intentionally leaked his whereabouts with the purpose of attracting the remnants of those who participated in the Asian rebellion back then to go there. He's on a killing spree to guard some secret. As for the secret, not for me to know now, but the truth of this secret must be terrifying. So terrifying that Senior Zhang Huai could only guard the secret with his death. Oh, what do you mean? Wasn't Zhang Huai unable to suppress the Dan devouring before he allowed Al Wu to strike? No, Grandpa Chang. Do you remember the scene when you met Senior Zhang Huai? At that time, he was clearly hit by Dan devouring, but he didn't show any signs of pain, and he was even able to calmly chat with you guys. He said he was hanging on by a mouthful of innate true air. But how come the others who were also hit by the Dan devouring had died long ago? It wasn't until he handed over the Gongfu to Feng Baobao that he truly couldn't suppress the Dan devouring. That's why I'm guessing that Senior Zhang Huai is actually seeking death. Half an hour later, Chincha walked out of the hospital room. He said what needed to be said, and he didn't know anything more in depth. Leave the rest of the company time to Xu San and the others. What a world. This time, Xu Xiang's matter is a totally unexpected gain. Originally, he was already satisfied with being able to cooperate with the world society. I didn't expect that I would be able to hook up with Zhao Fengshu now. In the future, you can do things with less scruples and more means. Chincha was thinking about it when a singing voice came from the ward. The boxwood squash is soft and slippery sis brother Aliyah. Pick a pick of white rice down to Liuzhou sister down to Liuzhou brother Harai. Sister down Liuzhou brother Harriet. The song was crisp and clear, and it was sung by Feng Baobao. Xu Xiang is gone. Walked peacefully in the company of von Baumgarten. Qin Chao walked into the hospital room and saw tears and smiles on his face. Obviously Qin Chao only just met him, but he also felt inexplicably sad. For him, perhaps death was a relief. 2 days later, Xu Xian's grave. Chulan, have you decided? Xu San looked towards Zhang Chulan, who had finished entering the incense, and asked. Zhang Chulan turned his head back with determination on his face. Whether it's Feng Baobao, or what my grandfather said, what Grandpa Xu said, I need to verify it. I will stay with you and find out the truth. I won't run away again. And Qin, thank you for your continued help. I'll help with your father, too. Qin Chao froze. What's going on with Zhang Chulan? You can investigate all you want. What's it got to do with my father? He didn't think about it for a moment, but quickly returned. Thanks a lot, Chulan. Zhang Chulan looked at Qin Chao's face and nodded heavily. Qin had said that his father had been attacked by outlaws and suffered serious injuries that prevented him from traveling far. Now that I think about it, it also has to do with what happened to Grandpa. He must have come to himself with the same purpose of identifying the man who attacked him in the first place. One can't keep suffering from Qin's help. One has to do him a favor as well. For the rest of the time, Zhang Chulan went all out to prepare the Luo Tian Great Reef. This time, the Great Reef of Latte is not that simple. It has been agreed at the meeting of the 10 brothers that the selection of the Great Reef of Lothian will be extended to the entire inhuman realm. They did this not for the position of Heavenly Master, but to stop Chulan from entering the Dragon Tiger Mountain. To put it bluntly, it's beating the air body source stream. On the way back, Xu San told the crowd about the information he had just gathered. At that time, there will be a lot of strong people who will join together to eliminate Zhang Chulan with all their might. Worry surfaced on Xu San's face. If Zhang Chulan could not obtain the qualification to inherit the position of Heavenly Master, I'm afraid that Feng Baobao's matter would never find a clue. However, Qin Chao was clear that this worry was completely unnecessary. This time, from the very beginning, the final victor of the Luo Tian Great Reef was all internalized. It was internalized by the old Celestial Master himself. So what if the others are stronger? Can it be stronger than old Tianshi? Chapter 30 10 Men's Talks. Lung Fu Shan. Big Ten Conference. Wang Ai narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhuan, who was walking over. Brother Lu, the specific details of the Luo Tian Great Reef have all been finalized. What is your intention in summoning our group? Lu Zhuan was dressed in a black suit, and at over 100 years old, he was still full of energy. He glanced at Wang Ai, who had spoken, and snorted coldly. Oh, the leader of this event is the old Heavenly Master. You guys, a lot of good suggestions, but what did I, Lu Zhuan, do? It's hard for me not to do something for the pageant. Wang Ai and Lu Ci looked at each other with deep meaning in their eyes. What exactly the rules of the Luo Tian Great Reef were for this time? Everyone was in the clear. Old Master Tian has agreed. What else do you, Lu Zhuan, want to do? The two men spoke up. Old Lu, you too. What a thing to say. Ha ha ha. Old Lu, you really can joke. Lu Zhuan looked at them with disdain. Among the 10 men, the ones he despised the most were Wang Ai and Lu Ci, the people who were hooking up with each other. Being in a high position, he still thinks of coveting the chances of the juniors. So what if old Tianshi agreed? He just couldn't swallow this breath. Since you guys are looking for trouble, I might as well add more fuel to the fire. Lu Zhuan slowly opened his mouth. I think so many foreigners in the world come to participate in the succession of the Heavenly Master. How many of them are really running for the position of the Heavenly Master? Wouldn't those people have come to a bad end? Might as well let me add to the pageant. After saying that, he pointed his left hand in the air. The eyes instantly emitted a blue light, and arcane runes scattered from his fingertips. Pooh! For a while, the wind was raging. It's. A brilliant light flashed in Lu Si's eyes. Lu Zhuan used to be acquainted with Zheng Zibu of the Shangqing sect, who was one of the 8 people who had realized the 8 strange techniques back then. Could this be the... Without waiting for him to think more, Lu Zhuan let out a soft cry, and the runes in midair condensed into talismans. The gale immediately blew like a knife, destroying the gazebo where the crowd was. The wood shavings fluttered in the wind and drifted into the distance. Lu Zhuan's words came with him. This is one of the 8 wondrous techniques of caution, the Tong Tian Talisman. This time, I've called you all here to give notice that if the winner of the Luo Tian Great Reef doesn't want to inherit the position of Heavenly Master, then I'll pass the Tong Tian Talisman to him. Lu Zhuan's idea was simple. The matter back then had been suppressed for so long, and now Emir Zhang Chulan had caused all parties to be foolish. Instead of blocking it all the time, it should be unclogged. Don't you want the 8 wonders? I'll give it to you. No need to grab it. Just take it. The people present saw this scene with different expressions. Most of the newer decimals don't know anything specific about the caution 8 strange techniques. Feng Zhanghao was one of them. After he was briefly shocked inside, his eyes inadvertently landed on Wang Ai. After talking with Chincha, he already knew about the entanglement between the Wind family and the Wang family. In recent times, he had secretly made a lot of arrangements, just waiting for the right time to deal a heavy blow to the Wang family. Now, the Tong Tian Talisman is present. What would be the reaction of Wang Ai, who also possessed the 8 wonders technique? Wang Ai had experienced the Dongjie rebellion and had a look of understanding on his face. At the same time, greed flashed in his eyes. Lu Zhuan really possessed the 8 wonders technique, and the events of that year turned out to be a beneficiary for him as well. Oh, when I went through all the trouble of not obtaining the Tong Tian Talisman back then, I didn't expect that after many years, I would send it to my door myself. Old Lu, you really have lived a flawless and clean life. In his heart, Wang Ai still said, Brother Lu, aren't you afraid of chaos in the world if you do this? Lu Zhuan didn't even look at the hypocritical Wang Ai and directly shouted angrily, the world is in chaos? Humph, if it weren't for the masks of some people making waves, how could the world be in turmoil? Back then, I, Lu Zhuan, chose to stand by and watch in order to be left alone, but this time I won't. Anyway, how many more years can I live at over 100 years old? Whoever wants to cause great chaos in the world will have to go through me first. Lu Zhuan got angrier and angrier, and in the end, he even directly whisked his sleeve away. Omnisexual, those who are 10 evils at least dare to act. But what about some of them? What's the difference between doing things under the banner of righteousness and omnisexuality? I, Lu Zhuan, am ashamed to be in their company. Seeing this, old celestial master Zhang Jiwei glanced at those present. Brother Lu does things impulsively, but this time at least the words are right. At the present time, it was no longer possible to allow such turmoil as the Caution Rebellion. Old Lu won't allow it, and neither will I. Besides, now there's Nadutong, and they're not vegetarians. Everyone who wants to do something had better think it over. After the 10 Yankee talks were dissolved, Wang Ai and Lu Ci got together. Old Lu, what do you think about this? Lu Ci pretended to be confused and deliberately asked. Oh, what do you mean? Didn't old Lu decide all that? I don't have a problem with it. Wang Ai snorted and tapped his cane. Old Lu, don't pretend in front of me. The matter of the 8 wondrous techniques, the air body source stream, and the Tong Tian Talisman. You don't say you don't have an idea? He and Lu Ci had sort of worked together quite a few times, so he naturally knew that this old man was extraordinarily attached to the 8 odd techniques. With 2 consecutive 8 wonders techniques coming out, he didn't believe that Lu Ci wouldn't be moved. Lu Ci didn't have much of an expression, just looked up at the sky and said, so what if you have an idea? Can you still just go and rob it? But don't forget that everything happens under the eyes of the old heavenly master. Hearing Lu Ci's words, Wang Ai revealed a sinister smile. Yeah, of course we can't go robbing, but what if they gave it to me voluntarily? Hey, that's not a robbery. The 2 men looked at each other with a mutual understanding. Not to talk about that, old Lu, do you know that recently among the younger generation of Inhumans, there is an extraordinary fellow? Of course, it's called something like Chincha, and it's said that by relying on a weird technique and mysterious red pupils, he's defeated quite a few people. Such a capable person. Didn't Brother Lu think of pulling the strings? Oh, listening to what Brother Wang means, he is also interested in this Qin dynasty? How about we invite this little brother to be our guest together? Ha 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 ha, exactly. The other side. There were miserable screams coming from the empty villa. Qin, what are you doing? Zhang Chulan covered his butt with a shocked expression. Just a few moments ago, he had suffered a brutal and painful blow to his localization. 5 whole times. The force directly caused him to soar 3 meters from the ground. When did Qin learn such a perverted attack technique? Ignoring Zhang Chulan's yelling, Qin Chao still maintained the posture of crossing his hands and closing his thumb, index finger and middle finger together. Mission progress, +2, 0.1%. Mission progress, +1, 17%. Mission progress, +1, 0.1%. Mission progress, +0%. Mission progress, +0%. It seems that after 3 times of the same person, no matter how much I use Millennium Kill again, the quest progress won't increase anymore. The system is pretty strict. It's encouraging me to go stab more people. Although the mission had already stated this, but Qin Chao still felt that it would be better to practice it himself. But that's too little progress for one person to add. At this rate I'm afraid I'm going to have to stab dozens of people. Will I still be able to leave Longhu Mountain alive then? Could it have something to do with the strength of the individual? Should we try someone else? Qin Chao's eyes went to the third person present. At this moment, Feng Baobao, who had her back to Qin Chao, suddenly had a vicious chill welling up inside her. Chapter 31, All Sex and 4 Frenzies. Time passed, and there were only a few days left before the day of the Great Reef of Latte. Bang! A figure flew out backwards. Brother Qin, how on earth did you practice? Your body is so hard. The silhouette flying backwards was naturally Zhang Chulan, who sat on the ground gasping for air. For the past month, he had trained himself around the clock with exceptional diligence. But in the end, the proud palm thunder could not even leave a trace on Qin Chao's body. It hit him quite hard. Chulan, your current degree has already improved quite a bit compared to the original. Most of the contestants who participated in the Luo Tian Dajio should not be your opponent. Qin Chao was bare-chested, and his taut muscles made him look extraordinarily competent. He hasn't rested this month either. After the body completed its 3rd enhancement, the physical body was able to receive the palm lightning without injury. The jutsu aspect is also upgraded quite a bit. Shadow divergence technique, Raikiri, and Sharingan eyes, Qin Chao could already flexibly work with them. The only thing he regretted was that the progress of the localized damage task remained unchanged. He had tried to commission Xu San to keep an eye on the recent deaths of the Inhumans, so that he could step in and help catch the murderers himself. Unfortunately, it has been fruitless. During this time, with the opening of the Great Reef of Luotian just around the corner, could it be that there was no movement in Quan Sex? This made Qin Chao, who wanted to do the quest, helpless. It seems that we can only wait until the Luo Tianjiao festival. Qin Chao was also one of the contestants in this event, since he had already promised Su Xiang to protect Feng Baobao. The player who represented Nadutong in the battle this time naturally became himself. He himself cleared some obstacles for Zhang Chulan and just surrendered directly when he encountered him. Thinking of being able to fight with the best like Zhuge Qing and Wang Yuya, Qin Chao was still a bit excited inside. Ha ha ha, I wonder how much quest progress you guys can provide. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Chulan. The inexplicable smile at the corner of Qin Chao's mouth reminded him of something bad. The last partial 5-strike streak was still fresh in his mind. Although since then, Qin Chao did not use that move again. But the eyes that if anything drifted toward his localization during sparring still sent shivers down his spine. Zhang Chulan carefully walked to Feng Baobao. Bao. Sister Bauer, do you think Brother Qin could be a pervert? When he thought back to the previous Qin dynasty, he always felt that there was something wrong. When Feng Baobao heard Zhang Chulan's words, she immediately made a serious face and retorted. Qin Chao is a very powerful man, especially that Shu move. It's much more powerful than the martial arts moves that Su Si helped me study, she said as she made the Millennium Kill pose and stabbed her hands upwards. Zhang Chulan shivered coldly. Sister Bauer's preferences were really unique. However, he also noticed the keywords in Feng Baobao's words. Martial arts moves? You still know martial arts moves? Can you teach it to me? Zhang Chulan swung his fist. It's going to be one of those martial arts that's as powerful as the name suggests. Feng Baobao nodded repeatedly. Sure, my set is called the 18 Styles of Awesome. The first style, the Old Man's Wheelbarrow. The second style, Guanyin Sitting Lotus. Third style, Poison Dragon Drill. Choran Zhang. Jingle bells, jingle bells. As Qin Chao watched the duo juggle, his cell phone rang. The person who called was Xu San. Qin Chao, the matter you entrusted me with has a clue. Recently, 3 Inhumans have been killed in quick succession, and the killer has yet to be identified. If you're free, you can help with the investigation. This is not a normal frequency of death in times of peace. When Xu San got this information, he called at the first opportunity. Qin Chao's eyebrows were happy after hearing this. That's what he's been waiting for. Those 3 murdered Inhumans should be the work of Hu Jia. He and his father have been controlled by the all-sex 4 janglers and have had to go around killing people in order to gain the power to participate in the latte bun. One could find their hiding place before the Luo Tian Dajiao began, with the help of the 4 tensor maniacs and the Hu family, up the progress of the mission. Otherwise, really poke dozens of people at the Luo Tian Jiao festival. He can't afford to lose face. Third brother. I know. I'll investigate this matter. Chincha hung up the phone and dialed another contact. Hey, President Wind, I want to ask you for something. Help me find out where Hu Lin Hujie's father and son live. Day 2. A black SUV. Feng Xian drove the car meticulously, her eyes occasionally looking through the rearview mirror at the person sitting in the back row. Mr. Xin, are you so sure that the murderer of the Inhuman is Hujie? Last night, her father called and asked her to accompany Qin Chao. What I originally thought was another blind date event arranged by some parent turned out to be a trip to capture the murderer of the Inhuman. That's good. Feng Xian was more in awe and fear of Qin Chao. If she was asked to talk to Qin Chao, she wouldn't dare. Qin Chao stretched his back and lazily lay down on the seat. He didn't expect the World Council to move so quickly. Yesterday, he had just finished speaking himself, and that night he received a reply from Feng Zhanghao. No, he himself started to rush to the residence of whose father and son in the night. Hearing Feng Xian's question, he opened his mouth to reply. To be precise, the murderers of the Inhumans were the 4 Jiangmai, and Hu Jie was just used by them. Granted, Hu Jie is a dude, and his father is no slouch, but they are not so bad as to end up with fatherly kindness and filial piety. One still saves if one has the chance to save. Only, even if saved, the two of them can't run away from the prison that is past anywhere. Mr. Xin, we're here. The hiding place of the 4 Zhang maniacs is at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Can we take them down with just the two of us? Feng Xian was a little worried. She recognizes Qin Chao's strength, but the opposite side is a full-sexed 4-changing madness. They were outnumbered alone. Qin Chao waved his hand and pressed Feng Xian in place. No, it's one of me. To be precise, one's own heir could withstand the 4 Zhang maniacs' supernatural powers, but Feng Xian did not. Bringing Feng Xian with her, not only could she not help herself, but instead, she might be controlled by the 4 Zhang maniacs and become a burden to her. So it's better to leave the young lady where she is. Qin Chao walked into the Hu family compound and heard the sound of a fight coming from it. You old thing, what kind of demeanor are you that Summer Harvest can look at you? Little brat, what did you say? I'll get you killed now. Come on, who's afraid? Let's see who dies first today. By the sound of his voice, it should be Hu Jie Hu Lin. It seems like he came at the right time. The all-sex 4 madmen should all be there. All-sex 4 madness, penetrating poison Domei, scraping bone knife Xiahe, scourge seedling Shinchong, thunder smoke cannon Gao Ning. The 4 of them have different tactics, each representing wine, sex, money and gas, and focusing on playing with people's hearts and destroying them. Strong as Lu Zhuan, he would also be affected by them. An opponent like that should add a lot of progress to the mission. GGGGGG. Qin Chao did not have a trace of fear on his face and pushed the door in his stride. Chapter 32. The 4 madmen humiliated. Inside the door, there were 6 people. On the ground lay Huger Hulin, the 2 wrestling. For them, Qin Chao didn't look at them much, as long as they didn't die. The 4 people standing were their own targets this time. 2 men and 2 women. The middle-aged ant should be Domei. I didn't realize it was older than expected. The fat monk is Gao Ning, obviously a monk, but not at all compassionate. Glasses boy is Shinchong, svelte looking but representing greed, the root of all evil. Oh, and Xia Ha, they're all acquaintances. Why don't you say hello to me? Qin Chao did not cover up and directly said what was in his mind. The Sharingan had been on for a long time, and every move the 4 made was under their watchful eyes. Facing the 4 madmen head-on, Qin Chao did not dare to be arrogant. In case they ran away before they could do their quest, who would they find to reason with? Being critiqued by Qin Chao in such a way, the 4 Zhang maniacs did not make a sound, but instead, they had a gloomy face. They recognized the face of Qin Chao. After Xia he was defeated, he specifically warned them to be careful of Qin Chao. Originally, none of them took it to heart until they saw Qin Chao and realized how terrifying he was. Gao Ning's forehead was vaguely sweating. From the moment Qin Chao entered, he had already struck out. The 12 labor emotions formation repeatedly tweaked Qin Chao's meridians, wanting to make him fall into extreme emotional mental collapse. However, no matter how hard he exerted himself, Qin Chao's meridians were as if they were steel. How is this possible? Even if it's a tenor, I can influence it. What makes a nameless junior able to resist? Domei was more shocked than Gao Ning. She could no longer care about Qin Chao saying that she was an ant. As soon as his own air entered Qin Chao's body, it was instantly refined. The air that could have numbed people instead became a source of sustenance for the other side. How else is this going to play? The remaining Xia He and Shinchong, the 2 of them had grave expressions, but they were still quite calm. Xia He had long since seen Qin Chao's methods. From the beginning, there was no thought that it could affect Qin Chao's mood. She intends to physically fight, although her physical strength was weaker than Qin Chao. Don't forget that she was not alone this time. Xin Chang's physical strength was still far superior to hers. Don't think you're emboldened by being immune to our powers. I'll let you see the true strength of the four Zhang maniacs. Xinsheng took off his glasses and changed his original Sven-like appearance. Pounds of majestic air gushed out from his body, and the powerful sense of oppression caused the air around him to distort. His ability to lend and borrow is able to give other inhumans the ability to loot air. This ability comes at a price, and requires interest to be paid to Xinsheng. As the ability continues to be used, the interest rate increases. Therefore, the accumulation over a long period of time had long allowed Xinsheng to accumulate countless air in his body. Other people were afraid of Qin Chao's ability, but he wasn't. Yo, they can't, so you think you can? Qin Chao smiled slightly. After experiencing 3 times of body strengthening, he hadn't been afraid of anyone when it came to his physical body. If Xinsheng thought that he could defeat him by relying on his physical body, that would be too much of an underestimate. At that moment, without any further hesitation, his hands formed a seal. Shadow split technique. 3 identical figures appeared all around. Get on it, with doing the task in mind. With Qin Chao's order, the doppelganger and the main body immediately ran towards the target. He's going to rely on one man's strength to fight the full sex of the 4 jangles alone. Good coming. When Xinsheng saw Qin Chao attacking, he retreated instead of advancing. Both feet stomped on the ground with force, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The blasting sound of a punch followed. In just a few seconds, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Phew, that's energizing. The exhilarating feeling of fighting against an expert surged throughout his body. Qin Chao hadn't been this unrestrained for a long time. The sparring session with Zhang Chulan couldn't let go like this, and the fight wasn't enjoyable at all. Only fighting an expert like Xinsheng could excite him. However, he didn't forget the purpose of this visit to do the mission. Therefore, it purposely used its own body to fight against Xinsheng. The main body could use Sharingan, and was able to prevent the physically strong Xinsheng from escaping. Qin Chao is having a good fight, but Xinsheng opposite him is miserable. The bones in his body were as if they were falling apart, out of control. The impact of hitting his body was even more agonizing. How can this Qin Chao be so strong? This flesh, I'm afraid some of the 10 brothers can't even compare. Xinsheng regretted it. What kind of physical strength is he showing off by himself? If you're going to be beaten like a turtle anyway, you might as well be a shrinking violet. Look at the other ones. Are any of them worse off than him? In fact, other people are also suffering. They didn't have Xinchang's strong physical body, and their own supernormal abilities had no power to use. Against the Qin dynasty, it can be said that there is no way to fight back. It would be fine if they were defeated outright, but this Qin Chao was teasing them, striking with a force that was not too light and not too heavy, just enough to be able to defend. What does he want? Does he want to take them alive? Domei has a good mind and quickly finds out the end of the story, whether intentionally or not. Qin Chao always wanted to get close to her back. His purpose seems to be behind himself? What does that mean? Qin Chao didn't care what the 4 Zhang maniacs thought. Time to get down to business. Rachel. Blue lightning appeared in his hand. Before the 4 tensor maniacs could see it, a violent impact came from his chest. The 4 silhouettes flew backwards at the same time. "Aw, what are you doing?" Gao Ning was the first to suffer, his 200-pound body rising up in the air. He covered his localization and looked at Qin Chao, who appeared behind him with a fierce face. "Asshole, how dare you humiliate the old man like this? I want you to die." Ha. Gao Ning's harsh words naturally couldn't scare Qin Chao. He took advantage of Gao Ning's speech to do another Millennium Kill Duo. Mission progress, +5, 61%. Mission progress, +4, 17%. Mission progress, +2, 87%. As expected of a 4-chambered maniac, the added quest progress is just that much more. It was right with Qin Chao's guess. The stronger the strength of the object used in Millennium Kill, the more quest progress is added. Domei watched the scene in horror. Rightly as she guessed, Qin Chao's target was indeed behind them. She just didn't expect it to be the back door. No. Gao Ning, the fat man, was poked up into the sky. If I had been poked, it would have cracked right open. Escape! I'm running away. But how could Domei escape Qin Chao? His own body, which had been severely injured by Raikiri, could not run fast at all. Boom! A big hole appeared in the roof of the room. Domei unexpectedly flew straight out. Mission progress, +4, 64%. Mission progress, +3, 74%. Mission progress, +3, 48%. Now, only Xinsheng and Xia He were left on the field. Will you behave yourselves, or will you resist? Chincha gestured the 1,000-year kill gesture and smiled evilly at them. I'm going to go to Nima's. Witnessing his companion's misery, Xinchong could no longer endure the torture and directly cursed. Worse than failure is humiliation. Qin dynasty is just humiliating them. The man is more all sex than they are. Chapter 33, Strange Movements. My day. Xinchong kept cursing. No one noticed that a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a swoosh sound, Xinchong found the right moment and violently rushed in Xia's direction. He could not beat Qinchao by himself. Only by uniting Xia, who currently had the highest battle power, could he have a chance to escape. Want to escape? Qinchao had long been guarding against this hand of his. Under the insight of the Sharingan eye, Xinchang's movements were exposed. The doppelganger immediately rushed up and held him down. In order to prevent fidgeting, Qinchao walked to Xinchong and broke his head squarely. Look me in the eye. Eye of illusion. Unleashed. Don't you dare. Before Xinchong finished speaking, his entire body had already fallen into the constructed illusion. That's much more honest. Qinchao looked at the motionless Xinchong with satisfaction and mouthed. Xinchong even briefly came to his senses due to the intense pain. Qinchao, I won't let go of. The sober Xinchong once again fell into the illusion. Qinchao, I'm going to kill. Mission progress, +5, 63%. Mission progress, +4, 75%. Mission progress, +3, 15%. 9 out of 3. The mission is approaching the halfway point. Not bad. The pressure on the Luo Tian Great Reef has been reduced quite a bit. This visit to the 4 Zhang Maniacs was very rewarding. Next, one only needed to use the 1,000-year kill a few more times on the Great Reef of Luo Tian without realizing it, and then one would be able to complete the mission and obtain the art of channeling. Maybe the nickname *Man Orange can be avoided. There's still one summer harvest left. Xia, for the sake of acquaintances, I'll go easy on you. Qinchao looked towards Xia's position. Summer harvest has long wanted to run. Just as soon as she fought with Qinchao's doppelganger, she sensed that something was wrong. Qinchao's strength was a world of difference compared to when they first fought. He thought that he would be able to deter a few moves, but it turned out that he could only passively defend. Must hurry and find a way to run. This kid's eyes are even more evil. If we are caught in his eyes, I'm afraid we really won't be able to leave today. Xia put her eyes on the two people on the ground. Whoosh! 2 black shadows lunged at Qinchao. It's Hu Jia Hu Lin, father and son. At some point, Summer Hall had regained control of them and, commanding the 2 fathers and sons to attack Qinchao. Gao Ning, Xinchong, run! With a stern cry, Summer Harvest took this brief moment to run for the door. Qinchao didn't lay a hard hand on Hu Jia Hu Lin after all, and casually slapped them on the ground. Taking advantage of this, the 2 people lying on the ground also took the opportunity to escape. Qinchao didn't want to let them go. In his mind, no matter how tragic the 4 madmen's lives were, they couldn't hide their nature of being evil. Maybe those victims weren't innocent, but the 4 jangles were certainly guilty as hell. Take this incident with the Hu family's father and son. If Qinchao hadn't come, I'm afraid that Hu Lin would have died at the hands of his own son, and Hu Jia, the patricide, wouldn't have come to a good end. Things may not be right or wrong, but there is always good and evil. Outside the door, Feng Xiayan leaned against the car and waited anxiously. Mr. Qin has been in there for half a day. Why isn't there any movement? It's not an accident, is it? Just as she was rambling, a cracking sound came from the air. A middle-aged woman dressed as a noblewoman rushed out of the Hu family mansion. It's the gut-piercing sinus plum. Feng Xiayan gulped. She also knew about the reputation of the 4 Zhang Maniacs. Facing one of them alone, she wasn't sure she could take it down, and it might be a nasty battle. But Domei acted as if she hadn't seen her, covering her behind with both hands and running in one direction without looking back. What's going on here? Is it because of Mr. Qin? Feng Xiayan looked at Domei's back and was puzzled. That's a strange position to run in. Is it some kind of special jutsu? Not waiting for her to think. It's Xia, Gao Ning and Xinchong. Feng Xiayan's voice began to tremble. Through the air, she could feel the oppressive aura on the 4 Zhang Maniacs. If she had faced Domei alone just now, she would still have the courage to strike. Then now facing 3 people at the same time, she didn't even dare to breathe. What's going on with them? Fearful as she was, Feng Xiayan still noticed that 2 of them were moving strangely. Like Domei, both had their hands covering the same area. Is this really an all-sex special technique? Why else would they all run like that? Just as she froze, seeing the right moment, Xia grabbed Feng Xiayan's body and strangled her with both hands. Qinchao, if you keep chasing, I will kill her. You don't want the Wind family's eldest daughter to have an accident, do you? Seeing this, Qinchao stopped chasing. This Xia was really cunning. She guessed that she had a companion, and her escape route at the beginning was to run to take hostages. One can't let Feng Xiayan have an accident. The partnership with Feng Zhenghao, in case a suspicion arose as a result of this, would be more of a loss than a gain. Moreover, he had already achieved his purpose today, and there was no need to make any more trouble. Okay, Xia Ha, let her go and I'll let you go. Chincha dispersed his shadow doppelganger, indicating that he would not do anything. He wasn't worried about Xia He going back on his word. Feng Zhenghao was exceptionally protective. If she really let Feng Xiayan have a long or short, the anger of the World Council is not something that the all-sex 4 Zhang maniacs can withstand. Seeing this, Xia He immediately grabbed Feng Xiayan and fled into the distance. Wait until you're a safe distance away before dropping her casually. Mr. Qin, sorry for dragging you down. Feng Xiayan's hijacked face was full of apologies. Today, she had finally seen the gap in strength between herself and the powerful. When Xia Ha grabbed her, the air of 3 different forces quickly suppressed her, without the ability to even fight back herself. So, how strong is Qin Chao, who faced 4 madmen at the same time and beat them to death? Look at him. He doesn't even have a scratch on him. Has this man been practicing since his mother's womb? Qin Chao did not care about this. Feng Xiayan was too young after all. Though among the younger generation, it was considered the best. However, compared to these outlaws like 4 Zhang maniacs, both their experience and means were much worse. Being taken hostage by a surprise attack is justifiable. I believe that after this experience, she will grow up as well. Throwing the unconscious Hulin Hujia into the car, Qin Chao waved his hand to Feng Xiayan. Come on, let's go back. Feng Xiayan nodded her head and also finally couldn't help but voice the doubts in her heart. Mr. Qin, do you know what this action means? The 4 Zhang maniacs just now, and now the Hu family's father and son, all covered with their hands. Qin Chao smiled awkwardly at his words. For the sake of mission progress, he naturally did not spare the Hu family's father and son. Moving them came with 6 strokes in passing. The wool may be small, but you still have to pull it out. Maybe it's an all-sex study of evil. Who knows? Chapter 34 Zhang Lingyu and Wudong Wangya. A few days later, Qin Chao, Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao, Xu San and Xu Si, arrived at Longhu Mountain. This is one of the biggest forces in the inhuman realm. A cave and blessed land that has been passed down for thousands of years? Qin Chao couldn't help but feel emotional as he looked at the commercially bustling streets and the endless flow of people. This is the real practice, the great concealment. Perhaps it was only by practicing in the mundane world that one could become an expert like the old heavenly master. I am far from such a realm. What a shame. Shame. Zhang Chulan looked at the stalls all over the ground and the noisy shouting, and was dumbfounded. Could it be that this was the reason why the gap between him and Qin Chao was so wide? How come he didn't have that epiphany? Isn't this a tourist attraction? Oy vey vey. Tickets. No entry without a ticket. The ticket inspector at the entrance stopped Qin Chao and his group who wanted to go inside. Zhang Chulan patted his chest and said proudly, Auntie, we're here for the Great Reef of Latte. No need to buy a ticket. What big peppers and big peppers? Anyone who comes has to buy a ticket. We were invited by the old celestial master. Qin Chao stopped Zhang Chulan who wanted to continue arguing and said with a smile, Chulan, buy a ticket. Most of the former mountains of Lung Fushan have been taken over by the tourism board. Even the Taoist master of the heavenly master's house doesn't have the privilege. Lung Fushan is worthy of being a representative of the righteous path. There were many foreigners under the door, yet they were able to blend in perfectly with the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Chulan was not surprised, but in the end, he chose to pay for the ticket. 260 alone. A money grab. Just then, a white-robed Taoist appeared in front of the crowd. The Taoist had long gray hair, a bit of red on his brow, and his cool face exuded a serious aura. The person who came was none other than Zhang Lingyu. He looked at Qin Chao and walked forward quickly. Fellow Taoist, you're finally here. Lingyu has been waiting for a long time. Qin Chao was slightly stunned. What's Zhang Lingyu doing waiting for him here? Could it be that he wanted to seek revenge on himself after losing to him last time? Zhang Lingyu saw the doubt in Qin Chao's eyes and explained. Thank you for being merciful before, fellow Taoist. Spirit Jade has promised that when you, Taoist friend, come to Dragon Tiger Mountain as a guest, I will be sure to greet you in the middle of the road. So it's because of this. Qin Chao thought at that time that Zhang Lingyu was just saying it casually, so he didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect Zhang Lingyu to be true to her word and really come to the foot of the mountain to greet her. Worthy of being an ice-clear young master. Other than being a bit screwed up as a human being, that really is nothing to write home about. Taoist Master Zhang is courteous, so Qin Chao is flattered. After you, please. Zhang Chulan looked enviously at Qin Chao who went up the mountain. Longhu Mountain Junior Uncle personally greeted. This row. Enough. Can't you see all the surprised looks from the people around you? They were all guessing what kind of person Qin Chao was that could make Zhang Lingyu treat him like this. How come you don't have such a scenic outing yourself? What's with that little uncle? What makes him so respectful to brother Qin, but not even look at himself squarely? What's the big deal if it's just a bigger generation? On the way up, a line of 5 became a line of 6. Fellow Daoist Qin, the blue thunder spell you used last time. What kind of technique was it? It's so powerful that it can actually cut off the Yin thunder. Zhang Lingyu asked, the confusion in her heart. Although he had missed the opportunity to cultivate the orthodox Yang 5 thunders due to an accident, one could only retreat to cultivate the Yin 5 thunders that had been improved by later generations. But even so, he thought that his lightning technique cultivation was not weak. The last time the Yin thunder that exploded with full force was so easily cracked by Chincha, causing him to be a bit frustrated. This move is called Raikiri. The creator of the jutsu is my Qin family ancestor, Shinmaku Kakashi. He comprehended this move during a thunderstorm. He also has a thunderclap Kirin move that is equally powerful. It's just a shame that I didn't learn. Qin Shao introduced Lei Che to Zhang Lingyu in a serious manner. It's nothing to hide. Rachel is distinctive, and anyone who has crossed paths can tell what it is all about. But so what if others know? Can't you learn? This is ninjutsu, and it's not even in the same system as jutsu. He relies on the system as a plug-in to be able to use it all. How do others learn? Zhang Lingyu listened carefully to Qin Chao's explanation and nodded thoughtfully. So it is. I didn't realize that you, Taoist friend's family, had such a remarkable character. I really want to meet this senior. Qin Chao tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. He was afraid that if he said any more, he'd have to strain himself. How can a high-cooled male god like Little Master be so easy to fool? Turning his head to look at Zhang Chulan, he found that he was talking to a black-robed Taoist master. Your lips are all weak and white, and you can't even walk. Still dare to come to the great reef of Luotian? Qin Chao looked up. It was indeed similar to what Zhang Chulan had described. The black-robed Taoist sat on his bag, his languid face devoid of the slightest trace of blood, walking with a light step, in contrast to the fitness of the other Inhumans. However, Qin Chao did not underestimate him because of this. If I remember correctly, this should be the Wudong King as well, possessor of the 8 strange techniques, Wind Queen's strange door, specializing in the art of Qi Man Dun Jia and Bagua deduction. In the original plot, some of his vitality was damaged because of the deduction of the Great Reef of Luotian, but it shouldn't be so false. What did he do? Wang Yuya heard Zhang Chulan's words and knew that he was being kind, revealing his big sunny boy smile. Ha ha ha, thanks for your concern, fellow Daoist. I'm fine, I feel okay. Okay. In fact, he didn't feel very good about it. 5 days ago, Wang also used the art of deduction to deduce the Luotian Great Reef. This use can be good. Not only did he not deduce anything, the backlash that he had never experienced before caused him to directly bleed from his 7 orifices, and his vitality was greatly injured. Fortunately, there is an ancestor in time to rescue, otherwise there is not even the strength to come to Luotian Great Reef. But even with this injury, the king decided to come. Although he didn't deduce the result, he had a vague premonition in his heart. If he didn't come this time, he was afraid he would regret it for the rest of his life. Besides, he wanted to know who or what it was, to be able to make him, who had mastered the 8 wonders technique, suffer such a backlash. I believe this is Taoist Master Wang Yuya. Qin Chao took the initiative to open his mouth to greet him. He was very curious about this famous Wudong King also. I wonder if he can deduce himself with his art of deduction. Being technically a traveler, would the art of deduction work on you? How much of a mystery would arise if one were to ask questions about oneself in the inner sanctum of the kings also? Thinking about it, Qin Chao still quickly introduced the few people around him to Wang Yuya. You're Zhang Chulan? When Wang also heard Qin Chao introduce Zhang Chulan, he was immediately alerted. This one is said to be the heir to the air body source stream. Recently, the wind has been so strong that it is fast becoming the center of the vortex of the inhuman world. Is it because of him that he's so miserable? Chapter 35, Qin Family, Qin Dynasty, greeting the old heavenly master. Zhang Chulan doesn't know yet. The king has also listed him as dangerous. He heard him call out his name and greeted him warmly. Daoist Wang, you know me? King also pointed out the stairs around him. Heir to the air body source stream? I'm afraid there aren't many people in this inhuman realm who don't know about it. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize I was so famous. Zhang Chulan looked at Zhang Lingyu smugly, the meaning of his eyes clear. See, I'm also very popular. Okay, why don't you pull another one? Zhang Lingyu naturally ignored him. Continue to ask Qin Chao for advice about Rachel. A line of 6 became a line of 7. Zhang Chulan, why did you come to participate in the Luotian Great Reef? Wang also suddenly asked out of the blue. The conversation along the way made him feel that Zhang Chulan had a good nature. Since he suspected that the deduction backlash was related to him, he might as well ask directly. The reason may be found. When Zhang Chulan heard Wang Yuya's question, seriousness surfaced on his playful face. Hey, I'm sure Taoist Master Wang knows about me. My grandfather's secret has something to do with Lung Fu Shan. If we can win this time, we will have the chance to meet the old heavenly master. That way, Maybe we can ask, just because of this? The king was also thoughtful. Zhang Chulan's reply did not unlock the doubts in his heart. If that was the case, he shouldn't have been so badly injured himself. What exactly is the reason for the? Just as well, now is not the time to think about that. Chulan, you're thinking about the wrong thing. Wang also pointed his finger to the crowd not far away. It's not difficult to meet the old celestial master. No, isn't that it? Zhang Chulan sniffed and looked over. It's really the old sky master. He was giving the camera the scissor hand like a kindly old man next door. So simple. Just to see it? Shouldn't the heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion be an immortal-like existence? Ha ha, I guess it's another leadership inspection from somewhere. It's really hard on the old celestial master. After the interview crowd dispersed, Zhang Lingyu led the crowd to the old heavenly master. Master, this is fellow Taoist Qin Chao Qin, whom I have often mentioned. Qin dynasty of the Qin clan. Greetings to the old heavenly master. Qin Chao graciously bowed to the old heavenly master. During this time, he didn't think about what kind of story he would use to fabricate his identity. Lies are not necessary in the presence of the old celestial master. It's probably better to be honest. Oh, so you are Qin Chao. Lingyu can praise you quite a few times in front of me. At first sight today, it really is a sight to behold. The old heavenly master did not have the slightest shelf. The eyes lingered on Qin Chao for a moment before moving elsewhere. No one knows what he's thinking. Qin Chao was relieved to see this. He was glad that the old celestial master didn't press him too much about his identity. Wudong Wang also, pay respects to the old heavenly master. The king also bowed with both hands. Ah, it's Wang Yuya. What's wrong with your body? How is your master's health? Wang Yuya's great master, Zhou Meng, is the current head of Wudong Mountain, the same generation as the old heavenly master. I'm sorry for the old celestial master's concern. The master Tai is in robust health and has recently learned to use WeChat. Ha ha ha, he, really lives and learns. After the old heavenly master finished speaking, he finally shifted his gaze to Zhang Chulan. Is it Chulan? Although he had already prepared himself mentally, when he really saw the old heavenly master, Zhang Chulan was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. Seeing Zhang Chulan's embarrassment, the old heavenly master touched his head. Call the master. Although you are not a disciple of my orthodox way, your grandfather taught you the golden light incantation and the thunder technique. It's not too much to ask to be called master. Master. Good day, master. The temperature of his head made Zhang Chulan feel a long-lost affection. With the death of his grandfather and the disappearance of his father, it's been a long time since he's felt any concern from his elders. Good. I didn't think that ugly dwarf would have a handsome grandson like you. Lingyu, you entertain these guests first. Chulan and I have something to talk about. Qin Chao watched the two leave. He was not interested in the content of the conversation between the old heavenly master and Zhang Chulan. At this stage now, it was impossible for Zhang Jiwei to tell Zhang Chulan the real secret. Zhang Chulan couldn't afford it either. At most, the old heavenly master chatted about the reason why Zhang Huai was removed from the list of heavenly masters. It won't go into too much depth yet, just some superficial reasons, and these elements were originally known to Qin Chao. Third brother, fourth brother, you guys and Baobao Feng go on to play. I have something to say to Taoist Master Wang as well, Qin Chao said as he looked at the three people who deliberately ran away, Xu San and the others. From the moment they saw the old heavenly master, deliberately pulled Feng Baobao to hide to the side to lower their presence. Qin dynasty is understandable. In Xu San's eyes, it was impossible for the younger generation of foreigners to know about Feng Baobao's existence, but seniors like old Tianshi, who had experienced the Asian rebellion, could not say the same. The secrets in the baby's body, longevity alone, are enough to cause the Inhumans to covet it. It made sense that Xu San would make such a choice without knowing the old heavenly master. If not for Qin Chao's insistence, even this Luo Tian Great Reef, Xu San would not have agreed for her to come. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu also knew that it was not appropriate for him to stay any longer. Fellow Daoist, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be waiting for you at the heavenly master's mansion. After that, turn around and leave. Inside a remote bamboo forest, Qin Chao and Wang also walked side by side. Daoist Qin, what is it that you are looking for me for? Wang also looked at Qin Chao, his heart filled with doubts. This person had a strange face, and he himself had never heard of it before in the inhuman realm. It was only known that Zhang Chulan and the others seemed to be led by him. Zhang Lingyu also treated him with respect. What did he have to talk to himself about? Qin Chao did not feel strange about the fact that Wang also did not recognize himself. His previous battle results had not been widely publicized by either the World Society or Nadutong. Therefore, even though Qin Chao was strong, he was not well known in the inhuman realm. Taoist master, wait a moment. Bright will eyes appeared in Qin Chao's eyes. In an instant, the wind and grass around him were all under his watchful eye. Wang also saw the Sharingan for the first time and couldn't help but wonder about it. But after only one look, he hurriedly averted his eyes. Just now, he had actually appeared to be in a trance for a moment. If it wasn't for the operation of the Wind Queen's strange door, I'm afraid I would have to wallow in it. What is the meaning of this? Fellow Daoist? Calling me out to the middle of nowhere. Are you trying to make a move on me? Chincha made sure no one was around before slowly speaking. There's no need to be alarmed, Daoist. I'm not so bad as to make a move against the inheritor of the Wind Queen's strange sect. I just don't want anyone to overhear what we're talking about, and that's why I'm using some tactics. You know I know the Wind Queen Chimera? Wang also frowned slightly. This is something that only a few people know about. Where is the Qin dynasty known from? Qin Chao opened his mouth to explain. My Qin family has a very close relationship with Senior Zhang Huai, so I have some knowledge of the 8 strange techniques. It's no secret to me that Wudong has the Wind Queen strange door. The purpose of my inviting the Taoist master here is that I have questions I want the Taoist master to deduce. But before that, I'd like to ask, what exactly did Taoist master deduce that he would suffer such a backlash? Wang also nodded his head slightly after hearing this, which was considered to be an approval of Qin Chao's statement. But then he quickly shook his head and said, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, fellow Daoist. In my current condition, I won't be able to use the art of deduction for a short while. As for the reason for the injury, I can tell you, Taoist, I attempted to deduce the Great Reef of Luotian, and that's how I suffered the backlash. But, I obviously didn't deduce anything. Chapter 36, The Wind Queen's Strange Door. Qin Chao was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Yuya's reply. That doesn't fit with the original plot. In the original episode, Wang also deduced that Zhang Chulan's decision to search for the truth would affect the world. That was why he decided to participate in the Luotian Great Reef, wanting to give Zhang Chulan the opportunity to choose. Now you've deduced nothing, and you've half crippled yourself. Then what are you doing here? Is it? Is it because of yourself? The fact that he had traveled across with the system himself was an unknown anomaly for Chi-Men deduction. When Wang also deduced, he deduced himself, which was why he suffered such a heavy blow. But again, because of his meditative senses, he finally decided to participate in the Luotian Great Reef. If that was the case, then he himself was the culprit for causing Wang Ya to be so weak? Looking at Wang Yuya's haggard face, Qin Chao was a bit embarrassed. His original idea was, in fact, quite simple. Let the king also deduce what his psychic beast is. The task of localized damage was half completed, and Qin Chao was very curious about the psychic beast contracted by the psychic art, but the system wouldn't say, so he had to figure it out on his own. But looking at the current situation, even if the king is also healed, Qin Chao doesn't dare to let him deduce. Why don't you tell me about Wang Ya's Feng Ho Chi Men as compensation? And to brush up on your favoritism? Maybe he could even borrow from the Wind Queen's Chimera and improve his own ninjutsu. Qin Chao had an idea in his mind. Fellow Daoist Wang is inconvenient. Then I won't force myself. However, I do have some insights about the Wind Queen's strange sect here that might be able to help you. Fellow Daoist Wang. Fellow Daoist is polite. Why don't you tell me about it? Although Wang Yuya said so with his mouth, in his heart, he didn't take Qin Chao's words to heart at all. His own talent in the Wind Queen's strange door was the envy of even the master. In terms of knowledge of the Wind Queen's strange door, who could compare to himself? Qin Chao could detect Wang Yuya's mind, but he didn't care. Let's start with my thoughts on the Wind Queen Chimera. Feng Ho Chi Men is to use one's own air to set the Natgung in its current position. Create a small world that is different from the cumbersome pattern outside. Being in the midst of the Chi-Men, I am the orientation, I am the fortune, the birth and death of time, space, and the 4 discs are all formulated by the caster. As Qin Chao narrated, Wang also put away the contempt in his heart. Qin Chao's words were concise, but the words were true. In terms of the degree of understanding of the Wind Queen strange sect, Qin Chao was afraid that he was not weaker than himself, but he himself only realized these truths because he had been practicing the Wind Queen's strange door for many years. Where is the Qin dynasty known from? Is it because of Senior Zhang Huai? No, it can't be. Even if it was Senior Zhang Huai, it was impossible to understand to this extent without the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. So, what the hell for? Is it the Qin family behind him? In Wang Yuya's mind, Qin Chao, including the family behind him, had become unfathomable. The first heaven leads the circumference, covers the changes of the circumference, and transforms me into a king. This is the Wind Queen Chi-Men. And yet, Qin Chao turned his words around. It is ultimately difficult to change external things, to change others. Feng Ho Chi Men is not omnipotent. The process of changing the rules, the caster needs to pay the price accordingly. I'm sure Daoist Wang has already felt it. There was no longer any contempt in Wang Yuya's eyes, and he nodded solemnly. Qin Chao was right. Frequent use of the Wind Queen Chi-Men can lead to confusion of chi in space. This triggers all kinds of illnesses, big and small, in oneself, alternately mixing and changing all the time. It's like a person who is in summer one minute and winter the next, switching back and forth. jumping sideways from side to side, and naturally burying a bunch of disease. Could it be that fellow Taoist Qin has a solution? Wang Yuya's tone was full of invitation. It's not so much a method as it is another use of the Wind Queen's chimera. With the heart set in the center, the Qi man after the wind contract inward. Seeing oneself as the universe of heaven and earth, one completely masters all changes in oneself. Time, cause and effect. Be truly I am heaven and earth. I am fortune and misfortune, and transform me into a king. After Qin Chao finished speaking, he looked at Wang Yuya, who had paused in place. He was seen frowning in deep thought. The alternating light and darkness of his face showed the unsettledness of his heart. Sure enough, this method of use is still too far ahead for the current him. However, Qin Chao didn't think it was pulling the plug. He never underestimated anyone in this world. Wang Yuya, who was able to comprehend the Wind Queen's strange door, was originally a person with outstanding natural talent. He himself was only telling him in advance what he should have realized. Even if he couldn't master it in a short period of time, he thought he could still gain something. More importantly, after this time, the friendship between himself and Wang Yuya would be furthered. If you ask him for help in the future, you shouldn't be able to push back. After a long time, King also came out of his thoughts. Bowed down. Thank you for pointing it out, fellow Taoist. If you need my help in the future, just ask. I will definitely do my best. Qin Shao's words were like opening a new world to him. It's no longer just pointing, it's showing the way, pointing the way to the word. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. He had already secretly decided that even if Qin Shao asked him to go through fire and water, he would do nothing. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Qin Shao helped Wang Yuya up with both hands. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. A few hours later, the group met at the back cliffs. A little Taoist priest pointed to the rope behind him and said, Gentlemen, if there is no other means, then pass over these ropes. Zhang Chulan looked at the bottomless cliff and the dozens of meters of rope and shivered in his heart. For the sake of the Luo Tian Great Reef, he needed to hide his strength. Therefore, the only way to cross the cliff was by rope, but the rope doesn't look strong. In case there's a crooked one, wouldn't that be? Brother Qin, do you have any means of flying? Bring me along. In Zhang Chulan's eyes, Qin dynasty's tactics were endless. A statement of omnipotence would be a bit of an overstatement, but isn't it easy to go over a cliff? Qin Chao looked at Zhang Chulan who had an expectant face and said, I do have an idea, just throw you over there. What do you think? He didn't really have the means to fly right now. Shadow divergence technique. Raikiri, naturally, cannot fly. Sharingan is fine. However, it would also need to copy the ability of other inhumans to fly in order for this to happen, sort of indirectly gaining the ability to fly. There are quite a few ninjutsu in this area in the Naruto world. Ninjutsu, secret jutsu, and bloodline boundaries all give one the ability to fly. Qin Chao was naturally very eager for these, not to talk about the enhancement of the fight by flying. Let's just say this ability to fly in the air. It would be so cool to be able to use it yourself. The feeling of wandering in the sky is overwhelming when you think about it. Of course, it is better to complete the local tasks before talking about other things. Zhang Chulan shook his head frantically when he heard Qin Chao's reply. It would be embarrassing to be thrown out like a sandbag. He was trying to hide his strength, not to be embarrassed. Brother Qin, I'd better climb over by myself. Just then, the smell of sauerkraut came from far away. Mama, what's the Tianchifu doing organizing all these useless things? Chapter 37, The Deng Brothers and Jia Zhangliang. Brother, sister feeds you garlic. Eat pasta without garlic and half the flavor is missing. It's still the oldest sister who cares for her brother. Brother, are you that hungry? How many bowls have you eaten? It was a line of three that spoke. 2 men and 1 woman. Brother Qin, look, these guys were so strangely dressed and had unique accents. Are they also the Inhumans who came to attend the Great Reef of Latte? Qin Shao sniffed and looked at the smell and recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance. That's right, it should be the Shaman clan, the 2 brothers Deng Youfu and Deng Yukai. Zhang Chulan did not know much about the Inhuman forces and asked, Shaman? What's this? Qin Shao was not afraid of Deng Youfu brothers hearing him and opened his mouth in front of several people. A clan of shamans, from the northeast. The practice is the outgoing horse in the southern lemma and the northern horse. Izumo refers to Izumo's son, which is also known as the folk saying of inviting a fairy to come up to one's body. Immortals, on the other hand, are animals that have practiced the air and can also be called elves. The fairy that Deng Youfu invited was the willow fairy, and the fairy that Deng Yukai invited was the gray fairy. Qin Shao knew all the information about the various Inhumans like the back of his hand. Knowing the information about the 2 Deng brothers was not surprising. However, he actually had something left to say. The immortal of Izumo-san is extremely powerful, but even the most powerful immortal is still a spirit. It's the spirit that detains the spirit that sends the general. If a shaman who has practiced the horse fairy is strong enough, When he encounters a spirit restraining general, it is like a mouse meeting a cat, restrained to death. This restraint was almost insurmountable, and even a user with far more strength than the spirit detaining dispenser would be greatly affected. This is the reason why Guan Huashi, once one of the 10 brothers and Tang Youfu's grandmother, retired of her own accord. These secrets, not being any honorable past, Chincha would have no need to tell them in public. Yo, where'd you get that? The one who spoke was Deng Yukai. Big gold chains, little undershirts, and bravado written all over his rugged face. Hello, nice to meet you. The person speaking in Chinese interspersed with English is Tang Youfu. He was dressed just the opposite of his younger brother. Arigato. The back, the suit, the refined face full of elegance. Before Qin Chao could say anything, Su Si greeted him with a smile. Ha ha ha, rare guest. This is not Deng Youfu Deng Yukai two brothers. This is Qin Chao, the newest member of the staff at Nadutong. Su San Su Si and the Deng brothers were on good terms, and the few exchanged pleasantries. This brother Qin, how come he knows us, so well? Tang Youfu pushed his glasses and looked at Qin Chao with measuring eyes. As good as his relationship with Nadutong was, he had never revealed the person he had invited to the immortal. How did this Qin dynasty know? Qin Chao flashed his trademark kind smile. Although the shaman clan is not well known, I have heard of the name Hu Huang by Lu Gray for a long time. Qin dynasty of the Qin family has met you all. He didn't directly explain why he knew the object of the Deng family's invitation to the immortals. It's not easy to explain, and it doesn't need to be explained. He himself is a person who has access to everywhere, and by virtue of this status, Tang Youfu will not pursue the root of the matter. Only at the end, Qin Chao deliberately aggravated the tone of the word Qin family. Go ahead and guess. Just go with what I'm hinting at. Deng Youfu unsurprisingly heard the point and nodded thoughtfully. Okay, we'll see you later then. As Tang Youfu's words fell, black air poured out of the two brothers, and snake and rat shapes could be seen faintly. Tada! The three crossed the cliff in an instant. This is using the power of the Exodus Fairy, isn't it? Qin Chao looked at the backs of the two Deng brothers. I wonder if my psychic beasts count as fairies. Does it count as an elf? If it counts, then will it be controlled by the spirit detainer? According to the setting of the psionic arts, it shouldn't be. Psychic beasts are different from Exodus Fairy. Psionic beasts require a contract with the user of the psionic art. Contractually bound, it should be able to withstand the detaining spirit dispatch. Brother Qin, can you fly and take me there like that guy? Zhang Chulan's words interrupted Qin Chao's thinking. Without looking up, Qin Chao knew who he was talking about. West Jia Zhangliang, Jia Zhengyu's brother, the opposite of Jia Zhengyu's character. Jia Yongliang doesn't have any major flaws other than being a bit of a mommy's boy. He is still a decent person, not a villain who takes advantage of people. Qin Chao was impressed with him. Chulan, he can fly because of the imperial art. That's not something I would do. I think it's better to throw you over. Jia Zhangliang naturally noticed Qin Chao and his group. You are Qin Chao? I had a brother who was so out of shape that you beat him so badly that he still shudders at the sight of red. But no matter how trashy he is, he's my brother. I will defeat you at this convention and avenge that idiot. After saying that, he floated away without turning his head. Qin Chao didn't feel anything. It's just a matter of talking tough. It's not like you're missing out. But Zhang Chulan immediately couldn't bear it. Che, what's the point of pretending? Revenge? Can you beat my brother Qin? Don't be like that Zhengyu and get your ass kicked. In his mind, Qin Chao was an invincible existence. Who cares about Jia Zhangliang, Jia Zhengdao? All of them are rabble-rousers. Qin Chao waved his hand and signaled Zhang Chulan to be quiet. Are you ready? Zhang Chulan didn't react to what Qin Chao said, and the whole thing was lifted. Qin, brother Qin, are you really going to throw me out? You mustn't shake your hands. Make sure you get it right. Cut the crap and go you. Oh, whoa. Zhang Chulan didn't feel the expected sense of weightlessness as he slowly opened his eyes, only to see that he was being carried by Qin Chao and flying in mid-air. The soles of his feet were empty, only an abyss of 10,000 feet. I'm going. Zhang Chulan immediately hugged Qin Chao's hand tightly. Brother Qin, you're scaring me to death. Do you realize how scary that is? Qin Chao helplessly glanced at Zhang Chulan, who had a lot of drama. Even if you want to act weak, do you need to act so exaggeratedly? I'm trying to save face too. Don't make a fuss all day long. You look like you've never seen the world, okay? Of course Qin Chao didn't really throw Zhang Chulan out. Upon meeting Jia Zhangliang, he opened his Sharingan eyes and copied the power of the Sentinel. Borrowing the ability of the Imperial objects, he took Zhang Chulan and the others and flew them across the canyon. This is the backwoods? Why is the atmosphere here like an amusement park? Zhang Chulan originally thought that the former mountain was so lively because it was open to ordinary people. Who would have thought that this back mountain would also be crowded with people of all colors? Qin Chao also sighed a bit. Worthy of being the Luo Tian Great Reef. There are really a lot of foreigners. I also wonder who will be lucky enough to be favored by my Millennium Kill. Yo Mr. Qin, all of you from Nadutong are here. A bright voice rang out. Grrrrrr. Remember me? It's me, Wind Star Tong. Chapter 38, A Gathering of Heroes. If it isn't the Wind family siblings, what are you doing here? Zhang Chulan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance on the Great Reef this time. Feng wrapped his arm around Zhang Chulan in a self-conscious manner. Chulan, my dad just became one of the 10 brothers. This is a big scene. How can we say that we have to come and show our support? Don't worry, we are not interested in the position of the Heavenly Master or the Tong Tian Talisman. After all, you're the star of this conference. Look, all these Inhumans are watching you. Zhang Chulan looked at the uninvited surroundings. Another looked to Windstar Tong, wide-eyed. Are you sure? There's a lot of attention on me? Feng smiled awkwardly. Who knew that Longhu Mountain's Gao Kung Zhonglingyu would show up here? It turned out that the attention of the participating foreigners had long been placed on Zhang Lingyu. No way. The name of the Heavenly Master's disciple, coupled with a white coat, was just too obvious. It was hard not to want to attract attention. What is Zhang Lingyu doing here? A disciple of Longhu Mountain shouldn't be here, right? It looks like he's waiting for someone. It can't be. What kind of person could make Zhang Lingyu personally entertain? It can't be some high-ranking senior, right? It could be Zhuge Cheng. This one's origin is also remarkable. I heard that he's a descendant of Marquis Wu. Just as the crowd was talking, Zhang Lingyu moved. His Taoist robes flowed as he walked quickly to a man in brown. Fellow Taoist, I was not well entertained at the bottom of the mountain just now. Now that you've come to the Heavenly Master's mansion in the back of the mountain, make sure that Lingyu treats you well. Zhang Lingyu's soft tone and gentle smile made people feel like spring breeze. The man in brown clothes was naturally Chincha. He openly accepted the prying gazes around him and smiled at Zhang Lingyu. Fellow Taoist Zhang is really too polite. Normal communication between our peers is sufficient. Zhang Lingyu treated Zhang Lingyu in such a courteous manner, but Qin Shao felt that it was unnecessary. He was not a high-minded person, and he was a bit uncomfortable being held up like this. Yes, fellow Taoist Qin is right. Let's just communicate casually. The one who spoke was Wang Yuya. He came with a man with long blue hair. By way of introduction, this is Zhuge Cheng of the Marquis of Wu descent. Zhuge Cheng smiled and greeted those present. Spirit Jade Realist, fellow Taoist Qin Chao, I've heard a lot about you. He naturally recognized Zhang Lingyu and had long wanted to spar with him. The identity of Qin Shao was introduced and recognized by Wang also on the way just now. The king also spoke highly of him, with an attitude similar to that of Zhang Lingyu toward the Qin dynasty. It's all very respectful. This made Zhuge Cheng extremely interested in the Qin dynasty and just what kind of person could make Wang Yuya and Zhang Lingyu so convinced. When Zhuge Cheng was sizing up Qin Chao was also sizing him up. I have long admired the descendants of the Marquis of Wu. Zhuge Cheng mastered the Wu Ho Chi Men, which was the same as the Feng Ho Chi Men. The difference is that the Feng Ho Chi Men sets the Zhonggong by itself, while the Wu Ho Chi Men sets the Zhonggong by a certain point, fixing the space within a certain range into a Chimen pattern. In Qin Chao's mind, there is no superiority or inferiority between the two. Both are paths that can lead to the Tao. I'm looking forward to the collision of the two arts after their great success. These words Qin Chao said in his heart. The reason why it wasn't now was because the Wind Queen's strange door was, after all, an 8th strange technique, and even a beginner could display a dominating power. Zhuge Cheng's current mastery of the martial Marquis strange sect was not enough to match it. The four of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and led by Qin Chao, they walked to Zhang Chulan. And don't all gather around me. The main character of the Great Reef of Latte is there this time. This is Zhang Chulan, who has never entered the Dragon Tiger Mountain, but has mastered the Golden Light Incantation and the Thunder Technique. Also a descendant of a user of the Air Body Source Stream, Qin Chao had long felt Zhang Chulan's grudging eyes. He had come this time to do missions and be a fighter. There was no need for him to steal Zhang Chulan's thunder. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, the crowd then shifted their gazes to Zhang Chulan. Many of the surrounding Inhumans were talking about it. It is because of this man that the Great Reef of Latte was held? It doesn't look like much with a lazy face, still wearing the uniform of the Nadutong. Could it be that they are also official traders? Zhang Chulan was getting darker and darker in the face the more he listened. There just aren't a lot of positive comments. And that's not as bad as not paying attention to yourself. You're the one who passed on the Air Body Source Stream? I've met a real person today. Nice to meet you. Just then, an enthusiastic voice rang out. The speaker was a four-eyed chubby little man with a snack in his hand, taking one step and one bite at a time. Feng said as he approached Zhang Chulan's ear. This man's name is Hidden Dragon, and he's a good intelligence gatherer. The reason why you are so enthusiastic should be because you want to probe you. Zhang Chulan was not someone who judged people by their appearance and did not belittle Zhang Long because of his appearance. Greeting him with a smile. Hello, Hidden Dragon walked to Zhang Chulan's side and didn't go up and climb up to Chincha like the others. Instead, he looked at Feng Baobao, who had a very low presence, and said, "This sister also looks like she's from a company called Neither Pass. Is she also here to participate in the Luo Tian Dajiao?" When Feng Baobao heard someone talking to her, she pointed her finger at herself and then pointed at Qin Chao. "Me? My name is Feng Baobao. I'm not here to participate in the Luo Tian Jiao festival. Qin Chao is." He worked as a fighter and cleaned up all the opponents that hindered Zhang Chulan from succeeding the Heavenly Master. So it is. Only after hearing Feng Baobao's words did Hidden Dragon turn his gaze to Qin Chao. "This is the eerie-eyed Qin Chao, right? Your Excellency is really keeping a low profile, defeating the little master of Lung Fu Shan." One person toppled the whole sex for crazy and retreated in one piece. "There are enough deeds to make your Excellency famous, but you do not publicize them at all. I am impressed." When these words came out, the foreigners present immediately stirred. No wonder the Spirit Jade realist is so respectful to him. So it's because of these things. Beat 4 wild sheets with just one person? What exactly is his strength? It doesn't look as old as I am. Could it be some kind of old guy who resides in the past? Impossible. This time, the Luo Tian Great Reef only allows the younger generation of foreigners to participate, and with the old Heavenly Master supervising, he must be a young man. Could it be the great killing weapon that Witch Dutong is cultivating according to? After all, it's a Tong Tian talisman, and Nadutong definitely has ideas. Seeing that he had become the center of attention in the room again, Qin Chao gave a meaningful look at Hidden Dragon. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover, and this guy is no slouch. Knowing that he couldn't get words out of himself or Zhang Chulan, then he turned his head to climb with the simple Feng Baobao. From Feng Baobao's mouth, try to extract information about their group, and really let him have it. The information that Hidden Dragon sets out is not important. Sooner or later, his identity as a fighter would be exposed, and it was fine to let it be known in advance. It was just that, when he stated his various battle records, it gave Qin Chao a feeling of being stripped of his bottom. Couldn't have known I'd millennial kill, could you? That's not something he can be allowed to talk about. He must be warned properly. The propaganda ability of an intelligence officer is something Qin Chao doesn't dare to bet on. Maybe overnight, the name of Homunculus will spread throughout the inhuman world. How about just letting him have a snack if he wants to? Such a vision should be cruel enough for a foodie. Ha. Chapter 39 The First Victim, the Little Vulcan. A red aura emerged in Qin Chao's eyes and he activated his sharing will eyes. Young people are just energized. And seeing you guys is like seeing me when I was young. The one who spoke was the old celestial master. His gaze inadvertently skipped over Qin Chao and continued. This time, the Luo Tian Great Reef is an opportunity for us cultivators to communicate with each other. In addition to the routine sacrifices, I'm coming from a young age too, and I can understand your eagerness to spar. So, without further ado, let's get straight to the draw. When the old Heavenly Master said that, the Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's mansion carried a red lottery box to the crowd. Please line up and come forward to draw your slips of paper. Qin Chao was a bit weak when he was looked at by the old Heavenly Master. One's little maneuver should have been discovered. What the old Celestial Master said just now was probably pointing him out. After a few moments passed, the crowd drew lots. In the slips of paper in your hands, the heavenly stems represent the order of entry. There are 4 of each type of animal below the celestial trunk, and identical animals are the opponents who enter the field together. Out of the 4, only one will make it to the next round of selection. Zhang Chulan came to Qin Chao and wanted to see what note was drawn. He was counting on Qin Chao to help him remove some strong enemies, but he couldn't run into each other early. Qin Chao didn't care about the result of the draw. The old Heavenly Master would definitely make secret arrangements and would not let Zhang Chulan get out early. No matter how one drew, one would never meet Zhang Chulan in advance. Qin Chao spread out the note. I drew the A flower deer. First up. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan said with a face full of regret. That would be a shame. I drew the A white tiger, which was also first up. Brother Qin has no way to see my handsome posture. Qin Chao pulled the corner of his mouth. He was aware of the way Zhang Chulan won the first game, all by pretending. The title of Stepan Jillian has also been around since then. Thus, he did not want to watch Zhang Chulan's fight at all. What Qin Chao was now looking forward to was the next opponent he encountered. He hopes to meet a strong opponent. Only if his opponents were strong enough would he be able to complete the mission faster and obtain the psychic art. Soon, the crowd arrived at Qin Chao's competition venue. It's so crowded. Feng Xingtong couldn't help but sigh as he looked towards the overcrowded audience. He drew the heavenly stem as B, and competed after the Qin dynasty. Yeah, most of the Inhumans who didn't race are here. On the stands, many of the 10 brothers also came. President Feng of the World Society, Wang Ai of the Wang family, LVCI of the LV family, even the gerontologist is in. I didn't expect that the notorious Qin dynasty would be more attractive than the descendants of the airbody source stream. Hidden Dragon looked at the big man in the stands, not knowing what was going through his mind. Contestants, please take the stage. Chincha was the first to step out, and the three people following behind gradually revealed their figures. Little Fire God Hongbin, Streaming Rainbow Wang Airdog, and Zhuge Bai of the Wuho School. That's a great opponent for the first game. Chincha revealed a satisfied smile. Little Fire God Hongbin, a disciple of the Fire Virtue sect, was known to be a good fire player from his name. Flow Rainbow Wang Ergu, who created his own kung fu. Flow Rainbow can add hints to his air seeds to affect his emotions, and his strength is not to be underestimated. As for Zhuge Bai, although strong, he has very little guts. It's so small that when you meet a fierce man, you're afraid to make a move. But it doesn't matter how much quest progress is added. It doesn't matter how bold you are. With a high enough strength, you can make the growth of quest progress become more. Are you that Chincha? It doesn't look like much. The little Vulcan spoke in an arrogant tone and raised his head to look at Chincha. Introduce yourself. My name is Wang Ergu. Wang Erdog had a strong aura, pushed his glasses, and did not say anything else. My name is Zhuge Bai. Please be more merciful. Zhuge Bai spoke a little shakily, seemingly in fear. Chincha didn't care how his opponent behaved, swept his eyes and said, I won't waste any more time. You're all in this together. After saying that, without waiting for the three to react, he quickly formed a seal in his hand. Shadow split technique. The two doppelgangers took on Wang Ergu and Zhuge Bai respectively. 1 against 3, still really looking down on people. You don't want to play it off. Streaming firebomb. The little Vulcan didn't hold back once he came up, and dozens of flame bombs exploded out. Although he looked down on Chincha with his mouth, he also knew Chincha's battle records. If you don't go all out yourself, you might actually get a string of 3. Streaming firebomb. The little fire god was up against Chincha's main body. Chincha had long since opened his Sharingan eye, and the eye of copying directly duplicated the opponent's ability. Pffffffffff. In a flash, sparks flew everywhere. The blazing heat left a dark hole crater in the ground. He actually knows how to play with fire too. It's still on par with me. Just a single exchange of hands made the little fire god's face stare. He didn't know the ability of Sharingan and mistakenly thought that Chincha cultivated fire attribute jutsu just like him. No, I don't believe it. It's impossible to defeat me with fire in this world except for Master Fire. A means that the little Vulcan was proud of. He was confident that there could be no one in the younger generation who could surpass him in this regard. I don't believe you can block this move too. Flames surged out of his body like waves, converging between his hands to coalesce into a thick liquid. Golden Crow burst. This was the little fire god's strongest means of attack. Hot streams of flame shot out and attacked Chincha. Chincha felt the heat of the flames from afar. He would like to try the flame with his flesh, but the thought of possibly running around naked put it off. Golden Crow burst. It's still a Sharingan copy. Boom boom boom. The two streams of heat collided together, emitting a violent explosion. Hang in there. Must hold on. The dignity of the little Vulcan would not allow him to lose above fire, but after just one breath, the little fire god's attack was completely suppressed. What's going on? This can't be. I'll be defeated with fire? No matter how much the little Vulcan resisted, the air in his body was almost depleted. Consumed with it was the confidence of the little Vulcan. I was defeated with fire. 10 years of hard work for nothing. I was defeated with fire. 10 years of hard work for nothing. As he lost himself, the flames in his hands slowly faded. Chincha had long since gained insight into the movements of the little fire god through his Sharingan eye, and the power of the golden crow bursting flame in his hand gradually weakened. With him like this, I'm a little embarrassed to use the 1000-year kill. Although his mouth said so, Chincha's hands were not slow at all. Chug chug chug. A direct triple hit. Fast and furious. Mission progress, +4. 33%. Mission progress, +4. 03%. Mission progress, +3. 76%. Ah! A miserable shriek pierced the sky. Everyone's eyes all gathered on Chincha. What are you doing? Chapter 40, Weird Air. The little Vulcan covered the localization, his face full of anger, which was half lost. Surname Chin. I'm not as skilled as you. I admit it, but you don't have to be so. Humiliate me like this. The pain in his rear made the little Vulcan shiver as he spoke. He didn't understand. This Chincha looks like an honest man. How to start so lowly? The spectators in the stands also wore puzzled expressions. What kind of spell is this? The attack is actually so unique. I suppose so, but this spell is also really ruthless. Who would expect someone to suddenly attack their localization? As expected of a strong man, always able to take people by surprise. Indeed, if I were to make this move, I would definitely not be as breezy as he is. Chincha faced the little Vulcan's shameful questioning, and his face was positive. Cough 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 Hong Bin. I saw that your mind was restless. so I used the Qin family's secret method to help you stabilize your mind.
Are you feeling all energized and full of energy right now? This is because the local meridians are the directing Ran and Chong channels.
Stimulating these meridians using appropriate secret methods can serve the function of regulating the internal organs, whether other people believe it or not.
Anyway, Xin Chao himself believed it. It wasn't exactly nonsense,
and he had gone to the trouble of checking out the information. Localized and appropriate massage can really tone up the internal organs.
But the technique, I'm sure it's not the millennium killing.
The little Vulcan half-heartedly listened to Xin Chao.
Feel the changes in your body. Seems, he's right.
After the pain had passed, one was indeed refreshed.
Could it be that Xin Chao was really using the Qin family's secret method to help himself?
Then it seemed rude to treat him like that just now. The little Vulcan stopped covering the localization with his hand at the thought.
Hands clasped in front of him, he owed a slight bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin, for helping me.
Just now I did have an unstable Taoist mind and almost had a heart demon.
If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Qin, I'm afraid the consequences would be hard to predict.
Xin Chao looked at the little Vulcan's performance and raised his eyebrows inadvertently.
No, you really believe that?
It's also good that the people involved believe it, so should everyone else. One's reputation can be saved. It was also true that it was as Xin Chao thought.
Realization dawned on the onlookers. I see.
Xin Chao turned out to be helping the little fire god. Worthy of being the best of the younger generation, he should have long since seen that the little fire god's Tao heart was lacking and deliberately used the same tactic as a way to hone the little fire god. Whoever possesses such a secret method is not hiding it. Where would they show it as easily as Xin Chao?
This heart to help others is not something we can compare to. We are impressed and hilarious.
The gush of praise came in a continuous stream. The Qin dynasty's approach has earned the respect of many foreigners.
Ha, ha, I am not worthy of all of your praises.
Xin Chao bent his toes slightly. He was a little embarrassed even with his thick skin.
Good.
Such a character is worthy of being my opponent.
Wang Airdog. Xin Chao, please enlighten me.
Wang Airdog did not take advantage of Xin Chao's fight with the little fire god to fight with the Shadow Split's doppelganger. He knew Xin Chao's battle record and thought that he was not Xin Chao's opponent. But Wang Airdog's self-respect did not allow himself to do something like 3-1. It was not until the battle between Xin Chao and the little fire god ended that he chose to make a move.
Brother Two Dogs is polite. After you.
Xin Chao's main body did not move and remained a splitter against Wang Airdog.
Streaming rainbows. Wang Airdog used a stunt as soon as he came up. In Xin Chao's eyes, the rainbow splendor of the air quickly enveloped Wang Airdog's whole body.
One's own 7 emotions are vaguely affected.
Rather, it's somewhat similar to the 4 Zhang Maniacs tactics. Like the rainbow,
Wang Ergo's streaming rainbow has a total of 7 colors.
Each color represents an emotion. Blue of melancholy, yellow of cowardice, red of berserk. Not only can you influence yourself, but you can influence your opponents as well.
To be able to create such a powerful kung fu on his own,
Wang Ergu is also a character. Unfortunately, it was me who met. Streaming rainbows, to put it bluntly, also affects the opponent's emotions through the air. Xin Chao's attribute-less air was just enough to restrain this tactic. Bang bang bang. The two fists and feet were close together. Phew phew.
Wang Airdog's heart sank slightly as he felt the force in his hands. His own fleshly body wasn't weak, and it wasn't much worse than an inhuman who specialized in fleshly body cultivation. But when he hit Xin Chao with his full strength, it was like hitting an impenetrable wall. No matter how much he hit himself, Xin Chao did not move at all. How is his flesh so strong? The fight between the little fire god and Xin Chao made Wang Ergo think that what Xin Chao was good at was arts and crafts. Where did he think that his physical body would also be so strong? But even if he was suppressed by Xin Chao, Wang Airdog's mouth still showed a confident smile. Good thing that streaming rainbow has been struck into his body by me. I just don't believe that anyone else can be unaffected by emotions. Bang bang bang. Dozens more punches and kicks were exchanged. Wang Airdog's face became increasingly grave. He looked at Xin Chao, who still looked as usual, and his heart was full of unbelief. How? Though a strong-minded person can counteract the effects of a flowing rainbow, that would take an old-timer who has experienced the world of cultivation. How can a young man in his early 20s have such a heart? Soreness and numbness came from his hands and feet. Wang Ergu has been gradually unable to resist Xin Chao's attack. I can't hold it off any longer. I have to use that trick. His 5 fingers curled slightly, making a claw in the void and grabbing at Xin Chao. Seeing this, Xin Chao stopped his attack. He knew what the move Wang Airdog had made was another use for streaming rainbows. By getting the opponent's air, the general character of the opponent is analyzed using the flow rainbow, which is expressed in one color. Then Wang Airdog would use this color as an attack to achieve twice the result with half the effort. I'm also curious to see what kind of character streaming rainbow will actually analyze. Xin Chao looked at the air that gradually solidified in Wang Ergu's hand with interest. What is this? How can there be this color of air?
As the air in his hand manifested, a never-before-seen horror appeared on Wang Erdog's face. Colored air. I can't believe someone would be a colored air. It was as if Wang Erdog was holding a palette in his hand instead of air. All sorts of colors were constantly floating in his hands. Chincha did not make a fuss regarding the colorful air in Wang Erdog's hand. He had actually expected it. The average person may only be analyzed by the streaming rainbow for one color, but the fact that one's air has no attributes means that it can be transformed into any attribute. It is not surprising that multiple colors were analyzed, but Wang Ergo didn't know about Chincha. I used to think that transparent air was spooky enough, but it's nothing compared to the air in your hands right now. Even crazy people have color. Is this Qin dynasty still human? It's not too much of a stretch to say monster. Chincha didn't know what Wang Ergo was thinking and took advantage of the time he froze. Chug chug chug. Millennium kill. Another trifecta. Mission progress, plus 5, 12%. Mission progress, plus 4, 81%. Mission progress, plus 3, 01%. Sharp pain came from behind Wang Erdog. Chincha, what are you doing? He's not a little Vulcan. He's just thinking. It's not like the Tao is unstable. What does Chincha mean by treating him like this? Chapter 41, the Qin family secret method is really effective. Chincha had not yet opened his mouth to explain. The little Vulcan was the first to jump out. What's all the fuss about? Show some respect for fellow Taoist Qin. He's doing you a favor. After the respite just now, the little Vulcan felt more and more that Chincha was right. That means of attacking locally is helping to stabilize one's Tao. How else could one's heart have refined after the battle just now? Chincha is a good man. It's his own benefactor. He would never allow his benefactor to be treated with disrespect. Wang Erdog covered the localization and could not speak of the pain. The localized pain was just too intense. Just now, if he hadn't cultivated his physical body to a high level, he would have been toppled off. But the other victim is all in favor of Chincha. If he said anything else, would he not be ungrateful? And, it seems, there's a real sense of permeability throughout the body. Could it be that this is really some secret method? Forget it, no matter what. It is definitely impossible to fight. Let's just take what Chincha said as true. Wang Erdog clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist." Chincha tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. Even he was a little tense. Where did he expect the little Vulcan to speak for himself? Hoping that now the people they've poked and prodded have to say thank you to themselves. This will really save your reputation. Maybe, even gain some reputation. Looking towards the last opponent on the field, Zhuge Bai, Chincha said in a kind tone. White, you're all that's left, make your move. For this Zhuge Qing's brother, Chincha did not intend to let go. What's wrong with being young? I'm a little young to be adding to the progress of the mission. Zhuge Bai shivered violently when he was named by Chincha. He had watched the two battles just now. He had a deep understanding of Chincha's strength. Whether it was a technique or the cultivation of physical body strength, Chincha was better than himself. Fruit, sure enough, I'm still too weak. There's no way I could beat an opponent like that. It's better to just surrender. Zhuge Bai raised his hand tremblingly and was about to surrender. Chincha immediately sought his mind and interrupted with a voice. Zhuge Bai, are you going to retreat forever? Hide behind your brother forever and wait for him to protect you? You can't bear to see Zhuge Qing bear the pressure of the family alone? Don't you want to help him take it on? Chincha's life-threatening serial question hammered heavily on Zhuge Qing's heart. He knew how much of a burden his brother carried. Wasn't he cultivating so hard to help his brother? Zhuge Qing's eyes gradually became resolute. This time I will not flee. I will fight. Please enlighten me, Brother Qin. Chincha felt Zhuge Qing's surging battle spirit and revealed a pleased smile. Not bad, to have such cultivation at such a young age. The future must be unlimited. But now, sorry about that. Chug chug chug. Mission progress, plus 5, 17%. Mission progress, plus 4, 99%. Mission progress, plus 4, 01%. Zhuge Bai's combat experience was too little. Even if they are courageous, they will not help in the face of the Qin dynasty. After a short exchange of blows, the opportunity was seized by Chincha to complete a partial triple strike. Woohoo, no, I can't cry. Woohoo, but really, I can't help it. Woohoo, I lost. Zhuge Bai sat on the ground, tears streaming down, unable to stop them. Chincha stood next to him, living like a villain who bullied a child. He touched his head awkwardly. Heaven and earth. He really stayed his hand just now. 1,000-year kill just poked it symbolically hard 3 times. It simply didn't come down as hard as it did with the others. But I don't know if I didn't control the intensity or if it was the frustration of failure. Zhuge Bai couldn't stop crying. Chincha, who had no experience in taking care of children, was a bit at a loss for a moment. Well, after a few minutes, Zhuge Bai stood up by himself, dried the tears on his face with his hand, and choked. No, I can't cry. I have to be strong. Brother Qin is practicing me. A rare stubbornness and perseverance surfaced on his boyish face. Qin Dynasty. The audience, where the 10 men are. Wang Ai and Lu Ci sat next to the old heavenly master and glanced at each other. Both saw the heart in the other's eyes. This Qin Dynasty must be taken down. In this battle alone, Qin Chao had demonstrated the art of splitting, the method of copying, and the body of resistance. A random ability is enough to create a powerful inhuman, and there are 3 of them in the Qin Dynasty, and that's not to mention any other tactics he might be hiding. Wang Ai tapped the walking stick in his hand, his eyes showing thought. Long before the opening of the Luo Tian Dajiao, he was interested in the Qin Dynasty. The other party's bizarre ability made him, the head of the Wang family, covet it. He had also privately checked the intelligence of the Qin family behind Qin Chao. The result, naturally, was that nothing was found. To be able to completely hide in the shadows, I'm afraid this Qin family is not simple. Regarding Qin Chao's background, it would be a lie for Wang Ai to say that he was not jealous, but the ability Qin Chao showed was enough to make him desperate, and he wasn't about to go it alone. I don't believe that I can't defeat a Qin family that doesn't dare to come out by pulling in Lu Ci. The old heavenly master watched Qin Chao's battle throughout and remained full of amiability. He didn't look at Wang Ai or Lu Ci next to him. Instead, he said to Feng Zhanghao on the other side, President Feng is also interested in this young man? Feng Zhanghao originally had his hands behind his back, and when he heard the old heavenly master's question, he bowed to show his respect before saying, the canine son and daughter have had some intercourse with this young man, and have praised him a great deal on weekdays. I came out of curiosity to see what kind of talent could make both siblings think so highly of each other. At today's sight, I am indeed a person of great talent. Feng Zhenghao's words mean that he is not familiar with Qin Chao. It was only because of this relationship between Qin Chao and his son and daughter that he appeared here. The cooperation between Qin Chao and him was still a secret for now, and there was no need for other people to know about it. Moreover, Wang Ai, the old man, was still beside him, and he didn't want to be seen for what he was. The old celestial master nodded after hearing this. So it is, but the affairs of the juniors are, after all, the affairs of the juniors. It's better for us as old-timers not to meddle too much in their interactions. What the heavenly master said. I can't be happier that Xian and Xingtong have such friends. How could I meddle in their affairs? Wang Ai and Lu Ci raised their eyebrows and also immediately chimed in. President Wind is right. It's a young man's world now, and we old men have long been fast fading into the background. What's gotten into the young man's business? Hearing the words of the two, the old heavenly master did not make a response and turned to leave. That's nice. The progress of the quests provided by these 3 people is not much worse than the 4 whiles off. Qin Chao walked out of the battlefield and felt the progress of the quest. Mission progress, 79. 13%. At this rate, with just 2 more, we should be able to complete the quest and obtain the psionic arts. When the time comes, I'll also be able to see what my psychic beast really is. Just then, a sharp voice came. Brother Qin, help me too. Chapter 42, King Ai Lu Ci's invitation. Feng Xingtong ran to Qin Chao's side with an expectant face. At first, he also did not believe that the Qin clan's secret method that Qin Chao said could really stabilize the Dao. After all, it would be difficult for a normal person to connect a localized attack with a secret method of stabilizing the Dao heart. Just thought it was Brother Qin's bad taste, but the performance of the little Vulcan just now disproved his point of view. If the Qin clan's secret method wasn't really effective, could the little Vulcan be so favorable to Qin Chao? He must have gotten benefits to be so respectful to Qin Chao. Then could he also beg Brother Qin to use the secret method on him? Good things like stabilizing the Dao heart and toning the internal organs didn't come across casually. Qin Chao's face darkened when he heard Feng Xingtong's words. How could he have imagined that all of them would take his own words seriously? But you really don't say. For Feng Xingtong's proposal, Qin Chao was really a bit moved. One's own mission was just short of being accomplished. It was supposed to wait until the next round of 32 and 16 games to get the job done. Now that there was a person who took the initiative to contribute localization, how could Qin Chao refuse? Who wouldn't want the task done sooner? Alright, Star Tongue, you turn around. Good, thank you, Brother Qin. Chug chug chug. Mission progress, +4. 91%. Mission progress, +4. 31%. Mission progress, +3. 51%. Hiss. The localized pain made Feng Xingtong grimace. It's really not easy to get the benefits of the secret method. Do you want to try it too, sis? The 2 Wind family siblings stayed together. For Feng Xingtong's experience just now, Feng Xiayan also looked at it. I'd rather not. Feng Xiayan was greedy for the benefits of the secret method, but the process of casting secret spells was too humiliating for a girl, not to mention being poked by the Millennium Kill Trifecta in public, even in private. She couldn't accept it. Qin Chao's face was filled with pity when he saw this. If Feng Xiayan agrees, then he can now complete the task of localized damage. but he didn't force it if people didn't want it. Let's go. Let's go see if Chulan is done fighting. A white tiger versus. Zhang Chulan sat on the ground in a black trenchcoat with a majestic face. In front of him, a blue-haired man stood bruised and battered, with two unconscious men lying behind him. This person's name was Zhang Yan, and he was the ultimate winner among the three. Zhang Chulan, now I'm qualified to challenge you. Come on, let me learn about your air-body source flow. Zhang Chulan didn't move as he looked up at Zhang Yan. Get your form back to optimal. I'm not going to take a shot at you right now. Zhang Yan's pupils shrunk slightly when she heard Zhang Chulan's words. Zhang Chulan, victory or defeat doesn't matter anymore. It's already an honor for me to be able to fight an opponent like you. Thank you. Zhang Chulan's behavior won Zhang Yan's approval. He then sat down in place, running his circumference and recovering his strength. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan immediately revealed a treacherous smile. He pointed his finger at Zhang Yan and looked at the referee. It's not a foul for me to whip him now, is it? The referee's face was full of black lines as he guessed what Zhang Chulan was going to do next, but the rules didn't prohibit such behavior, and he could only say helplessly, do not commit, but I want to whip you now too. Zhang Chulan didn't care what the referee thought as he revitalized his muscles, walking up to the defenseless Zhang Yan. Bang bang bang. After 2 battles, Zhang Yan had long been exhausted. Facing the consumeless Zhang Chulan, he naturally had no power to fight back. Zhang Chulan, you are really shameless. After a burst of curses, Zhang Yan could no longer support himself and passed out. Group A White Tiger. Winner, Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan walked out of the competition venue and saw Chincha and the others who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Chin, you're here. You really don't know how handsome I was just now. When those 3 opponents saw me, they were directly scared less by my overbearing aura. Chincha listened to Zhang Chulan's bragging and sighed in his heart. In terms of shamelessness, it has to be Zhang Chulan. No blushing at all. No wonder it has the title of Stepping Bijin. Just then, 2 men in suits walked up to Chincha. Chincha and Zhang Chulan, the 2 seniors, 10 brothers King Ai Lu Ci, have asked the 2 of you to go there. Oh, Chincha let out a light suspicion. Weren't Wang Ai and Lu Ci, the 2 old Bidens, not going to make a move until after the round of 32? Why now? Had their presence made them more eager? Chulan, what do you think? Chincha gave the power of choice to Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't know the 2 seniors, so I won't go. Seeing that Zhang Chulan wanted to refuse, the visitor immediately uttered his pre-prepared lines. But the 2 seniors knew your grandfather. Don't you want to know news about your grandfather? What? This? Chin. Zhang Chulan looked at Chincha. The meaning in his eyes was obvious, regardless of whether what they said was true or not. As long as there was a little clue about his grandfather, Zhang Chulan did not want to let it go. Even if it's a hongmen banquet, he's going to go. Okay, let's go then. Chincha casually shrugged his shoulders. It's good to meet Wang Ai and Lu Ci. Just in time to see how far I've gotten now. Thinking with his ass, he knew that Wang Ai and Lu Ci were not really inviting them to be their guests. Definitely interested in the air body source flow and the jutsu on himself. When the time comes, and the 2 sides are in conflict, they can take advantage of the situation. And maybe, a couple millennial kills. The 4 came to a room. The man in the suit pushed open the door of the house and signaled Chincha and Zhang Chulan to go in. These are the 2 seniors Wang Ai and Lu Ci. Chincha looked at the 2 figures in front of him. Wang Ai is a slightly chubby old man, squinting on his cane. If not for the grim look in the slits of his eyes, anyone would have thought it was a kindly old man. Lutz is well characterized. A horrible scar that cuts across the forehead over the eye covering the entire right side of the face. It made his already greedy eyes even more fierce. Ha! 2 old guys, 1 hypocrite, 1 true villain. This was Chinchao's first impression of them. LVCI was the first to speak when he saw Chincha and Zhang Chulan arrive. I'm a man who speaks his mind and doesn't like to beat around the bush. Zhang Chulan, as long as you hand over the air body source stream, the conditions are yours to make. Zhang Chulan's face did not move. He is also not a little cutie. Had long speculated about Wang Ai and Lucy's purpose. If he hadn't heard about his grandfather, he wouldn't have come himself. Go this old senior. I don't know as much as you do about the source flow of the air body. When all sects also tried to get information about it from me, it didn't get nothing. Of course, Lucy I would not believe Zhang Chulan's words. Oh, the pipsqueak is not a pipsqueak. As long as you hand over the air body source stream, I guarantee I won't have anyone looking for trouble again. Zhang Chulan still had a sardonic smile on his face. Gee whiz, how do you make me call out what's not there? Only my grandfather knew about this air body source flow. If Senpai can tell us about my grandfather, maybe I can think of some clues. Chapter 43, The 1000-Year Kill Attack. Louis Ci raised his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being Zhang Huai's grandson. Not only were they clinical and greasy, but they were also trying to get words out of themselves. It seems that we can't get there today without using some tactics. Thinking of this, Lu Xi turned his gaze towards Chincha. For this one from the Qin family, Lu Xi was more interested in him than Zhang Chulan. On Zhang Chulan's body, although he had one of the 8 wondrous techniques he coveted, the air body source stream, but after all, he had the backing of Lung Fu Shan and had friendship with the old heavenly master. One could not go too far in order to obtain the air body source stream. Not so with this Qin dynasty, although based on the arts he had mastered. It could be inferred, the Qin family behind it was certainly not weak, but the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. If you take down Qin Chao here by yourself, can the Qin family still care? Old me is very appreciative of young friend Qin Chao. I wonder if you've ever considered joining my Lvjia village. Although my village, Lu Jia, is closed, it is not poor or backward, and there are many girls in the clan, so little friend can pick as many as you want. Zhang Chulan revealed an envious look. How come when it comes to Qin, LVCI offers such a good deal? Young girls can take their pick. I'm still Xiao Chunan, and I want. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Lu is really joking. If I go to Lu Jia village, I'll be a son-in-law. But I've heard that the son-in-laws of the Lu family are all of such low status that they can't even learn the Lu family's arts. That's not enough sincerity. Oh, what are you going to do? In Lu Xi's eyes, since Qin Chao wanted to negotiate, then there was a possibility of joining the Lu family village. His own family was large, so even if he asked for a lot of money, there was no harm in satisfying him. Qin Chao pointed at Lu Xi and said, wanting me to join the Lu family village is simple. As long as Patriarch Lu teaches me the Bright Soul technique now, I'll immediately join the Lu clan village. The Bright Soul technique was the Lu family's top secret, and even the first-line clansmen were not necessarily qualified to learn it. When Qin Chao said such words, it was clear that he was teasing Lu Xi. Unbridled, Lu Xi's face was stern. He naturally understood that Qin Chao was playing with himself. The Bright Soul technique was fundamental to the Lu family and could not possibly be handed over to an outsider. From the very beginning, Qin Chao never intended to join the Lu family village. Bastard boy, so uneducated. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the elders in your family. Lu Keng, with Lu Xi's order, Lu Gong, who was standing on the side, quickly unlocked the door to go out. A thick pressure surged out from Lu Xi's body and attacked Qin Chao and Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan immediately ran the golden light mantra to defend against it. Brother Qin, what should we do? This old man doesn't talk about martial arts. Qin Chao did not reply. Lu Xi's pressure was nothing to him. He could withstand it with his physical body alone. He looked toward Wang Ai, who had been sitting without saying anything, and said with a smile, if Clan Chief Wang has the same purpose as Clan Chief Lu, they might as well go together. Kid, I'll be along for the ride. If you want to fight, fight cool. Qin Chao's heart, which was eager to fight, had long been ignited. Instead of being scared, he was excited to face the two tens. What's the point of hitting one? If you want to hit them all, hit them all. Ho, ho, ho. Are all the juniors so arrogant nowadays? Good. I'd like to see what qualifications you have. 1 against 2. Wang Ai poked his cane in his hand hard on the ground. Deep air gushed out from his body. Good coming. Qin Chao quickly made a seal. Shadow split technique. A doppelganger appeared next to Qin Chao. You go deal with Lu Xi. Although Lu Xi was the head of the Lu clan, he had not learned the Bright Soul technique himself. The technique he had mastered was Rui Jin, a kung fu style that specializes in causing lethality in the veins and internal organs. It was also used by Lu Liang, who had met him before. It should be enough for Qin Chao to send his doppelganger to fight against him. His essence needed to face the trickier Wang Ai. Wang Ai mastered one of the 8 wonders, detaining spirits and dispatching generals. If he is allowed to release the restrained spirit, I'm afraid that Qin Chao won't be able to deal with the large number of people at that time. Scarlet pupils appeared in Qin Chao's eyes. Sharingan, illusion. As soon as Qin Chao came up, he was going to drag Wang Ai into the illusion. The eye of illusion could not be defended against, and Wang Ai was immediately struck, his body stiff and motionless. But after all, 10 brother was 10 brother, and in just 2 breaths, he broke free of the illusion. Good boy, I underestimated you, and such a powerful move. Wang Ai had been cultivating for decades, and his divine sense had long been hardened, but even so, he was still affected by the illusion. 2 breaths is short to say the least, but the battlefield is meant to be instantaneous, and every second counts. If Wang Ai was facing an opponent with the same strength, these 2 breaths were enough for him to fall. Old thing, the greatness is yet to come. Qin Chao took the gap and condensed lightning in his hands. He didn't dare to slack off in the face of the 10 brothers. After the illusion, comes the strongest attack. Raikiri. The ghostly blue lightning caused a distortion in the surrounding space. Shoo! Qin Chao exploded out like a bullet and attacked Wang Ai. Shock surfaced on Wang Ai's face. How do you know thunder magic too? What's the relationship between the Qin family and Lung Fu Shan? It was too late for Wang Ai to think too much, but Lei Che had already arrived in front of him. Boo! Wang Ai's air is just too thick. For the first time, the unbeatable Rachel has hit a snag. Chincha felt the resistance in his hand, and the air in his body kept surging. You think that's enough to block it? Rachel snapped up big time. Boo! This time it was the sound of Wang Ai flying out backwards. Old Wang, are you okay? LVC's face gradually became grave as he saw Wang Ai being sent flying. Where did he think that Chincha's strength would be so strong? In the first exchange of blows, he was actually able to send Wang Ai flying. Old piker, how dare you get distracted fighting me? Distracted Chincha also no longer hides. The same ghostly blue thunderbolt appeared in his hand. Raikiri. Seeing the thunder law attacking towards him, purple Rui strength surged out from Lucy's hand. Pa pa pa. The two men's palms clashed hard. What kind of lightning method is this? How is it stronger than palm lightning? The same shock as Wang Ai surfaced on Lucy's face. He finally understood why Wang Ai was sent flying. The lightning in Chincha's hand was incredibly sharp. Even the Rui strength that he had cultivated for years was sliced through by the lightning. The sharpness on the lightning let Lucy know. If he was hit himself, I'm afraid the result wouldn't be any better than Wang Ai. But the more this happened, the greed in Lucy's eyes won out. Such a powerful technique. If one could master it, one's strength would fearfully be on another level. Thinking of this, the Rui strength in Lucy's body surged out steeply, wrapping around Lucy's arms like a python. He's going to get real, too. And the other side, Wang Ai has long been suffering. He didn't know the way the Sharingan illusion was triggered. It's been in a cycle of falling into an illusion and then getting hit by Raikiri. Kid, you are simply too deceitful. I'm the head of the Wang family, and I won't let you go. Chincha would not take heed of Wang Ai's threat. The sharing wheel in his eyes worked frantically, once again pulling Wang Ai into the illusion. This time it wasn't Raikiri he was using. Rather, 1,000-year kill. Chapter 44, The Old Heavenly Master's Gravity. Chug chug chug. Full force fast and furious triple. Mission progress, +8. 31%. Mission progress, +7. 42%. Mission progress, +6. 32%. Ding. Mission localized damage completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of ninjutsu psionics. Psychic beast bound. With the completion of the mission, a mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of Chincha's heart. He vaguely sensed the psychic beast he had contracted. Don't know exactly what they are yet though, but look at the number. It should be 9. 9? Chincha raised an eyebrow. 9 psychic beasts. The system one is bound to is the Naruto world. Shouldn't the contracted psychic beast be? If it was really those psychic beasts, could one manage them? Without waiting for Chincha to ponder, a furious voice came. Asshole. Chincha, I don't think anyone can protect you today, only to see. Wang Ai looked at Chincha with angry eyes. The localized pain made him grit his teeth and shudder, but the anger in his heart was even greater. He didn't believe in any secret Qin family methods at all. This attack is localized in such a way that it is clearly humiliating. In all the years he had been in a high position, no one had ever treated him like that. This Chincha must be taken down today. Oh, ow. The hissing of a wild animal sounded abruptly in the empty room. Countless ghostly shadows emerged behind Wang Ai. Chincha's face became solemn. He had never underestimated the strength of the 10. Don't look at the fact that Wang Ai had been suppressed by himself just now, but the injuries he had sustained weren't really that big. Although Chincha's Sharingan plus Raikiri were powerful, they were still a bit inadequate against 10. It's not that the jutsu itself is weak. Rather, the Qin dynasty was shallow. It's been less than 3 full months since I acquired the system. 3 months was not enough time for any other inhuman to master a spell. Chincha, on the other hand, grew to become the best of the younger generation. But even so, facing those inhuman seniors who had cultivated for decades, or even hundreds of years, Chincha still had a hard time defeating them. It seems that if I want to defeat Wang Ai, I can only try the psychic art I just acquired. If the only people present were Wang Ai or Lucy I, Chincha might be able to try to defeat one of them with complete strength. However, now that he was facing 2 people at the same time, Chincha had to divide half of his strength to his doppelganger. It was only by virtue of the doppelganger and the main body that one could maneuver around them. Can't wait. On the side of the doppelganger, Lucy I had also gradually mastered the technique of dodging lightning cuts, and was not as wretched as before. If this continues, I'm afraid the situation will be bad for Chincha. The art of channeling. With a command from Chincha, he slammed his right hand on the ground. In an instant, arcane black runes gushed out from his hand, forming intricate marks on the ground. A mountainous feeling of oppression appeared on everyone in the room. What is this? Why is my spirit cowering? Wang Ai's face showed astonishment. As Chincha's movements fell, the spirit under his control unexpectedly fed back emotions of fear and submission. It's never been seen before. This junior in front of me. What kind of technique did he perform? For a moment, Wang Ai actually didn't dare to continue striking at Chincha, and over time, Chincha, however, changed his face. No good. Start by casting a psychic spell. The air in Chinchao's body then faded away crazily at an uncontrollable speed. He was about to reach the bottom, but he could not feel the slightest movement of the psychic beasts appearing. Could it be that the air required to summon a psychic beast is so huge that I simply cannot bear it? It must be stopped immediately. At this rate, let's not talk about summoning psychic beasts. I'm about to get sucked dry myself. But when Chincha wanted to cancel the psychic technique, he realized that he couldn't. The right hand that was pressed to the ground was like being sucked by a vortex, and could not be lifted at all. At the same time, a violent voice was transmitted from Chinchao's arm to his brain. Hey, 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 another ungrateful brat wants to use my power. Humph, do you deserve it? Chinchao's heart and mind were revitalized. This breath, this chakra, he was all too familiar. It's the tailed beast. His own psychic beast is a tailed beast. It seems that the number of 9 would represent 1 tail, 2 tails, all the way to 9. No wonder. I can't summon it myself, Chincha muttered. With his current strength, how is it possible to summon a tailed beast that is, in the Naruto world, the top battle power? Each tailed beast contains a powerful chakra. Chinchao's strength was nothing compared to them. He even guessed that the tailed beast's battle power was unrivaled in the one-man world, except for the old celestial master. I'm afraid, system, you're punking me. Chincha was a bit tearless. Tailed beasts are strong, but you can't use them yourself. Not only does it not work, but even now you have to hitch a ride yourself. The air in his body was nearing the bottom. He himself didn't even know what tailed beast he was summoning. Once the air is consumed, Chincha can be a handless man. Facing Wang Ai and Lu Xi who were eyeing the tiger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. MD, shouldn't have tried to be brave. Now that's good. How to close. At this point, in a place where Chincha and the others could not see, the old heavenly master was flying in at an unimaginable speed. His face was grave as he looked up at the sky above the house where Chincha was. In mid-air, a crack appeared abruptly. This crack was huge, up to 100 meters long, but without showing a single breath. Even if someone passed underneath it, they wouldn't notice it in the slightest. If the old heavenly master hadn't sensed the aura of battle here, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to discover it. What's this? Who made it? Is it that Chincha? How powerful was old Tianchu's divine sense? He quickly discovered the situation inside the house. Seeing Wang Ai and Lu Xi who were entangled with Chincha, they also quickly understood what was happening here. It seems that the two of them still haven't taken my words seriously. Under my watch, all of them dared to make a move on the juniors. However, the old celestial master also knew that now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing right now is to hurry up and make Qin dynasty stop. For as the cracks continued to widen, orange-colored energy flowed slowly. An aura that made even the old heavenly master's heart palpitate gradually emerged. This feeling, is it a spirit? How could there be such a powerful spirit? No, it can't be put off any longer. Looking at Chincha, he could not control such a powerful spirit at all. If this spirit was allowed to appear in Longhu Mountain, I was afraid that it would not be easy to deal with. The old celestial master no longer hesitated and appeared in the house with a flash. Master Shifu, help Qin. He's not going to last much longer. As soon as Zhang Chulan saw the old celestial master coming, he immediately sought help. He couldn't intervene at all in this battle. Neither Wang Ai nor Lu Xi is something he can deal with right now. He can only try to hide to the side to keep himself from becoming a burden to Chincha. Without the need for Zhang Chulan to say anything, the old heavenly master had already put his hand on Chinchao's body. The air in his body flipped slightly and lifted with force. Ha! The old celestial master revealed a light suspicion. Chapter 45 Opponent in the round of 32, Wang and with this lift, the old celestial master used half his strength. Don't underestimate the half point. This 1 point of force would be enough for a living alien to be proud if he could receive it. But the hand that favored lifting Chincha was not raised. Still underestimating this kid. Qin family Qin dynasty is it? The old celestial master gradually increased the force in his hands. After a few breaths, it finally lifted Chinchao's hand. Boo! With the psychic spell interrupted, Chincha was immediately thrown away by a huge force. Brother Qin. Zhang Chulan immediately ran over and tried to help Chincha up. Chincha waved his hand and quickly stood up. He's weak now, but he's not in any physical condition. Who? Chincha breathed a long sigh of relief as if he was relieved. This time it's really thanks to the old heavenly master. If he hadn't come even though, I'm afraid I'm really going to be sucked all the way to dry myself. When the time comes, the tailed beasts can't suck in air, so they can only suck in their own vitality. Once the vitality is depleted, the foundation is damaged. Then it's just a lot harder to make up for it. Wang Ai and Lu Xi, Lungfu Shan is not a place for you to make a fool of yourselves. This time, you're going to have to give me an answer. In Chinchao's ears, the old heavenly master's stern voice was heard. He looked up. I only saw the old celestial master opening his bows left and right, with a single grab in the air with his left and right hands respectively. Wang Ai and Lu Ci were tackled in front of him. When Lu Ci saw the old celestial master coming, he had long since stopped moving his hands. Wang Ai is still trying to struggle. Zhang Ji, heavenly master, you put me down. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson today. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Seeing his obstinacy, the old celestial master exerted a slight force in his hand. Wang Ai immediately felt a mountain of pressure and nearly lost his breath. For the first time, he felt that the old heavenly master's strength was so terrifying. Cough cough cough, stop. Stop. I'm not doing it. The old heavenly master snorted coldly when he saw this. Today's matter, you guys go to my mansion and have a good talk. After saying that, he gave Chincha a meaningful glance. He then left with Wang Ai, Lu Ci and the two of them. Chinchao's heart fluttered at this glance. What is the old celestial master looking at him like that for? It's not like he started this one. If Wang Ai Lu Ci had not coveted his ninjutsu, he would not have fought here. That's a totally legitimate defense on his part. You can't be credited for destroying public property yourself. Chincha looked at the mess all over the room and was full of doubts. Of course he couldn't think of it. Originally, I thought that the psychic technique that had not been exerted would have caused even the old heavenly master to be scandalized. Chincha, Chulan, where did you go just now? Feng Baobao walked to Zhang Chulan with a string of spotted red glazed strings, one step at a time. Behind her, there was Xu San Su Si who had been following, swung by that old Wang Ai Lu Ci. I'm telling you, it's all thanks to Qin this time. If it weren't for him, Zhang Chulan, with a brain, told what had just happened. Su Si smiled contemptuously after hearing this. Hey, this is the so-called righteous forces, doing such nasty things, and have the nerve to call us lapdogs. Su San was also a little embarrassed on his face. Chincha and Zhang Chulan, both of whom were wearing the uniforms of Nadutong, to give some people something to think about. But now it seems that they don't give a damn about Nadutong. I'll report this matter to Director Zhao. We're not so easy to bully here at Natopia. Chincha was indifferent. He had expected Wang Ai and Lu Ci to come to his door. Besides, the chance to fight with the 10 brothers doesn't come along all the time. This encounter made him realize how much he still lacked. The road to cultivation is a long one. One could not just rely on the system, but also needed to engage in independent cultivation. Regret appeared on Zhang Chulan's face. He was expecting them to say something about clues about Grandpa. I didn't realize that it was just running towards the air body source stream. He had wanted to get some words out of Wang Ai Lu Ci. As a result, they can't wait to do it before they say anything. It seems that the clues to Grandpa will just have to continue to be found. Chulan, the clue that Wang Ai Lu Ci is trying to say, I might know. All have come to the latte bun. Chincha felt that it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little more information. Oh, what is it? Zhang Chulan revealed an excited expression. It's not a secret. The Inhumans who experienced the Kashan rebellion back then should all know about it. The reason why Senior Zhang Huai disappeared from the Heavenly Master's palace was because his crime was colluding with the All-Sex Demon. What? How is that possible? When Chincha said this, Zhang Chulan immediately stared with wide eyes. If anyone else had said such words, he would have felt that it was to provoke his relationship with the Heavenly Master's palace. But it was Qin who spoke. The man Grandpa had asked to help him. He wouldn't lie to himself. Chincha continued. It's not appropriate to call it collusion. To be precise, it was Elder Zhang and the other sects who had bonded together with Quan sects and worshipped as the 36 Thieves. At that time, in order to clean up the house and cover up the family scandal, all the major sects sent out their disciples to arrest the 36 Thieves. The Tianchi mansion, under pressure from all sides, could only remove Elder Zhang from the roster. If not, I'm afraid that the current position of Heavenly Master would still be Senior Zhang Huai's. So it is. Zhang Chulan revealed a look of understanding, but there were more doubts in his heart. Why did Grandpa bond with a full-sex demon? And what is the reason for the tie? Was the father involved? As he knew more and more, the fog of that year grew deeper. Come on, Chulan, it's useless to think about it anymore. Better to think about how to win the next game. None of the remaining opponents are any good. Xu San patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder, telling him to think less. The most important thing right now was to win the match and obtain the qualification to inherit the position of Heavenly Master. Yeah, let's go. The draw for the round of 32 is about to start. Chincha also said with a smile. One wasn't adding to the troubles of thinking about Zhang Chulan. One was just trying to keep him informed. As the descendant of the culprit of the Kashan rebellion, the center of the maelstrom under one person, he couldn't know nothing. Soon, the crowd arrived at the draw. This time the contents of the draw note were different from the last time. The display is directly the name of the opponent. Brother Qin, what did you draw? Zhang Chulan came to Chincha and asked. Ha, See for yourself. It's still a real enemy.
Chincha handed the note to Zhang Chulan.
Wang and? Isn't this the grandson of that old man Wang Ai?
Hey, 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 hey.
You're just in time to teach his grandson a lesson.
Zhang Chulan looked at the dude-like man in the distance with a bad smile on his face.
With Qin's strength, it's not a piece of cake to hit a grandson. The dude man is naturally Wang and, at this moment, he was patting his chest and assuring Wang Ai, "Don't worry grandpa, I know that what's his name Qin dynasty is strong, but I found a weakness in him today. With this weakness, and our family's spirit detention and dispatch, I'll beat him casually." Chapter 46 Zhang Ling, you jealous of me? Wang Ai remained frowning after hearing Wang An's words. If his grandson's opponent had been someone else,
Wang Ai would not have taken it to heart and would have let his grandson go.
But this time, Sun Tzu faced an opponent in the Qin dynasty. His strength should not be underestimated. Earlier in the house,
a person could face himself and lose CI with ease. I'm afraid my own grandson is no match against him.
Your grandfather and I didn't even discover Qin Chao's weakness. You'll know it when you see it? Kabato, how many times have I told you not to underestimate anyone? Wang Ai knew his grandson's temperament only too well. High-minded and arrogant.
Because of his own good talent and his own favoritism.
Never put the younger generation of inhumans in their eyes. Wang and, of course,
was not convinced, and he crossed his arms and raised his head.
Grandpa, I really didn't lie to you. You didn't realize it, and that's because you haven't learned the art of spirit detention. Not me.
As the person in our family with the deepest attainments in detaining spirits and dispatching generals, I saw Qin Chao's weakness at the first glance. Seeing that his grandson was talking about it,
Wang Ai couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "So tell me what the weakness is?"
There are spirits in Qin Chao's body. Very powerful spirits.
Grandpa, you know my methods.
The more powerful the spirit was, the more deadly it would be for Qin Chao.
When the time comes, I'll directly detain them and perform the spirit eating technique.
The spirit of the Qin dynasty became my sustenance directly.
I don't believe I can't beat him. Wang Ai showed a thoughtful expression. If it's really like what Sun Tzu said, then maybe we can actually beat the Qin dynasty. But, why is there still a spirit in Qin Chao?
Even the grandchildren feel powerful spirit.
I'm afraid that the true strength of that spirit won't be simple. Diversion, thunderbolt, scarlet eyes, spirit. How many more tricks does this Qin dynasty have? What is the origin of the Qin family behind him? As Wang Ai continued to learn more about the Qin dynasty, the scorn in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Little and, since you think there's no problem,
then Grandpa trusts you.
But you must also proceed with caution. Surrender as soon as you are in danger. The Tongtian talisman is good, but it's compared to your well-being. Grandpa wants the latter more. Wang Ai was still uneasy and kept admonishing Wang and, got it. What a nag. Wang and had a disinterested look on his face. Qin Chao is a nameless junior. Can he still not defeat him? Hey, Wang Ai sighed heavily. He knew his grandson would not listen. Never mind.
He would spectate the next battle between Sun Tzu and Qin Chao.
As soon as things get bad, he'll step in.
And at this point on the other side,
Qin Chao, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao were looking around for someone. Brother Qin, does this Shan Shirtong know that his opponent is me and is hiding in fear? We've been looking for half a day and we don't know. Shan Shirtong, Zhang Chulan's opponent for the next match.
He is strong and specializes in the secret art of talismans, specializing in sealing other people's qi veins. Feng Baobao's eyes were sharp as she looked around,
not letting go of any breeze. Sure enough, he's a tough guy, and he even sensed in advance that we were going to take a shot at him. No, he must be found. It's you guys, don't take me with you. Qin Chao yawned.
The idea of looking for Shan Shirtong was suggested by Feng Baobao. After she knew that Zhang Chulan's next opponent was a tough opponent, she immediately greeted the group and made her move. Be sure to find Shan Shirtong before the game starts. As for what Feng Baobao is going to do when he finds it, Qin Chao helplessly bristled. What else could it be?
Bury him.
Let Shan Shirtong miss the start of the match so that he could just let Zhang Chulan win. Such an approach can only be described as very Von Baby.
It's getting late. The people were never found. Don't look for it. Baby, you actually don't have to worry. Chulan's current strength isn't weak. Defeating Shan Shirtong is no problem at all.
Seeing the gradually thinning crowd around him,
Qin Chao couldn't help but advise.
Zhang Chulan had practiced against himself for a month.
His strength has not been what it used to be.
To say he could beat Shan Shirtong is true. Qin Chao's mind was not on finding Shan Shirtong right now. The art of psionics was what one was most concerned about at the moment.
An uncontrolled jutsu, even if it was powerful,
Qin Chao could not accept it.
He now needed time to comprehend the mastery of the psychic art. You can't use it out and not be able to control it yourself like you did last time. No way. We must find it today. Feng Baobao still wanted to insist, but she saw Zhang Lingyu walking towards them. She immediately chose to shut up. This kind of thievery is better not to let the little master of Longhu Mountain know. Fellow Daoist Qin, are you alright? Master has told me what happened. The Wang family and the Lu family are truly abominable. When Zhang Lingyu heard that Chincha was given a hard time by Wang Ai Lucii, she immediately ran over to Chincha. When Chincha heard Zhang Lingyu's concerned words, he also smiled and replied, "It's fine. It's just that the air is overconsumed and I'm a bit tired." "That's good. Fellow Daoist Qin really opened my eyes today." Zhang Lingyu looked at Chincha with admiring eyes. Sure enough, he was a strong man who could convince himself. Facing the older generation of Inhumans, all of them were able to remain undefeated. Moreover, he had also heard that in the previous match, Qin Shao had used the Qin clan's secret method in order to help the little fire god stabilize his Dao heart. To have such strength and yet still have the heart to help people. What a model for my generation. Unlike some people. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Zhang Chulan. He also learned about Zhang Chulan's deeds, winning the game through cunning. What makes such a person able to cultivate young five thunders? When Zhang Chulan saw Zhang Lingyu looking at herself, she thought she was greeting herself. "Good little master. How was today's game?" "Zhang Chulan, don't be shameless. Who's your little uncle?" As soon as Zhang Lingyu conversed with Zhang Chulan, she immediately changed into an icy look. Turning his head, he said to Qin Chao with a sunny face again, "Fellow Daoist Qin, it's getting late. Would it be alright if I took you to a room where you could rest and relax? Then I'll trouble fellow Daoist Zhang. Let's go. Chulan, baby." Qin Chao did not forget to greet Zhang Chulan, who was full of black lines. To follow. "Brother Qin, what exactly do you think this Zhang Lingyu sees wrong with me? Am I that annoying to him?" Once Zhang Lingyu left, Zhang Chulan couldn't help but spit. He had originally thought that Zhang Lingyu was originally a foul-tempered person who could not be approached by gods or ghosts, which knew that this time when he came to Longhu Mountain, he found Zhang Lingyu to be pleasant to everyone. The only one who doesn't even look at himself is himself. Ha ha ha, there's a reason why Zhang Lingyu is like this. Qin Chao certainly knew why. Previously, when he first encountered Zhang Lingyu, he had even used this to enrage him, getting him to fight against himself, thus completing the mission. "Oh, what is it? Qin, come on, tell me." Zhang Lingyu didn't hate you when she spoke coldly to you. Rather, jealousy. What? Zhang Lingyu was jealous of me? Chapter 47. A deal with the tailed beast. Zhang Chulan was dumbfounded. In terms of strength, in terms of face value, in terms of background, it seemed that he was no match for Zhang Lingyu. What makes him jealous of himself? What did he have to be jealous of? What Zhang Lingyu is jealous of is your lightning technique. Jealous of my thunderbolt? His lightning technique is much stronger than mine. Zhang Chulan still didn't understand. But do you remember the color of his thunderbolt? It's black. That's called the Yin 5 Thunders. Unlike the Yang 5 Thunders, the Yin 5 Thunders were only learned by those who had broken their bodies. Therefore, what Zhang Lingyu is jealous of is that you have a virgin body. Qin Chao spelled out the reason, but Zhang Chulan's face didn't have the slightest bit of excitement of knowing the reason. Ha ha ha. Even Zhang Lingyu, a sexual frigid, is not a virgin. Ha, ha, ha. Uncontested tears flowed from the corners of his eyes as he spoke. Seeing Zhang Chulan in this state, Qin Chao could not help but comfort him. "Chulan, why are you crying? How many people can't envy the shogun's sand on you? I'd be happy if I had." "Brother Qin, do I think I'll believe what you say? I know you've been to Thompson's foot massage quite a few times, and you don't have to pay." Hearing Zhang Chulan reveal his secret, Qin Chao smiled awkwardly. Ever since Feng Zhanghao knew that he was going to Thompson's footpath, he had directly assigned himself a super supreme VIP status. Simply put, it's free across the board. Therefore, even if the task of getting it on paper has been accomplished, Qin Chao still can't help but patronize Thompson footpath from time to time. After all, who doesn't like to whore? Late night, deep in the woods, Qin Chao sat on his knees, the air in his body running in the circumference of the Tongling technique. 9 auras with different attributes, yet incredibly powerful, emerged from his divine sense. It really is a tailed beast. With the circumference running, Qin Chao could even feel the tailed beast's appearance. "Yo kid, you're at it again." Surprisingly, he still dares to come. "Haven't you learned enough from last time?" A rough and wild voice came out. "It's the 9-tailed 9 llamas." The other tailed beasts seemed to be led by it and did not communicate with Qin Chao. Feeling the majestic oppression of the 9 tails, Qin Chao's face was as normal. Cultivate the art of channeling by running the circumference of the sky. Qin Chao already knew a bit about this jutsu. Although the tailed beast was incredibly powerful, it was because of the existence of the system contract. They can't hurt themselves at all, and the reason why it happened last time, almost being sucked dry. That was because Qin Chao's intention was to summon a full-bodied tailed beast. The air required to summon a full-bodied tailed beast was simply not something he could afford right now. Therefore, the correct way to use the psychic jutsu, instead of summoning tailed beasts, he borrows their power to use for himself through the art of psionics. It's like the way Naruto used the 9 tails in Naruto. Use the power of the tailed beasts by having their chakra attached to yourself. Last time, it was the brat who was abrupt, and I will have to look up to all of you seniors more in the future. Ho ho ho, still a polite little kid. That's a strange ability you have. Surprisingly, he was able to contract directly to old man across countless spaces, as expected of a senior 9 llama. That's right, the world I'm in isn't the same as the one Senpai is in. It's a one-man world here. Qin Chao was not surprised by Nine Tails' words. This is the pinnacle of combat power in the Naruto world. Isn't it normal to have the means to probe for information? Nine Tails listened to Qin Chao's introduction of the one-man world before speaking. I didn't realize that such a strange world existed. It's similar to chakra. The old man really wants to see it. Hey, didn't you kids want to use our power? How about we make a deal? Elder, please speak. The psionic arts can indeed help you, by borrowing our power. But if our hearts resist, the power you gain will be thin. Surely you don't want to be in this situation? Qin Chao's eyes moved slightly. Nine Tails was right. If the psychic beast is resistant to the Pakti, then it will be difficult for the Pakti to gain access to the psychic beast's power. After all, the relationship between the two was not that of master and servant, but something akin to cooperation. Moreover, if the psychic beasts are too powerful, they are even capable of harming the contractors themselves. Qin Chao was able to avoid this situation because of the help of the system. And what does the elder mean? Ho, ho, ho. The deal was simple. The 9 of us can help you fully when you use psionics and draw on power. However, these powers need to be attached to our divine consciousness. I don't know what's in your kid that's preventing our divine sense from going to your world. Only with your consent can we divinely attach. This world is boring as hell to stay in, and a few of us want to get out and about. After hearing this, Qin Chao did not immediately agree, but was weighing the pros and cons of this matter. It was naturally good to be able to get the tailed beasts to cooperate fully. If it does come to pass, with the power of the tailed beasts, I'm afraid that I can really fight with the 10 brothers myself. When they encountered Wang Ai and Lu Xi again, they would be able to cope better. Maybe, it was possible to defeat them all at the same time. And the downside of this whole thing, Qin Chao thought of detaining the spirits and dispatching the generals. Unlike the direct use of power, the tailed beasts came into this world with their consciousness, with the setting of one person, that is spirit. As long as they are spirits, they will be controlled by the spirit detainers. He didn't want his spirit to be controlled by someone else, not to talk about the far ones. He himself would fight Wang and next. If you used out your psionic technique in the middle of a battle, wouldn't that be handing your opponent a weapon? There was no way Qin Chao would let such a stupid thing happen to him. System, will the tailed beast's power be affected by the detaining spirit dispatch if it carries the divine sense to become a spirit? Ding, please reassure the host. The detaining spirit dispatch does treat tailed beasts as spirits, but because of the existence of the pact of psychic jutsu, the power of the covenant is greater than the power of the detaining spirit. The tailed beasts will not be affected by the detention of the spirit dispatch. That's a relief. Qin Chao got the answer from the system here and immediately replied to the tailed beast. Senior, I agree to the deal you proposed. Please take care of me in the future. Ha 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 ha. Good. You're a good kid. Much cooler than that yellow hair. The mellow laughter resounded in Qin Chao's brain, shaking the divine consciousness and causing it to tremble continuously. Qin Chao could hear the joy in Nine Tails' tone. Also right. In the world of Naruto, the tailed beast is a symbol of disaster. To put it bluntly, it's everyone's fault. As a result, the 9-tailed beasts were usually hiding in the shadows and could not move around. It must have been exceptionally exciting to have the opportunity to see other worlds now. The problem of psionics has been solved, and there's even a windfall. It's also time to go back to resting. Qin Chao stood up and prepared to walk towards his residence. And just then, a subtle sound reached his ears. It seemed to be the sound of a shovel shoveling dirt, one after the other. It all sounds very sold. No way. It won't be. When Qin Chao heard this voice, his mind immediately thought of Feng Baobao. In the original episode, it was in the middle of the night that Feng Bao captured Shan Tong and prepared to bury him in the dirt. Woo woo, there was the faint sound of someone struggling. Looks like it's really Baobao Feng. She's pretty persistent. Qin Chao searched for the sound. Sure enough, Baobao Feng, in his Nadutong uniform, is wielding a shovel and digging a hole. The blue-haired Shan Tong, tied into dumplings generally thrown aside. Seeing someone coming, Shan Tong immediately showed an excited expression. Chapter 48, a witty piece of work. Shan Tong's heart was bitter. He was sleeping well in the house when suddenly he was knocked on his ass. Wake up again to find a man dressed in a wherever pass. ready to bury himself alive. No matter how much one struggled, the other person was indifferent. Isn't Nadutong a righteous force? Could it be that you're already so unscrupulous in order to get your hands on the Tong Tian talisman? Shan Tong practiced the secret method of talismans and was very eager for the Tong Tian talisman. This time, when he came to the Luo Tian Dajia, he naturally came for the Tong Tian talisman. There were many experts on the Great Reef, and Shan Tong was ready for a bloody battle. Even if he couldn't get the Tong Tian talisman, he still had to hone himself a bit. Now that's good. I haven't even made a move yet, and I'm about to be buried alive. I can lose, but I can't lose this way. Shan Tong never gave up on saving himself, but no matter how much he struggled, the ropes tied to him didn't budge. Damn! This person's method of kidnapping is also too professional, and it seems that he is a recidivist. There's no way I could have broken free by myself. Right now there won't be anyone in the neighborhood. What to do? Someone help me. Despair flowed from Shan Tong's eyes. Sha 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 sha. The sound of footsteps was noticeable in the stillness of the night. Somebody! Someone! It's so good! I'm saved! Shan Tong immediately shouted for help in excitement. Whoa! But when he saw the appearance of the visitor, the fire of hope in his heart was instantly extinguished. Although he didn't get a good look at the exterior, he could recognize the uniform that was everywhere on the man. I can't believe there are still accomplices. It's the sky that's going to kill me. Chincha looked at Shan Tong, who was like a salted fish, and stopped after a few flops. Fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. What's going on? Seeing someone come to his rescue and giving him that look? Forget it, let's just stop the baby for now. When Feng Baobao saw Chincha coming, she immediately said invitingly, "Look who I've got." Shan Tong, he's still trying to hide, without looking at who I am. Later we'll dig a hole and bury him in it, with only his head out, so no one gets killed. Go back and sneak back to feed to make sure nothing happens. Feng Baobao got more and more energized and couldn't help but give an okay sign. You guys always say I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid at all. Most of the time, I'm witty as hell. Ahem. When Chincha heard Feng Baobao's words, he didn't know where to spit for a moment. Baby, do you have some misconception about wit? You call that witty? If Shan Tong turned around and denounced them, even if Longhu Mountain didn't pursue them, the other forces would let them go. When the time comes, there's still the Rotunda Reef. Myself and Zhang Chulan and the others had to get the hell out of there. However, Chincha did not blame Feng Baobao for acting in such a manner. The simple and one-dimensional Feng Baobao was just trying to help Zhang Chulan. It may not have been the right way, but she meant well. Ha! Ha! Sister Bauer, Brother Qin, you're here too? What's going on here? Just then, Zhang Chulan's voice came. He received a message from Feng Baobao in the middle of the night. The message said nothing, just that he should hurry over. Zhang Chulan thought there was something important. Out come. How's that for a kidnapping scene? Brother Qin, you really helped Shan Tong over. This is just nonsense. Zhang Chulan also knew that this was not a good idea. Feng Baobao was of course unconvinced as she pointed at Shan Tong on the ground. It's okay, he's going to turn us in and we won't admit it. Just wash it when you put him back. He has no proof. Feng Baobao wanted to say more, but saw that Zhang Chulan had already stepped forward to untie Shan Tong. Big brother, don't bother with fools. Let's both just have a good race tomorrow. Asterisk 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 off. Zhang Chulan. After Shan Tong rescued him, he did not appreciate Zhang Chulan's love at all. He glared at Feng Baobao and said fiercely, "Stuff that only dares to sneak up on me from behind. Don't you want to fight? Let's do it in a straight face-off. Let's show you the power of my green rune god." Purple air instantly emerged from behind Shan Tong. Yellow talisman paper appeared in his hand, with red characters fluttering vaguely. Is this the secret technique passed down from the Shan family's ancestors? Chincha opened his Sharingan eye to survey Shan Tong. It's true that it doesn't require a lot of preparation like a normal talisman. The talisman paper he manipulated was made in advance, and when he used it, he used his air to activate the talisman on the paper. If the rune paper hasn't been damaged, it should still be able to be recycled for repeated use. From the perspective of artistry alone, this kind of talismanic secret art was indeed defenseless. Sealing one's air chakra is enough to quickly restrain an opponent in battle. What are you? How come you know so much about my family's secret arts? Are you Qin Chao? Seeing that the person who spoke was Qin Chao, Shan Tong's pupils shrunk slightly and all the anger in his heart was extinguished quite a bit. Those scarlet eyes were just unforgettable. Although he hadn't seen Qin Chao's matches, he had heard of Qin Chao's record of defeating the all-sex 4 Zhang Maniacs in a fight of 4. Ask yourself, if it was you, even against any one of the 4 madmen, it would be enough of a struggle. Qin Chao, on the other hand, defeated all 4 at the same time. This strength was far beyond his own. Shan Tong is not a cutie pie. The situation is stronger than the people. A single person on the opposite side could hang himself, not to mention the fact that it's now 3 people. What the hell do you guys want? Tying me up and releasing me? Playing house? Is it fun? Even if you're through everywhere, you can't bully people like that, can you? Even if he knew that he couldn't beat it, he had to give him Shan Tong an explanation for what happened today. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Chincha did not speak and signaled Zhang Chulan to speak. Having been through the 10 guys fight, he didn't bother with such petty fights. His current goal was to be able to defeat the strongest of the older generation. Few Inhumans of the same age could meet his eyes anymore. Besides, this matter started because of Zhang Chulan and should be resolved by Zhang Chulan. Chincha also believed that Zhang Chulan could handle it. Zhang Chulan opened his mouth when he saw Shan Tong calm down. Big brother, it's our fault for what happened this time. In that case, I have a proposition that you might want to hear, okay? Shan Tong frowned. What does Chloe Chang mean? A proposal? What proposal? Couldn't be trying to get him to let loose in a fight so he can win tomorrow. So far, the other side seems to be a real possibility. He had heard about Zhang Yan. Is Billy in A? Doing things with no downside? Most likely. What the hell are you trying to say? With a sincere face, Zhang Chulan pointed at Feng Baobao who was still holding the shovel and said, I know that Taoist Shan must have a bad heart because of what happened just now. How about this? Let's fight between us. If you win me, you can teach the sister behind me a lesson. How's it going? Oh, hearing Zhang Chulan's proposal, Shan Tong's mind moved slightly. He was afraid of Qin Chao's strength, so he didn't make a move. But if he was replaced by Zhang Chulan, what would he have to fear? If you can't beat Qin Chao, you can't beat you. Steps Billion. Chapter 49, Sex. The Art of Seduction? Okay, I agree. Good. Then I'll ask fellow Taoist Shan to enlighten me. Seeing that Shan Dong agreed, Zhang Chulan clasped his hands together, indicating that he could begin. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Shan Tong pinched the talisman paper and kept attacking Zhang Chulan. The talisman paper was as if it was alive, flying through the air without any regularity. From the trajectory of the flight, it could be seen that the talisman paper was targeting Zhang Chulan's air vein. Slow too slow. No comparison to Qin's offense at all. Also, the breakage is too obvious. Zhang Chulan didn't counterattack either, dodging with his perception. As time passed, the talisman paper couldn't even get close to him. How come? Shan Tong's face became ugly. In his anticipation, Zhang Chulan should not be able to last more than a few rounds before the talisman paper sealed his air veins. How was it possible to dodge his attack so exquisitely as he was doing now? It's like he saw right through my movements. How did this happen? Qin Chao watched the scene with boredom. Zhang Chulan's performance was within his expectations. During this month, Zhang Chulan practiced against himself every day, though every time, he was beaten, without a fight. But don't think about who he's up against. At that time, one had already gone through 2 body enhancements. Even without using ninjutsu, with just their physical bodies, they were not something that ordinary Inhumans could deal with. Therefore, Zhang Chulan grew by leaps and bounds amidst the constant sparring. He had long since ceased to be the weakling who cowered at the sight of battle. Against Shan Tong, even without using the Thunder Law, he could handle it with ease. Shan Tong should be able to find out soon as well. Chulan has been fighting him for so long, not because he can't help him, but because he's feeding him tricks. That's right. The reason why Zhang Chulan hadn't been fighting back was that he was feeding his moves through Shan Tong. The previous sparring sessions between him and Qin Chao were basically punches. Very little experience facing distant means of attack. Now that there was such an opponent, Zhang Chulan didn't want to let it go easily. No more fighting. This is still a fight. Shan Tong, just as Qin Chao said, gradually realized that something was wrong. Several times you had the chance to attack me. Why did you pass it up? Are you humiliating me? Facing Shan Tong's questioning, Zhang Chulan touched his head and smiled coyly. No, Shan, how could I humiliate you? It's just that I, for one, don't have the same experience as you guys. Aside from Qin, there were almost no formal encounters with Inhumans. It's just great to have a chance to play against you now. Hearing Zhang Chulan's words, Shan Tong continued to pursue the question. You've been that I've been feeding myself tricks? How dare you use yourself as a stepping stone and say it's not humiliating? Right, but you don't lose out, do you? Shan, didn't you realize your problem during our encounter just now? Shan Tong was slightly stunned. My question, is that why you were able to dodge my runes? That's right, but I probably can't tell you exactly what it is, so I'll let Qin tell you. Zhang Chulan pointed at Qin Chao who was watching the battle next to him. Qin reasoned, please don't be stingy with your advice. Shan Tong clasped his fists and bowed, performing the salute of asking for advice. He and Qin Chao were of the same generation, so it wasn't really necessary. But the issue of cultivation is not to be taken lightly. Moreover, Qin Chao's strength was already much higher than his, so it was only right to salute. Having come to this point, Qin Chao naturally had no reason to refuse. He himself had a good impression of Shan Shitong, and it was fine to give him a few pointers. Fellow Daoist Shan, your talisman is indeed powerful, but that's exactly why you're over-reliant on it. The talisman needs your air to activate, and the more air you input, the more effective it will be. So you can't help but allocate more air to the talisman when you use it. In your opponent's eyes it will show up as a slight difference in your stance when you are using the talisman and when you are not. That was the reason why Chulan was able to dodge. Honestly, but any inhuman with a bit of combat experience should be able to spot this in you. So that's it. Shan Shitong listened to Chinchao's words and pondered. It turns out that one's problems are so obvious. Seems like you still need to dive in. This rotunda reef is not to be fought. To be honest, Shan Shitong was a bit struck by this. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't compare to a strong person like Chinchao, at least you're not weak yourself. But now, even Zhang Chulan, who he had looked down on at first, was able to easily defeat himself. He really didn't have the face to continue staying in the next Luo Tiandajia. Might as well go back to practicing from the ground up again and go back to the drawing board. Zhang Chulan looked at Shan Shitong's departing back and patted his chest, his eyebrows fluttering. Brother Qin, how's it going? Did I do okay back there? I'm actually not that weak. This month of sparring had suffocated Zhang Chulan. The sense of oppression Chinchao gave him was too strong. If not for Feng Baobao's constant affirmation of him, he would have been beaten to the point of having his heart broken. Tonight's fight with Shan Shitong has restored his confidence. It's not that I'm weak, but Qin is too strong. Don't get carried away. You kid, it's just a single shidu fight. Your real opponents are Zhang Lingyu, Zhuge Chang, Wang Yuya, and others. It's better to practice. With the matter settled, the crowd returned to their rooms of rest. System, open the mission. The task of localized damage has been completed by Chinchao. It was time to open the next mission. He thought. Mission open. Open successfully. Mission, destroy you on behalf of the moon. What? Mimicry of the American Girl Warrior Water Ice Moon transformation at the Ratian Reef Tournament. Current progress, 0/5. Reward, the art of seduction. Note, this task is a pre-qualification task. After completing it, open the advancement task and get the advancement reward. Ah, sex, seduction? Chinchao's mood was even more devastated than when he knew at that time that the reward was a 1,000-year kill. The art of seduction. A jutsu mastered by Naruto in Naruto. The caster can be transformed into a very seductive beauty. Whether anyone sees it, they are instantly charmed. Not even a woman can resist. But other than that, the art of color seduction didn't have the slightest bit of offensive power. System, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Deliberately posting these disgusting quests. The art of seduction. What's the point? It might as well be the Millennium Kill. There's no way I'm going to go and turn into a woman. And what the hell is this mission content? I'm a guy, okay? Why do you want me to imitate American Girl Warrior? This is so humiliating. After the task is generated, the host cannot change it. Like last time, the system still replied icily. No way. Absolutely not this time. As soon as Chinchao saw the prequest, he knew that the next quest would definitely be related to this reward. The system will definitely let him use the art of color seduction. When he thought of the possible scenario, a sentence coldly surfaced in Chinchao's mind. He bro, you smell good. Chapter 50, the match begins. The crowd gathers. I was able to preserve my reputation in the previous Millennium Kill mission by chance. This time this mission is even more excessive than the last one. A public parody of the American Girl Warrior transformation. What will people think of me when they see this? A deep middle child? Come on, I told you, I have a face too. Besides, you'll have to do the advancement quest after that with the art of color seduction, right? I'm a big man. The art of seduction to seduce a man? You tell me if this is like that. We've just all been together for so long. Can't we just be accommodating? Once a mission is started, it cannot be changed. No, everybody buddy, to not be so cruel. Once a mission is started, it cannot be changed. System, you're the best, please. Once a mission is started, it cannot be changed. System, me. Once a mission is started, it cannot be changed. System, I say you damn. Chinchao completely broke his defense and directly cursed at the system. 5 minutes over. Chinchao sat helplessly paralyzed on the bed. Tasks cannot be changed. If we don't do this mission, then you can't continue to get the jutsu bonus. In the Naruto world, Chinchao had a lot of ninjutsu to aspire to. I endure humiliation for strength. On the bright side, at least I wasn't asked to mimic it in an American Girl Warrior outfit. Chinchao asked the system after convincing himself. System, the reward for the next advancement quest. Always tell me. The system can't be talking about the ninjutsu rewarded by the mission, but it will say the rank of the jutsu. Chinchao wanted to see what level of jutsu he had gone through the trouble of obtaining. The jutsu rewarded for advancement are secret jutsu. Specifics will be available only after opening the advancement quests. Secret techniques. Qin Chao carefully recalled the secret techniques among Naruto. A secret art is one that has been passed down in a specific area, or passed down orally by a portion of a special lineage. Unlike other jutsu that are categorized into S, A, B, C, D, and E ranks, the level of a secret art is determined by the caster's special ability. The more widely known secret arts, such as the Nara clan's secret art of shadow mimicry and the Akimichi clan's art of multiplication, the rewards of the advancement quest really aren't bad. Excitement appeared on Qin Chao's face, temporarily ignoring the issue of the mission content. The secret art, because of its nature, is not something that ordinary shinobi can acquire through regular channels, but it also means that the secret arts can give the caster powerful and bizarre abilities. The ninjutsu that he himself now possessed were at the top level. If you want to increase your strength, you can no longer rely on ordinary jutsu. Only rewards that break the norm of jutsu, like secret techniques, can help him. As for what kind of secret art the advancement reward was, Qin Chao did not have a clear idea. As long as it's not some hunted secret technique, I'm fine with it. Certain secret arts among Naruto require the caster to undergo physical transformation. The most representative of these is the parasite technique of the Oil Woman clan. The caster must grow up using his or her body as a nest of worms, feed the bugs with chakra and use them to fight. The strength of the secret art was naturally nothing to write home about, but Qin Chao obviously couldn't accept it. There's no use thinking so much about it now. Better think about how to do the American Girl warrior transformation move. Only mimicking movements in a fight with an inhuman counts as mission progress, and the closest battle in front of us is the next one against King End. Let's just hope that the number of people coming to see me play tomorrow will be very small. Day 2. Qin Chao looked at the sea of people on the audience stage and his hanging heart completely died. You guys, why are you all here? None of the games? In front of Qin Dynasty, Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao, Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yuya, Feng Xingtong, but all those who knew each other came to his playing field. Even Zhuge Cheng, who he had never met, brought Zhuge by to watch the battle. When Zhang Chulan heard Qin Chao's words, he immediately said as if inviting credit, "Brother Qin, you don't have to thank me. I was the one who informed everyone to come. I've talked to Wang Ai Lucii about the two old Bidens taking a shot at you. They're here to cheer you on. Make sure you take that king and give him a good beating." Zhang Lingyu's face was gentle and her gaze was sincere as she looked at Qin Chao. Fellow Daoist Qin is truly a model for my generation. Facing two 10-year-olds, both of them managed to stay in the game. Lingyu regrets not having seen you then. This time, I've come to watch fellow Daoist Qin compete in the hope of learning. Zhuge Qing crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. After the last time he fought with my younger brother Zhuge Bai, he has always taken fellow Daoist Qin as a role model. This time, too, I'm here to learn. Wang Yuya and Feng Xingtong also said, Yeah, your name is all over the Inhuman community. The Scarlet Eye, Qin Dynasty. Everyone thinks you're the first of the young ones. Oh, yeah, ha, that's really nice of me. Having come, Qin Chao can't drive them away again. This time it's going to be a real shame. Bleachers. It's not just the younger generation of Inhumans. The old Celestial Master stood at the main seat with Lu Jing. On his left stood Wang Ai Lucii, and on his right stood Feng Zhenghao. What's so great about this game? Is the victory still in doubt? No matter how strong that Wang Clan kid is, there's no way he can beat Qin Chao. The one who spoke was Lu Zhuan, who was still dressed in a suit. As a close friend of the old Heavenly Master, he was also aware of Qin Chao's exclusive possession of the second brother yesterday. Although he couldn't see the strength of Wang Ai and Lucii, he was asked to fight against both of them at the same time. Nor is it possible to win easily. Qin Chao, a young man who could maneuver around them, was already strong enough to run rampant among the younger generation. Lu Zhuan couldn't help but think of his granddaughter, Lu Linglong. If only Linglong had this kind of strength, and I don't have to worry about her running around and being missed by the bad guys. Normally, Lu Zhuan doted on Lu Linglong, a granddaughter slave. The old Celestial Master laughed when he heard Lu Zhuan's words. Lu Jing buddy, don't be anxious. While you're right, this game is going to be more interesting than you think. You might want to be patient. The old Celestial Master played dumb and didn't say anything more. Feng Zhenghao stayed silent. He also knows about the Qin dynasty. The first moment he knew, he couldn't help but be glad that he had decided to cooperate. But the purpose of his visit, it was the thought that it would be possible to see if the king's family had mastered the detention of spirits to dispatch generals. Feng Zhenghao already knew what the art of spirit eating was through Qin Chao, but what exactly the art of spirit eating looks like has not been seen. In this duel, Wang Yan might use it. You can have a good look yourself. Brother Wang, it seems that no one is optimistic about your grandson. And you're not angry? Louis Ci was watching the fun. He also thought that the king could not defeat the Qin dynasty. But Wang Ai also doted on this grandson. It was impossible to watch his grandson being brutally beaten by Qin Chao. What's the point of not saying anything until now? The game hasn't started yet and the winner is unknown. What do I have to say? Oh, listening to what Brother Wang means. Do you think Wang An can defeat the Qin dynasty? Ha ha ha. It may not be impossible. Chapter 51, The Nine Tails. Wang Ai's cultivation level was higher than Wang An, but in terms of the cultivation of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, it was indeed inferior to his own grandson. Sun Tzu said he could defeat the Qin dynasty by detaining the spirits and sending them to eat the spirits. He half expected it, but in front of outsiders, he certainly wouldn't let his grandson fall short. Brother Wang is really confident. I just don't know where this confidence comes from. Louis' heart was filled with doubt. Wang Ai, this old fox, could not possibly say empty words. Could it be that king and could really defeat the Qin dynasty? Wang Ai didn't answer Lucy's question, raising his chin in a gesture. The game is on. We'll see what happens. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. With the referee's command, Chincha and Wang An, one after another, walked into the competition venue. The game is officially on. Wait. Chincha interrupted the referee. What are you doing? Wait for me to do a warm-up. The system stipulates that the mission must be completed in the Great Reef of Luo Tian. However, Chincha did not know the mechanism for determining the progress of a mission. To be on the safe side, it's better to settle down and do a good set of moves before you start fighting. A fight. So much for bull asterisk. Might as well admit defeat before it's too late. Wang An looked at Chincha in front of him with a face full of disdain. The closer he got to Chincha, the more he could feel the aura of the spirit in him. There was more than one breath, all of them unusually powerful. It was stronger than anything he had encountered before. However, the more powerful the spirit in Chincha's body was, the happier Wang An was. In his mind, no more powerful spirit could escape from detaining the spirit and dispatching the general. When you have eaten the spirit on Chincha by yourself, let's see what else he can fight himself with. Chincha didn't pay attention to Wang and seriously recalled the action of last night's memorization. Looking at the countless pairs of eyes around him, he gritted his teeth and raised one palm above his head. Lunar Prism Mighty, transform. The spectators present were waiting for Chincha to warm up, and when they heard such a sentence out of the cold, they showed puzzled expressions. Chloe Chang's black question mark face. Brother Qin, what were you talking about just now? Transformation. Transformation? Is this a warm-up? It looks like an awkward dance to me. Zhang Chulan, I ask you to watch your words. What an awkward dance. Fellow Taoist Qin must have his intentions for doing this. Is it not for you to speculate? Zhang Lingyu stared at Chincha on the field with a serious face, refusing to spare any details. In his mind, Chincha, such an excellent person. How is it possible to do useless things? Whatever he did, he must have had an intention. If you can't see it for yourself, you must not be practicing. And at this time the Qin dynasty, already the toes were buckling to the ground in embarrassment. But to finish the job, the movements of his hands and the words on his lips did not stop. His middle ring finger of both hands was bent and the other fingers were straight. Make an I love you sign. Exactly. Of love and justice. The beautiful young man of the Qin family, Chincha, on behalf of the moon, destroy you. At these words, the room fell silent. Zhang Chulan already had goosebumps all over his body. The actions Qin did and the words he said were too shameful. Even as a bystander, he felt embarrassed beyond words. Junior Master, do you see Brother Qin's intentions? Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips. The state of mind that is not shocked by changes rarely ripples. He really didn't see what purpose Chincha had in doing this. But if getting stronger is what it takes, let's just forget about it. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? And a beautiful young man, and to destroy me on behalf of the moon. That's a little too middle of the road for you. Ha 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 ha. Unobtrusive mockery came out from Wang Nam's mouth. He could look at Chincha without a filter added. Seeing that the other party had been making middle of the road, unbelievable gestures, he couldn't tense up at the moment. I didn't expect to make fun of me before being defeated by me. Good. I promise to go easy on you later. Yo, did Fish Liang give you the courage? So arrogant? Mission progress, 1/5. Chincha was ready for the task at this point. Hearing Wang An's mockery, there was some uncertainty. Why is Wang Jin so confident? Don't you just master the spirit and send the generals? At most, add a god to. How dare you bleep like that in front of yourself? Of course Chincha didn't know. Wang An had already discovered the psychic beast on him by detaining the spirit and dispatching the general. Prepare to defeat him through spirit eating. The battle begins. The referee saw Chincha finish warming up and immediately announced the start of this match. Chincha wanted to try the art of channeling. Last night, he made a deal with the tailed beast, already able to borrow the power of the tailed beasts normally through psychic jutsu. Now, just in time to see the power of psychic magic. Psionics. As Chincha drank softly under his breath, he slapped his palm on the ground and arcane runes appeared on the battlefield. The runes spread quickly, crisscrossing across the entire field. I wonder, Which tailed beast will appear? Chincha's question was quickly answered. Orange-red chakra, gushing out from the palm of his hand. A human-sized fox that appeared next to him. The fox fur is also orange in color. The eyes are reddish in color and the pupils are erect. The most impressive part is the 9 tails behind the fox. Adds a touch of the demonic to the fierce and intimidating appearance. Its 9 tails. It seems to be able to exert more strength than even me right now. Not bad for a tailed beast. In Chinchao's perception, the chakra of the 9 tails that made up his body was much thicker than himself. Even he couldn't ensure that he would defeat the 9 tails. 9 tails was currently surveying his surroundings with interest. The air was filled with a completely different energy than chakra. This is, indeed, not the world one lives in. What can I do for you, kid? Chincha would not summon it for no reason. What's the harm in taking a stroll through the world when things are done? Chincha felt the loss of air in his body. He maintained 9 tails' current state, which also required consumption. The 9 tails cannot be allowed to exist without limits. However, it was much smaller compared to the consumption of the first use of the psychic technique. It's perfectly supportive, and 9 tails is active for hours. Senior, how about helping me defeat the person in front of me? Do not harm his life. No problem. 9 tails raised his head and looked at Wang Yin arrogantly. This kid, it sensed it as soon as it appeared. There's no comparison to the Qin dynasty. Isn't it a small problem to beat him? 9 tails' eyes suddenly became sharp as a look of disgust surfaced from its face. It was surprised to see greed on Wang Jin's face. It's the kind of greed that wants to take it over. The 9 tails have been seen on many people in the Naruto world. I didn't expect to see such nasty people in a different world. Kid, don't blame me for being heavy-handed later. Wang Yin had been breathing heavily ever since 9 tails had appeared. His eyes glowed and a greedy expression appeared on his entire face. The air in his body continued to surge, and the detained spirit dispatch that he had been practicing for years would be constantly urging him on. Eat that spirit! Eat that spirit! Wang Yin could no longer restrain himself, and his right hand grabbed forward. Detain! Chapter 52, Failure of Spirit Detention. And at this point in the stands, Qin dynasty uses witchcraft? When LVCI saw Qin Chao summoning the 9 tails, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart. This means of driving out spirits. Apart from detaining spirits and dispatching generals, only the Northeast Shaman has the corresponding arts. The spirit detaining dispatch will be in the hands of the Wang and Wen families. So, could it be that the Qin family behind Qin Chao is from the Northeast Shaman clan? But aren't the shamans already semi-hidden? This time, for the Luo Tian Jiao festival, explicitly only the Deng brothers came. When did such a strong genius come out? Also, that spirit. Lu Ci could feel the threat from it even across the competition field. I'm afraid this spirit is not the original, but even then, it's all tricky for me. Then how strong should its original body be? But, as long as they are spirits, they are inherently restrained by the detainer of spirits. Oh, so that's it. As Lu Ci thought of this, he smiled and looked at Wang Ai next to him. No wonder brother Wang is so calm. It turns out that he has long sensed that Qin Chao has a spirit in him. It seems that Qin Chao really isn't necessarily a match for Wang, and in this match, Wang Ai couldn't see much on his face, but the smile that appeared out of the corner of his eye betrayed his mood at that moment. Sure enough, it's just as Sun Tzu thought. This Qin Chao actually had a genie on him. Look at the strength. It's still very strong. That's good. Wait for Nami to make the method of spirit eating and swallow that spirit. Maybe, it can really beat the Qin dynasty. And even if you can't beat them, you can permanently boost your strength through spirit eating. How about no loss? Elder brother Lu also thinks too highly of Nami. Nami was born stubborn and uncaring. If Qin Chao could really teach him a lesson and make him change his ways, I couldn't be happier. As for victory or defeat, is it a duel between juniors? I don't care. Seeing that Wang Ai's words were still ambiguous, Lu Ci secretly said Old Fox and continued to watch the match. Feng Zhenghao, who was present, was puzzled by Qin Chao's summoning of the spirit. He was more than aware of the ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. Even the most powerful spirit would be called around like a pet. What's more, the Wang family even mastered the method of spirit eating. Casting detained spirit dispatch is definitely more dominating and unrivaled. Is Qin Chao not afraid that his own spirit will become the other party's ration? And, heavenly master this is. What's that expression? Feng Zhenghao's gaze was attracted by Tianchi Zhang Jiwei, only to see that the old heavenly master, who had always been calm and collected, unexpectedly showed gravity on his face. Instead of looking at the playing field, he looked up into mid-air. Old celestial master, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhuan also saw his best friend's abnormality and voiced a question. He had never seen the celestial master show this kind of expression before. Always, no matter what situation you face, the old celestial masters were all able to handle it with ease. Why are you looking so serious this time when you're watching a junior fight? Zhang Jiwei did not answer Lu Zhuan's question positively. He lowered his head and pointed his finger to the ground, where Chincha had summoned the runes, and asked, "Old Lu, you cultivate the Tong Tian talisman. What are those runes, do you think?" Lu Juan hadn't noticed the black runes on the ground, and when he heard his best friend's words, that's when he began to take a serious look. These runes are crisscrossed. It looks, rather, like chains. That's right, chains. Interesting. It was clearly a rune for summoning spirits, but the method used was actually a sealing method. Did the Qin family behind Qin Chao seal a powerful spirit? Powerful? The old celestial master muttered to himself. If it was just powerful, he wouldn't be so solemn. The strength of that spirit was more terrifying than powerful. It was so terrifying that the old heavenly master was not even confident that he could take it down. He had secretly made his decision. Must have a good conversation with Qin Chao after this match. It's okay for such a horrible elf to be sealed. If they are released, I am afraid that the consequences will be unimaginable. With Wang and a detained, black air gushed out from his hands and attacked Nine Tails like a stream of water. Sinful animal, come quickly! Wang An opened his mouth in excitement. In today's world, such a powerful spirit was already extremely rare. The spirit before him lured him like poison. He couldn't wait, however, by the time Wang An's air wrapped around Nine Tails. Instead, he was shocked to find that the normally invulnerable method of detaining spirits had failed. He himself could not detain the spirit in front of him at all. What's going on? No way. That's impossible. King wasn't able to accept his defeat, especially when he saw the anthropomorphic mockery in Nine Tails' eyes. It made him furious. Asterisk. Just you dare to mock me? I have to have you today. When Qin Chao saw Wang An with such a demeanor, teasing surfaced on his face. It was just as the system said. The spirit restraining dispatch will be ineffective against tailed beasts. Then the king and all made a great effort. It didn't even hurt Nine Tails' fur. Psychic jutsu. Not bad for a jutsu from Naruto. No words for strength. Yo, what's up with the Wang family's youngest? Didn't you eat? Is your detaining spirit dispatching general going to work or not? Pop. Before Wang An could reply to Qin Chao's words, he was jerked violently. A fiery pain came from his face. Wang An covered his face, his eyes gradually reddening. That blow just now was given by Nine Tails. It had long since been unable to stand the eyes of the person in front of it. Nine Tails, like whips, lashed out at Wang An. Pa. The whip was as fast as lightning, and Wang An couldn't dodge it at all. A whiplash, emerging from his body. Aha! I'm gonna kill you. Wang An couldn't take the humiliation any longer. How had he ever been so bullied by the spirit? Give me the power. Several spirits of varying strengths appeared in Wang An's hands. Tut! Wang An hardened himself and ripped a piece off the spirit and swallowed it, with him taking one bite after another. The rich air gradually flowed through the body. Wang An's aura became even more powerful. The law of spirit eating is truly overbearing. Qin Chao couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Such a fast way to improve strength is really enviable, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. The drawbacks of the spirit eating method were enough to discourage him. But so what if there are flaws? If we give the Inhumans the chance to get it, there will be a lot of people who will rush to get it. In the world of one person, jutsu are just too precious. Many Inhumans fight to the death to obtain powerful jutsu. In the eyes of these people, the strength of the moment is what counts. The side effects of the law of spirit eating were simply insignificant. Time passed between one breath and the next. Qin Chao did not interrupt the king and eat the spirit, allowing it to grow in strength. He would like to see how far the spirit detaining dispatch could reach. Ka-ching! As Wang An finished eating the last spirit in his hand, his breath peaked. The eyes, red from anger, were replaced by white light. Between the raised hands, there was vaguely black air. You guys, that's pretty big. Also, I'll let you see the true power of the spirit detainer. Detain the spirit. Come on. Chapter 53, Nine Tails Projection. This time, even Qin Chao could feel the restraining intent of the spirit restraining dispatch general. Although he knew it couldn't possibly work on him, the feeling of bondage was really uncomfortable. It's worthy of being an 8 wonders technique. This level of constraint, even when facing a spirit that was dozens of times stronger than himself, he would be able to constrain it, right? If it weren't for the checks and balances of the psionic contract, the psionic beasts would be afraid that they would have fallen into his trap. Elder Nine Llamas, how are you feeling? Qin Chao looked at Nine Tails and asked. Nine Tails' reply was unexpected by Qin Chao. I feel good. What kind of jutsu is this? It's amazing that it can work directly on my being as well as yours. My very being felt the call. I can even break the spatial limitations and project directly over now. The chakra in Nine Tails' body continued to churn. It was clear that his strength had not increased, but his aura was growing. It doesn't know what's happening. Just know that with the kid in front of him casting a spell, there seemed to be a rule in the underworld to receive it. This reception was very weak, only able to make the nine-tail projections come. But if this reception is strong enough,
it might be able to make its own body appear in this world. What? Can you project? Even Chincha was surprised when he heard Nine Tails' words. By definition, because the system exists, between him and the Nine Tails, they could only be connected through psionic techniques. The maximum that can be done today is as it is now. Nine Tails lent him his power, attaching his own consciousness to it in the process. But now, it seemed that the art of detaining spirits and dispatching generals and the art of channeling spirits had collided with a different spark. Nine Tails seems to be able to do more. Could it be because the Eight Wonders technique is a technique close to the Tao, so it can change the rules? Chincha couldn't figure it out. It wasn't something he could understand right now. Chin kid, do you want to let the old man project over? Just in time to help you deter some curmudgeons. I am sensing that there are quite a few covetous eyes on you. Nine Tails leapt to his feet. In its current state, it didn't really need to consult Chincha. Just by yourself, you can project over. But, after all, this state is only temporary. In the future, we still need to rely on the Qin dynasty to bring them to keep an eye on the wind. Therefore, it is still necessary to consider his feelings. Chincha revealed a thoughtful expression in the face of Nine Tails' proposal. As Nine Tails said, the abilities he was showing now were too much to be coveted. Like Wang Ai Lucii, there were not a few people who wanted to obtain his ninjutsu, although Chincha was confident that he could handle most of them. But it's easy to hide from a gun in the open, but it's hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. There is no real power that can deter others. There is bound to be a steady stream of harassment. Only by showing a strong backing can the covetous be deterred. Good, then I'll trouble Senior. Ha ha ha, good. Let the people of this world, too, see what we tailed beasts are all about. With a long whistle from Nine Tails, it's not just the field of play. The entire Longhu mountain was enveloped by a huge pressure. Everyone felt a mountainous pressure in an instant. What's going on? Why is my air disappearing? Wang Yin was alarmed. The air inside the body suddenly disappeared like a water drain. The direction of the disappearance was across from the spirit. He tried to retract it, but couldn't control it at all. Junior, it's too late to get your energy back. Might as well give me all the energy. I'll show you my true form. Enough for you to be proud of yourself. Nine Tails appeared to be discussing with Wang and, in fact, it wasn't a discussion at all. It projected over and needed to consume a lot of air. The consumed air naturally could not be obtained from Chincha, the other person on the field. Then, became Nine Tails' target. No, you give it back to me. I concede. I concede. King Yin dropped to his knees with both legs. He was the closest person to Nine Tails besides Chincha. It was also the one who could feel the pressure most clearly. This spirit in front of him displayed an intimidating pressure that was no longer something he could comprehend. With his current strength, he couldn't even stand still. From Wang Yin casting the detaining spirit dispatch, to Nine Tails trying to project over. It's a long story, but it really only happened in a moment. Wang Ai didn't even have time to see what was going on before he realized that his grandson was kneeling on the ground. He immediately glared angrily. His grandson is his heart. How can you allow someone to hurt him in front of you? Wang Ai didn't care what was going on with this inexplicable appearance of the pressure, and immediately snapped at Chincha. Asshole! Qin family brat! What have you done to my grandson? Chincha looked at the anxious Wang Ai and stuck his hands on his chest with an indifferent face. The king did not intend to detain my spirit? Then I'll fulfill him. Here my spirit is coming out. It's none of my business if he can handle it. Kid, you seek death. When Wang Ai saw his grandson's appearance, he didn't care about the competition. I'm afraid that in a few moments, my own grandson is going to be barely able to hold on. Shoo! The sound. Wang Ai ran towards Chincha and was about to strike at him. Just then, roar! A deafening hissing sound resounded through the sky. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Its figure was similar to the Nine Tails summoned by Chincha. It's just that the size is unknown how many times more massive. The pressure rose to the sky, and the Nine Tails behind him looked even more demonic. Almost everyone present was so overwhelmed by the pressure that they couldn't breathe. A loud voice came out of Nine Tails' mouth. I heard that someone is bullying my Qin family's juniors based on their age. Is this bullying my Qin family to have no one? It looked at the running Wang Ai, and the corners of its mouth grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. Looks like it's you. Humph, bullying the young with the old. Ha, how about I bully you? A mountainous pressure pressed towards Wang Ai. Only a muffled grunt was heard. Wang Ai fell to his knees, as did Wang Nam. Dense sweat fell from his forehead, all over his body. He couldn't move at all. What kind of spirit did Chincha summon? How could such a powerful spirit exist in the world? This time it's a real kick in the pants. Elder, it's all my doing. It has nothing to do with my grandson, so please spare him. With great difficulty, Wang Ai squeezed out these words from his teeth. Wang An was right next to him, and he could already feel Wang An's roots draining away. At this rate,
I'm afraid that my grandson's cultivation path will be ruined. Compared to his own well-being, the priority now is to save his grandson. Ninetales did not answer Wang Ai's words. It is now projected. Empty with all the prestige and none of the strength. Couldn't even do it if I wanted to. But, after all, it's Ninetales. Even if it was only the pressure, it was enough to press down on the foreigners present to the point where they couldn't stand up. Ninetales no longer paid any attention to Wang Ai Wang and the grandparents and grandchildren. The massive head turned slowly, surveying the surrounding area. It was soon drawn to a figure. From this silhouette, Ninetales actually felt threatened. It was a feeling it rarely encountered even in the world of Naruto. This Taoist master, I think he must be the owner of this mountain. Chapter 54 Ninetales Deterrence. Competition ends. The silhouette was naturally the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei. He grimaced. From the moment Ninetales began his projection, he had been on guard. It was not until he did not feel a killing chance from the behemoth in front of him that his face slowed down a little. Seeing Ninetales conversing with himself, he hung back and leveled his eyes with Ninetales. Can't talk about the master. It's just that I'm a little older, and the people give me face by calling me a celestial master. So it's the celestial master. The old man came here this time projecting without malice. I just can't see some old guys, relying on a few more years of cultivation, bullying my juniors. I'm sure the heavenly master, too, wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The old heavenly master glanced at Wang Ai, who had fallen to his knees, and then at Lu Ci, who was deliberately hiding himself in the stands. That's what spoke up. It's natural. It was the poor Taoist's failure to monitor the situation before, and such a thing will never happen again. The celestial master is indeed a sensible man. I have no problem with juniors cutting between themselves. Even if he injured and maimed my junior, it was also because he was not as skillful as he should be, and the old man will not pursue the matter. However, if anyone else leans on the old, I'm an old guy who can still come out and move around even though I'm sealed. Ninetales' eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura gradually became furious. The surroundings are all in turmoil as a result. Its huge figure stood behind Chincha like his guardian god. The heavens seemed to have missed the threatening intent in Ninetales' words. There was a joyful smile on his face. What fellow Taoist says is very true. I'm sure that after this time, those people won't dare to commit another offense. Seeing this, Ninetales also knew that the purpose had been achieved this time. Then I won't stay any longer. Chin family boy. Old man go too. With a long whistle, Ninetales' projection faded away. The pressure that pressed down on the crowd was gone. Phew, finally gone. The family Chin belongs to is really something. Even such a powerful spirit can be sealed. Zhang Chulan looked at Qin Chao on the field with envy in his eyes. How do you make such a big difference as a human being? Brother Qin was not only strong in his own right, he also had a powerful background backer. Look at yourself instead. You need strength without strength, and you need background without background. Grandfather left him and father is nowhere to be found. In these days, if not for Qin Chao's help, he didn't know if he could cope with the things that came one after the other. Fortunately, Brother Qin is on my side. If he were an enemy, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. The foreigners in the stands were not far from Zhang Chulan's thoughts. There was a lot of talk about Qin Chao and the family behind him, and at this point in the race, Qin Chao, he looked at Ninetales, who had returned to human size, and communicated with it through his consciousness. Elder, you're pushing too hard. I thought it was projection only. Even the projections are this good? What Ninetales said just now was all what Qin Chao told it to say through his divine sense. The purpose, naturally, was to make the crowd realize that there was a mysterious and powerful family behind him. Let those who coveted his ability not dare to strike at least openly. It could also be less troublesome for Qin dynasty. But even with a prediction of Ninetales' strength, Qin Chao was also shocked by the strength it showed. Just the pressure of the authority overwhelmed Wang Ai to the ground. This is still only a projection. If the main body is present, I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to stand in front of it. Ninetales heatedly smiled when he heard Qin Chao's words. It's the first time I've come to the world of the Inhumans, so I can't fall down on our tailed beasts. And with the way my essence feels right now, it doesn't allow for frequent projections. It doesn't just take your psionic skills to work with that kid's jutsu. Projecting across space also causes great exertion to my own body. After this projection, I'll need to recuperate for a while in my main body as well. The opportunity is precious, and I'm sure I'll have to do a good job of raising your face for you. Qin Chao revealed a look of understanding. The Ninetales projections came to be autonomous and required a huge amount of chakra to be consumed. And use the psychic jutsu yourself to borrow the power of the Ninetales. It's through the system and requires no additional consumption from the Ninetales. Alright boy, with the air in your body now, it's enough for this doppelganger of mine to go out for a spin. I'll just go ahead. Don't worry, I'll be back on my own when it's almost time. Ninetales dropped a sentence and disappeared into the tournament field with a whoosh. Qin Chao did not block it. Even though Ninetales was a tailed beast, It knew the limits and wouldn't go around causing trouble and bringing trouble to itself. He looked over to the referee, who had long since frozen in place, with a kind smile. Should we be able to announce the results of this match? The referee subconsciously stepped back when he saw Chincha talking to him. Chincha wins. Thank you. Chincha smiled faintly and turned around to leave. Grandson, how are you feeling? Wang Ai fed his air into Wang Nam's body. Check his current condition. Grandpa, I'm fine. Only the roots are slightly damaged. Wang Ai revealed a thankful expression after carefully inspecting it. Indeed, as Sun Tzu said, the roots were only slightly damaged. It's okay, the roots aren't too damaged. It's easier to fix. Repairing the roots, even if only by a fraction of a millimeter, consumes an enormous amount of material. With the financial strength of the Wang family, it was also equivalent to enduring the pain. But at least it's fixable. If the damage was any greater, even if the gods had descended to earth, there would have been nothing they could have done. Wang Ai looked up at Qin Chao's back, light and darkness in his eyes. There was anger, regret, and helplessness, and yet the only thing I don't have is hate. He is not a big-hearted man. Instead, it's all about the pennies. This time, even more so, his own precious grandchildren were harmed. If it were normal, there was no way he would have spared the person who started it. But when the difference in strength reaches the point where you look up and can't even see it, Wang Ai didn't even dare to raise the thought of revenge. The appearance of the Nine Tails completely overturned his previous judgment of the Qin family. Now, as long as you don't mess with Qin Chao, it's fine to let him deal with the old heavenly master. Zhang Jiwei rejoined the stands, and Lu Zhuan's voice followed. Tian, heavenly master, this is the interesting thing in your mouth. This is too much fun. Don't call on me if you have something this interesting in the future. I'm a 100-year-old man with a heart that can't take it. Lu Zhuan could also detect that Nine Tails had come as a projection, but the more you do, the more terrifying it feels. If it is the original body, how powerful should it be? And, he had just heard it. The spirit said the word seal. Why would such a powerful spirit be sealed? Listening to it, it still seems to be voluntary. What's this about? And what was the origin of the Qin family behind Qin Chao? Who was able to seal this spirit? He lived 100 years. The Qin family. How come you've never heard of it yourself? Countless questions made Lu Zhuan's mind racing with thoughts. It's not possible that the Kashan rebellion is related to this Qin family. Is it? Then the murky waters of this world are too deep. Chapter 55, Crowd Reaction. Deng Youfu's invitation. When the old heavenly master heard Lu Zhuan's words, he revealed a rare helpless smile. Elder brother Lu, I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. I was just calling you over to see the bocce technique, but I didn't expect. This Qin dynasty has surprised me so much. Did his grandfather know why? Maybe he knew what happened back then too. Must have a good talk with him. As the old heavenly master spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Feng Zhanghao. To Feng Zhanghao, the matter of detaining spirits and dispatching generals was perhaps more concerning to him. Feng Zhanghao was acting shocked at this moment. His original intention was that it was after Wang and showed the spirit detaining and dispatching of the general. Pretend to be shocked again, and later question Wang Ai as a way to hide the fact that he already knows the truth. Now that's good. Don't even pretend. The shock brought about by the Nine Tails left his heart unsettled for a long time. He also practiced detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Because of this, he could feel the power of the Nine Tails even more. No exaggeration. Seeing it is like a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon, a small ant seeing the sky. Feng Zhanghao once again lamented. Deciding to work with Qin Chao in the first place was truly the wisest choice I've ever made. Qin Chao was immediately surrounded by the crowd after he got off the field. Zhang Chulan fiercely hugged Qin Chao's thigh and shouted in a hoarse voice, Brother Qin, from now on, you are my own brother. If my father disowns you, I'll disown him. The corner of Qin Chao's eye twitched. What a laugh. Family, if your father next door knew you were so filial, I'm afraid I'm carrying the order of the 7 deadly spirits of God and ghosts. Brother Qin, today has really opened my eyes. It turns out that in the world, there are still spirits that exist like this. Even the spirit detention and dispatch will be ineffective against it. It seems that I still need to lower my head and dive into cultivation. The one who spoke was Windstar Tong. He felt the same as his own father. Both were incredulous about the existence of the Nine Tails. Compared to it, the spirit in himself seemed incredibly small. He even developed self-doubt. Even if a spirit detaining dispenser is practiced to a great degree, can it really detain a spirit like that? Fellow Daoist Qin, I wonder if I'll have the honor of being able to visit your home as a guest. Having seen that senior just now, I am really very eager for the Qin family. Of course, if there is any inconvenience, that's fine. Zhang Lingyu gazed at Qin Chao. The idea of him wanting to go to the Qin family didn't just arise from seeing Nine Tails. Starting with Qin Chao's narration of the predecessor who created Raikiri, Qin Mu Kakashi. And that's when the idea came to him. Just what kind of family is it that can produce so many talented and unrivaled people? Qin Dynasty, Shinmu Kakashi. I don't know if there are others. Probably should have been there too. All of these people were farther along in their cultivation than he was, and all of them were objects he needed to learn from. One might just have to get close to them in order to progress faster in cultivation. Qin Shao's heart was weak when he heard Zhang Lingyu's words. Sure enough, a lie is made up for in 1,000 words. Where's the Qin family behind you? He's a lightweight. Zhang Lingyu wanted to pay a visit. Did he make one out of thin air? Daoist Zhang. It is indeed inconvenient to be a guest in my house. As you know, the nine-tailed elder just now was in the middle of a seal. The sealed place is in the Qin family. No outsiders allowed. Disappointment appeared on Zhang Lingyu's face, but he had expected it. The Qin family was mysterious and unpredictable. And other than Qin Chao, there wasn't a hint of the Qin family in the outside world. One would think that the Qin family would be unwilling to let outsiders know of its existence. It was Lingyu who took the liberty. If you do get a chance in the future, make sure you don't forget to invite me. Qin Chao agreed repeatedly. That's for sure. That's for sure. Among those present were Zhuge Cheng and Wang Yuya. Zhuge Cheng didn't know Qin Chao well, so he didn't go up and climb up. King didn't go up to talk either. His forehead wrinkled into a river, and a silent murmur escaped his lips. Oddly enough, the spirit just now was surprisingly unlike the elves of this world. Why is that? I really want to use the strange door and make a good deduction. The king also mastered the method of deduction. Even if you don't use it, you can sense things from the underworld. Through sensing, Ninetails gave him a very strange feeling. The moment it appeared, it immediately squeezed the air out of this world. That's right, squeeze. It was as if the energy within it was incompatible with the air. Ninetails is repelling air. Could this be the reason why the Qin family wants to seal it? If you are not under the heavenly Tao, you will be rejected by the heavenly Tao. If you want to survive in this world, you have to consume a lot of energy every moment to fend off. Is that really why? If Qin Chao knew Wang Yuya's speculation at this moment, he would have exclaimed demon. It's amazing how you can guess a part of the truth with just one side. It was worthy of being a genius who had mastered the Wind Queen's strange door. Qin Dynasty. An unfamiliar voice rang in Qin Chao's ears. Deng Youfu? What brings you here? Qin Chao was surprised by Tang Youfu's arrival. Between the two of them, there's no crossing of paths. Deng Youfu had a puzzled look on his face. If anyone was most shocked today, that must be him. First, we see a completely different tactic from that of Azuma-sen, detaining spirits and dispatching generals. The elf was surprisingly able to be controlled by the king and at will, and was even eaten by him and turned into power. Then what's the use of practicing the Exodus Immortal yourself for so many years? It's a far cry from the spirit detention and dispatch. No wonder Grandma retired. With the existence of such a spell, their shaman clan would never be able to make a name for themselves. And what shocked Deng Youfu even more was yet to come. When Qin Chao summoned the Nine Tails, the sky is not afraid of Lukunshan Liuji, who is not afraid of the earth on him, suddenly showed fear. You know, Lu Kuanxing's original body is a snake immortal, practicing in Changbai Mountain. Even Lu Zhuan had to shout senior when he saw it. It was such an elf who had practiced for an unknown number of years and whose strength had reached an unknown height. When Nine Tails was still human-sized, it was outright too intimidating to head out. By the time the Nine Tails projected in the back, it had even disappeared without a trace in his own divine sense. Deng Youfu didn't understand at first. It wasn't until he saw the Nine Tails projection that was 70 to 80 meters tall and felt the mountainous pressure. It took him a moment to realize why Master Ryu was acting the way he was. But he didn't feel the same fear as the other Inhumans, nor did he feel the same awe as Lu Kuanshan. On the contrary, the nine-tailed fox-like appearance actually made him feel a hint of affection. Is this Elder Hu Xian? Nine Tails. That's a legendary realm among fox fairies. That's right. Only this realm can resist the detaining spirit dispatch, right? So is Qin Chao, and the Qin family behind him, all from the shaman clan as well? If this is true, then one must be acquainted with him. Maybe, in the future, the shaman clan will not need to, as it is now, retire from the world. Deng Youfu thought a lot. He wasn't sure if he was thinking right, but at least for now, it was definitely right to befriend Qin Chao. Fellow Daoist Qin, I wonder if I can invite you to the Northeast as a guest. Chapter 56, Crowd Race. Invite me to the Northeast? Qin Chao felt puzzled when he heard Deng Youfu's invitation. He himself had met him once at the edge of the cliff. That's an invitation to his house? Qin Chao subconsciously wanted to refuse. What's the point of going to the Northeast when you're fine staying wherever you are? Deng Youfu, I'd better not go. I usually need to be on standby for anywhere passing assignments, so I won't have time to go for a while. Tang Youfu was naturally able to hear that what Qin Chao said was an excuse, but he didn't care. Just get acquainted with Qin Chao first, and then slowly make a good relationship next. Both because of the family behind him and the suspected fox fairy spirit, It was all because Tung Yofu wanted to get close to Chincha. We'll have a chance to talk about it later. After Tung Yofu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Staying for the next time would instead be an invitation to hate. Brother Qin, you're really popular. You can eat everywhere. In Zhang Chulan's mind, life in the Qin dynasty was his ideal state, strong and well-connected. Whether it was Zhang Lingyu from Longhu Mountain, the Feng family siblings from the World Society, or now Tung Yofu from the Shaman clan, all have good relations with the Qin dynasty. Unlike yourself, strength aside, people-wise, except for sister Xu San Su Bauer, everyone else was looking at the air-body source stream, and their grandfather. Just got acquainted with myself. Zhang Chulan also wanted to be like Chincha one day and gain the attention of other Inhumans just by himself. Chincha saw Zhang Chulan's expression and probably guessed what was in his mind. Chulan, the road has to be taken one step at a time. I've been practicing since I was a kid to get to where I am now. How long have you been practicing now? You didn't practice at all during the 12-year window in between. Even so, in just a month's time, you'll be able to defeat the younger generation of Inhumans. Honestly, in my opinion, you have more talent than I do. What you're missing is time. I'm sure, given enough time, one day, you'll be able to surpass me. When the time comes, I'll be counting on you. Really? Don't lie to me. Qin. Zhang Chulan's eyebrows were raised to the sky. Qin's words were simply the greatest encouragement to him. Qin Chao nodded sheepishly. In terms of cultivation time, he was actually less than Zhang Chulan. If Zhang Chulan knew about it, I'm afraid that he would be struck down to the bone again. However, Qin Chao was able to reach his current strength in such a short period of time because of the existence of an external plugin. He actually really didn't lie to Zhang Chulan. After 12 years of not practicing to him, he was able to quickly get started as soon as he first acquired the old farmer's gong. This talent was definitely considered to be an unparalleled talent. Only when he had cultivated for a longer period of time would Zhang Chulan show his full strength. Next, Qin Chao did not go back to rest. Instead, watch the other Inhumans play. Three's a crowd. Qin Chao was not so conceited as to disregard all the Inhumans just because of his current strength. By watching other Inhumans compete, you might be able to discover your own shortcomings. Zhuge Cheng vs. Jin Meng. Jin Meng? In the original episode, he was eliminated by Wang Yuya before the round of 32. Qin Chao looked at the field. The fierce-looking man, Jin Meng, came from Liaodong, practicing Tian Gang Qi, stepping on the astral dipper, and focusing on physical skills. I didn't expect to run into Zhuge Cheng this time instead of Wang Yuya. It's no different. Zhuge Cheng and Wang Yuya's Qi Man Dun Jia techniques were different though, but against Inhumans who are mainly physical, it's all a handful. As expected, it was not what Qin Chao expected. Jin Meng simply couldn't recognize Zhuge Cheng's Wuhou Qi Man, didn't realize that he had been in the middle of the chimera. His attacks, which kept landing in the open, sometimes, even hit by their own attacks. Phew, what kind of shenanigans are you pulling? Jin Meng gasped for air, the scars all over his body looking hideous with every breath. He'd realized something was wrong. Zhuge Cheng, on the opposite side, must have used some kind of spell to affect him, but even if he knew, he couldn't solve it. Unless the Big Dipper Qi was accomplished, there was simply no way to take Zhuge Cheng. Fellow Daoist, if you really can't, it's better not to expend your physical strength for nothing and just surrender. Zhuge Cheng narrowed his eyes with a relaxed expression. It's not that he doesn't respect his opponents. It just seems like this level of fighting is just boring. He looked up at the man in the audience, wearing the uniform of a Nintendo pass. Wariness welled up in his heart. Originally, it was thought that only Zhang Lingyu was worthy of attention in this Luo Tian Great Reef. I didn't realize that now there was a Qin dynasty. The strength he displayed was stronger than himself, stronger than Zhang Lingyu. Really looking forward to fighting him. Zhuge Cheng knew that he might not be able to beat Qin Chao, but if you don't even have the courage to fight, how can you let the martial marquis sect flourish? Qin Chao sensed Zhuge Cheng's gaze and felt the battle intent from his eyes. Wu Ho Chiman? Against me, you don't have much of an advantage. With his Sharingan eyes, he could see into the existence of the Kitsune. It just so happens to be the nemesis of Wu Ho Chiman. Without using any other jutsu, Qin Chao was able to keep Zhuge Cheng from touching himself. Zhuge Cheng, win! With Jin Meng admitting defeat, the dust settled on this fight. Zhuge Bai ran to Zhuge Cheng with a grunt. Brother, you're amazing. Jin Meng looks so fierce. If I were to meet him, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to make a move. Zhuge Cheng helplessly touched his brother's head. Bai, it seems that your timid character really needs to be changed. In fact, you have no problem at all beating him with your strength. How about this? After the Luo Tian Jiao festival, I'll ask this brother from Liaodong to come over and help you practice your guts. What do you think? Zhuge Bai's legs went weak when he thought of Jin Meng's ferocious appearance. Brother, it's really not necessary. Ha ha ha, looking at you, it's a real necessity. Wang Yuya vs. Iron Horse Monkey. Fellow Daoist Qin, what do you think of Daoist Wang Yuya? Zhuge Cheng looked at the lazy-faced Wang Yuya and asked Qin Chao. He could sense that Wang also seemed to specialize in the art of Qi-men. I don't know which is stronger or weaker compared to myself. And Qin Chao and Zhuge Cheng focused on different points. He knew that Wang Yuya also practiced Taiji Cloud Hands in addition to the Wind Queen's strange door. Taiji Cloud Hands, possessing the power of 4 tails and 1,000 pounds. Qin Chao was curious about what it was like to be attacked by Taiji Cloud Hands. The strength of Taoist Master Wang Yuya is not weaker than you, especially in the area of Chimera. It's better than you. Oh, Zhuge Cheng's mouth issued a question, and the corners of his narrowed eyes widened slightly. Why did fellow Daoist Qin come up with this argument? Of course he's not convinced. What he had mastered was the art of Qi-men Dunjia left behind by the Marquis of Wu. Is there anyone in this world who surpasses Wu Ho in Qi-men? Qin Chao smiled mysteriously and replied. Fellow Daoist Zhuge will be clear when he has the chance to take on the king as well. In the original plot, Zhuge Cheng was almost beaten by Wang Yuya to the point where his Dao heart was shattered. I don't know if I'll run into it again this time. Chapter 57, the game is over, and full sex comes to town. Then I'd like to see what level Daoist Wang Yuya, who is held in high regard by fellow Daoist Qin, is really at? Zhuge Cheng thought to himself that his strength might not be the strongest. However, if he was talking about Qi-men Dunjia, he didn't think anyone was his opponent on the Luo Tian Great Reef. Qin Chao's words, on the contrary, made the wariness in his heart stronger. On the one hand, it was confidence in his own strength, and on the other hand, it was also curiosity about Wang Yuya's strength. Qin Chao did not say much. Facts will cure every stiff upper lip. As of now, Zhuge Cheng really couldn't beat Wang Yuya. He returned his attention to the game. Wang Yuya's opponent, Iron Horseman, was no weakling. He specializes in through-armed dusters. It was different from the normal power of fists and palms. He can throw his strength like a rock and make people defenseless. If that was all, Qin Chao would not have evaluated him as not weak. The Iron Horse Monkey has the title of the Tong-Arm Vajra. If we only treat him as an ordinary mangaka, I'm afraid we'll suffer. As Qin Chao's words were spoken, the king on the field also looks like he senses something and pulls his body back, distancing himself from the Iron Horseman. He squeezed his hand, which was numb from the shock, and a look of realization appeared on his face. I see, your through-armed duster hand isn't as simple as it looks. You have added the force of rigid Vajra to the through arms. From there, you can control the distance and time of the power blast. No wonder, my soft energy can't stick to your strength. When Iron Horseman saw that Wang Yuya had hit upon the secret of the Tong-Arm Vajra, he was not annoyed. Instead, a mocking look appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, so what if you know? This Tongjia Vajra is specially designed to be used against you. Can softness overcome hardness? I'd like to see how you're going to gram this Kong of mine. The Iron Horseman's hand was running with power, attacking Wang Yuya without any reservation. Ha! This Iron Horseman is going to lose. Fellow Daoist Qin should have seen it too. Hearing Zhuge Cheng's words, Qin Chao secretly sighed. Worthy of being a deep-rooted martial marquis sect. Even Wang Yuya's Taiji Cloud Hands knew the information. He spoke slowly. That's right. If Iron Horseman thought that Taiji Cloud Hands was only soft, he was very wrong. What is Tai Chi? The yin hand is kneaded and the yang hand is rigid. Yin and yang meet and rigidity and flexibility can only become Tai Chi. The king isn't just soft either. This is why the Qin dynasty was concerned about the king as well. Tai Chi gives birth to all things. The Taiji strength of Taiji Cloud Hands is a kind of kung fu that can be changed into millions of kinds of strength. If one were to use only the power of his physical body, how would he fare against the Taiji Cloud Hand? Is your own rigidity being restrained by your softness? Or is Wang Yuya's gang more ferocious than his own? Qin Chao was no longer constrained to merely defeating his opponents. Rather, it's about growing in the process of engagement. That's what made him eager to fight. And on the playing field, Iron Horseman's attack has come to Wang Yuya. Wang also raised his hand about to pick it up. This maneuver was just what the Iron Horseman wanted, trying to overcome me with soft power. Humph, the moment your soft energy touches my palm, I'll detonate it. I'll see how you can still block it. Rigid and fierce power surged between Wang Yuya's hands. That's it. Your hand. It's ruined here today. However, to the Iron Horseman's surprise, the expected image did not appear. Wang also closed his hands together, and actually tore the force hard. Shock appeared on the Iron Horseman's face. What's wrong with this guy? This force, is it for 2,000 pounds? Without waiting for Iron Horseman to react, Wang Yuya's counterattack followed. The Taiji strength was like a tornado, blowing the Iron Horseman's body unsteadily. The four strengths came out in unison, like a gale, like a furious wave. Don't think you can beat me like that. The jackhammer, golden bell shield. With a boom sound, Iron Horse Monkey's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and the color of adamantine appeared on his body. What's the point of having a strong power? Can you break through my defenses? Wang also listened without saying a word, and the speed of his hands became even faster. Avalanche. Buffed. The sound of force habit penetrating the body came out from within the Iron Horseman. The Iron Horseman's expression tightened. His defense was strong now, but because of the existence of the jackhammer, he could not dodge Wang Yuya's attack himself. Can you take a hard hit from a power move and carry it yourself? Feeling that there was no difference in his body, the Iron Horseman's face was relieved. Ha 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 ha, your strength can't shake my golden bell shield at all. When you meet me, you'll only get beaten up. And just then, Zhuge Qing's voice rang out. Iron Horseman, you might as well admit defeat. Might as well look behind you. Taoist Master Wang Yuya has shown mercy. What did you say? The Iron Horseman was certainly not convinced, but when he looked back, cold sweat immediately ran down his forehead. A deep pit, the size of a man, appeared behind himself. This was caused by Wang Yuya? For a moment, a wave of afterthought rose from the Iron Horseman's heart. If the power of this palm really hit him, I'm afraid I'll end up with all my organs. I concede. The winner of this game. The king too. With a word from the referee, King returned to his lazy state. Zhang Chulan versus Shan Shirtong. Zhang Chulan looked at the empty field in front of him. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said to the referee, if the opponent doesn't come, it should count me as a winner. Before the referee could say anything, an angry voice rang out. Shady. It's shady. It must have been Zhang Chulan, the stepping Bijian, who had privately used tricks. It caused Shan Shirtong to not be able to come. The one who spoke was Zhang Yan, the opponent who had previously been eliminated by Zhang Chulan. At this time his heart was bursting with justice. Loudly and angrily, he rebuked Zhang Chulan's behavior. Yet no matter how much he shouted, the inhumans around him didn't help him. Instead, the referee announced when game time was up. Zhang Chulan, win. Zhang Yan couldn't tense up at once. Zhang Chulan, the game is over. Chincha and the others were about to leave the stage when a long-haired, pink-haired woman appeared in front of the crowd. Today's games are all over. We can talk about it. Although the pink-haired woman was talking to Xu San, her eyes kept staring at Chincha. Chincha was stared at in his heart. MS. Lu, what are you looking at me for? The long-haired woman was naturally Lu Linglong, Lu Zhuan's granddaughter. She looked at Chincha curiously. The title of Scarlet Eyes had spread through their circle, plus the ability to summon such a powerful spirit. Lu Linglong's interest in Chincha had long reached its peak. Now that I'm looking at it closely, I can't see anything special about it. On the contrary, I just did the warm-ups on the playing field. It looked kind of fun. When you have the chance, it would be good to ask him for advice. And this is? Zhang Chulan looked at Chincha enviously. Worthy of being brother Qin, the charm is just great. The woman in front of me, by the look in her eyes, was on the verge of throwing herself at him, wasn't she? Only Zhang Chulan, a Shao Chunan, would think so. Chincha doesn't want to have anything to do with this Lu Linglong. It wasn't that he hated Lu Linglong. Rather, Lu Zhuan behind her was a granddaughter protectionist demon. If he were to misunderstand his relationship with Lu Linglong, again, it's inevitable that there will be a few hiccups. Checking household records, asking about family. The Qin dynasty could not stand up to close scrutiny in these areas. This is Lu Linglong. It's to take us to see old Tianchi and elder Lu Zhen. They've found the all-sex trail. Holistic? How dare they come? Haven't you been taught enough by Qin? Chloe Chang has a bad impression of omnisex. It's not just because they've repeatedly taken shots at themselves. Even more so because Qin Chao had said that it was because of his grandfather's association with the all-sex that he was removed from the Heavenly Master's office. And that's why what happened afterward. Now, at the Dragon Tiger Mountain, they even dared to come. Qin Chao was not surprised, even if you've taught yourself a lesson about the four tensor maniacs. But as long as the purpose of omnisexuality is not served, they will make a comeback. Only, Qin Chao's brows frowned inadvertently. He knows the purpose of omnisexuality. It was also the knowledge that gave him a headache, because this matter involves another person. Zhang Huai's senior brother back then, Tian Jinzhong. Chapter 58, Meeting for Talks. For Master Tian Jinzhong, Qin Chao's thoughts were complicated. On the one hand, he didn't want the centenarian, who hadn't slept for decades to keep his secret, to continue to suffer from the torment of his memories. Death may truly be a relief for Tian Jinzhong. But on the other hand, he didn't want to lose his life by having this respectable senior killed by all sex. As a young man, he practiced hard. When he was middle-aged, he went down the mountain to look for Zhang Huai, but he lost all his cultivation and became an invalid. In old age, live all your days in the shadow of your memories. This is a sad man and an honorable man. Qin Chao didn't want that elder Tian would end up dead before he could enjoy his life. It comes down to memory. If there is a way to be able to modify Master Tian's memory, perhaps it would be possible to both free Master Tian and keep him alive. And the way to do it, now there actually is.
One man's world exists with spells that can modify memories. That's one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the double all hands. But the double full hand is in the hands of the Lu family. Master Tian Jinzhong's affairs cannot be left to them. The Lu family is unreliable. With Lu Si's mind, if he really let him see Elder Tian's memories, he might do something. As for Lui Liang, has he mastered the double full hand in this time frame? LV Liang's name flashed through Chinchao's mind. A quick denial followed. Regardless of whether or not Lu Liang had mastered the double full hand by this time. And it doesn't matter if he wants to cooperate or not. Lu Liang is ultimately omnisexual. He's as unreliable as Lutz. It seems that I'm on my own in this matter. Well, I have one too. It just doesn't work right now. An approach to modifying Tian Jinzhong's memory. The first thing that Chincha thought of was actually not a double full hand. Rather, in Naruto, it's a jutsu that can modify memories. These types of jutsu are extremely rare. In terms of the ability to modify memories, it may not be worse than a double full hand. With the strength of my current Sharingan eyes, if I cast an illusion, it was indeed possible to modify, or even seal, Master Tian's memories. But this seal is only temporary. Over time, it will fail. For long-lasting, even permanent, results, then only the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can do it. But now, I'm only a one-hook Jade Shuriken, 100,000 miles away from the Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. And the system's quest rewards are randomized. How long do I have to wait until I want to randomly get a Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye? Of course, there are other ways to seal Tien Janaka's memories besides the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. For example, one of the forbidden arts is Zanami. It is known as a jutsu that can determine fate. Modifying memories is naturally easy, but it's the same problem as the Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. Chincha couldn't specify the rewards of the quest and wondered when he would be able to obtain his Zanami. Hey, take one step at a time. For the time being, it was better to try to keep Master Tian alive until then. Decades have passed. Tell him to wait a little longer and he should be fine. In any case, as long as Chincha kept doing system quests, sooner or later, one would come across a jutsu that modified memories. At that time, it would not be too late to solve the problem of Tian Jinzhong. The group walked up the mountain road. The 5 people of Nadutong deliberately walked behind Lu Linglong. Conversation in a voice that only 5 people can hear. Chincha. Are you sure you want to do this? Let the baby be exposed to a group of seniors such as old Tiancher. Is this really risk-free? Xu San said as he looked towards Feng Baobao who was seriously eating the shrimp strips on one side. Originally, he was planning to do the same thing as when he met the old heavenly master before. Let's get Baobao Feng to hide. There are so many secrets in babies. The more people who know, the greater the risk. The younger generation of Inhumans. It is basically impossible to recognize Feng Baobao. But a few seniors who have lived through the upheaval might say otherwise. But Chinchao's thoughts were the opposite of his own. One might even say, especially bring along Baobao Feng, Sango. There are definitely risks, but sometimes it's better to block than to block. If you want to investigate what happened to the baby, there's no way you can bypass the Kashan rebellion of that year. Instead of just hiding it, it would be better for the baby to graciously appear in front of the old celestial master and the others. After all, and others want to compare. Seniors such as Old Heavenly Master and Lu Zhuan are, at least, safer. Chincha chose to do the same thing as Zhang Chulan. In the original episode, the situation is now different from what it was. The world of the Inhumans is surging with dark currents and the 8 strange techniques are appearing one after another. All manifestations suggest that the hidden truth may be about to surface. It was pointless for Feng Baobao to hide any longer. Just don't let anyone know she lives forever. It might be better to let her unfold to the public. Xu San didn't open his mouth again after hearing this. He still didn't agree with Chincha in his heart, but after all, he was the one who had been entrusted by his own father. Together with the mysterious background and identity of the Qin dynasty, he had no choice but to accept it even when he didn't want to. Maybe, Chincha can really reveal the secrets on the baby. Soon several people arrived at their destination. Several, please. As Lu Linglong's clear voice fell, the door to the small courtyard opened. In the room, Zhang Jiwei, Tian Jinzhong, and Lu Zhuan sat on chairs. Next to them stood the foursome. Mr. Xu San, Mr. Xu Si, how are you? Chulan, come in. Chincha, you come in too. The old celestial master greeted amiably. When facing Chincha, he was also full of smiles. It was as if the matter of summoning the 9-tailed projection earlier did not even exist. Chulan, come over here and salute. This is Tian Jinzhong. He's also your senior in terms of status. Back then it was the two of us who were the best friends with your grandfather. Old Tiancher introduced Tian Jinzhong on his right to Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan rushed forward and kowtowed without hesitation. Master Jinzhong, I'll kowtow to you. After the kowtow, there was no getting up. To Lu Zhuan, who was sitting on the sidelines, another head,
Lu Zhuan waved his hand in a gesture to stop, but didn't really do so. Be excused, I can't stand your gift. Zhang Chulan had long known that this was Lu Zhuan. After all, if he hadn't taken out the Tong Tian talisman, the Luo Tian Great Reef wouldn't be so lively this time. It's alright, Gramps. I can't thank you enough this time. Lu Zhuan had lived for over 100 years, so he naturally heard the detrimental intent in Zhang Chulan's words. He didn't mind, but instead said with a straight face, Zhang family boy, I won't pick you for nothing. In the future, if you have a difficult task, as long as it doesn't go against heaven and earth, I can do it for you. After the several elders finished catching up with Zhang Chulan, they did not take the first opportunity to talk to Chincha. Instead, he looked at Feng Baobao who was standing at the end of the crowd. And this is a co-worker of mine who came over to meet the world. Zhang Chulan introduced with a relaxed face. Tian Jinzhong and the old celestial master. Both had unchanged expressions. It's as if it's like meeting a latecomer you don't know. Lu Zhuan's pupils tightened imperceptibly, but they were similarly unmoving. No one noticed the tiny movement, except for the Qin dynasty. He didn't have his writing wheel eyes on, but under prolonged use, it also raised his insight ability by a notch. The others, whose attention was not on Lu Zhuan, might not notice, but he sensed it. Could it be that Lu Zhuan knows something about Feng Baobao? Chapter 59, There are 9 such tailed beasts. Lu Zhuan, nicknamed the Flawless Life, but even he, himself, was guilty of that title. Qin Chao couldn't help but ponder. As the sole survivor of Trinity Gate, given how much Elder Lu hated Quan Sex, he must have been collecting clues about Quan Sex all these years. Maybe, he really knows something about Feng Baobao. Probably not directly. Should know something indirectly? But right now, it was not the time for Qin Chao to think. The 3 sitting in the chairs had cast their eyes over. The old celestial master didn't speak, and it was Tian Jinzhong who opened his mouth first. This is Qin Chao, right? I heard that your father was once greatly favored by my senior brother, Zhang Huai. Ha ha ha, that's not the character of that big-eared thief. It's harder to get him to help people than it is to get him to help people. I suppose there must be some love interest of your father's that is compatible with my master's brother. Their friendship, it must be very deep. That's good. You can also treat us as your elders just like Chulan. Qin Chao did not reply immediately, but took advantage of Tian Jinzhong's speech to measure his appearance. It was the first time he had met Tian Jinzhong, was ready to face this old man, but when he was really confronted, Qin Chao's heart was still tightened. Elder Tian wore a wide Taoist robe that covered his mutilated limbs. The wrinkles on his face covered his skin like cobwebs. The most striking thing was his eyes. The eyes were wide open, as if in fear of the eyelids closing. Ink-like black marks wrapped around the eyes, deeper than the black eyeshadow. Obviously gleaming eyes, but with scarlet bloodshot pupils. At first glance, it was similar to Qin Chao's Sharing Will eyes, but Qin Chao knew that it was caused by not sleeping for years. Endless exhaustion made Tian Jinzhong's eyes different from normal. For Master Tian, being tortured to the point of losing my martial arts back then wasn't as painful as guarding the secret all these years. Qin Chao once again made a secret decision in his heart. Must find a way to permanently seal the memories as soon as possible. If Elder Tian has said so, then I will dare to call you Master. The Master is right. Senior Zhang Huai helped my father a lot, but I only learned bits and pieces of information from my father. The specifics, I don't know. When I left the house, he also just asked me to do my best to help Zhang Chulan. I'm also curious about the matter between him and Senior Zhang Huai. Qin Chao lied without blushing. His answer was a dribble. First, he admitted that his father and Zhang Huai did know each other and had a good friendship. Then it was made clear straight away that it didn't know about the older generation. He appeared by Zhang Chulan's side only because of the agreement back then, not being privy to what happened back then. His own purpose was also very simple, to help Zhang Chulan, with no other intentions. Facing Tian Jinzhong and the old heavenly master, Qin Chao had to be cautious. A little inattention and you could hit a minefield. Once he touched the minefield, it was not up to Qin Chao what his situation would be at that time. The best thing to do, therefore, is to do what we're doing now. Leave a lot of room for imagination in what you say and let others make up their own minds. As far as brainstorming goes, the more outrageous the better. When Tian Jinzhong heard Qin Chao's words, his scarlet pupils turned slightly. He didn't expect Qin Chao to be an old man even at his young age. What you just said yourself may not seem like much. In reality, he wanted to get some words out of Qin Chao. Unexpectedly, Qin Chao said a whole lot, but in reality, there was no useful information at all. Senior brother, business is important. It won't be too late to catch up with Chulan Qin Chao when we're done talking with Nadutong. Just then, the old heavenly master's voice rang out. He looked to Lu Zhuan on his left and continued. Old Lu, start. Lu Zhuan's mind was not as bent as other people's. Hearing the old heavenly master's words, he immediately said seriously, bring it on. Boom.
A man with white eyes and unconsciousness was thrown to the ground.
This man's name is Lu Renga,
and he is controlled by Shinchong,
one of the Bane seedling, one of the 4 trannies of all sects. As soon as he entered Lung Fu Shan,
he was put under surveillance.
Wouldn't have wanted to spook anyone.
Who knew that he couldn't control his greed for power and actually struck out at the Deng family's Deng Youfu? It was also his own bad luck.
The immortal invited on Deng Youfu is Lu Kuanqing of Changbai Mountain.
This immortal strength, even if it was just his upper body,
was not something Lu Renga could deal with.
As Lu Zhuan narrated the story, Zhang Chulan and the others then realized that the original Nadutong company had long been cooperating with Longhu Mountain, put out bait to lure Quan Sex and the others up the mountain, then kill them all in one fell swoop.
Zhang Chulan is the bait,
and so is the Tong Tian talisman. As long as Quan Sex dares to take the bait,
I'll make sure they don't come back. A fierce look emerged in Lu Zhuan's eyes as he spoke. He hates omnisex with a passion. The vengeance of extermination will be avenged in this life.
This time with the help of the company and the Divine Master. Even if they couldn't destroy all of them, they could still heavily damage the group of demons from Quan Sex. Since Shinchong has already revealed his footsteps,
the rest of the 4 Zhang maniacs will surely come as well.
Xin Chao, you fought with the 4 Zhang maniacs.
It's okay to share the intel you know with others. It would be nice to have a way to deal with the 4 janglers. That's kind of what the old man is asking of you.
I'll owe you a favor from now on. Lu Zhuan looked at Xin Chao in front of him and said sincerely.
The strength of the 4 Zhang maniacs was unfathomable.
Even he couldn't make sure to take them down 100%. Xin Chao was able to defeat the 4 Zhang maniacs with just one person.
There should be a means of restraining them. Elder Lu, you're welcome. I'll definitely give my all when dealing with the 4 Zhang maniacs, but when it comes to the means of restraining them, I do. But this tactic is related to my physique.
It is not universal and cannot be taught to others. Xin Chao said truthfully.
He could understand Lu Zhuan's feelings.
He hated Quan Sex so much that he wanted to eat his blood and flesh.
When faced with a junior, he was even willing to trade favors for information. A lifetime of flawlessness is more than just talk.
But Xin Chao was able to defeat the 4 Zhang maniacs by relying on his own special air. His air can withstand the effects of the 4 tensor madness.
This kind of means, naturally, could not be taught to others. Special physique? Lu Zhuan's face was puzzled.
A physique capable of resisting the effects of the 4 tensor madness.
By all rights, it should not be unknown.
But how had he not heard of it?
Could it be the unique physique of the Qin family? What kind of physique is it? Are you the only one who can be allowed to have the means to resist?
Lu Zhuan still refused to give up, but he didn't want to let go of the slightest chance of hitting all sex hard.
Could it have something to do with that spirit you summoned? If that's the case, then can we invite that spirit again? Old Lu, what are you babbling about? Dealing with omnisexuals wasn't such a hassle for juniors.
It was enough that Xin Chao was willing to contribute.
And you want to labor someone else's family?
Lu Zhuan wanted to continue, but the old celestial master interrupted him with a voice. For the spirits summoned by Xin Chao,
they certainly wanted to find out.
Such a powerful spirit. It was just a matter of not knowing about it before.
Now that we know, it's impossible to let it go.
But anyone could see that the information about that spirit must involve the secrets of someone else's house.
It's true that the Qin family and Zhan Huai have a friendship, but even so, it is also difficult to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings by inquiring into confidentiality.
Therefore, the old heavenly master and the others made a decision after much deliberation.
Don't care, don't ask, don't mention it in the first place. Wait until the time is right and you are acquainted with the Qin dynasty. Sidestep again and ask some questions. But it's just this old Lu. When it comes to things about omnisex, he's out of his mind. Can we mention this kind of thing now? Hey, it's the old man who's being abrupt. Xin Chao. Sorry, haha.
Lu Zhuan also knew that he had slipped up and actually had an apologetic expression on his face.
It was reasonable to say that even if he had something to ask of Qin dynasty,
it doesn't go as far as that. This current state was all because of the old heavenly master's words earlier. Lu Zhuan was asking the old celestial master about his evaluation of the spirit summoned by Xin Chao. The old celestial master said,
"The strength of this spirit is not weaker than me. Not weaker than me." The implication being that it might be better than myself.
Lu Zhuan then associated the scene with Xin Chao summoning the Nine Tails.
The chains all over the floor.
The words from Nine Tails' mouth. None of it made him speculate in his mind.
That spirit, whether it wanted to or not, would most likely be sealed somewhere by the Qin family.
And Xin Chao was able to summon it. Perhaps the one who controlled the seal. This caused Lu Zhuan to be vaguely jealous of Xin Chao.
A junior. Maybe he's not as strong as he is right now, but the intimidation he brought was even stronger than his own.
When Xin Chao heard the words of the old heavenly master in Lu Zhuan, his mind was moved, where he couldn't hear the meaning, though the words don't mention the 9 tails he summoned. But in their hearts they actually care very much. It was just forced by the intimidation shown by 9 tails. That's why it wasn't asked directly. Also,
I'll have to summon other tailed beasts afterward anyway. Why don't we just have a good talk now and give them a good shot? The agreement between Chincha and the tailed beasts was to give them a chance to let loose in the world of one. This time it's the 9 tails, next time it might be some other tailed beast. Different tailed beasts have different style abilities, it can't be hidden at all, and others can tell the difference at a glance. What a story to make up. After pondering for a moment, Chincha had an idea. Elder Lu doesn't have to be like this. My constitution does have something to do with the spirits I summon. This is also indeed a top secret of my Qin family, but not so much, to the point where nothing can be revealed. What's more, it was facing such esteemed seniors as old Tianshi, Master Tian and Senior Lu. The kid could have said something that would have given the outsiders information. The old celestial master and Lu Zhuan and the others immediately became interested. They did not expect that Qin Chao would so easily reveal the information about that spirit. However, the next words that Qin Chao uttered caused their hearts and minds to be shaken. The spirit I summoned is called a tailed beast according to my Qin family. The tailed beast summoned this time is named 9 tails, 9 llamas, and there are 9 tailed beasts such as it. What? 9 of them? Chapter 60, Top Secret of the Qin Family. There are 9 of them? Zhang Chulan's surprised voice resounded in the room. His mouth was slightly open, full of disbelief. Even Zhang Chulan, who didn't know anything about elves, knew that a powerful spirit is so rare. These nature-bred spirits were born to be favored by the Tao. Although the cultivation was slow, the path of cultivation was almost unhindered. There was no need to cultivate the heart of the Tao like the Inhumans, and elves live so long that 1,000 years is nothing to them. A spirit with a high level of strength was enough to become the backbone of a family or sect. And the Qin dynasty family has 9 of them? Are all 9-tailed beasts as powerful as the 9 tails? What is the origin of Qin's family? Zhang Chulan was puzzled in his heart, but at the same time, there was also joy. The stronger the background of strength Qin Chao showed, the better. Who is he with Qin? The relationship is so good it's close to wearing the same pants. How can I forget my brother after this? It's still Grandpa who cares for me and found me such a powerful helper before he left. Unlike my dad, I don't know where he's been fooling around. The others were silent, but Zhang Chulan's thoughts were undoubtedly their thoughts as well. 9? What kind of concept is that? There was even a hint of awe in Lu Zhuan's eyes when he looked at Qin Chao. Fear the spirit behind him. The once prestigious northeastern shaman clan, Hu Huang by Lu Gray. Each family, too, had only one powerful spirit. These spirits were existences that even he had to call seniors. And the Qin family actually has 9 of them? 9 spirits like Lu Kuansheng. What a bottom line this is. When did the world get such a hidden family? At this point, Lu Zhuan still only thought that the 9 tails were the same existence as Lu Kuansheng. There shouldn't be too much difference in strength between the two. Unbeknownst to him, 9 tails was actually a more powerful being than Lu Kuansheng. Lu Kuansheng would even be intimidated when he encountered the 9 tails. I wonder how he would feel if he knew. The old celestial master's eyes stared. Apart from Qin Chao at the scene, he was the only one who knew the strength of 9 tails the most. If the other tailed beasts were like the 9 tails, he looked at Qin Chao meaningfully and did not speak. Waiting for Qin Chao to speak, Qin Chao's face was as usual as he continued. That's right, there are 9 tailed beasts in total, named after the tail behind the tailed beast. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, to 9 tails. The number of tails has nothing to do with strength. It's just a characteristic of each tailed beast. However, each tailed beast has different abilities and strengths. Like the 9 tails seniors I summoned, what they specialize in is their powerful air and regeneration abilities. Qin Chao replaced the chakra possessed by 9 tails with air. Since we are in the world of the Inhumans, it is better to follow the customs. If I continue to describe it in terms of chakra, I will inevitably have to explain it again verbally. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lu Zhuan's face when he heard the abilities that 9 tails excelled at. Could it be that you were able to resist the interference of the 4 madmen because of 9 tails' powerful air? If this is true, then it is indeed as Qin Chao said. The method of resisting the 4 tensor madness, he could not teach. Elder Lu is right, but instead of resisting, it would be more accurate to say ablating. Elder 9 tails air was overbearing. No other air can coexist with it except for psychics like me. But any hint of foreign breath that enters my body is quickly dissolved. This process even transforms the air that enters my body into my own. The 4 Zhangji using their abilities against me will instead make me even stronger, Qin Chao said while observing the reactions of the others. Seeing that they all showed expressions of dawning realization, their hearts were reassured. That's kind of self-explanatory. If he let others know that it was because of the attributeless air that he was able to resist the 4 tensor madness, it's hard not to have some other thoughts again. Now attribute everything to the tailed beast. Can't someone else go to the tailed beast and ask? Let's not talk about dare. Can you find it? The crowd did have their doubts answered as Qin Chao thought. The ability of the 4 Jangus is not something that can be resisted just by being strong. It is more important to rely on the practice of mindfulness. And to reach this point, decades or even centuries of mindfulness are essential. Chincha was so young that he could have the strength to maneuver with the 10 brothers, which was already rare. The same would be true if his mindfulness practice was the same. How else would the other inhumans live? Some of the old-timers couldn't make it this far with him. Now hearing Chinchao's explanation, it was also understood that he relied on the power of the tailed beasts. Thinking about the mountainous pressure of that tailed beast, resisting the influence of the 4 wildly powerful Zhang should be a breeze. Well, I wonder what you mean by psychic in your mouth. Chinchao? The old man is just mentioning it, and if he finds it inconvenient he can leave it out. The old celestial master kept his eyes closed just now. Only when Chinchao said the word psychic did he slowly open his eyes. He noticed the unfamiliar word, psychic. The inhuman world has never heard of such a person. Chinchao still looked as usual, showing a kind smile as always. The hook in his own words is what he puts out there for people to ask. He couldn't possibly say everything he wanted to say in one fell swoop. That would be like, on his own, rushing to tell people the story he had woven about the Qin family. Only wait for someone to ask and then speak slowly yourself. It's more persuasive when it's done in a step-by-step manner. Psychic, it involves my Qin family's top secret. Even I don't know all its secrets. But, before Chinchao finished speaking, there was a swish sound. Several huge black hands appeared out of nowhere and threw Lu Linglong and the other young foreigners out of the room. Ouch, what the hell? Enemy attack. Zhang Long, Jun and the others were caught off guard by this sudden spell, and all of their faces showed a wary expression. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is my great-grandfather's 5 ghosts technique. I don't think he wants us to keep listening. Lu Linglong recognized at a glance that this was the means in the Tongtian talisman. It was also understood that this was the protection of the great-grandfather for them. There are times when it's not good to know too much. But, I'm curious. Lu Linglong thought that under Chinchao's plain and ordinary appearance, he was hiding such a secret. The mind is inevitably curious. Chinchao, just what kind of person is he? Inside the room, the old heavenly master, Tian Jinzhong, and Lu Zhuan were naturally present. The 5 of Nadutong were also still present. No altar, no air, no need to do any preparation. This hand of Elder Lu's, could it be one of the 8 wondrous techniques? The Tong Tian talisman? Chinchao was also shocked by Lu Zhuan's tactics. A strike without warning, without the slightest fluctuation of air. Even if he opened his Sharingan eyes, he wouldn't necessarily be able to gain insight. Right? That's right. After all, it's the 8 wonders technique. If it is easily seen through by my one-hook jade sharpening will eye, it would not be worthy of its name. Old Lu, could it be that your Tongtian talisman has already become a great success? Tian Jinzhong could no longer cultivate though. However, 100 years of experience had also allowed him to see the subtleties of Lu Zhuan's hand. Great accomplishment doesn't count. It's just an introduction. Irrelevant people have left the field. Chinchao, you can continue. Chapter 61, using the body as a prisoner, sealing the tailed beasts. Chinchao did not expect Lu Zhuan to be so cautious. It was said to be top secret, but he wouldn't say everything. What one says next is measured. Even if the other inhumans knew about it, it would be a bit of a hassle at most, and wouldn't be a big deal. But putting himself in his shoes, Lu Zhuan did indeed do the right thing. The Qin dynasty has always shown strength, enough proof that he has a powerful family behind him. The Qin family, not weaker than any power in the inhuman realm right now. Even Longhu Mountain may not be able to suppress him, and by such a family, it is considered top secret information. What kind of content that would be? If you're not careful, it could be murder. This is not alarmist talk. The Joshan rebellion a few decades ago is still fresh in Lu Zhuan's mind. The source of that turmoil was the 8 odd techniques. More accurately, it was the ones who had comprehended the 8 wonders technique. Anyone with news of the 8 wonders technique could not escape being interrogated. Some have even paid with their lives as a result. His best brother, Zheng Zibu, died because of this. Therefore, Lu Zhuan did not want to see something similar happen again. Not even a little slim. Lu Zhuan looked sideways at his old friend who had been sitting there, the old celestial master, though he kept his face impassive. But he had known him for many years, so how could he not see the solemnity within the heavenly master's heart? The news about the tailed beasts behind Chinchao. Maybe, it won't be any less important than the 8 wonders technique. Chinchao's voice continued to ring out. A psychic. I.e., one who has mastered the art of psychic powers. And the art of channeling is my Qin family's unique technique, specializing in summoning tailed beasts. Through the art of psionics, the psionic practitioner makes a contract with a tailed beast and borrows its power. At the same time, the contract is also binding and used as a seal for tailed beasts. When I fought against Wang Yan before, the spirit detaining dispatch he used would be ineffective against me because of the existence of the contract. No wonder. It is reasonable to say that the spirit detainer will be able to detain all spirits. Even when facing an existence with strength far higher than his own, he would not be ineffective at all.
It turns out it's because of the psionic arts. Lu Zhuan nodded slightly, but he had a sentence hidden in his heart that he didn't say. The spirit detention and dispatch isn't some lame-ass spirit control technique. That's an 8 wonders technique. Having mastered the Tong Tian talisman himself, he was most aware of the power of the 8 wonders technique. How could an ordinary technique be able to resist the 8 wonders technique? I'm afraid that the psychic technique will not be any worse than the 8 wonders technique. But surely such words cannot be spoken. It is enough for everyone to know what they are doing. At the same time, the doubts in Lu Zhuan's heart deepened. He looked at Chincha and said, "Seal? If such a powerful tailed beast is not afraid of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, then why seal it? And they are willing to be sealed? Originally, I thought that the tailed beasts of the Qin family were the same as those of the Tohoku immortals. It is because they are afraid of the spirit of detention and sending out generals that they do not want to appear in the world. But now after listening to Qin Chao's explanation, it was not so. The tailed beasts of the Qin family were sealed voluntarily. Why is that?" Qin Chao showed a thoughtful face and pursed his lips, showing that he wasn't too sure. "I'm not sure exactly why. Both my father and all of you, oh senpai, neither would reveal a single bit, but I actually have a guess. The tailed beasts are actually not 9, but 10. The crowd heard this, but they did not show shocked expressions. They're numb. 9 and 10. Just one difference. What's the difference? However, Qin Chao's next words shook the hearts of the crowd. The 10 tails, unlike the first 9 tailed beasts, it is not a single individual, but a fusion of 9 tailed beasts. In other words, the 10 tails is an existence that gathers the power of all the tailed beasts. Fusing 9 tailed beasts? It's, this time, the old heavenly master, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Are you sure? If the 10 tails is an existence that fuses 9 tailed beasts, then its strength. The old celestial master didn't finish. The strength of a single 9 tail was enough to draw his attention. If the 9 tailed beasts were to merge together, its power would not be something that could be described by the simple word strong. Where the hell did this tailed beast come from? Why have you never heard of it? Facing the old heavenly master's question, Qin Chao slowly spoke. I'm not sure, but I think 8 or 9 is about right. In order to seal the tailed beast, my Qin family used our clan as a sealing vessel. 9 tailed beasts, each sealed inside a different person. For the power of the tailed beasts to not touch each other. Another bombshell dropped on the crowd. What? Tailed beasts are sealed inside people? Doesn't that mean that you have the 9 tails sealed in your body right now? Zhang Chulan wanted to go up and touch Qin Chao, but she retracted her hand in fear. That heaven-shrouding presence was actually sealed inside Brother Qin's body? How is that possible? How did this happen? Qin Chao, are you telling the truth? Then you really do have 9 tails inside you, don't you? How was such an existence sealed inside you? Lu Zhuan was now eager to use means to check Qin Chao's body. What means were there to be able to take such a powerful spirit and seal it within the body of a weak person? Yes, compared to the power of the 9 tails, Qin Chao's body was indeed described as weak. A human body alone certainly can't seal a tailed beast. It also requires a specific environment, which is where my Qin family is located. Gathering the strength of the entire clan is the only way to seal the tailed beast. Of course, this process could not be separated from the cooperation of the tailed beasts. If my guess is right, the tailed beasts are also worried about fusing into the 10 tails. The process of fusion, their sense of autonomy should disappear. This is naturally unacceptable to them. And, once the tailed beasts fuse into the 10 tails, a new consciousness is born. Tailed beasts are not benign by nature. The 9 consciousnesses merge and no one can predict what the new one will look like. Therefore, my Qin family will never allow tailed beasts to fuse. As for whether or not the tailed beasts are sealed inside me, Qin Chao suddenly had a coy smile on his face. It's true that I can seal tailed beasts inside me. To be precise, it can seal any tailed beast. I am the first person in the history of the Qin family to be able to accept the power of all the tailed beasts. But because of this, my father did not allow me to become a vessel. After I learned the art of psychic powers and could freely summon any tailed beast power, then I instructed me to leave the family and come over to help Chulan. Qin Chao's words caused the crowd to fall into a long silence. There's no way around it. There's just too much information. The mood of the crowd was as complicated at this point as if they were learning about the 8 wonders technique for the first time. No, even better. Countless conjectures surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Everyone's mind is different. Xu San, Xu Si, and Zhang Chulan, who are all well versed in everything, looked like they knew Qin Chao for the first time, froze and looked at him. Is this the Qin family behind Qin Chao? In order to seal the tailed beast, he was willing to imprison himself and isolate himself from the world. No wonder he had never heard of the Qin family. Just sealing the tailed beasts is enough to wear them out, right? How could there be time to care about the world? For a while, infinite emotions welled up in Xu San Xu Si's heart. All this time, they which all through in order to maintain order in the inhuman world.
it has attracted numerous abuses, misunderstandings, and even targeting. I originally thought it was grueling enough, but compared to the Qin family, what's the point? A lineage that paid an entire family to seal the tailed beasts. The difficulties experienced are certainly not comparable to theirs. Unconsciously, Xu San Su Si had developed respect for the Qin family, and similar sentiments were shared by the old divine master and others, but they think deeper. Qin Chao can summon any tailed beast for his own use. In other words, his body was able to fuse the power of all the tailed beasts. Then wouldn't it be the perfect vessel for the 10 tails? Chapter 62, First Meeting with the All-Sex Generation Sect Leader. If that's true, Qin Chao is able to fuse the power of any tailed beast, then he must be all-important to the Qin family. Shouldn't the Qin family keep Qin Chao under guard? How could he be allowed to act outside, and send him to Zhang Chulan's side? Could it be that there have some deep meaning? In an instant, countless conjectures surfaced in the minds of the old celestial master and the others. Could it be that Zhang Chulan? No. What happened to Zhang Huai back then could also be related to the tailed beasts. Could it be that the favor between the two is because of this? Brainstorming is scary. Qin Chao's 3 words had already made him and the family behind him leave an obscure impression in the hearts of the people. But anyway, Qin dynasty has a special status for sure. He was now calling it an outside experience though. But if there's a break, I'm afraid the Qin family won't rest easily. I can't help but use the power of the tailed beasts. Didn't you see Nine Tails' intimidation earlier? Isn't this a blatant way of telling the world that the Qin family is protective of its shortcomings? Thinking about this, several people who knew that Lu Xi and Wang Ai were looking for trouble with Qin Chao could not help but feel a trace of happiness in their hearts. Fortunately, nothing happened to Qin Chao at that time. Otherwise, it might not have come from the Nine Tails projection. Instead, the real thing came down. At that time, even if Longhu Mountain stepped in, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to talk through. The Wang and Lu families would surely pay a painful price. It won't simply end with the king and his roots damaged. The Qin family saw that the crowd was showing thoughtful expressions. Knowing that the day's purpose had been served, they should be even more convinced that the Qin family behind them was a mysterious and unpredictable hidden family that had stayed out of the world for a long time. In the future, one's identity is considered completely stable. Slight digression. When the time comes to deal with the 4 madmen, it's better for me to come alone. Elder Lu might as well discuss other things with third brother and fourth brother. To say any more would be to push too hard. Qin Chao redirected the conversation back to the original point. The crowd then remembered. They had this meeting to discuss dealing with Omnisex, which knew that he was shocked several times by the intelligence that Qin Chao uttered. It's like forgetting about business. Although there were still many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Qin Chao, but by the sound of his voice, he should also be reluctant to say any more. Just as well, let's deal with Quan Sex for now. Lu Zhuan stood up and walked over to Xu San. Next we are such and such. It's sure to bring the full sex down in one fell swoop. After both sides agreed on the specific details, it was considered to be finalized to work together. Without further business, we will take our leave. See you at the convention. Xu San greeted the few people who had passed in either direction and left. Chulan, why don't you go? Only Zhang Chulan stood still, not thinking of leaving. Gulp. Kneeling sounds rang out. Zhang Chulan knelt down on both knees. Master teacher, Brother Qin said my grandfather's crime was collusion with all sects. What the hell is this about? There's no way my grandpa is a bad guy. It wasn't that he didn't believe what Qin Chao said. Rather, I want to know the reason for it. Why on earth would his own grandfather collude with omnisexuals? It's... Old Tiancher and Tian Jinzhong looked embarrassed. They did not expect that Qin Chao had already told Zhang Chulan about what happened back then. Also right, after all, his family and Huai are very close friends, so I think he knows at least a little bit of the inside story. The old Celestial Master's original intention was to wait until Zhang Chulan obtained the qualifications for the Celestial Master's succession before telling him. The way things are going, it looks like it's no longer possible to hide. What are you guys hesitating for? Look at the child being pushed. If you won't say it, I will. I'm not a member of the Heavenly Master's office anyway, so I don't need to take your rules. Lu Zhuan is straightforward in nature. Regarding what happened back then, he had originally held the view that it was better to block than to block. Since Zhang Chulan already knew something about what happened back then, what's the harm in telling him everything? The old Celestial Master didn't say anything, and was considered to have acquiesced to Lu Zhuan's words. Your grandfather, back in the day, did collude with all sects. Not only him, but other disciples of other famous sects and schools. All of them were allied with Quan sects, collectively known as the 36 Thieves. What Lu Zhuan said was not different from what Qin Chao had told Zhang Chulan earlier, but Zhang Chulan still listened attentively. But he didn't want to let go of any information about his grandfather. Back then, it was the Heavenly Master and your Master Tian who were responsible for hunting down your grandfather. Master Tian, back then you Zhang Chulan looked toward Tian Jinzhong, who had been covered by his loose Taoist robe. I'm afraid such a crime as colluding with all sects is not so easy to muddle through. Could it be that Grandpa's anonymity and removal from the Heavenly Master's directory had something to do with Master Shifu? When Tian Jinzhong saw Zhang Chulan looking at himself, a relieved smile suddenly appeared on his face. What are you fooling around with, you kid? I may have wronged a lot of people in my life, but only your grandfather. Back then, the two of us, my senior brother and I, split up and went down the mountain to look for Huai, but it was never found after all. Tian Jinzhong began to recount the events of that year. As Chincha listened, strange emotions surfaced in his heart. As for whether Master Tian found Zhang Huai or not, he knows better than anyone else. Not only did he find it, but he even learned a great secret. The content of the secret is not clear to Chincha, but Master Tian hasn't slept for years to guard the secret. He was afraid of the secret leaking out, so afraid that he feared he might unintentionally blurt it out while talking in his sleep. Of course, Chincha also wants to know what Zhang Huai actually said to Tian Jinzhong back then, so much so that Tian Jinzhong had willingly endured inhuman torture until now, but he didn't dare. That's right, don't dare. Even if he had now convinced the crowd that he had a powerful backer behind him, he also didn't dare to have the slightest prying eyes on the secrets of that year. Being familiar with the original plot, he is familiar with the consequences of knowing the secret. Dare not bear it. Don't look at the fact that the old Heavenly Master and the others are now amiable like a grandpa. I'm afraid that once that incident is involved, I'll flip out immediately. Imprisoning him in Lung Fu Shan is light. Perhaps when I have the strength of the shadow rank, then I will be qualified to thoroughly find out what happened back then. Shadow level, the highest battle power an ordinary ninja can achieve in the Naruto world. Aside from a few characters whose battle powers crumbled, it was the shadow class that was the strongest. When Qin Chao reached the shadow level, he might be able to afford to know the ultimate secret of the inhuman world. But to get to that point, Qin Dynasty still had a long way to go. He was in no hurry at the moment. It's best to do your tasks in peace. Feather, come in and help me. Qin Chao's thoughts were interrupted by Tian Jinzhong's voice. A young Taoist priest with a clean face and boyish freckles walked in. Coming, master. No one in the room put their attention on this little Taoist priest. What's the concern about a brat who's sticking it to Master Tian? Only the Qin Dynasty. The moment Feather entered, her eyes stared slightly imperceptibly. He wasn't going to be fooled by the young Taoist's youthful appearance. Little Feather, the murderer of Master Tian in the original plot. Omnisex Generation Poem. Chapter 63, Master Tian. All Sex Generation Poem Gongqing. To discover the secrets of the Kashan Rebellion. Lurking around Tian Jinzhong of Lung Fu Shan for 3 years. In 3 years, the thoughtful, clever and stoic man had picked up on the clues and discovered a few little secrets, including Master Tian Jinzhong. It wasn't because of the special technique he cultivated that he didn't sleep for decades at all. He's there to guard the secret. And what is this secret? Wait for the full sex to attack the mountain and stir up the situation. With the help of LV Liang's hand, I will be able to get a glimpse of the secrets that Master Tian is hiding. And now, he took it for granted that he would follow Master Tian's orders, walked calmly into the house. Inside the house, except for Tian Jinzhong, old Tianshi and Lu Zhuan, Gongqing usually had contact. In front of them, with the art of astringency, it was enough to hide themselves. As for the person who passes everywhere, Xu San and Xu Si, not enough to worry about. Zhang Chulan is Zhang Huai's grandson, and Zhang Huai was the instigator of the Kashin Rebellion that year. His grandson should have some secrets on him. But, with the old Tianshi around, I'm afraid it's even harder to get started than Master Tian. Gongqing vaguely sensed that the old Heavenly Master was paying extra attention to Zhang Chulan. Even if he didn't show his face, he was secretly observing Zhang Chulan all the time. If you want to get something from Zhang Chulan yourself, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. As for the Qin Dynasty, it's a bit tricky. Gongqing was also present when Qin Chao summoned the Nine Tails. He was also shocked by Nine Tails' aura. To be able to be the all-sex generation sect leader, it was natural to see a lot of things, but facing Nine Tails, he couldn't see any information at all. Even for a time, I wondered if such a powerful spirit really existed in this world. If we can obtain the memories of the Qin Dynasty, I'm afraid the gains we'll get won't be any worse than what we got from Master Tian. But he has the spell of insight, and he'll be discovered before he can lay a hand on him. Gongqing felt that Qin Chao was tricky, not because the family behind him was tricky. If he was truly afraid of the family behind Qin Chao, he wouldn't deserve to be the acting head of all sects. In terms of recklessness, he was no better than the 4 Zhang Maniacs. What he was afraid of was Qin Chao's methods. Even though he wasn't weak, he was facing that bizarre scarlet pupil. Gongqing also did not have 100% confidence that he would be able to strike and succeed in a situation where Qin Chao was defenseless. Forget it, the primary goal of this Luo Tian Daju is still Master Tian's memory. The Qin Dynasty can be discussed later. After all, He's just a junior. Can he still make waves? What's he looking at me like that for? Gongqing's heart tightened. The look in Chincha's eyes might be nothing in other people's eyes, but in his eyes he read something special in it at once. Vigilant. Threatening. Did he find out who I am? Impossible. Even the old heavenly master didn't notice my hiding. Even if Chincha's insight ability is strong, can it be stronger than the old heavenly master? Chincha was certainly no match for the old heavenly master, but he comes with his own hang-ups as a traveler. Being familiar with the plot of one man is an outlier in itself. And at this moment, Chincha was indeed looking at Gongqing. He naturally did not have a good feeling about this all-sexual sect master, whether it's what he did at all sex, or killing Master Tian. All of them were enough to make the Qin dynasty kill them, but as said earlier, death is a relief for Master Tian. Gongqing decides to kill Master Tian. Maybe, it's out of respect for Master Tian. It's just a tactic that is destined to be incomprehensible to everyone. This is not a whitewash for Gongqing. If Gongqing had no respect for Master Tian, nor would he use the opportunity to order the all-sex disciples. Let all the people of the whole sex wear mourning for Master Tian. Tian Jinzhong's patience for so many years, his persona, even the all-sex paladin was admired for it. Of course, it's hard to escape Gongqing's fate in the original episode. It's kind of a burial for Tian Jinzhong. Now, I've decided to help relieve Master Tian, whether it's Master Tian's memory or Master Tian's life. Neither could let Gongqing get his hands on him again. I wonder how strong this all-sex generational master is. Can I handle it? Old Tianshi could crush Gongqing with his hands, but Qin Chao couldn't. The whole sex is a bunch of vicious people. To be able to be the acting sect leader, his strength is naturally unrivaled. Perhaps, it was even stronger than Lu Xi and Wang Ai. Even though Gongqing is strong, I have the tailed beasts to help me this time as well. Even if we can't capture him, we should have no problem protecting Master Tian. Thinking of this, Qin Chao moved his eyes away from Gongqing. It's easy to look further and see what's going on. Gongqing was likewise thinking, but the movements in his hands did not stop. Roll. As Tian Jinzhong's wide Dao robe was rolled up, mutilated limbs, exposed in the air. For a moment, the air became heavy. Back then, I was halfway to an enemy attack. The gang didn't know what was coming. They caught me and tortured me about Huai's whereabouts. I did know that the gang then injured all my meridians and destroyed all my limbs. Now, I'm a wreck. Master Tian spoke of the past with the same face as usual, but the more you do, the more you realize the pain. Zhang Chulan lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Tian Jinzhong's eyes. He looked to the limbs that had shriveled up due to the mutilation, his eyes reddening slightly as he spoke with a choked tone. It's all because of my grandfather. Zhang Chulan hasn't had a good time over the years. Grandfather died and father disappeared. With no one to turn to, he has to endure the bullying of those around him in order to hide his identity as an inhuman. The hardships involved cannot be described in 3 or 2 sentences, but compared to what happened to Master Tian, it seems, it's nothing. Inhumans, especially those who became inhumans by practicing feats, the cultivation in Dantian were valued more than one's own life. They would rather be killed than become invalids who had lost all their cultivation. And Master Tian endured a crippled body and lived until now. Which, Zhang Chulan didn't dare to think about it. I'm afraid it would be worse than death if it was put on him. Chulan, why are you crying? After the injury, you really can't practice your fisticuffs. Instead, though, it's made me a lot better at meditation. Now I'm so godlike that I don't even need to rely on sleep to nourish my spirit. Tian Jinzhong's words of relief came out slowly. He was afraid that Zhang Chulan would misunderstanding that he would blame his grandfather. But when Zhang Chulan heard these words, the tears in her eyes instead flowed even more fiercely. Master Tian, you really think outside the box. Woo, Chulan, you haven't had a good time these years either. Master Tian is indeed an elder worthy of respect. Chincha watched the scene where Tian Jinzhong in turn cared for Zhang Chulan, and his eyes actually had a hint of sourness as well. At this moment, there is no hooking up, no scheming. Some of it is just the concern of an elder for a younger one. Even if this elder is not living well, he still strives to make Zhang Chulan, who lacks affection, feel the love from her elders. His own reduction to an invalid was due to Zhang Huai, but now he seemed to be making up for Zhang Huai to make up for Zhang Chulan. Squeak! A forlorn figure walked out of the room. It's Baobao Feng. Chapter 64. Look at the hook. Huai's grandson is mine and Jiwei's grandson. No matter what happens after this Luo Tianjiao festival, Longhu Mountain will be your home. But if my senior brother treats you any worse, I'll blast him with the Phoenix Legends. Hey, know that I Lujuan shallow eye sockets, but also take the 1,000 miles to recognize relatives this set. Old Tian, old Zhang. Congratulations on recognizing a great-grandson. In a peace and harmony. Except for Qin Chao, no one noticed Feng Baobao's departure. For Feng Baobao, The scene in front of her was the image she craved. But somehow, he was out of step with it all. Chincha's heart was slightly moved and he also followed Feng Baobao out the door. Outside the door, several of the young shifters couldn't wait to step forward. There was no movement in the house for half a day, but it made them curious. The people seen coming out were Chincha and a silent girl. They immediately turned the target of their inquiries to Feng Baobao. Facing Chincha, they had an inexplicable fear. This one is just too mysterious. Even though he had a kind face to anyone he faced, he was still intimidating. What's the word for that? Smiley. Check what were a few people in there talking about. Hoshi, who had yellow hair and purple eyes, crossed her arms and asked Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao looked at the empty shrimp strips in his hand and walked past him with an expressionless face, as if he didn't hear it. Hey, I'm talking to you. You should at least pay some attention to me. Hoshi put a hand on Von Bowen's shoulder. He certainly wasn't trying to make a move. Anyone knows that this female Nu and Chincha are both where all through. I don't know what her status is, but if I dare to take a shot at her, Chincha will definitely not let go of the person who made the shot. Hoshi reached out just to stop her and ask for clarification. Swish! Feng Baobao gave Xi a direct over-the-shoulder slam with a speed that would be difficult for a normal person to react to. Xi, as a contestant, naturally wouldn't be put down easily. He reacted quickly and landed smoothly with a tada. You can't bully people like that even if they're all through? Just answer a question? What's with the hands? Although she was scornful of Chincha, he was now justified. Young and impetuous. Can't you just let it go? Thump! Hoshi drew a knife from behind him. Leaning down, he charged at Feng Baobao. Stop! Chincha's voice rang out between the two. Hoshi froze, hesitant to stop. It is reasonable to say that Chincha is also his own peer, and there is no such thing as not listening to what he says. How can you stop so easily when you've been hit for no reason? It's good to have a fight at least. But then he thought of Chincha's strength. The fear in his heart rose again. In case he had to step in to help, he only had himself to beat violently. Or else it's better to hold back a step and take a step back? Just as Hai froze. Splat! A hand, quick as a flash, jerked toward him. Hoshi was caught off guard and was jerked to the ground. Hey! When Chincha saw this scene, he rubbed his forehead with his hand and his heart was filled with helplessness. Hitch this unlucky kid. Can't you see what's going on? Rush out to meet. Isn't that looking for a fight? Can't you see that Baobao Feng is in a bad mood? Chincha thought of Feng Baobao's expressionless face all the time. It does seem like you can't tell if you're in a bad mood, but that's not the point. The point is that now she keeps getting thrashed. Facing Feng Baobao, he was simply powerless to fight back. Clunk! Don't fight! You crazy! Didn't you all yell stop? Why are you still fighting? Stop it, please. Sister! You're my sister. Okay, sister. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. She was bitter in his heart. How is it that this quiet girl is so powerful? Did he not want to fight back? I can't even fight back. Brother Qin, you quickly let this one collect the divine power. Chincha did not make any other moves except for shouting stop at the beginning. Hey, just fight. It's just the right amount of catharsis to save you from holding it in. It's hard for Baobao Feng to express his emotions. Seems like he's usually big-headed and has something to say. In fact, there are many delicate emotions that you don't know how to say. It's kind of an expression to violently beat up he now. And it's not as if Feng Baobao's hand was unmeasured. Although looking at the pain, but at most just a little bit of trauma, cannot hurt the internal organs. For the average person, it's all just a matter of a few days of rest to recover. Not to mention an inhuman. You're right, Hoshi. Hi. Stop. After the door to the room opened, Zhang Chulan also saw the scene. However, his words were useless. Even went up to stop it when he was pushed away. Feng Baobao pushed Zhang Chulan before realizing what she had done. But she didn't know how to express it. She didn't know why she was like this. It's okay. After Zhang Chulan got up from the ground, he smiled and said to Feng Baobao, it's okay, I understand. I'll help you, and so will you. After the talks were over, it was getting late in the evening. The crowd didn't harbor any animosity because of the little episode just now. Instead, they surrounded Zhang Chulan. A honeyed blush appeared on Lu Linglong's face. She stared closely at Zhang Chulan and stole a glance at Chincha, and the blush on her face became even redder. Zhang Chulan, oops, shame on you. Hannah, you tell it. The flowers are hedgehog flowers, with glasses and long black dress, her Lu Linglong's best friend. At this time, Hoban Jinhua was also red in the face and stammered. No one knew what she wanted to say? Forget it. You tell it. Lu Linglong pushed Xi in front of Zhang Chulan in the spirit of not fighting. Having been beaten up so hard just now, Zhang Chulan couldn't refuse his request. Hoshi topped off his head with a bruised nose and felt the ringing above his waist. He knew that if he didn't say anything today, he was afraid that he would have no good consequences. Why am I so bitter? Even though he was a male, It would be very shameful for him to make that kind of request to Zhang Chulan in public, okay? Hiss. The strength in his loins increased again. I'll talk. Can't I talk? Hoshi tightened his shirt and tried to act as natural as possible. Zhang Chulan, I'm not joking with you. I am sincerely begging you. Show me your hook. Will you? Zhang Chulan, what do you mean? I'm not a. Or do you think I'm a bully? I don't think Sister Bauer beat you up enough just now. Seeing Zhang Chulan's misunderstanding, she quickly waved his hand. We're not interested in your hooks. We just want to see the guardian sand. This type of forbidden foreign arts had almost been lost. Now there's a chance to see it up close and we don't want to let it go. So it is. Zhang Chulan nodded. Looks like it's the same as Qin. Both are curious about my guardian sand. Sure enough, I told you. This is a precious treasure. Other people can't even get it if they want it. Well, Zhang Chulan, is it okay? Seeing Zhang Chulan's look, she thought he agreed and revealed an expectant gaze. Oh, I see. You should have told me. You guys, go play with your balls. After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, she arrogantly turned her head and left. Still really think it's all Qin? Is this something you can watch if you want to? Chapter 65, The Worried General Manager Zhao, which all goes through headquarters. Zhao Fengshu frowned tightly, holding a document in his hand. In front of him, a recorder was playing the footage. On the screen, it was clearly Qin Chao summoning Nine Tails. Old Su, you and I have been friends for so many years. On his way out, he gave me such a big problem. Hey, with a long sigh, Zhao Fengshu dropped the papers in his hands and laid down on the table in exhaustion. He hadn't taken a break in the entire 10 hours since Nine Tails had made his debut. Countless phone calls came at him as if he were being bombarded. The heads of the various regions, the various forces, the people who know each other, they call for different purposes. The people in charge were quite manageable. They all thought that Qin Chao, as well as the Nine Tails he summoned, were the secret weapons of the Neither Pass. Apart from being curious about Qin Chao's identity, he didn't ask too many questions. After all, Qin Chao was wearing the uniform of the Caduceus, and at first glance, he was one of his own. Some of the people in charge even complained that the head office was biased and assigned such powerful employees to North China. And what is harder to deal with are the forces. The strong appearance of the Nine Tails at the Luo Tianjiao festival. The powers that be were not present though, but their disciples are there. There is no shortage of well-informed and capable people among them. They could feel more clearly that the Nine Tails were terrifying. As a result, when they report back to the clan forces, they often, not good. Nadutong assigns Qin Chao to summon a powerful spirit to suppress Longhu Mountain. Patriarch, let's surrender. The Nadutong is too terrifying. We can't even beat one of the spirits they raise. This is the downfall of the Nadutong. All the Inhumans who disobey them will have to weigh the consequences. I heard that someone has already been captured and fed to that spirit for violating the rules of the Inhuman realm set by Nadutong. Countless speculations, remarks, circulated among the power sects. The powers that be immediately sat on their hands. Tentative, befriending, inquiring. Zhao Fengshu spends most of his time dealing with these calls. If that's all there is to it, the key thing is still how to deal with the top. The Nine Tails appeared in the world, and there was a great deal of commotion. Naturally, it can't escape the eyes of the authorities. Nadutong, though, has always claimed that it is not a business with an official character. But how true? Everyone in the Inhuman world knows this by heart. Qin Chao is it? Zhao Fengshu glanced at the document again, with a few sentences of introduction. Who the hell are you? How could Xu Xiang trust you so much? Even though there were already so many troubles pestering him, Zhao Fengshu did not take the initiative to contact Qin Chao to say a word. What Xu Xiang said to him before he left, he still remembers to this day. Qin Chao is trustworthy, and I'll leave the matter of Feng Baobao to him. I've given Qin Chao your contact information. If he reaches out to you, he must have something for you. For the sake of our friendship for so many years, you should help him. Your principles, I know, help him, and you're doing yourself a favor. If he doesn't reach out to you, then you shouldn't pry into his identity either. Because, the secret in Qin Chao's body is not necessarily smaller than Feng Baobao. But I promised old Su that I wouldn't actively pry into the Qin dynasty. But, oh, my god, the secret on Qin Chao, could it be that tailed beast? Zhao Fengshu didn't know Nine Tails' name at this point. It was also unknown that there were 9 other spirits like Nine Tails in total. His friendship with Xu Xiang is not known to Xu San Xu Si. Therefore, there was no way for him to learn the information that Qin Chao had bared in front of the crowd. If you really know, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to remain at headquarters. I'm afraid I'll just kill Longhu Mountain. What seals? What containers? All of them are destabilizing factors. It has to be nipped in the bud hard. The choke may have a billion points of suffering. That means it has to be hard under the jurisdiction of Nadutong. How about categorizing that spirit as a being like an immortal? That should be acceptable from above. The intelligence of the shaman clan is known from above. For spirits like Shang Baishan Lu Kuanxing, there has always been a free-range attitude, registered but not bound. Make a document and give that spirit an identity. It should muddle through. That's right, Zhao Fengshu wanted to muddle through. In the eyes of many, he is the face of the crown and seems to be completely on the opposite side of the inhuman. But the real situation is known only to those who really know him. As has been said all along, Zhao Fengshu only cares about stability. As long as you don't make a mess, even if you have some flaws of your own, he will turn a blind eye. Feng Baobao so did sophomore stout, Koji Strong, daughter of the head of the northeast region, Gaolan. The lower half of his body was completely missing and he had to lie in a nutritional bin in the secret base. But because of her special psychic ability, it resulted in her own soul being able to manipulate electromagnetic waves. Simply put, it's the ability to consciously infiltrate the internet and any connected device. It can be said that the sophomore stalwart is a lethal nuclear bomb to modern society. It is no exaggeration to say that controlling her is equivalent to controlling the entire society. The best way to deal with such a figure, Zhao Fengshu, was to report it. Perhaps, it will even bring a small amount of merit to the table. However, what he did was to hide it. The temporary labor system was used as a way to hide the existence of Kojiro, not letting anyone up there know. Feng Baobao, Gao Erzhuang, and now Chincha, one by one, they're not letting anyone off the hook. Zhao Fengshu grumbled and grumbled, but his hands didn't stop moving numbly. Within a short while, an identity file of Chincha and Nine Tails was created. Well, I hope this Chincha doesn't stir up any more trouble next. And at this point, Chincha is still unaware of the Nadutong headquarters, which is thousands of miles away. There was someone who had helped himself to the trouble that summoning the Nine Tails had caused. He was sitting in front of the fire, enjoying the bonfire. Around them, both the Inhumans who had been eliminated and those who had advanced, all sit with friends they know, drink and enjoy the moon. Chincha, Chulan, why don't you guys drink? Come on, I took 3 boxes, 2 boxes for me, 1 for you. There should be enough for us to drink. Feng Baobao with a straw in his mouth, like drinking water, gulp gulp drinking white wine. This way of drinking white wine is exaggerated though, but as long as the cultivation of the physical body is high enough, it can also do this. Chincha was naturally able to do so, but there was no need. He's not good at it, and he's not a big fan of the hospitality. Grab a bottle and sip it up. And just then, a gush of alarm came from the crowd. Whoa, look nah, that's what? Orange figure with 9 tails. That's right, it's 9 tails, the 9 tails summoned by Chincha. Chapter 66, The Popular 9 Tails. An elegant figure slowly walked from the middle of the crowd. In an instant, it attracted most people's attention, or fear, or curiosity, but no one dared to approach easily. It's 9 tails, are you done shopping? Among the people present, only Chincha dared to walk to 9 tails' side and even picked it up gently. The raging chakra was especially calm in his arms. Hugging the shrunken version of 9 tails was as if he was hugging a stuffed animal. Finished shopping, so much for your world. Even humans with some cultivation were so weak. On my side, you can't even beat a yellow boy. Chincha smiled faintly and did not retort. 9 tails was right. The difference between the battle power of one man and Naruto's is really big. The shadow class within Naruto, when put inside one person, should be an invincible existence. But that doesn't mean one person is lower than Naruto. Quite the contrary. Even in many ways, one person is way ahead. Naruto world has high combat power though. But the price of high combat power is a weakened life force. Even the most powerful Naruto barely exist with a long lifespan. Instead, look at the world of one person. The Inhumans' combat power is not high, but they generally live a long life. 100 years is young among them all. The form and spirit are both nurtured and the life is cultivated. It allows them to be able to be very vigorous in life while possessing uncommon combat power. It's something the Naruto world simply can't do, if you really go after the roots. Chincha thought that the cultivation system of the Naruto world was not as good as the cultivation system of the one-man world. So what if you're stronger? I can make it. You can't boil an old man to death. But then again, the Naruto world has a wide variety of powerful ninjutsu, and it's not something that can be compared to the one-man world. Not strong in quality, but strong in quantity and versatility. Chincha's blood wheel eyes are the best proof. You can learn most of the spells at a glance, and the indefensible illusions, regardless of any inhuman against Qin dynasty. Without knowing the intelligence, they would definitely be hit. And even if we knew, what? The nature of the Sharingan eye makes you simply defenseless. A focus on defense would instead make one fearful in battle and not be able to exert his strength. The powerful ninjutsu of the Naruto world, the one-person world of life and death. When these two are combined, I wonder what kind of sparks will touch. This is the path that Chincha is taking right now. The rewards of each mission give him access to Naruto world ninjutsu, and the bonus randomly gifted physical enhancements that gave him both life and death.
Strong arts and vigorous vitality made Chincha enough to stand proud among the younger generation of Inhumans. Even if they faced an older generation powerhouse, they could still fight head-on. Put in the world of Naruto, characters like Naruto Sasuke wouldn't be a match for him. Chin, brother Chin, can I touch it? Zhang Chulan's voice interrupted Chinchao's thoughts. He smiled playfully at Ninetales, pretending to be friendly and making a move to get on. The pressure of the Ninetale projection truly frightened him, but now the shrunken version of Ninetales is just too cute. It makes you want to rub it. Besides, Ninetales looks quite good in Chin's arms. He was a friend of Chin's, so it shouldn't be a problem to touch him. Roar, Junior, what are you doing? Think I'm a pet? A rough voice that was completely at odds with the Q version of Ninetales came out of Ninetales' mouth. It bared its teeth and showed a fierce look. What a presence one is. How can you tolerate tiny humans getting their hands on you? Orange chakra erupted from Ninetales' mouth, stopping the demonic claws from coming up. Zhang Chulan immediately withdrew his outstretched hand. Even though he didn't touch the orange-red energy, he could feel the furious aura of it. Oops, Elder Ninetales, I'm Chinchao's best friend. I just wanted to admire the mighty face of my predecessor. No offense. Even if he already knew how powerful Ninetales was, the way it bared its teeth just now, instead of adding the slightest bit of intimidation, it's adorable. Zhang Chulan was wanting to touch but didn't dare, wanting to leave but couldn't let go. It just froze in place, looking at Ninetales curtly. Zhang Chulan, and Ninetales senpai is also there nah. Wow, that's cute. Lu Linglong's voice sounded beside the two. She had originally planned to come over to find Zhang Chulan. How can you give up something as rare as shrouded sand so easily? It's okay to be rejected once, 2, 3 times. There's always a time when Zhang Chulan will say yes, but now that Lu Linglong saw the Q version of the Ninetales, she instantly forgot all about what she had originally planned to do. Ninetale Elder, can I touch you? Faced with pretty much the same words, Ninetales took the same response. Roar humans, roll. Wow, how cute. Lu Linglong advanced instead of retreating, not fearing in the slightest that the Ninetales chakra would harm her. Ninetales was very resistant inside. If it were possible, it would have loved to swat this noisy human away with one claw, but it also knew that it couldn't hurt people at will in this world. He had no choice but to jump up and down on Chinchao's body to avoid Lu Linglong's claws. Oomph, damn human. If it weren't for my old man's physical strength, do you think I couldn't do anything about you? All day today, Ninetales has been wandering around, with the air in Chinchao's body. It was certainly not enough to support such a long period of consumption. It probably only lasts 5 or 6 hours, and that's if Ninetales isn't fighting. If the Ninetales were to enter a fighting state, the sustained time would have to be shortened. How much depends on how intense the fight is. So, after a few hours, the energy that sustained the psychic jutsu was replaced with Ninetales chakra, and that was all the power Ninetales could lend to Chinchao at one time. Again, I'll add that it's only when the next psychic spell is summoned. Therefore even Ninetales was now a bit overwhelmed and unable to use his powerful strength. As Ninetales bounced back and forth on Chinchao's body, Lu Linglong's hand followed and touched back and forth. No, sister, do you know the difference between men and women? The corner of Chinchao's mouth twitched slightly as he felt the abnormalities coming from all parts of his body. Nice guy, you can touch the Ninetales if you want to. Touch me for what? Are there places you can touch? Even if you're a model, don't do it in public. We can discuss this privately. Ahem. Jokes are jokes. When Lu Linglong heard Chinchao's reminder, she also quickly realized her inappropriate behavior. Swish, the face was red. It's redder than the afternoon. Trying to look at Chung Koren's hooks, his own attention was all on Ninetales just now, and he didn't even consider Chinchao. Right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Otherwise, I'll let you touch it back? Qin Dynasty, degree. Chapter 67 Hidden in the Shadows of Holiness. Walking a bird on Lungfu Mountain. Ah, I'm sorry. Shoo, the sound. Lu Linglong's figure disappeared into thin air, falling away. Phew. It was hard to run to a less crowded area before stopping to rest. There were only 2 strangers, one fat and one thin, sitting around the fire. Lu Linglong patted her blushing and rolling face. It's so embarrassing too. How could I say something like that when I was nervous? How should I face Qin Dynasty in the future? It's also fortunate that it's nighttime, so there shouldn't be much to see. After a slight tweak, only then did Lu Linglong notice the 2 people next to her. What are these 2 doing hiding in this corner when everyone's gathered for a bonfire? Could it be that you don't like to get together? The brigade is there. Won't you guys go over there? Facing Lu Linglong's inquiry, the fat and thin 2 middle-aged men, their taut bodies slightly imperceptibly relaxed. The fat middle-aged man smiled nervously. Hey, we brothers don't know many people well enough to fit in. Simply find a corner and enjoy the moon. It's okay. This should be Lu Linglong. Miss Lu, you go about your business without us. After Lu Linglong heard this, she didn't ask any more questions.
Perhaps it's two people who are withdrawn. If you talk more yourself, you'll easily annoy people instead. But, there's something strange about how I look at this fat man. Like, seems to be charming? How is that possible? Bearded. Not my type at all. Besides, how did I suddenly end up charming a stranger? It's not even close to the Qin dynasty. It must be the aftermath of touching Chincha just now. Oi, what a shame. Lu Linglong attributed the abnormalities in her body to the contact with Chincha just now. Bonfire night. I'm not ashamed to go. You still want to see Zhang Chulan's palace sand with your own eyes? There should be no chance of that now. I don't know if Heaven-Defying and the others can get their hands on it, so it's okay to take a picture. Lu Linglong left this secluded corner while breaking her heart. What she doesn't realize, however, is this. When she was gone, the fat and thin men breathed a long sigh of relief. The thin middle-aged man spoke. So it was a false alarm. Look at Lu Linglong's hurried appearance. I thought our whereabouts had been compromised. Luckily, just passing through. Otherwise, I'll just have to get my hands dirty. The fat middle-aged man gave a scornful look. Shin Chong, it's not your fault. If you hadn't gotten a loser, restrained from striking out and exposing our whereabouts. Now it's good. The whole Lungfu mountain hierarchy knows we're coming. The guard has become extraordinarily tight. So how else are we going to get down? Summer harvest. Can you blame me? It's all Qin's fault. It was supposed to be that Hu Jie kid this time. But after being destroyed by Qin dynasty, they could only find a replacement in a hurry. Which I thought was so unhelpful. Listening to the conversation, the fat and thin two middle-aged people, it is clear that the whole sex for crazy in the Xia and Xinchong. They acted as scouts for Quan Sex and entered Lung Fushan in advance to spy for Quan Sex. Then again, I see that your charm has gone up again recently. Even little girls can't resist you. If you keep this up, I'm afraid there's no one in the world who can resist you. Xinchong was also aware of Lu Linglong's abnormality just now. Notice that she is affected by Summer Harvest's ability. It was because of this that he didn't strike in the first place. Anyway, if Lu Linglong really made a move against them, Xia would control her and would not let their whereabouts be exposed. Xia heard Shin Chang's flirtatious words, but shook her head slightly. You do look up to me. Let's not talk about those old-timers who have both form and spirit. Let's just say that Qin Chao, I can't do anything with him. What's more, some people are still hard-hearted. No amount of temptation on my part will help. Oh, Xia's words aroused Shin Chang's curiosity. Let's not talk about that pervert Qin Chao. Even the acting master couldn't see through him and told us not to mess with him. Who is this hard-hearted man you speak of? Who is so cruel to leave our charming Wow behind? Xia pursed her bearded mouth and didn't continue to speak. Just look over to where the bonfire is. Don't know who I'm looking at either. And on the other side, the direction Summer Harvest was looking. Hoven Jinhua approached Zhang Lingyu's side with a face. Spirit Jade realist, we've known each other for such a long time. Just tell me who took your blood. I'll never go out and talk nonsense. Compose the word, listen to the wind. Zhuge Qing lightly pinched in his hands and also perked up his ears. If I can hear Zhang Lingyu's black history, this visit to Dragon Tiger Mountain will not be in vain. Get out. Responding to Hoven Jinhua was a gyun from Zhang Lingyu. He was now no longer obsessed with the matter of Yang Wu Lei though. After all, it was all because of his own thought at the time, and his lack of cultivation, that he had caused a great disaster. It's not the behavior of a gentleman to keep taking out his anger on Zhang Chulan. But what happened back then is ultimately black history, and taking down one's own people is even more unspeakable. In any case, no one else must know. Oh, Lingyu, please tell me. Okay, Hoven Jinhe wanted to keep pestering. How can a woman's gossip be easily extinguished after it has been ignited? Unless, there are more important things. Flowers, come on, it's done. There was urgency in Wang Erdog's voice. With a miso sound, Hoven Jinhe quickly stood up, leaving behind Zhang Lingyu whose face was tinged with doubt, only to see that the crowd stood around in front of Zhang Chulan, frantically coaxing. Zhang Chulan, you're the man of the fighting dome, so what's this petty little thing? Except for you, there is no one else in this world who is qualified to priesthood shogun. Just let us open our eyes. If it was usual, Zhang Chulan could not have been easily coaxed by a few words, but now he has been deliberately intoxicated. His face smelled of alcohol, and his mouth occasionally made a ha sound. Hearing the words of the crowd chasing after him, he, who had been overshadowed by Chincha from time to time, couldn't hold back any longer. Ha, since you want to see it so badly, I'll let you guys open your eyes. Zip, the sound of a pants zipper being unzipped, even in order to let people see the lines on it clearly. Zhang Chulan deliberately mobilized his air here. There was a flash of gold. Oh, wonderful. It's wonderful. Such a flamboyant and deliberate design, worthy of a shogun. This classical and rustic, yet mysterious beauty of the runes is so cool. I want to carve one too. In the midst of all the praises, Zhang Chulan became even more complacent and simply increased the power output of the air. And Zhang Lingyu, who was not far away, obviously saw this scene as well. I was wrong. Shouldn't have let this idiot into Dragon Tiger Mountain. Just wanted to go up and block it. Fellow Daoist Zhang, just have fun. Why care about all the red tape? The one who spoke was Chincha. He had been enjoying the relaxed atmosphere of the bonfire. It's also fun to watch for the little fights at the party, because he knew that this was the moment for most of the people in the room. Count on one of the few happy hours. In the future, it will be hard to find another opportunity like this. Notably, it's for Zhang Chulan. Chapter 68 Top 16 Draw Results. Shamelessness doesn't equal incompetence. Fellow Daoist Qin is just going to let Zhang Chulan fool around like this? Zhang Lingyu couldn't understand Qin Chao's thoughts. Zhang Chulan was now considered to be a generalist everywhere. Isn't it a disgrace to Nadutong to commit such an act now? Real Spirit Jade, relax. The most important thing is to be happy. There's no need to come up and block it. Zhang Lingyu naturally did not recognize Qin Chao's words. How could the flawless him tolerate Zhang Chulan acting recklessly, especially still at Lung Fu Shan? Hey you, why don't you have any love interest at all? Does Summer Harvest know? When Qin Chao saw that Zhang Lingyu still wouldn't listen, he simply said the woman's name. As expected, once she heard Xia He, Zhang Lingyu immediately stopped in her tracks. Seeing this, Qin Chao hemmed and hawed. Spirit Jade reality. You don't want it to be known that you've been taken for one blood by all sex, do you? If you don't want anyone to know, stay put. Zhang Lingyu's fists tightened slightly. Qin Chao's words clearly held his key point. He simply sat directly next to Qin Chao. Fellow Daoist Qin, threatening people is really not what a gentleman would do. The poor Taoist is really curious. Something even my master doesn't know. How the hell did you know that? There clearly couldn't have been a third person present at the time. Facing Zhang Lingyu's inquiry, Qin Chao revealed an obscure smile. If you don't want people to know, you can't do it. In this world, there are so many means to explore other people's secrets. My Qin family, if I don't even have this means, I don't deserve to seal the nine-tailed beasts. Out of this, Qin Chao along with the family behind him became even more mysterious in Zhang Lingyu's mind. Day 2. The draw for the round of 16 match was made live. Zhang Chulan lowered his head in a faceless manner. Do you think Zhang Chulan is NB because he is the heir of the air body source stream? What's even more NB is his Shogun's sand. That's a truly ingenious creation. Yeah, I was at the scene last night. I have to say, Zhang Chulan is indeed the number one person of our younger generation. I don't know if it's the number one person in the younger generation, but it's definitely the number one birdwalker in Longhu Mountain. A sizzling murmur was heard. Zhang Chulan's head lowered even deeper. Qin, why do you think you're not even stopping me a bit? This is great. I'm so embarrassed. You guys, you didn't take pictures yesterday, did you? How could we possibly do something as unethical as taking pictures? Besides, it's not like I don't have a picture of the shroud. Yesterday, we just videotaped. What? Qin Chao's words made Zhang Chulan even more devastated. Back to the main topic. The top 16 draw came out quickly. Brother Qin, my group is really the death group. Not to talk about my opponent for the next match. Tang Wenlong, Wang Yuya, Zhuge Chang, and Zhang Lingyu, why are they all on my side? 16 people were divided into two groups to compete in the top 8, top 4, and top 2. The eventual winners of each group compete for the final championship position. Qin Chao heard Zhang Chulan's words and looked at the bulletin board. Indeed, on the bright side, the group that Zhang Chulan was in was indeed full of experts. After Zhang Chulan defeated Tang Wenlong, he would then face off against one of Zhuge Chang or Wang Yuya. These two, both of them, are the best of this Luo Tian Dajia. And even after defeating them, Zhang Chulan still needed to face Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu's strength was naturally even more needless to say. When he had come down the mountain to invite Zhang Chulan earlier, he had directly thrashed him. On the contrary, Qin dynasty's side, Feng Xingtong, Tan Youfu, Lu Linglong, they're all acquaintances. Brother Qin, how come you're so lucky? The next matchup is still Lu Linglong who touched you yesterday. Zhang Chulan looked at Qin Chao with envy. None of this group is obviously strong. If you get a share in it yourself, you might actually make it to the finals. Hey, who knows? Go Chulan. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Qin Chao didn't say anything more. The seemingly unfavorable distribution to Zhang Chulan was actually the most favorable to him. If the old celestial master did not tamper with it, he, Qin Chao, stood upside down ***. With Zhang Chulan's strength, it was basically a sure win against Tang Wenlong. And the match between Zhuge Chang and Wang Yuya will definitely be won by Wang Yuya, since the king will also win. Hey, not really. Qin Chao was suddenly not so sure. He thought back to the original storyline. In the original episode, Wang also deduced two results after using the art of divination and deduction.
One is to ensure that the reputation of the old Tianshi and the Tianshi mansion is not tarnished. One is to give Zhang Chulan one more option. That's what led to his participation in the Luo Tianjiao festival. Now it's good. Because of yourself. Wang also hadn't deduced any results at all before coming to the Luo Tiandajiao. How else could he voluntarily lose to Zhang Chulan? I can't do that. I have to bully. I've taught him all about the true usage of the Wind Queen's chimera. Isn't that a bit of face to give? After thinking carefully, Chincha again felt that Zhang Chulan and Wang Yuya's match should not be a problem. After defeating Wang Yuya, Zhang Chulan would face Zhang Lingyu. With Zhang Lingyu's character, wanting him to voluntarily admit defeat was simply impossible. Therefore, only extraordinary means can be used. As for this extraordinary means, of course, Chincha does not need to do it. Chincha looked at the old celestial master on the platform. The matter of uttering an apprentice is better for you to do it yourself. The match between Chincha and Zhang Chulan was almost simultaneous. Neither one was able to watch each other's battles. This is too much. Even if Qin was popular, it wasn't like they all went to see him play. I don't have anyone here at all. Zhang Chulan looked toward the scattered few people in the stands and grumbled. Since the two matches were taking place at the same time, almost all the Inhumans went to watch Qin Chao's match. Tang Wenlong, this stepping Beijing to death for me. Let the world see that this is a person who sells his name and reputation. An angry voice rang out. It was Zhang Yan. He was the one who was eliminated by Zhang Chulan in the first round of elimination. At the moment, it was helping Tang Wenlong cheer. Zhang Chulan, that's great. Finally someone is still thinking about me. Shan Shitong was also present. Facing Zhang Yan's yelling, he said calmly, can't you be quiet and watch the game carefully? Zhang Yan turned his head to see if it wasn't Shan Shitong, who had previously lost to Zhang Chulan for not appearing. Aren't you on my side? You must have been threatened by Zhang Chulan when you didn't show up before. Facing Zhang Yan, Shan Shitong glanced at him contemptuously and did not say anything more. Zhang Chulan versus Tang Wenlong, starting now, with the referee's command. Whoosh! The sound. A figure that was so fast that it couldn't be seen quickly attacked Tang Wenlong. Tang Wenlong wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late to react. The left hand was hit instantly and could not fight again for a short time. That's not all. Zhang Chulan followed up with another strike. This time Tang Wenlong took the blow directly head-on. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Just a few seconds into the battle, he suffered serious injuries. This is the Steppen Blue Lotus? How is he so strong? It's obvious that he's a shameless man. Zhang Yan's worldview seemed to rupture at this moment. Wasn't Zhang Chulan a villain who relied on devious means in order to win? How is it possible to have such a battle? Only then did Shan Shitong speak slowly. I don't know if he's shameless, but I think you're mistaken about a concept. Shamelessness does not equal incompetence. Chapter 69 Battle against Lu Linglong. Vigilant Lu Zhuan. As if to confirm Shan Shitong's words, Zhang Chulan's expression was stern, and white lightning emerged from his hands. In an instant, it came to Tang Wenlong's side, winding up like a python. What are these? Yang Wulei's speed was simply not something Tang Wulong could react to. Even if he reacted, he couldn't break free from the rigid Yang Five Thunders. Dang! Tang Wenlong soon lost consciousness and planted himself on the ground. Zhang Chulan, win! Zhang Yan looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Zhang Chulan's strength completely exceeded his imagination. It wasn't until the sound of Tang Wenlong's collapse rang out that he suddenly realized the meaning of what Shan Shitong had said. Is this the true strength of the stepping Beijing? A dark look flashed from Zhang Yan's eyes. In the end, it turned out that I was the clown who didn't know any better. Oh, I thought Zhang Chulan was not living up to her name before. Now it seems that I am the one with little insight. Hey, what's with all the frustration? Shan Shitong patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. Why hadn't he himself been the same as him? Looking down on Zhang Chulan, it was only that night's battle that made him see the gap between himself and the Heaven's Pride. Now that he saw Zhang Yan's appearance, he still felt some empathy. But, it's precisely because of this that we should practice hard. Walking with a strong person is not something that makes you lament how far you are from him. Rather, it makes you more determined to pursue the goal in your heart. Just surpassing who you once were is not a victory. Zhang Yan himself was not someone who said defeat easily. Hearing Shan Shitong's words, the extinguished flame in his heart rekindled. You're right. Even someone as shameless as Zhang Chulan could possess such strength. I'm still worried about something. Humph. As long as I cultivate seriously, sooner or later I'll be able to defeat Zhang Chulan one day. At that time, I'll let him see what it means to be truly strong. Shan Shitong, is that what I said? And compared to the intense battle on Zhang Chulan's side, the battle on Qin Chao's side seemed exceptionally calm. All the commotion in the stands was bigger than on the field. Qin Chao, hello again Lu Linglong pretended to greet Qin Chao in a proper manner. In truth, his heart had been thumping in his chest for a long time. How's that for bad luck? After touching yesterday, I let myself meet Qin Chao today.
Lu Linglong was originally towards Chincha, curious with fear and even a hint of love. It's like young girls who always have a crush on the opposite sex who is stronger than they are, trying to resist getting closer, but not showing too much initiative, must pretend to be reserved. But his own behavior last night was clearly a transgression of the rules. It's almost like touching the Qin dynasty, from top to bottom. How does this make her feel good to face Qin Chao? Qin Chao didn't care about what happened last night. It was supposed to be mindless, and he didn't give it a second thought. He also felt quite fortunate to be able to fight against Lu Linglong today. It kind of helped her dodge a bullet. Originally, Lu Linglong's opponent should be Zhang Lingyu. The Spirit Jade realist was not a compassionate person. He heard Lu Linglong ask him to take it seriously and not to let go. That's hating to go all out. Directly electrocute a nice fair girl into gray carbon. It annoyed Lu Zhuan for several days of the old celestial master. Qin Chao certainly wouldn't do that. Linglong, how about we have a friendly sparring session, point to point? With his strength, defeating Lu Linglong was naturally easy, but face must be given. So many people are watching. He had defeated Lu Linglong with a single move. Where else could he let her face go? Even if she didn't care, Lu Zhuan always cared, right? Although Qin Chao and he were also acquaintances, Lu Zhuan was not a narrow-minded person, but he was certainly not willing to have his granddaughter, in front of a large crowd, easily defeated. Put a little bit of water in yourself and pretty much hit it. Well, the human condition is not just a matter of getting it right. When Lu Linglong heard Qin Chao's words, her face was corrected instead. She certainly understood what Qin Chao meant, but one size fits all. A game is a game and must be taken seriously, but anything that puts a little water in the water is disrespectful to the game. Qin Chao, don't show mercy just because I'm a girl. Feel free to let your horse loose. I'm not as weak as you think I am. Qin Chao, well. Lu Linglong, you really don't let go. Qin Chao, Lu Linglong, Qin Chao, are you listening carefully? Qin Chao, yes. Lu Linglong? The two frozen ground for half a day without getting started. Audience. The old celestial master looked at the field with a smile and said to Lu Zhuan, ha. It seems that old brother Lu's granddaughter has some interest in this Qin Chao. It's kind of a grooming thing, too. Why don't you let me set you up? Don't look at your kids as young now. They'll be older in the blink of an eye. If you can't find a date by then, call it some kind of older woman. How ugly is that? What do you think? Lu, old Lu, what are you pulling my beard for? I'm the heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain. Don't I want to lose face? Where did Lu Zhuan care about that? When he heard the word matchmaking, he pulled the old master's beard over his head. I'll let you set it up. This precious granddaughter of mine is not marrying anywhere. She's staying with me. You're still an older woman. You can't get any ivory out of a dog's mouth. The two tossed and turned for a while, and seemed to be aware of the bad influence in public, and quickly called it quits. Lu Zhuan looked vigilantly at the field, and Qin Chao, who was talking and laughing with Linglong. His teeth were almost clenched. He knew Lu Linglong's character best. Prior to that, whatever showed a squirmy demeanor. Favoritism to this Qin dynasty. Could Linglong really have a crush on him? No way. That kid doesn't look like he's going to settle down. His identity, the family behind him, even I was horrified to hear about it. How could he let Linglong be interested in him? The seeds must be nipped in the bud. After the match, have a good talk with Qin Chao and warn him. Lu Zhuan made up his mind. And on the field, both sides finally played. Bang. In just tens of seconds, the two exchanged blows hundreds of times. Lu Linglong was, after all, Lu Zhuan's granddaughter, and her own strength really wasn't bad. Apart from people with strength like Zhang Lingyu and Wang Yuya, the other Inhumans shouldn't be a match for her. It was a really good fight. I think you're running out of steam. How about stopping there? Qin Chao slightly shrugged his shoulders. The fist-to-flesh exchange just now seemed to be intense. In truth, it wasn't even a warm-up for him. Thinking about it, it should be that Lu Linglong's inner Dan technique had not yet been practiced. Phew. The opposite of the ease of the Qin dynasty. Lu Linglong breathed heavily. Hundreds of exchanges had left her hands sore and aching. Qin Chao's body was like steel. His own attacks could not move him at all. Simply immovable. Is this the strength of the Qin dynasty? The difference is pretty big. Chapter 70, Lu Linglong's blood control technique. After all, you still can't compare to others even though you've tried your hardest to cultivate? Lu Linglong's complexion darkened. She also saw that Qin Chao was letting go, but it was because of this that a nameless fire welled up in her heart. The fire was not towards Qin Chao, but towards himself. Lu Linglong, why are you so weak? How can you protect others when you're so weak? Can you stand up to Grandpa's concern? You can't afford to let Grandpa worry about you? You're sorry. Have you forgotten what happened when you were a child? Do you still want that scene to happen? With Lu Linglong's heart, she questioned herself with a loud voice. Her aura gradually changed. No, I can't admit defeat. There's still a way for me to. Right. I still have that one trick I'm not using. I still have tricks I'm not using. Lu Linglong clenched her teeth and seemed to have made some kind of decision. The air in her body began to surge, and a vague scarlet color seeped out of her skin. The originally sweet and lovely appearance had become somewhat eerie under this. It's. Chincha frowned when he saw Lu Linglong's appearance. In the original story, Lu Linglong made very few strikes. Now that he suddenly revealed such a hand, he couldn't think of what kind of move for a moment. As far as I remember, wasn't what Lu Linglong knew the all-truth inner Dan technique? What is this somewhat evil-looking spell? Linglong, stop it. I thought I promised Grandpa I wouldn't have to. A sharp voice suddenly sounded. Lu Zhuan directly said in a loud voice to Lu Linglong despite the fact that the match was still going on. On his face, there was worry and tension. It seemed to be worried that something had happened to Lu Linglong. However, Lu Linglong acted as if she didn't hear it, and the scarlet color on her body deepened. It had gradually condensed into a solid body, allowing one to see what it was. It's blood. Chinchao's face changed. He remembered. Lu Linglong not only knew the inner Dan technique, but also the blood control technique. Freedom to control your blood in battle. It was an ability she had activated as a child when she participated in the Fujiyama introductory trial. But because of Lu Linglong's own character flaws, this, coupled with the fact that the blood control technique greatly affects her emotions when it is performed, leads to a deepening of the defect. Therefore, Lu Zhuan had severely prohibited Lu Linglong from using this ability since she was a child. She was warned not to use it unless her life depended on it. Sister, it's just a competition. Why do you have to put your life on the line? Chincha secretly said that it was not good. Surely that saying is true. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Weren't we just talking and laughing? Why are you fighting for your life now? No, we can't let her continue like this. Although Chincha was specifically not sure how much damage Lu Linglong would actually inflict on herself after using her blood control ability, but looking at Lu Zhuan's tense appearance, the harm must not be small. One must stop her. Linglong, we can. Stop. A stern voice came out from Lu Linglong's mouth. Before Chincha could react, he heard her continue. Grandpa, you're not allowed on the field. This is my match and it has to be done by me and not interrupted by anyone. There was no threat in the sound of the words, but anyone can hear the determination. At this moment, if someone really went up to block the match, I'm afraid they would be attacked by Lu Linglong immediately. Only then did Chincha notice that Lu Zhuan had come to the edge of the competition field at some point. The anxiety was spilling out of his face. After hearing Lu Linglong's words, she was even more anxious to move around in place. Lu Zhuan knew his granddaughter's character best. Anything but tough. Sometimes even he, as the Tei Yukai, couldn't argue with her. Now that he had said such strong words, he was determined to use the blood control technique. If he himself forced his way, he was afraid that not only would he not be able to stop Lu Linglong, but he would harm her instead. Hey, I blame Chincha. It's this kid. If he had defeated Linglong with one move, where would he have gotten so much? Prefer to let go of the water and go 50-50 with her. This is great. How to end this? Lu Zhuan had already put the blame on Chincha in his mind. What else? If you don't blame Chincha, do you blame your own granddaughter? Seeing that the situation Lu Linglong couldn't hear her words, Lu Zhuan could only glare viciously at Chincha. You kid, I'll get you when this is over. Now listen up. Next, you are not allowed to lay a heavy hand on Linglong. She must be knocked unconscious without hurting her. Can it be done? Even if Lu Linglong used the blood control technique now, but Lu Zhuan didn't think she could defeat Chincha. Chincha's strength had already opened a certain gap with his peers. In a one-on-one situation, almost no one was his match, but defeating Lu Linglong was certainly simple. What's needed is to beat her without actively hurting her. The art of controlling blood was already extremely damaging to the body, and if it suffered any further setbacks, it's easy to add insult to injury and have irreversible consequences. Therefore, Chincha must be instructed to be gentle with his hands. Chincha's head nodded like a rattle. I'll do whatever you want, Master Lu. Lu Zhuan saw Chincha agree and gave him another hard glare before returning to the stands. Continuing to stay, he was afraid in case Lu Linglong emergency. And just a moment into this conversation, the thick smell of blood had spread out on the field. Blood gushed out from Lu Linglong's body and floated around her. Most of the blood, which gradually condensed into a blood whip, was held in her hand. Chincha, make your move. Let's fight squarely. The blood whip cut through the air and attacked Chincha with a snap. Good coming. Chincha had long since switched out his sharpening wheel eyes. Lu Linglong in this state was already worth taking out some of his strength. Pa pa pa. The whip, which was obviously made of blood, struck with the feeling of a sword. If an unusual inhuman were to be hit, I'm afraid that they would directly be seriously injured. But Chincha was clearly not an unusual alien. At first, he took the initiative to dodge and test the power of the blood whip. After trying a few times, It was discovered that the power of the blood whip was strong though, almost as fast as Zhang Chulan's palm thunder. However, with the strength of one's physical body, one could still directly carry it off hard, solely no longer dodging. After receiving a few whips, he approached Lu Linglong. He didn't dare to slack off on Lu Zhuan's instructions just now. It was necessary to hurry up and make Lu Linglong stop her current state. Chincha's idea was to use the illusory eye of the Sharingan. As long as Lu Linglong locked eyes with herself and was caught in the illusion, one could easily incapacitate her oneself. But I don't know why. Lu Linglong, under the enchantment of the blood control technique, seemed to have soared in combat awareness. Whenever Chincha tried to meet his eyes, she deliberately inclined her head and avoided her gaze. It was as if he knew what Chincha was going to do. TCH. It's still a bit tricky. Interesting. Chincha did not panic when he saw that his thoughts were seen through. If this approach doesn't work, let's change it. Way to go. He's got it. Chapter 71, Chincha is true to Linglong. I didn't expect that Lu Linglong still has this kind of strength. Zhuge Cheng narrowed his eyes, surprised by Lu Linglong's strength. Originally, he thought that among the younger generation of the Lu family, only Lu Linglong's brother Lu Lin had caught his eye. Now it seems that Lu Linglong's name has to be added. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, don't underestimate the four great families. They were able to pass on their legacy for 1,000 years, relying on their own hard power. Although the Lu family was based in the inhuman realm with prestige and popularity, but if anyone neglects the strength of the Lu family itself because of this, they are going to suffer a great loss. Wang Yuya's voice slowly sounded. The fact that the two were opponents in the next match didn't stop them from coming together. Hearing Wang Yuya's words, Zhuge Cheng smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. The four great families. Ha! What an age for such a cliched name. The words were slightly defiant. As the inheritor of Wuhou, he was confident that Wuhou's legacy was no weaker than any of the four great families. In the past, it was the family's lack of exposure that made them famous. Now what? Since you have come to attend the Luo Tianjiao festival yourself, naturally, it's about revitalizing the Wuhou's gate. He wanted the world to know that Wuhou Qimen was the first-class Qimen Duanjia art in the world. Wang also heard the implication in Zhuge Qing's words. He didn't have much of an idea. With his lazy personality, he cares about the four greats and the five greats. You guys go about your business. I'll just be a bystander. His current mind was all on the usage of the Wind Queen's strange door mentioned by Chincha. After going back, it was the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this method was exquisite. Setting the center with the heart, from the inside out. Such an idea is simply genius, but how exactly do you do? King couldn't come up with it even after thinking hard. It seems that it is still necessary to consult Chincha. Between the two of them talking, the battle on the tournament field had changed in an instant. Shadow split technique. Chincha saw Lu Linglong defending her Sharingan eyes. Solely then a different strategy. Four identical figures slowly appeared. Get on. With a command from Chincha, the four doppelgangers surrounded Lu Linglong from all directions. Good coming. After Lu Linglong was surrounded, she advanced instead of retreating. The blood whip exploded violently, scattering several tentacles. The tentacles are slender, but more powerful. Chincha's doppelganger with only 1/5 of his strength vaguely felt threatened. If you were hit head-on, I'm afraid the defense would be broken. I'm not the one in pain anyway. Seeing this, Chincha did not stop his instructions. The doppelganger and the main body will not share sentience. So what if Lu Linglong's attack was even sharper? It doesn't hurt. After the four doppelgangers surrounded Lu Linglong, they disregarded being hit by the tentacles. Each pounced on Lu Linglong's limbs. Bundle, 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 bundle. It is said that one force is worth 10. Chincha's idea was simple and rough. Directly relying on his physical strength, he controlled Lu Linglong's limbs. His own main body went up again and unleashed his Sharingan, putting Lu Linglong in a difficult position. It's a bit of a hassle, but it works. Moreover, doing so would not only minimize the damage to Lu Linglong, also it makes me look a little bit worse. When Elder Lu Zhuan sees how miserable I am, he shouldn't be looking for trouble from me. Chincha looked at the doppelganger and silently gave the doppelganger a nod in his heart. Miserable. It's real miserable. Immediately after the diversion trapped Lu Linglong, he was attacked by the tentacles. The tentacles were extraordinarily sharp even though they were made up of blood. In a few moves, it left wounds on Chincha's split body. It was even pierced in places. Lu Linglong's blood mixed with Chincha's blood. In an instant, the split was covered in scarlet. If a timid person sees it, I'm afraid he or she will be scared to death. This child Chincha is truly sincere. In order to protect Linglong, it was possible to go to such an extent. Lu, you're not impressed by such a nice kid? Otherwise, let them be. The old celestial master's face remained joyful, unaffected by the situation on the field. Instead, he was interested in flirting with Lu Zhuan. When Lu Zhuan heard this, he rarely retorted.
He didn't know about the injuries that Chinchao's doppelganger had suffered, and Chinchao couldn't feel them. Faced with the scene in front of him, even he, who had experienced great storms, was somewhat moved. It can't be helped. Chinchao looked too miserable. Lu Linglong's tentacles did not finish after piercing through the body of the doppelganger. Like locusts, the blood entered Chinchao's body with the help of the wounds and wreaked havoc crazily. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Hey, I was just verbalizing. Lingering in this state, even I would have a hard time getting her to stop without hurting her in the slightest. My intention is just to let Chinchao and let Linglong suffer less. Lu Zhuan's words were not exaggerated. The medicinal bath that was performed during the original Fujiyama introductory trial did not allow one to awaken abilities that belonged to them. The medicated bath is just the equivalent of a primer. Trigger the abilities of different people according to their constitution and personality. The main function is still to open up the flow of air in the whole body. The ability to build on this is subsequently triggered by secret medicines. As for Lu Linglong, in that medicinal bath, not only did she open up the flow of air and body in her whole body, but she also awakened abilities of her own. The whole process was very smooth. This situation has only occurred 5 times in Fujiyama's recorded history. The first 3 times were hundreds of years from now. The most recent one was still Feng of the 36 Thieves. From this, it could be seen that Lu Linglong's talent was actually extremely high. It was just that the cost of this talent was not something Lu Zhuan wanted to see. Therefore, his care for Lu Linglong for so many years was not a worry that she would be bullied for her low strength. Rather, she was worried that she would suffer damage because of her ability to use blood control. Lu Zhuan was right to worry. For more than a decade, Lu Linglong's ability had not weakened because it had never been used. Instead, it grows stronger. Now that it exploded out, it directly caused Lu Linglong's personality to change drastically. The art of controlling blood is supposed to be self-defeating. Add to that a paranoid obsessive personality. It's hard for the average person to close. Could it be that Chinchao really has a crush on Linglong? Lu Zhuan couldn't help the questions rising in his mind. If he didn't like Linglong, why was Chinchao willing to endure so much pain? Not even wanting Linglong to suffer? The only thing that matters is sincerity. Forget it, as long as he is good to Linglong. The girl is not big. Qin Dynasty. At this time, Chinchao did not know that his behavior of paying has been misunderstood by Lu Zhuan. Seeing that the doppelganger had already controlled Lu Linglong, turning his head, he nodded to Lu Jing. He meant to say, "Old Den, you saw it. Although what happened to Lu Linglong was because of me. The price I paid was not small. Look at my doppelganger. What a mess he's in. Don't come after me afterward." And in the eyes of Lu Zhuan, Chinchao is proving it to himself. It proves that he is sincere to Linglong. Even if he suffered from heavy injuries, he would protect Linglong. Hey! Even though Lu Zhuan still had 100 reluctance in his heart, he was impressed by Chinchao's sincerity. He glared at Chinchao and nodded through gritted teeth. Chapter 72. I'll be responsible. I'll take care of it. Chinchao raised an eyebrow. What does Elder Lu Zhuan mean by this? The eyes were indignant in their resentment and sure in their warning. Anyway, it's just meaningful and inscrutable. Isn't it just to stop Lu Linglong? He's acting like I abducted his granddaughter. Inexplicable. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Chinchao simply stopped thinking about it. The matter at hand can no longer be delayed. After Lu Linglong was trapped in her limbs, she vaguely began to go a little berserk. The blood within his body was boiling, and his entire body turned into a blood man. I'm afraid the blood will gush out of my entire body if I put it off any longer. Look into my eyes. Chinchao leaped to Lu Linglong. His right hand pressed her chin and turned Lu Linglong's face to his own. Eye of illusion. Unleashed. Almost instantly, Lu Linglong, who was desperately struggling, immediately stopped her movements as if her whole body had been pressed into pause. The blood around the body began to pour back into it. The original eerie face faded away. Re-emerge as a vivacious and cute teenage girl. Her lips were pursed and her face was pale. Bang 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 bang. Chinchao dispersed the 4 detachments. Done and dusted. And so on. Almost forgot about business. Chinchao hurriedly stopped the referee who was about to announce the result of the match. His hands began to gesticulate strange movements and he mouthed the words, "Lunar Prism Might, Transformation, the beautiful boy of the Qin family, Chinchao, destroy you on behalf of the moon. Mission progress, February 5th. A familiar voice sounded in Chinchao's head. Chinchao thankfully patted his chest. Phew, luckily it was just in time. He almost forgot about his mission to destroy you on behalf of the moon. The requirement of the task is to imitate the transformation moves in the competition of the Luo Tian Dajiao. In case the referee announces the result of the match and it doesn't count, who do you talk to yourself? There were 5 in total, with gains of 32, 16, 8, 4 and 2. Just fine, no more, no less. Don't miss any of them. This match, Chinchao wins. The referee's voice rang out. Whoosh.
Lu Zhuan instantly appeared beside Lu Linglong. Passage Talisman * Charms. Tong Tian Talisman, the Talisman. Tong Tian Talisman, Talisman. Dazzling talismans were struck from Lu Zhuan's hands. Lu Linglong's face, which was originally pale due to blood loss, gradually regained its blood color. Fortunately, there's nothing much wrong with it except the forced overdraft of stamina. After Lu Zhuan carefully examined it, the heart hanging in his heart slowly dropped, but it's only put down a little bit. Lu Linglong's psychological situation after waking up is the key. The art of controlling blood amplifies the flaws in her character. This long pent-up outburst, I wonder if it will have an impact. If the impact is too great, what will Linglong do in her future life? Thinking of this, Lu Zhuan turned back to the playful Chincha on the side. No longer able to hold back, he directly slapped him away. This poem, both because Lu Linglong is fighting against Chincha, only to use the ability to control blood, Chincha more or less some responsibilities. Again, it was because he always had the feeling that his own cabbage was being swept away by a pig. His heart was really indignant, so he gave Chincha a slap. Lu Zhuan's attack was fast, but Chincha was able to react to it with his Sharingan eyes on, but he didn't hide. He could tell that Lu Zhuan's attack wasn't really intended to hurt him, more like a catharsis. Chincha could also understand. After all, Lu Zhuan had pampered Lu Linglong for so many years without letting her move her ability once. Now one game with himself and it breaks the first time. It doesn't sit well in anyone's mind. Just a token slap at him was good enough. Chincha quickly stood up and walked to Lu Zhuan and said with assurance, "Elder Lu, don't worry, Linglong, but I will be responsible for any after effects from this. My Qin family has been passed down for so many years, and I have some medical skills. Healing difficult cases is also a skill." Chincha crackled. "Anyway, it's all about guarantees and promises. If Lu Linglong has a problem, she will definitely find a way to heal it." And what he said was not just empty words. There are quite a few medical jutsu in Naruto. If he was really needed, he could really contribute. And even if he couldn't obtain medical type jutsu for the time being, he could still ask the tailed beasts to help. 9-tailed beasts with different abilities. There is always one that can help Lu Linglong. Chincha was talking on this side and Lu Zhuan was listening on that side. "Abba Abba. Linglong. I will. Abba. Responsible to the end. Abba Abba. Lingering. I'll. Abba. Take care of it." How much Lu Zhuan actually heard is unknown. There were a few words that stung. Anyway, the mind became more and more confirmed in that thought that this Chincha was really interested in Linglong. The feeling of a cabbage being arched by a pig once again surged through Lu Zhuan's mind, this time with the addition of Chincha on the side. There was another feeling added. My own granddaughter is going to be cheated by yellow hair. Boo! Chincha once again flew out backwards. Lu Zhuan's angry voice came out. "Responsible? Of course you are responsible. If Linglong is left with after effects because of this, try abandoning one if you dare. Remember, this matter started because of you. If you dislike Linglong in the future, even if you hide back in the Qin family, I dare to come to the door and say something." After saying that, he took Lu Linglong and whisked his sleeves away. Ouch, that really hurt. Chincha rubbed his ass. Lu Zhuan moved a few points of force this time. Flesh as strong as Chincha. Also feel bad. Really, old people are just bad-tempered. Didn't I say I'd take care of it? And hit me so hard. Stealing you and robbing you. And, what does it mean to talk about abandonment and dislike? Make it sound like I'm something. Not so much. Chincha recalled what Lu Zhuan said just now and savored a strange feeling from it, but he couldn't figure it out for a while, so he just stopped thinking about it. Lu Linglong's situation was actually quite clear to him, though he himself had just admitted it with all sorts of assurances. But actually, Lu Linglong should not be in any serious trouble. When the blood will eye casts an illusion, it can peer into a person's heart. Only a little, but enough. It was enough for Chincha to see Lu Linglong's psychology and whether she was affected. In Chincha's observation, apart from the effect of the tragedy in her childhood on her, this use of the blood control technique did not amplify her character flaws. Chincha didn't know why, but it's definitely good. "Brother Qin, why do you look so wretched? Lu Linglong can beat you up like this?" Zhang Chulan, who had finished the match, just happened to meet Chincha, who was walking out of the venue. Seeing that Chincha's body was covered with dust, he couldn't help but tease. "Don't mention it, it was beaten by Elder Lu Zhuan." Zhang Chulan froze when he heard it. "Isn't it a match with Lu Linglong? How did you get beaten up by Lu Zhuan? Is it the legendary, hit the little one and come to the old one? Brother Qin, what's going on?" Senior Lu Zhuan doesn't look like someone who would bully a junior either. Naturally, Chincha did not hide anything and told what happened just now, added in passing. "Luckily you didn't run into Lu Linglong. Otherwise, if she used the blood control technique, you can't really beat her yet." Chapter 73, Can You Accept Failure? Zhang Chulan didn't believe it. The fight with Zhang Wenlong just now had clearly boosted his self-confidence. Zhang Wenlong was able to make it to the round of 16, so naturally he was not a simple person. A handful of poisonous kung fu, used in an extraordinary manner. If he waited for him to pull away and cast the poisonous miasma all over his body, it would become quite tricky. And the fact that Zhang Chulan was able to finish him off in a very short period of time was proof enough of strength. Chincha shook his head slightly. As Lu Linglong's opponent, he knew best about her strength and the blood control state, high offense and low defense. Zhang Chulan was not good at physical body cultivation. If he was struck by the blood whip, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good. Chulan, think about it. I'm the one who can stand up to palm lightning, even if the doppelganger is only partially as strong as I am. His defense is not something that can be easily broken. Believe it or not, I'll release the same split for you to attack. It's hard for you to do as much damage to mine as Lu Linglong did. Zhang Chulan's brain was naturally flexible and quickly understood the meaning expressed by Qin Chao. Indeed, he knew best about Qin's perverted physique. After all, it had tortured him for a whole month. If he is asked to name who is the hardest among the foreigners in this world, he would definitely say Qin dynasty. Between the two of them chatting, they had already walked up to Zhuge Cheng and Wang Yuya. Zhang Chulan was the first to speak. After a few days together, he had become acquainted with his fellow Inhumans. Brother Zhuge, Taoist Master Wang Ya, your match is next. No matter who wins, meet little brother and be merciful. Wang Yuya didn't know about Zhang Chulan at this time. A casual wave of the hand. Anything. Finish the fight early. I'm going back to the Taoist temple. Zhuge Cheng is not as lazy as Wang Yuya. Eyes slightly narrowed, a smile on his lips. I'm naturally looking forward to the sparring match with the air-to-the-air body source stream. Qin Chao raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Zhuge Cheng means that he is sure that he can win. That's pretty confident. It seemed that he hadn't listened to what he had told him earlier. It was only assumed that the king was also a warlock like him and was not aware of the true strength. Out of the goodness of his heart, it was also a way to give Zhuge Cheng a heads up in advance. Qin Chao opened his mouth. Zhuge Cheng, have you ever failed? Oh, Zhuge Cheng was confused by Qin Chao's inexplicable words, but he still returned truthfully. If you don't count the sparring with the elders of the clan. No, ever since he was a child, he was the genius of his clan. No one among his peers is a match for himself. That's why, when Qin Chao told him that he was inferior to Wang Yuya, he felt disconcerted. Both being warlocks, Zhuge Cheng thought that his cultivation would not be weaker than Wang Yuya. Woho Chimen was even the pride of his heart. In the world, there is no Chi-Men technique that can be more powerful than the Wuho Chi-Men. So can you accept failure? The kind of failure that completely negates your life. Zhuge Cheng opened his eyes slightly. Qin Chao's words were not polite. What does he mean? Was it recognizing that he would lose the next battle with Wang Ye? Or was it just a big difference in strength from him? Warning himself? Qin Chao, I don't know what you want to say, but if that's true, that taste, I don't want to experience that. Then get ready. Qin Chao patted Zhuge Cheng's shoulder in a serious manner. It was actually like he was cheering him on. Zhang Chulan didn't understand Qin Chao's words. What a failure. Complete denial of life. Isn't it just a game? Is it that bad? And the king had slowly put away his lazy look. Among the people present, only he understood what Qin Chao was saying, precisely because of the understanding. He was just full of righteousness, owned since childhood, especially after mastering the Wind Queen Chimera. Always, the only one who was more transported than others. It looks like you don't care about anything, but you already have a plan. But now, he actually saw the same look on Qin Chao's face. Even better than yourself. It was as if he knew what was going to happen next. It was as if no one had secrets before him. Own the wind after a strange door. Zhuge Cheng will lose to himself. Things. Qin Chao, like a man who knows the future. It seemed to have noticed Wang Yuya's gaze. Qin Chao turned his head to look at him. Looking at Daoist Wang. You should understand what I mean. Then I won't say much. We've all been friends for a long time. So let's just leave it at that, shall we? No problem. Didn't the old celestial master say so? Below the adagio is for us young Inhumans to communicate. There's no need to have to call a high or low. In any case, the king didn't feel any hostility from Qin Chao. Whatever secrets he had, it really didn't matter. We're all friends here. Instead, he himself needed to trouble Qin Chao next. Ask him if there is a good way that can help him to set the center court with his heart. The game started soon after. A lazy face and a lazy heart. Wang also enters. With a straight face and a very unconvincing inner self, Zhuge Cheng entered. Zhuge Cheng, since they're all warlocks, there's no need to fight like everyone else. You know the art of deduction too, don't you? I'll give you time. Zhuge Cheng, it changed. The aura on Wang Yuya changed. Obviously still looks the same, but he himself, from him, actually felt the pressure of a mountain. This pressure made him, let him, feeling. Oh, would I be afraid? No way. Good, let it be as you say. I'd like to see that. What is the strength that makes you so confident? And again, it makes Chincha so sure that I will lose. The trigrams start. It's, no way. The diviner needs to be there to know the result of the divination. As the results of the divination appeared, cold sweat surfaced on Zhuge Qing's forehead. He clenched his hands with a look of disbelief. Wang also remained lethargic in his voice. But this voice, in Zhuge Qing's ears, was as if it was the whisper of a demon. A warlock has to go with the flow. Zhuge Qing, I didn't mean to insult you. Just call it quits. It's your best bet. Instead, Zhuge Qing calmed down after hearing this. The air in his body was surging. Along with it, there was a high level of wariness. I finally understand what Qin Chao means. He deserves to be known as the number one person in the younger generation. Knowing the outcome early on. Moths to the flame. I just divined that the result was a moth to the flame. But, I'm not convinced. With a stern cry, Kuan character, Tu He Che. Zhuge Qing was the first to strike at Wang Yuya. A one-man high wave of mud, like a raging wave, lunged at Wang Yuya. Kuan character, Tu He Che. The same jutsu was recited from Wang Yuya's air. Rumble. The earth shook. The king also drew up. Underneath was the earth river car as tall as a building. Zhuge Qing looked extraordinarily small in front of him. But Zhuge Qing's focus wasn't on that. He's looking at Wang Yuya's stance. Wu Ho Chimen is to a certain point to set the central palace. As early as when he had just entered the competition venue, Zhuge Qing had already laid out a curiosity gate pattern. From the beginning, so to speak, the king was also in the midst of his strange gate. And at this moment, Wang Yuya's standing position was precisely the Sundance position. Standing in the Sundance position but using the Kuan character method? Even far better than my spells? Is this a chimera technique? Chapter 74, Give me Qin Chao's face. Leaving the word red refinement, a tongue of fire erupted. Zhuge Qing's strike was unsuccessful, and he immediately sent out his next strike. The character for Sundance is wood, and the character for leaving is fire. Since the king also stood in the Sundance position, he himself would use fire to overcome wood. He doesn't believe that fire can't overcome wood. Sundance character, Shantan Merit. Wang also stood still in the Sundowner method. The expected image of fire overtaking wood did not appear. The tongues of fire were actually restrained by the wood spells. Zhuge Qing muttered under his breath. Is this the moth to the flame? It's still desperate, but the air in his body was still running. The difference in strength didn't stop him. He has reasons to continue. Zhuge Qing looked at Qin Chao in the audience. There was a determination in his eyes that he had never seen before. Qin Chao, you asked me if I could accept complete failure. Of course I can't accept it. But what I couldn't accept more was the truth. For a warlock, the truth is even more important than life. Today, I'd like to see what kind of power I'm losing to. Strange sect manifestation mind technique. 2 pillars of light shot straight up into the sky. Brother Qin, what kind of ability is this? It looks so handsome. Zhang Chulan looked enviously at Zhuge Qing, whose eyes were emitting blue essence at this moment. That's a cool trick. Looking at the appearance, it was somewhat similar to Qin's Sharingan eyes, although it was not as good as the scarlet pupil, which gave people a sense of oppression. But it's also super handsome. Okay, how come I don't know such a pulling technique myself? Qin Chao's eyes flickered slightly. Of course he knew what technique Zhuge Qing was using. This art of the strange sect manifests the mind. The thought was that it would allow the user to see something closer to the essence. Zhuge Qing was trying to use this trick art to see what kind of strange art Wang Yuya was actually using. AI really stubborn. Didn't I tell you that you can't beat Wang Yuya? Moths to the flame are more than just words. Moth wants to get closer to the truth at the cost of his life. But that said, Qin Chao's admiration for Zhuge Qing also rose in his heart. This may be the purity of the practitioner. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. If Qin Chao was put into that position, he thought that he could not do it with such a heart of pursuit. What Brother Qin means is that even if Zhuge Qing makes such a dazzling technique, you can't see through Taoist Master Wang Yuya? Is Taoist Master Wang Yuya really that strong? Zhang Chulan recalled the image of Taoist Master Wang Yuya in his head. Lazy, warm and casual. Seems to have a bit of a kidney problem. Those dark circles under your eyes? Don't mention how heavy they are. It doesn't look like a strong person in any way. Oh, no. Qin is usually happy. Who can say he's weak? Is this common to the strong? It was as if Zhang Chulan had realized the true meaning of becoming a strong man. Move the expression on your face. Following Qin Chao's example, he began to smile. Qin Dynasty, buzz, degree. The atmosphere on the playing field, on the other hand, was not so relaxed. After Zhuge Qing again used the strange sect manifestation mind technique, the air of the whole body is mobilized. Next, he's going all out. I'd like to see what you've done. I don't believe that I can't force you to break with my power. The word hey Ryu. How come it doesn't work? Whatever. Fight. Since the jutsu could not be used, Zhuge Qing directly attacked Wang Yuya with his body. Swish, Wang also stayed put while Zhuge Qing appeared behind him. What's going on here? Why am I being transient? Not waiting for Zhuge Qing to think. Only Wang Yuya's left hand was raised in the air and moved slightly. The feeling of being pressed immediately came from Zhuge Qing's body. One's own cinnabar point was subjected to restraint. Wang Yuya's voice followed. That should allow you to admit defeat. Zhuge Qing, I admit defeat. Wang also took a long breath when he heard it. He was also under a lot of mental pressure when he fought against Zhuge Qing. He was already a humble and gentle man. Wouldn't want to see someone his own age, psychologically scarred by fighting himself. What Zhuge Qing lost was not ability, not cultivation. Rather, it's art. The 8 strange techniques, as the pinnacle of the arts, at least in the early stages. Other spells could only bow their heads in front of them. Zhuge Qing didn't lose unfairly. However, right at this moment, an aura that made even Wang feel incomparably familiar floated up from behind him. No good. Wang also immediately realized what was going on and quickly turned back. Zhuge Qing, stop it. Forget it. Zhuge Qing ignored it as if he hadn't heard it. Without warning, blood flowed out of Zhuge Qing's mouth and nose. I told you to stop. Wang also made a flash and appeared in front of Zhuge Qing. A grip over his shirt interrupted his air in the process. What are you doing? Don't you want to die? Wang also knew best what Zhuge Qing was doing. He was using the art of deduction. The target of the deduction should be the jutsu you use. But is the 8 strange techniques something that can be deduced casually? If you forcefully deduce it, not only will you not get the result, but you will lose your life because of it. Pa! Zhuge Qing slapped away the hand that grabbed him. His face was full of stubbornness. Failure? I'm not afraid of. My fear is failure somehow. This feeling should be best known to you as a fellow warlock. Wang also heard Zhuge Qing's words. I also know that I'm afraid I can't just gloss over today's events. If you can't give Zhuge Qing a clear answer, I'm afraid he's really going to continue to push it like he doesn't want to. Like Zhuge Qing said, warlocks, the quest for truth is more intense than other inhumans. Zhuge Qing did, and so did he. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been seriously injured before he came because of the deduction of the Luo Heavenly Jiao Festival. Able to. The Wind Queen's strange door was a matter of great importance, and it was impossible to say it in front of so many people on the scene. A door, air, body source flow all made a mess of the alien world. Boiling. Multiple more winds after Chamin. The riot that was caused was not something that the king could also control. What's the best thing to do? Hey, I knew it. I shouldn't have come. Just come. My clean days are kind of over. Good. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, why don't you give me Chincha face? If you believed me, what would happen to you now? What exactly was the technique used by Taoist master Wang Yuya? I can tell you off the field. Chinchao's voice interrupted Wang Yuya. He could see the scruples in Wang Yuya's mind. Why don't we just do a favor and see if we can't solve the current dilemma? Hesitation appeared on Zhuge Qing's face. He didn't know much about the Qin dynasty though, but there is something to be heard. Zhang Lingyu of Longhu Mountain honored Chincha. Zhang Chulan and the others from Nadutong also led by him. Old heavenly master. These elders, even more so, directly treated him as a close junior. What he said should not be false. Otherwise, it's as he said. Brother Zhuge, the poor Taoist does have something difficult to say. Why don't we follow what fellow Taoist Qin said? How about we talk off court? The poor Taoist must know everything. The king also arched his hand and said humbly, okay, that's all that's been said. Zhuge Qing was also quick to agree. It's not like he's a pedant. Now that I've calmed down, it's really better to talk about it off the field. This match, Wang Ya wins. Chapter 75, you admit defeat of your own accord. Several people came to Qin Chao's room. Apart from Qin Chao, there were also Wang Yuya, Zhuge Qing and Zhang Chulan present. The two parties naturally don't have to talk about it. The reason why Zhang Chulan was here was because Qin Chao purposely called on him. He himself was in the middle of the vortex of the 8 wonders technique, and deserved to be informed. As for Baobao Feng, Qin Chao did not bring it with him. After all, in the eyes of the others, she's the employee who passes everywhere. If he brought her along, it would inevitably cause Wang Ye and Zhuge Qing to misunderstand what Nadutong had in mind. Fellow Daoist Qin, can you tell me now? Zhuge Qing had already entered the room and couldn't wait to ask. The arts that Wang also displayed were too unbelievable for a warlock. It even broke his old common sense. If he did not have a firm Taoist heart, I am afraid that this would have shaken his path of cultivation. Without waiting for Qin Chao to speak, Wang was also the first to speak. He did not look at Zhuge Qing, but asked Qin Chao, fellow Daoist Qin, can Zhuge Qing really know about this matter? If possible, Wang also did not want to tell Zhuge Qing about the Wind Queen's strange door. It wasn't that he was worried that Zhuge Qing would have a bad heart if he knew about it. Rather, it is the fear that he will bear the karmic consequences for it. The karma of the 8 wonders technique is not something that anyone can take on. Even just knowing about it could invite no small amount of trouble as a result. So the more people who know, the less they know. But the person who spoke was Qin Chao. In Wang Yuya's mind, the Qin dynasty had been mentioned in an extremely high position, not just because of his strength, but because of what he knows, the way he faces things. Sometimes, Wang also even suspected that Qin Chao mastered a stronger Qi Men deduction art than him. Otherwise, how can he explain that he can see through everything? Qin Chao has actually hit the belly. Explanations he'd made up long ago, not exactly making it up. It's the truth. He opened his mouth. You're worried about Daoist Zhuge, that you'll be burdened with karma because of what happened to you. In fact, it's not necessary at all. Even if you don't tell him, it will become clear to him later. Fellow Daoist Zhuge and you, and me, and Zhang Chulan's fellowship, it can be more than just at the Luo Tiandajiao. What fellow Daoist Qin means is, Wang also had a look of astonishment on his face. The shocking thing was that Qin Chao really knew the art of deduction, and it was not below himself at all. Why else would he know what will happen in the future? It doesn't look like it's backfired yet. Family members know their own business. The king also knew well how much karma he carried. Even he himself usually didn't dare to extrapolate easily. At the same time, his heart was very puzzled. What exactly was it that would cause Zhuge Qing to cross paths with himself and with the 8 strange techniques? When Qin Chao said there was a crossover, it was certainly not a simple acquaintance. I'm afraid that in the future, Zhuge Qing will be involved in the 8 strange techniques. This, Wang also thought for a moment. Instead, Qin Chao's words caused the doubts in his heart to grow. However, Wang also knew that now was not the time to talk about this. Turning his head to look at Zhuge Qing, since you want to know, then I won't bother fellow Daoist Qin to speak. I'll tell you myself. But let's be honest, are you ready to bear the karma of this? Although just now Qin Chao said that he would be the one to tell Zhuge Qing, but after all, it's his own business, and it's better for him to say it himself. As for Zhang Chulan, the king also thought the same as Qin Chao. Since he had long been entangled with the 8 odd techniques, there was no harm in letting him know. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuge Qing immediately replied, of course, I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of bearing karma. Good, then I'll tell you. The name of the jutsu I'm using is Wind Queen Chimera. It's one of the legendary 8 strange techniques. After a long time, Zhuge Qing and Zhang Chulan, clear on everything. Of course, Wang had only told them the basic information about the Wind Queen strange sect. Like the content of Qin Chao's previous conversation with him, it belonged to the top secret and was naturally not said. So it's the 8 wonders technique. Is the Wind Queen strange door? Zhuge Qing muttered. Although there was little expression on his face, his heart had long been shaken. All along, he had believed that the inheritance left behind by Marquis Wu was unique in this world, but now it is being told. Not only is it there, but it's better than it is. Feng Ho Chimen, Wu Ho Chimen, only one word apart. However, the power that was now displayed was a world of difference. He himself had no power to fight in front of Wang Yuya. Could it be that the inheritance of the martial marquis is really weak? It was as if he knew what Zhuge Qing was thinking. King also continued. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, don't think too much. There is no up and down in the art of Qi Men. In the high depths of cultivation, it is all about the great Tao returning to unity. To have self-doubt as a result is completely unnecessary. It seemed to be worried that his words were not convincing. King also added, in my heart, Marquis Wu, like Ancestor Lu and True Master Sanfeng, are the seniors I admire the most. He was just unlucky to be born in a bad time. It was for the sake of the world that it didn't go further. And fellow Daoist Zhuge, isn't it because of this that it is all the more important to promote the legacy of the Marquis of Wu? Zhuge Qing was silent for a moment after hearing this, then released a smile. You're right. I didn't realize that in the end, I still needed Taoist Master Wang Ye to comfort me. Looks like I'm totally defeated this time. I'm convinced. After that, he turned around again and made a slight bow to Qin Chao. I would also like to thank fellow Daoist Qin for being able to help me with my confusion. Zhuge Qing knew it in his heart. If there was no Qin Chao, I am afraid that the king did not tell himself about the Wind Queen's strange door. This favor, he recognized. Qin Chao waved his hand, indicating that Zhuge Qing did not have to be like this. What he did was really just going along for the ride, and it was not something to be taken to heart. His purpose was to get on good terms with Zhuge Qing and Wang as well. When one is in the inhuman, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. They can also be called upon for help in the future if needed. Hey, so you're the one who owns the 8 strange techniques. How about revealing yourself and helping me share the fire? Zhang Chulan had a bad smile on his face and took Wang Yuya's shoulders. What he said was naturally a joke. He was also surprised that Wang Yuya had even mastered the 8 strange techniques alone. Tong Tian Talisman, detaining the spirit and dispatching the general, and the Wind Queen's strange door. If you add the air body source flow, within a few short months, half of the 8 wonders technique itself was already known. Is this the change Qin was talking about? The rebellion of caution was caused by the 8 strange techniques. Is the change, too, Due to the 8 strange techniques? Never mind. Don't think about it. The sky is falling and there's a tall man to hold it. There's Brother Qin. If I can't, I'll call out to Brother Qin to help me block. The 4 of them chatted for a while longer, and then they were ready to leave. Fellow Taoist Wang Yuya, wait a moment. I have something to say to you alone. Chincha opened his mouth and called out to Wang Yuya. The next match, Wang Yuya vs Zhang Chulan, was already on the cards. There are some things that it's time to account for. No problem. Wang also nodded his head in agreement without even thinking about it. It just so happened that he also had something he wanted to ask Qin Chao. It's about how to set the center court with the heart. Previously, Zhang Chulan and Zhu Guqing were all present, so naturally, they didn't have the chance to ask. 2 people alone. Qin Chao directly opened the door. Battle with Zhang Chulan tomorrow. You admit defeat of your own accord. Chapter 76, Qin Dynasty's choice for Wang Yuya. Wang also had an unchanged face, even relaxed. He chuckled. I thought it was something. So it's a little thing like that. No problem. Just, can I ask why? Wang also was originally indifferent to the victory or defeat of the Luo Tian Dajiao. If it wasn't for his own meditative premonition, he wouldn't have even come to the Luo Tian Dajiao. Now since Qin Chao opened his mouth, he thought that there must be some reason. What's the harm in saying yes yourself? Just by Zhu Guqing's performance you can tell how curious a warlock really is. King is also trying to figure out what it's all about. Only then did Qin Chao allow himself to voluntarily lose to Zhang Chulan. Qin Chao did not explain as soon as he opened his mouth, but brought up the time when he first met Wang Yuya. Taoist Master Wang, the first time I saw you, you are light on your feet and pale. I guess it took a heavy hit. King also nodded, not hiding. That's right. I suffered the backlash of the deduction because of the deduction of the Luo Tian Dajia. If Master Shifu hadn't realized it early, I'm afraid I'd be dead. What is fellow Taoist Qin trying to say by bringing this up? Hey, I know what caused you to suffer such a heavy backlash. Oh, the king didn't show surprise either. Qin Chao brought him too much shock. Even if he was told now that Qin Chao also knew the Wind Queen's strange door, he would not have the slightest mood swing. King also continued. Could it be related to Zhang Chulan? Qin Chao let himself lose to Zhang Chulan of his own accord in the front foot. Backfoot said he knew the reason for the backlash. It's also hard for King not to associate the two. Yes and no. Qin Chao pointed to the direction where Zhang Chulan left, and then pointed to the main hall of the Tianzhi mansion. He decided to publicize some things. Frankly, with Wang also, this is not superfluous. Wang also suffers a more severe backlash than in the original episode, most likely because of himself. And it was because of this backlash. Wang also though still came to Rota Grande Reef, but for not projecting anything. He knew nothing about Zhang Chulan, apart from knowing that Zhang Chulan was a descendant of the air body source stream. Don't know as much as Hidden Dragon. This made Qin Chao a little worried. Always, no matter what you do, he all but minimized his impact on the inhuman world as an outlier. Fear that if they are not careful, they will cause a butterfly effect and result in uncontrollable consequences. The tailed beast matter, the Qin family matter, is already his bottom line. After all, no matter how much he talks about it, the Qin family is still a nebulous existence. The tailed beast is also far away in the other world. They won't be big enough to affect the main inhuman thread, if they have an effect at all. But the king is different too. King is also a confirmed man. More than that, he is the possessor of the 8 strange techniques. A character who will take part and will influence the main storyline. His every move is bound to have a considerable impact. It might just determine where the plot goes after the episode. This is what Qin Chao doesn't want to see. He told the king what he could tell him as well. Nor is it forcing the king to do what he also has to do. Rather, at least let him have the right to know what would have been known, if he knew and still acted differently from the original plot. Qin Chao would not force himself. After all, this is not a comic or a game. It's a real-life inhuman world. The people in it are flesh and blood with minds of their own. Qin Chao couldn't control them like he could the game characters. And even if he could, he wouldn't do it. It's not in keeping with his principles. Now, he gave the choice to Wang Yuya, just like in the original episode. He gave his choice to Zhang Chulan. If he knew about it and still followed the original plot, then Qin Chao had nothing to say. But if he knew about it and acted differently from the original plot, after that, Qin Chao alone will bear the karma. Back to the two talking. Qin Chao continued. This matter is mainly because of 2 people. Chloe Chang is one of them, and another, on the other hand, is the old Sky Master. Old Sky Master? Wang also frowned as he listened. The Luo Tian Great Reef was caused by Zhang Chulan, but it was the old Celestial Master who took the initiative. It would be reasonable to say that it had something to do with the old Celestial Master, but even if he added the old Heavenly Master, he wouldn't be able to do so much damage to himself. Wang was also confident in his deduction skills. When he pushed the Luo Tian Great Reef, He also did everything he could to minimize the backlash. Any way you think about it, it's not even close. But King didn't voice the questions in his mind either. He was waiting for Chincha to explain. It's a long story. So let's start with Zhang Chulan. You know that Zhang Chulan is the successor of the air body source stream and bears the karma of the 8 strange techniques. Without realizing it, there are a lot of people involved behind him. Many people's destinies have been linked to him and even changed as a result. Not to mention others, just me. It's because I was sent out by the family to protect Zhang Chulan. As Chincha narrated the story, Wang also got to know Zhang Chulan anew. So it is. If it is as you say, Zhang Chulan is indeed not something that can be easily deduced. What about the old Sky Master? Could it be that he also caused the backlash of the deduction to be large because he was related to Zhang Chulan? Chincha shook his head slightly. It is indeed because of Zhang Chulan that old Heavenly Master opened this Luo Tianjiao festival. But this is all well known. That's not what I'm trying to say. However, what I say next is all speculation. The reason why old Celestial Master wanted Zhang Chulan to enter Longhu Mountain is related to the original Asian rebellion. The Caution Rebellion? Wang also finally moved this time. Of course he knew about the Caution Rebellion. It once swept through the entire inhuman world, killing and injuring countless people. If the old Heavenly Master's purpose was really this, it was indeed not something he could deduce. The backlash that he had suffered before was not unfair. That's right, it's the Caution Rebellion, and it has something to do with the ultimate secret of the Caution Rebellion. Why did the 36 thieves bond back then? Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai, is actually... Stop it. Wang also interrupted Qin Chao with a bitter smile. Fellow Daoist Qin, just tell me the reason for the backlash I suffered. Why do you want to kill me? Is the secret of the Caution Rebellion for me to know? Although the king hadn't deliberately investigated either. But as a warlock, it was impossible to think otherwise. But the more he knew, the more he was afraid. It seems like almost all of the older generation of Inhumans were involved in the Caution Rebellion. Old Tianshi, Zhang Huai, Lu Jing, as well as a few of his own masters. All of these characters keep their mouths shut about the Caution Rebellion. What about him? Even more afraid to find out. Seeing this, Qin Chao did not say anything more. Looking at Wang Yuya's appearance, his own purpose had been achieved. He was already informed, and there was no point in saying more. Whatever choice he makes after that, let him have it. It's good that Taoist Master Wang Yuya knows. You're okay with sort of indirectly extrapolating this time. If we were to directly extrapolate Zhang Chulan, or the old Celestial Master, then the backlash that was suffered, I'm afraid it would be hard to save even if the gods came. Chapter 77, Spiritually Tired Qin Chao. Undressed Wang Yuya. Qin Chao thought of a reason that could be justified. Explain why he told Wang Yuya that he backfired. As for whether Wang also believed it or not, that was his business, at least superficially. I see. Then thank you, fellow Daoist Qin. Wang also showed gratitude and arched his hand to Qin Chao. Just inside? Of course I don't believe it. The reason for the backlash may indeed be as Qin Chao said. It has to do with Zhang Chulan and the old Celestial Master. But Qin Chao even had to tell himself, there's no need to be so detailed. Zhang Chulan will change many people's secrets. The old Celestial Master and the Caution Rebellion. None of this needs to be told to yourself at all. What is his purpose? King was also in thought. The truest lies are often 9 truths in one lie. Suppose Qin Chao is a stronger warlock than himself. He knows a lot of things he doesn't know. Knowing your own Wind Queen Chimera. Knowing the cause of your backlash. Know the reason for your backlash? Wang also thought of this and his heart shook. That's right. There must be something wrong with the cause of the backlash. There is one person who might also allow the backlash of his own projections to expand. That would be Qin Chao himself. The Qin dynasty came from a mysterious place and used unheard of arts. The last spirit that was summoned had even caused the pressure to envelop the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. On Qin Chao, there must be a big secret. His own backlash must have something to do with him. Even, he caused it. Zhang Chulan and the old Celestial Master were not the culprits of the backlash at all. He's the one. Wang also suddenly had a feeling of clarity. But, if that were the only motive, it would not be enough. What the hell is it? Dao Yu Wang? Fellow Daoist Wang? Qin Chao's voice calling out interrupted Wang Yuya's thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. The poor Taoist lost his concentration for a moment and slowed down fellow Taoist Qin. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Chao waved his hand to show that he didn't care, but he also knew. Just now Wang Yuya must have been thinking about something about himself. I don't know what I'm thinking. My eyes are straight and half motionless, ignoring myself. When he didn't respond for a long time, that's when he opened his mouth to call out to him. Having said all that needs to be said, I won't continue to keep Taoist Master Wang. Qin Chao's purpose was achieved and there was nothing he wanted to say to Wang Yuya. Fellow Daoist Qin has finished his words though, but there's something else I'd like to ask you about. But there's no harm in saying it. The king also stood up and made a solemn bow. Please, Fellow Daoist Qin, teach me how to set the center palace with my heart, in the king's mind as well. Jutsu should not be passed on lightly. Chincha was already kind enough to tell himself the correct usage of the Wind Queen's Chi-men, or even be kind to yourself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned a blind eye to the suspicion of what had just happened and not gone for the truth. No matter what Chincha was hiding from himself, at least he had no ill will towards him. That's enough. Seeing this, Chincha did not hesitate. No problem. He did have a way to get Wang also started faster. The difficulty in setting the center court with the heart is stability. Nakamiya would have needed to be steady. It has not been easy to use the body as an anchor point. The heart is more of a center of gravity in the human body, receiving information from the outside world all the time. It would be difficult to set the center court with the heart, as Qin Chao explained word by word. The king also had a better understanding of the method of setting the center of the house by the heart. The admiration for Qin Chao in his heart went up a few more points. As for why Qin Chao, a person who had not even practiced the Wind Queen's strange sect, was able to know so clearly, King also stopped thinking about it a long time ago. He was already numb to everything on Qin Chao, so to be able to do the heart as a centerfold, one must then train oneself to be steady, and the level that needs to be reached is the stability of being able to face life and death with a calm mind. Qin Chao said this and did not continue, waiting for Wang Yuya to think. Peace of mind between life and death? Nor was the king doubting whether what Qin Chao said was correct. Qin Chao is definitely right. It was true, when he thought about it. It's just, trying to reach that realm is too hard for me right now. No. More accurately, it's that even for a few decades, I won't necessarily be able to reach such a realm. Who can face life and death with ease? Those seniors of the inhuman world who are hundreds of years old may not even be able to do it. Even the king was skeptical if anyone could do it or not. Who would have anything to do with experiencing life and death? Anyway, it was impossible to make him, a young man of 20, do it. Qin Chao smiled faintly and had a plan. He can fix that. To be precise, I'm afraid that he's the only one in the inhuman world who can do anything to help Wang Yuya set the center court with his heart. Ha ha ha, Dao Master Wang Yuya need not worry. Now that I've said all that, there must be a solution. I wonder if you know about my Sharingan. Sharingan? Is that your scarlet pupil? That's right. Sharingan has the ability to cast illusions. It can even be 100% realistic, so that people don't realize they are in the middle of an illusion. Just let me cast the eye of illusion on you, and you can experience life and death in an illusion, thus seeking stability. Hearing Qin Chao's reply, Wang also had a favorite face. There is such a strange art? 100% realism. It's not bad. Repeatedly experience the sensations between life and death without harming your body. It will definitely help me comprehend it soon. Fellow Daoist Qin, help me. Qin Chao looked at Wang Yuya, who suddenly turned excited and raised his eyebrows. These days, there are still people who actively want to get killed? Okay, then I'll help you out. Sharingan, activate. A few hours later, it's dark. Zhang Chulan knocked on the door of Qin Chao's room. Brother Qin, why have you been in your room all day? The top 16 matches are all done and the spots for the top 8 are out. Got it. It's coming. Qin Chao's slightly tired voice rang out. Brother Qin, what's wrong with you? Why does it look so draining? Hey, Dao Yuang is still there nah. What are you? Zhang Chulan first noticed that Qin Chao's face Wang also had the same dark circles under his eyes. Then he noticed Wang Yuya behind Qin Chao, undressed, sweating profusely. It's as if it's been through some kind of flip-flopping battle. With a gasp of hoo. A big question mark rose in Zhang Chulan's heart. A man and a woman in the same room. One looked exhausted, and the other was even more physically deflated. This. What's going on here? Qin, brother Qin. You guys. Zhang Chulan looked like he thought of something. Taking a slight step back, he tightened the clothes on his body. Looking at Qin Chao with incredulous eyes, Qin Chao immediately understood what Zhang Chulan was thinking. Not in a good way. What are you thinking nah? I'm helping Taoist Master Wang Yuya cultivate. It took a lot of effort, and that's what made it look like this. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, on the other hand, was because the cultivation technique was just too difficult. That's why it's sweaty. I believe. Zhang Chulan shook his head with a face of recognition. A vivid demonstration of what it means to have a heart and a mouth. Qin Chao blinked his eyes, also knowing that the explanation was redundant. Yell, don't you dare flirt with me. Eat my technique of 1,000-year kill. A long-lost feeling rose up behind Zhang Chulan. Chapter 78 Zhang Chulan vs. Wang Yuya. A tragic sound cut through the night sky. Brother Qin, I know full well that I'm joking. Can I not know about your daily visits to Thompson foot massage? You must like women. Another tragic sound. Brother Qin, you think I'm afraid of you? Wrong. Qin, stop it. Qin Chao saw Zhang Chulan hugging his head and admitting his mistake. Then he withdrew his hand. Let you talk nonsense. Is it something you can talk about outside of Townsend Footpath? Well, at least the king is around. Don't break the impression that you're high up in his mind. Okay. Sure enough, Wang Yuya's voice rang out. Fellow Daoist Qin, where does this Townsend Footpath go? Could it be that your cultivation is so profound because often you there? Ha. It's not a nice place either. I went there too. I went to save a young girl from. Put those misguided young girls on the right path. Chincha snorted and explained in a haphazard manner. Wang also, although he was a Buddhist monk, he still knew a lot about worldly matters. Thompson is something he doesn't know. But the footpath. It sounds like an immodest place at first. No. I didn't realize that fellow Daoist Qin had such a hobby. Oh, no. It's love. What a man with a good heart. Poking and prodding is definitely not poking and prodding. Zhang Chulan's miserable condition was also seen by Wang. He didn't want to be treated like that, so he laughed softly in agreement. Qin Chao, hey, yeah, that's me. After fooling around for a while longer, Qin Chao told Zhang Chulan specifically about him helping Wang Yuya cultivate. When Zhang Chulan realized this, he looked at Wang Yuya with admiration. So it is a real experience between life and death. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, you're really working hard for your cultivation. Hey, the king also let out a long sigh. If he knew what it felt like to be between life and death. So painful. Definitely not such a hasty start. A few short hours are just a matter of moments for normal cultivation. But for him, to say that the days are like years is an understatement. Qin Chao's illusion was too real. So real that he really forgot that he was in the middle of the illusion. Death by assassination. Death by siege. Death by shattered bones. Death by broken meridians. All sorts of deaths have shown the king also what true hell is. As for practicing meditation, that's even more of a non-starter. It seemed that with his current realm, it was not enough to experience life and death. It's better to continue practicing the Wind Queen's strange door first. Wait until you are further along and then seek Qin Chao's help. The three of them were jostling again after a while. Zhang Chulan started to get down to business. It wasn't really business. He was here to tell Qin Chao about the draw for the top 8. I'm fighting against Taoist Master Wang Yuya. Zhang Lingyu versus Feng Shiyan. Brother Qin, your opponent is Feng Xingtong. There are 2 others who are unfamiliar. Xiao Shao versus Battle Knight Curl. Qin Chao nodded in understanding. The results of the top 8 were basically similar except for Zhang Chulan's group. The other candidates are a bit different from the original plot. No harm done though. His own here, Feng Xingtong, Xiao Shao, and Knight Curl, would not be a match for him. He's a lock for the final. On Zhang Chulan's side, if the plan goes well, it's also a stable one. Of course, it's natural that these can't be said. Qin Chao looked at Zhang Chulan and said, there's nothing wrong with the top 8 draw. What are you doing here? Of course I'm looking for Taoist Master Wang Yuya. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, you must let go of the water. I have reasons why I have to win. Zhang Chulan wrapped her arms around Wang Yuya, twisting left and right in a tangled mess. Look so shameless. And don't blame him. Zhang Chulan was also present when Wang Yuya fought Zhuge Cheng. Having fought with Qin Chao for a month, he could clearly judge his opponent's strength. Therefore, according to Zhang Chulan's judgment, if he was put in Zhuge Cheng's position, I'm afraid it wouldn't be any better. One has less than a 10% chance of winning a battle against him, but one has reasons why one has to win. The qualification of the Heavenly Master's succession. He had to get it. Grandfather's secrets, father's whereabouts, all need to be obtained on this basis. He has to win. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, please, will you? Please you're the best. Okay, I promise. Taoist Master Wang, if you don't agree, I'll let Brother Qin. You promise? Zhang Chulan had wanted to play hardball if softness didn't work. For Qin Chao's strength, he was brainlessly pushing. Even if Wang Ye is strong, so what? He's still a little karami in front of my brother Qin. But before he could finish his threatening words, he heard Wang Yuya's voice of agreement. Well, I promise you I'll just admit defeat tomorrow. Wang also breathlessly shook off Zhang Chulan who was clinging to him. Mentally, he spat silently. Originally, it was thought that the heir of the air body source stream, even if it was not a person of stunning excellence, it's at least as good as a character. Now it seems that the title of What's His Step Bijin kinda fits. Brother Qin, it's you? Zhang Chulan was not a stupid person and quickly realized the reason why Wang Yuya had agreed so painfully. Qin Chao didn't hide it either. That's right, I'm the one who told Taoist Master Wang Ya to do that. But that's as far as I can go for you. In the battle of the quarterfinals, your opponent is basically certain to be Zhang Lingyu. I can't help you. You can only win through with hard power. Oh thank you Qin. Woo. Zhang Chulan looked at Qin Chao gratefully. Hey, still have to be Qin ah. Think of everything for me. Woohoo. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before returning to their respective rooms to rest. There was no talk all night. The next day,
the 8-team tournament officially began. The 8-team tournament is also divided into 2 sets of matches, but the matches went from simultaneous to sequential. This is also done to make it easier for other Inhumans to enjoy and learn. That's right, the Inhumans in the audience were basically in the mindset of learning, though they were almost all contestants who had already been eliminated from the final reward of the Roto Reef. However, it was nice to see the best of the younger generation fighting. It's not a bad idea to learn something from it. And this first match was the much anticipated Zhang Chulan versus Wang Yuya. Will both players please take the stage? With the referee calling the match, 2 figures slowly entered. Look, it's Baobao Song Dome Zhang Chulan, so calm and collected, worthy of being the heir to the air body source stream. I've heard that his title isn't Stepping Bijin? The previous matches were won by using unseemly tactics. You're out of the news. You definitely didn't watch the last match between Zhang Chulan and Tang Wenlong. Zhang Chulan directly used thunderous means to defeat Tang Wenlong. The whole thing took no more than a minute. With this kind of strength, can it be Step Shake Bijin? So that's how it is. It seems that someone was jealous of Zhang Chulan's fame before, deliberately putting out rumors to insult and blacken his reputation. Such a villain is a disgrace to my generation. I am ashamed to be in their company. By the way, you look familiar. What is your name? Me, my name is Zhang Yan. Chapter 79, The Reverse Wang Yuya. Zhang Yan? Where is Zhang Yan? Oh, I've heard a lot about you. Ha, ha, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan no longer bothered with the person next to him. He looked seriously at Zhang Chulan on the field. Ever since the last time he watched Zhang Chulan's match and saw his strength, Zhang Yan had then taken him as his role model. Powerful in cultivation but humble and polite. Truly a model for our generation. But now, he couldn't help but sweat for Zhang Chulan in his heart, the king of Wudong too, though it had been previously discredited. But the last game was a performance that a lot of people watched. Zhuge Chang, the heir to the Marquis of Wu, was powerless before him. His strength should be the best among the Inhumans. There are probably only a handful of people that can fight him. Even apart from Chincha, Zhang Yan could not think of any person who could rival Wang Yuya. Zhang Lingyu, the young master of Lung Fu Shan, can't even. So, against such an opponent, Zhang Chulan, how should you respond? Zhang Yan muttered. As the only man to defeat himself in the Great Reef of Latte, Zhang Yan subjectively didn't want him to lose, but he couldn't figure out exactly how to break the situation. Zhang Chulan, let me see the true elegance of the air body source stream. Cheer up, Chloe Chang, beat him, come on, go for it, come on. The sound resonates throughout the room and is exhilarating. Qin Chao looked at Zhang Yan, who was inexplicably burning up. Faintly, isn't this the originator of the stepping bijou? In theory, doesn't he hate Zhang Chulan? How can you even cheer him on? Qin Chao couldn't figure it out and simply stopped thinking about it. Count on it. It does look pretty lit. Then Bo Burn. On the playing field, the much anticipated Elite 8 showdown has begun. Zhang Chulan versus Wang Yuya. The match begins. The referee gave the order. Zhang Chulan was the first to speak. He was wearing the windbreaker from the early elimination game. Ferocious and arrogant in his stance, as domineering as a fictional hero. He said as he pointed a finger at Wang Yuya. Wang Yuya, you're here. King also, yes, I'm coming. Chloe Chang, you weren't supposed to be here. King also, but I'm already here. Chloe Chang, oh, do you move forward even when you're weak? Good. Griffin, I'll give you the chance to face me straight on. Wang also, nerves. Wang also looked at the drama queen Zhang Chulan. A rare expression of helplessness appeared on his calm face. The two of them knew in their hearts what the outcome of this game would be. So simply just make a couple of random comparisons and find a reason to admit defeat yourself. How embarrassing to get so middle of the road now. He's a psycho himself. What's the point of playing along with him? Audience stage. As Zhang Chulan and Wang Yuya's conversation was not very loud, the audience could only hear intermittent voices. But the looks of the people on the field, they could see it clearly. Zhang Yan's expression grew more and more exuberant. The eyes he looked at Zhang Chulan with gradually became fiery. That cocky aura. That courage to fear nothing. It's back. It's all back. Not bad for a role model for my generation. Even against the king of unfathomable strength, Zhang Chulan didn't even show the slightest bit of cowardice. Role model. A role model. Zhang Chulan, cheer up. Zhang Chulan, go for it. Under Zhang Yan's infection, a surprising number of the spectators in the stands had joined the team cheering for Zhang Chulan. No, man, Zhang Chulan is nervous. You guys are nervous too. Qin Chao looked at the cheerleading team led by Zhang Yan, and the same helplessness of Wang Yuya appeared on his face. It was supposed to be an inside game. Why make it look like a final? I wonder what their faces will be when the king surrenders later as well. Will the smile on your face go away? It shouldn't. After all, the smile doesn't go away. It just transfers to my face. Are you guys going to fight or not? This is a competition, not a place for you to perform.
The referee looked at Zhang Chulan, who was still soaring, and urged, "It's been 5 minutes since the game started and I can't believe the fight hasn't started yet." Copy that. We're on it. Zhang Chulan couldn't get enough of retrieving the props. Hey, it's not easy to have a chance to pretend. Can't we let him pretend a little longer? Wang Yuya, make a move. I'll just stand here and let you fight, and I'll lose if I move. Zhang Chulan arrogantly held his head high and said loudly. This time, almost the entire audience heard him. It's wild. It's too wild. This is not taking the opponent seriously at all. Fighting Dong Zhang Chulan. Could it be that he's about to show his true strength? Did you see that? Wang Yuya heard such provocative words from Zhang Chulan and surprisingly didn't even retort twice. This, could it be that even he is afraid of Zhang Chulan? The audience murmured and speculated about how strong Zhang Chulan was. Ha! Zhang Chulan is so strong. All of them have to go to great lengths to think of ways to defeat me. Looks like I'm not weak either. Zhang Yan similarly held his head high. So what if you're eliminated in the first game? I only lost to Chloe Chang. The atmosphere on the field had been unprecedented. Everyone was pulled full of a sense of anticipation by what Zhang Chulan had done. It was as if a battle of the century was about to begin. Chincha held his forehead with his hand. He could already imagine how Zhang Chulan's reputation would become. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Pretending is fun for a while, but afterwards it's a crematorium. After this match, Zhang Chulan's title of Shaking Blue Lotus should become unbreakable. Back on the field. Strike! Don't be too afraid of me to strike. Zhang Chulan arrogantly issued a declaration while scowling at Wang Yuya. Wang also certainly understood what Zhang Chulan meant. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, you mustn't get serious. I'm just getting high. Let's just fight a few times and you'll surrender. Wang also did think so at first. The two sparred a few times, and then surrendered of their own accord after a slightly more intense fight. It's good to be able to at least talk on the surface and avoid falling on deaf ears. But now, King didn't want it to end so easily either. To put it bluntly, he's also young. Seeing Zhang Chulan showing off with himself was more or less uncomfortable. Hey, I'm here to let you fill your cup. Let's see what I can do to you. Wang also suddenly had his entire body's air body bulging, and the Wind Queen's chi men were on fire. Almost instantly, he came to Zhang Chulan's side, leading the word red refinement. A fire snake erupted. I'll go. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, why did you come for real? Zhang Chulan had wanted to continue to fill the cup, but when he saw such an attack, he immediately panicked and defended. Zira. The smell of burning filled the air. There is no doubt about Wang Yuya's strength. It was still striking without Zhang Chulan actively defending himself. Even if he reacted, it wouldn't help. Ahem, Taoist Wang. You. Zhang Chulan topped his pitch-black face and pointed a finger at Wang Yuya. How is that different from what was said? Didn't you say you'd let me win? Could it be that Taoist Master Wang Yuya has turned against us? Chapter 80, Chincha vs Feng Xingtong. I'll let you fill the cup. Wang also faced Zhang Chulan's questioning without changing his face. The fire snake in his left hand remained unchanged, and another cold ice chi surged out from his right hand. Ice and fire. Cold, cold, cold. Hot, hot, hot. Zhang Chulan seemed to be in both extreme cold and extreme heat at the same time. It was good that King also knew the difference and didn't let the attack actually hit him. But there's a bad taste in it. Wang Yuya, you're really coming true. Good. You think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Chulan's temper was not made of clay. Though I don't know why Wang also didn't follow the plan, but no matter what, he couldn't just let someone attack him without fighting back. Golden light curse. Golden air appeared on Zhang Chulan's body. The Dragon Tiger Mountain's unique technique instantly enveloped his entire body. The tongues of fire and the cold ice gas. For a time it was difficult to advance an inch. Oh, that's not weak. An unexpected look surfaced on Wang's face as well. Surprised at Zhang Chulan's strength. One's own attacks deliberately did not hit Zhang Chulan all the way though, but the power is real. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chulan was able to block it with the golden light mantra. It seems that he's not a fancy person either. Not bad. I'd like to see how far you can go. The thought of a contest arose in Wang Yuya's mind, and the ice and fire in his hands continued to increase in power. Zhang Chulan saw that Wang also had no thoughts of stopping, so he also stopped holding back. Palm thunder. White thunderbolts surfaced in both hands against ice and fire. Boom boom. First there was an explosion, then the sound of water vapor evaporating. Two violent collisions rang out across the playing field. Boo! It was the sound of Zhang Chulan flying backwards onto the ground. After all, the cultivation time is still too short. In just a few short months, where was it comparable to the 10 years of cultivation that Wang Yuya had done? Almost okay. The dust from the explosion slowly cleared. Wang Yuya's figure stepped out from it. Zhang Chulan's strength was indeed not weak. Although it was not as good as himself, it was considered one of the best in this Roto Reef. Besides, he also knew from Chinchao's mouth, Zhang Chulan hadn't practiced for 12 whole years. It wasn't until the last few months that he started practicing formally. Such a short time to reach this level. Wang also had to recognize reality even though he didn't want to admit it. Zhang Chulan's talent was stronger than his. Ahem, King 2. I have one more trick up my sleeve. Eat my little white. Zhang Chulan was hit with real fire. It doesn't matter if one admits defeat or not. There was only one thought in his mind. If you want to fight, then fight. The high fighting spirit infects the whole room. Of course, it also included Zhang Yan. What a role model. Unconvinced and undiscouraged. Even if you are knocked to the ground, you have the courage to get back up. A model for my generation. My model. Originally, when he saw Zhang Chulan being knocked down by Wang Yuya, Zhang Yan was inwardly seized. The difference between the two was something he could see. I'm afraid that even if my own role model tried his best, he wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Yuya. Admit defeat. Zhang Yan said silently for Zhang Chulan in his heart. But just then, Zhang Chulan's combative voice rang in his ears again. If you want to fight, then fight. A rush of hot blood surged through his heart once again. Zhang Chulan actually dared to fight again? It is worthy of being a model for our generation. Not bad for. Omit 3,000 words of bragging rights here. Anyway, Zhang Chulan's image had become incredibly tall in Zhang Yan's mind. I concede. The referee heard this and immediately announced the result of the match. Good. This match is won by Wang Yuya. Wait a minute. Wang, also you have to admit defeat. The referee looked in dismay at the man who had raised his hand to speak. That's right. I'm going to concede. Wang had also put away the Wind Queen Shiman and said calmly, it's this, you. Before the referee could finish, Zhang Chulan's voice rang out. Admit defeat? Who allowed you to admit defeat? You want to run away after beating me up? No way. Fight. Keep fighting. I was just about to do the little white worm stunt. How can King also surrender at this time? Trying to beat him up for nothing won't work. Wang also, however, hemmed and hawed. Hey, I'll concede. What? Still not allowed to admit defeat. You hit me, you can hit me if you want. The referee is right next to it. It's against the rules of the game to strike at someone who has already surrendered. It will be removed from the Rota Grande Reef slot. Think about it. You. Zhang Chulan had nowhere to vent his battle spirit, rather like a feeling of an inch stopping, making it extraordinarily difficult for him. You? Fight me if you want to, or I'll leave. Referee senior, hurry up and announce the result of the match. Wang also resumed his lazy appearance and spoke. It's okay. This match is won by Zhang Chulan. It was a bit of a surprise, but the plan came together. Don't you think so, Chulan? Chincha said with an amused face to Zhang Chulan who was in the lower field. Afterwards, he clasped his fists and thanked the king as well. I'm thankful to Taoist Master Wang Yuya today. Chulan does have to win the game. Fellow Taoist Qin is polite. I have benefited greatly these days. As far as help is concerned, you're still big for me. In the future, however, if there is any need for help, the poor Taoist will not dare to refuse. The king similarly clasped his fists in return. Humph, chewy. Zhang Chulan sneezed and snorted coldly. If it weren't for Brother Qin's face, you thought you could easily surrender today. Descending isn't something you can vote for whenever you want. It's up to me to take it or not. Ouch. Qin Chao shook his head in amusement. Just cut the crap. You were so pretentious on the field. Even I wanted to hit you when I watched you. It's better to get well and not affect your battle against Zhang Lingyu tomorrow. It's not easy to be on ice and fire. Zhang Chulan had a slight wind chill as a result, but a good night's rest was enough for the Inhumans. When Zhang Chulan heard Qin Chao's words, she was immediately filled with aggression. Brother Qin, whose side are you on? I think that Wang also. Achio just on purpose. Alright, hurry up and get some rest. It's fine if you really don't want to take a break. You can go watch me play. My race is about to start. 2. Qin Chao vs Feng Xingtong. Game on. Star Tong, how about you make the first move? We're on point. Qin Chao looked at the white-haired youth in front of him and said with a smile, it's fate. If memory serves, in the original episode, Feng Xingtong was losing to Wang and was not in the top 8. In that game, in order to keep Wang An from eating the spirit against Prince Zhong's old man, Feng Xingtong took the initiative to scatter the old man's spirit to the point that the old man's soul was scattered. I was also seriously injured by the king and beaten. The feud between the Wang family and the Wind family also began. But now, due to his own intervention, Wang An had been defeated by himself early on, even to the point of his Dao foundation being damaged. Naturally, he didn't have a chance to fight against Feng Xingtong. Elder Prince Zhong was thus preserved. Feng Xingtong coyly scratched his head when he heard Qin Chao's words. Brother Qin is joking. How would I dare to take a shot at you? If it weren't for Master Lu wanting to see you, I would have opened my mouth and surrendered long ago. Master Ryu, come out. I have brought you before Brother Qin. Chapter 81 Lu Kuanqing's request. Swish, a morose giant snake appeared violently. The snake's scales were pitch black. its eyes glowed white, and its majestic aura made the air around it choke. Even the spectators in the stands could sense that the giant snake was not to be messed with. Of course, it also includes Lu Jin Lu Linglong's grandparents and grandchildren. Grandpa, this is also a spirit detention? I remember this snake. Isn't it the immortal invited by Tong Youfu? How come it's in Windstar Tong's hands? Although Lu Linglong's mouth was talking about Lu Kuanqing, the eyes, however, kept looking at Qin Chao. Lu Zhuan certainly noticed. No good rolling his eyes. That bastard Qin Chao. I don't know what kind of ecstasy he filled his granddaughter with. As soon as Linglong heard that there was a match with Qin Chao, her body didn't even raise well. The rush had to come and see it. Hearing Lu Linglong ask about Lu Kuanqing, he revealed an impish smile. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals is not unique to the Wang family. The Wind family also masters it. And why was Elder Lu in the hands of Feng Xingtong? This is because his last fight was against Deng Youfu. Elder Lu was detained by his spirit. The mention of Elder Ryu was a big deal. It is said that it may have lived for 1,000 years. That Taoism. What? Living for 1,000 years? Isn't that bullying? How can Qin dynasty fight? It's not fair. Lu Linglong worriedly looked at Qin Chao on the field. Without even listening to Lu Zhuan's words, he said anxiously, "This damn Qin dynasty." Lu Zhuan cursed bitterly in his heart, then said to Lu Linglong with a peaceful face, "How? Detaining spirits is the means. Other people detained by their ability. Rota Grand Reef has no reason to prohibit. Besides, Senior Lu didn't come in his true form, so it can't be considered bullying the small with the big." Lu Zhuan couldn't wait for Lu Kuanqing to beat Qin Chao violently. Good for a relief. Is that so? Well, Lu Linglong's words were still full of worry, fearing that Qin Chao would be injured. "Hey Linger you, do you really have it in for Qin Chao?" Lu Zhuan finally couldn't help but ask. He knew his granddaughter's character well. Once determined, no one can be persuaded. If she was really interested in Qin Chao, it would be useless to stop herself. Might as well ask now. "Grandpa, it's not what you think." "Oops, I don't know what to say." "Not the way you think." Anyway, Lu Linglong's pretty face slightly reddened and whacked Lu Zhuan's arm. But if it was said that she had no feelings for Qin Chao at all, that was definitely not the case. It's just that she feels special, especially after the battle against the Qin dynasty. Warmth, calmness, as if embraced by my mom again. At the end of the match, Qin Chao stopped Lu Linglong. She was just surrounded by such feelings, although it was only for a moment. It instantly wore away the negative emotions that she had because of her use of the blood control technique. It makes her forget the painful memories and creates a feeling of dependence. That was why she had to come and watch Qin Chao compete. That kind of jutsu, how good it would be if it was used on me once more. And at this time the Qin dynasty, he hadn't realized that the illusion cast by his sharpening will eye had made an indelible impression on a young girl. At that time, he was only trying to stop Lu Linglong. A most suitable illusion was simulated based on her experience. The results proved to be very effective and immediate. It's just that Qin Chao didn't consider the aftermath. "Elder, is there something you're looking for me for?" Qin Chao faced Lu Kuanqing, whose aura was much higher than his own, and said without humility. He didn't even show fear in the face of the incomparably powerful Nine Tails, so naturally he wouldn't be intimidated by Lu Kuanqing. Just curious as to why exactly Lu Kuanqing came. Silk the sound of a snake spitting out its letters. Lu Kuanqing's voice rang out like a flood bell, surprisingly with a polite flavor. "Oh, little friend Qin is polite. Seniors can't be called seniors. You can just call me Mr. Lu." Qin Chao's heart moved slightly after hearing this. He knew Lu Kuanqing's character. The sky is the limit and you are the biggest. At most, it could give face to an expert like Lu Zhuan. Others, to put it bluntly, can kill or fight if they want to. Is he being so polite to himself now? Is he asking for something? Mentally, he thought, but his mouth was still quick to say, "Ha ha, senior can't make it. That's a tosser. Even Elder Lu has to honor you with the title Elder. If I call Mr. Lu, won't I mess up my seniority? It's better to just call Elder Lu." After hearing this, Lu Kuanqing nodded and didn't force himself. He did have a request for Qin Chao today. That's why he was so polite. But even if there's nothing to ask for, the mere fact that Qin Chao was able to nine tails was enough to earn him all respect. Then old me will have the cheek to take on a senior. This time, I came to ask for something. I'm sure you know that a spirit like me would be restrained by a spirit detainer. Even the northeastern shaman clan is rarely out in the world. But I see that last time, Nine Tails Senior was able to resist the detaining spirit dispatch general's detaining spirit. How on earth did this happen? Could it be that your Qin family has a secret method to be able to do this? Sure enough, it's for this. Qin Chao also guessed that it could only be because of the matter of detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals that could make the hallowed Master Lu be so polite to himself. That's going to disappoint Elder Lu. Though it is true that Nine-Tailed Senpai was able to resist the detaining spirit dispatch,
but it has to do with my Qin family's secret art. The secret art cannot be acquired by anyone who is not a member of my Qin family. It can't be popularized to an immortal like Senior. Chincha was honest. Psychic jutsu, a jutsu that belongs to the Naruto world. Even if he could take it out, the inhumans inside one man's house couldn't learn it. Lu Kuanqing's loss was visible to the naked eye, but he also adjusted back quickly. If it were really so easy, it would be possible to obtain a way of resisting the detention of spirits and sending out generals. Instead, he felt unsettled. Decades of being unable to do anything about it can't possibly be cracked because of 3 or 2 words from yourself. Rather, the old man is being abrupt. Although I didn't get an answer, on behalf of all the immortals in the Northeast, I welcome your visit at any time. Little friend Qin. Lu Kuanqing exchanged a few more pleasantries before shrinking back into Feng Xingtong's body. Brother Qin, it's over, so I'll surrender. Wait. Qin Chao waved his hand. Wait for me to transform. Destroy you on behalf of the moon. Mission progress, March 5th. This match, Qin Chao wins. The referee quickly announced the result. The spectators in the stands were not surprised to see the 2 men finish without even fighting. With Qin Chao's strength, it would be normal for him to declare the championship even now in situ. After the match ended, Feng Xingtong could no longer hold back his doubts and opened his mouth to ask, Brother Qin, I took the liberty of asking you, every game you play, it's that transformation. What's the mystery? Could it be another Qin family secret technique? This is a long story, so I'll keep it short. It's confidential. You can't tell. Qin Chao had a mysterious look on his face and put his index finger on his mouth, making a gesture that he couldn't say. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong hurriedly nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. After all, it was the Qin family that had mastered the secret method of stabilizing the Dao heart, so it was normal to have a bit of a special technique. Brother Qin said that he couldn't say anything, so it must involve a great secret, not something he could understand at his current level. Go, Brother Qin, we went to watch Lingyu Zhang's game. Xing Tong, you go too. Zhang Lingyu's opponent is none other than your sister. Zhang Chulan brought Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng and walked to Qin Chao. No problem. Qin Chao did not refuse. Whenever you do, it's always right to watch and learn more. Just on the way out, Qin Chao perceived there were 2 eyes that were looking at themselves. Chapter 82, Feng Shayan and Jia Zhanliang. Qin Chao looked up. It was Lu Zhuan and Lu Linglong. Why do these 2 have such strange eyes? Especially elder Lu Zhuan. Why does he look like he wants to eat me? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Since he couldn't figure it out, Qin Chao simply didn't think about it. After nodding to Lu Zhuan and Lu Linglong, he followed Zhang Chulan to the competition venue. Don't look. The people are gone. Still looking. Grandpa, you don't talk nonsense. If Qin Chao hears it, what if he misunderstands? And you speak for him. You, AI. Lu Zhuan let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years in a moment. Zhang Lingyu versus Feng Shayan. Game on. Zhang Lingyu, who was dressed in white Taoist robes, slowly entered. Across from him was the same Windy Shayan, who was all white. Only well, this white is a bandage. Brother Qin, what's going on? Who beat Sister Shayan up like this? There's no point in coming to the tournament when it's all like this. It's not a fight for your life? With a puzzled expression, Zhang Chulan looked towards Feng Shayan on the field. It's not like she had a reason she had to win. Like herself, with such a serious injury, just surrender. No one's going to make fun of an Elite 8 player. My sister was injured by Jia Zhangliang. It's the brother of that Shangxi Jia Zhengyu. Jia Zhangliang was very strong, and although my sister won against him, she also suffered a lot of injuries. Father should have told her she didn't have to go to the tournament. Why is she still on? Feng Xingtong answered Zhang Chulan's question. At the same time the mind was puzzled. The order given by their father to their siblings was to fight on the Great Reef of Luotian to make a name for the world society. My sister has obviously won several matches beautifully. There's no need to fight so hard. Jia Yang Liang? Hearing Feng Xingtong's words, Qin Chao then noticed a red-haired person in the audience. He was dressed in the same style as Feng Shayan and had bandages all over his body. Eyes were moving as he watched the game on the field. I didn't realize that the 2 of them still came together. It's really fate. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. In the original episode, Feng Shayan and Jia Zhangliang were originally CP, a fight that makes them fall in love with each other and do the things they love to do. Zhang Chulan didn't know about Feng Shayan and Jia Zhangliang yet and complained. This Jia Zhangliang is really hateful. It's just a sparring match. What's the point of fighting so hard? Didn't he say before that he wanted to take revenge on Qin? How do you say? Qin, now he doesn't stand a chance against you, but you can beat him up again in private. Let him dare to be arrogant again. You're really a living hell. Jia Zhangliang, in that state, was much more seriously injured than Feng Shayan. I can't see walking being difficult, and I can't get down anyway. Qin Chao also glanced at Jia Zhangliang and stopped paying attention. Jia Zhangliang is different from his brother Jia Zhengyu.
He is an honest man and does not engage in petty tactics, talking about avenging his brother's death. In fact, Chincha knew that this was just an excuse for him to escape from having an affair with the village head's daughter. These days, not even appearing in front of himself, there was absolutely no need to bother with him. Zhang Chulan was still a bit upset. He had some friendship with Feng Xian. Now that he saw the person who started it, he wanted to help Feng Xian out, but he definitely listened to Qin Chao's words. Brother Qin didn't even care, so it would seem petty for him to pick a fight. Spare his life then, Brother Qin. Let's watch the game. I also don't know if Zhang Lingyu, this cold talker, knows how to show mercy. Zhang Chulan's worry was not wrong. Zhang Lingyu really didn't hold back. He had wanted to persuade Feng Xian to surrender, but hearing Feng Xian's sentence, "You don't look at me like this and show mercy. Bringing out your full strength is the only way to show me the greatest respect." Immediately, the respect for Feng Xian in his heart was aroused. Wind is truly a woman of honor. Then I'm not going to be polite. You must be treated with the utmost respect. Out of this, palm thunder, boom, Feng Xian fell to the ground with a sound. Zhang Lingyu, win. Sion. Feng Zhenghao was naturally present at Feng Xian's match. The referee had already announced the result, so he immediately came to Feng Xian's side. He turned his head to Winstar Tong. What to look at? Why don't you invite Elder Prince Zhong out to see how your sister is doing? Coming. Feng Xingtong automatically ignored the nonchalance in his own father's tone. At this time, his father was angry, so he would not touch him himself. What's with the wind being grandiose? Of course it's Gas Wind Xian who came to the race without authorization. After Prince Zhong, the old man, confirmed that his daughter was not in any serious trouble and only needed to rest. Immediate and serious rebuke. Xian, everyone knows about your injury. No one will laugh at you even if you don't make an appearance. Instead they will think you are doing things properly. I know you want to prove yourself, but, grow up. In the future, no more continued nonsense. I say, old man, are you his real father? Feng Xian is like this and you're still blaming her? Besides, I think Feng Xian did the right thing. Is there a problem if she just wants to have a square fight? The one who spoke was Jia Zhangliang. He had wanted to come over to see how Feng Xian was doing. As a result, when he heard that Feng Zhenghao was accusing Feng Xian, he immediately couldn't help himself. And Feng Zhenghao's face did not change in the face of Jia Zhangliang's not exactly polite words. Even smiled an elder-like smile. Rio, are you fooling around too? What's the occasion? The Wind family's every move and action represented the world society. Wouldn't Xian do that to make others think I would be decent in the world? Jia Zhangliang was naturally upset when he heard these dad-flavored words. He wasn't supposed to like being controlled. The way Feng Zhenghao looked now was exactly the way he didn't like. Jia Liang immediately sprayed to. Che, don't lean on me. Who do you think you are? You're lecturing me. You're his father, not mine. My father can't even control me. And you want to control me? You, hiss. A pain came from Jia Zhangliang's arm. He looked down. Feng Xian stared viciously at herself and, the hand was pinching his arm. You shut the up. How do you talk to my father? Jazzy, I was speaking for you. Feng Xian, shut up. After stopping Jia Zhangliang from talking nonsense, Feng Xian only lowered his head and said to his father, I'm sorry, father, I was impulsive this time. I'll correct that in the future. Xian, it's good that you know, so hurry up and get some rest. I'll have Master Wang Zizhong give you a good tune-up. By the way, bring the Jaws boy along too. After Feng Zhenghao finished his explanation, he turned around and faced Qin Chao and the others who had long been waiting beside him. Ha, I'll let you guys see the joke. Xian is good at everything, just a little rebellious at times. She is, by far, a long way from growing up. Chapter 83, Requesting Feng Zhenghao's Help. President Wind is really strict. Qin Chao did not comment much on the situation just now. Perhaps at times, Feng Zhenghao does reek of a dad smell that is annoying to young people. However, in terms of affection, Feng Zhenghao, whether it was to Feng Xingtong or Feng Xian who was unable to master the detained spirit dispatch, it has always been treated equally. There is no doubt about that. Congratulations to Mr. Qin and Chulan for advancing to the quarterfinals. The position of the Heavenly Master's succession is thought to be just around the corner. Feng Zhenghao knew Zhang Chulan's purpose. It was also known that the old Heavenly Master had opened this Luotian Great Reef specifically for Zhang Chulan. Honestly, he hadn't expected Zhang Chulan to be able to go this far. A month or so ago, when he was invited as a guest to the World Council, Zhang Chulan still looks like a milquetoast kid. Who would have thought that it would have become the best among the young Inhumans by now? As for Qin Chao making it to the Final Four, Feng Zhenghao, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. In his mind, he had not seen any junior who could have the strength of Qin Chao. Even an inhuman with decades of cultivation was not necessarily a match for him. Even he himself could feel the pressure in front of him. The scene where Chincha summoned the nine-tailed projection. Feng Zhenghao's memory is still fresh even now. In comparison, the spirit that one detains and sends to the general seems like a joke. However, he didn't share the same covetous thoughts as the Wang family and the Lu family. Instead, he was incomparably glad that he could work with Qin Chao in the first place. There was such a powerful person with an unfathomable background as an ally. In the future, he would have the backbone to deal with any transgressions between him and the Wang family. Thinking of this, Feng Zhenghao's dust-sealed mind moved again. The last time he sensed that Qin Chao had no intention, he set him up with Feng Xiaoyan himself. Then it was no longer mentioned voluntarily. But this time, the Luo Tian Great Reef. The strength Qin Chao showed has brought his own evaluation of him to another level. It would undoubtedly be good if Xian could stay with him. But how to mention it? Xian has also recently gotten close to the Jia family's kid. Never mind. Let's just go with the flow. Feng Zhenghao remembered his daughter's stubborn face on the field. After all these years of control, it's better to let her choose freely. Forest path. Feng Zhenghao and Qin Chao walk side by side with no one else beside them. Mr. Qin, is there something you want to see me about if you're not going to the game? Qin Chao did not open his mouth at first. He found a chance to be alone with Feng Zhenghao. Naturally he had something for him to help with. I just don't know how to say it. The final four will be decided today. After that the best of two. The final will come soon. It's time to do some planning ahead yourself. He hadn't forgotten the decision he'd made earlier. This time, I came to the Great Reef of Latte. Apart from helping Zhang Chulan win the championship, it was to save Tian Jinzhong. And saving Tian Jinzhong would surely lead to a fight with the acting master of all sects. But Gongqing's strength was not clear to him. In the original episode, he was casually slapped to death by a furious old celestial master, with no chance to show his strength at all. But he wasn't an old celestial master, and there was no way he could defeat Gongqing with a light touch. As an all-sex generation master, Gongqing's strength is unquestionable. Qin Chao suspected that his strength was at least at the level of a 10th brother. Even among the Big Ten, it's one of the best. Combined with Gongqing's stoic character, he was like a viper in the night. Qin Chao had to put out 10% of his condition to face it. If he was not careful, not only would he not be able to protect Tian Jinzhong, but he himself might suffer danger. Qin Chao's current reliance, besides his own strength, was the psychic art. One's own strength is naturally needless to say. Split Jutsu, Raikiri, plus Sharingan, all of which could maneuver against the two 10 men, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, at the same time, and the tailed beasts summoned by the psychic jutsu. Their strength is naturally nothing to worry about, although only part of the power could be borrowed. However, even a small portion of the power, Qin Chao felt that it was indistinguishable from himself. But even so, Qin Chao still felt unsteady. His aim was not to fight Gongqing, but to save Tian Jinzhong at his hands. Bailing someone out was several times harder than just fighting Gongqing. To be on the safe side, the Qin dynasty needed the help of foreign aid. He tried to ask Zhao Fangshu for help at first. Zhao Fangshu, as the chairman of the board of directors of Nadutong, holds a lot of power, being able to mobilize the various regions at any time. If we can get his help, then this time to report Shimoda Janaka is basically a sure thing. However, there was a problem that made him dismiss the idea of asking for Zhao Fangshu's help. Trouble. It's a pain in the ass to explain. Zhao Fangshu was not someone to be fooled. Even if he was willing to help Qin Chao, he would definitely pursue his roots. How did you learn Gongqing's identity? And how do you know that he made a scene at Lung Fushan for Tian Jinzhong? And so on. Qin Chao could not answer. Hastily asking Zhao Fangshu for help would only bring trouble. Therefore, after much deliberation, he chose Feng Zhenghao as the target of the foreign aid. Feng Zhenghao, as the president of the World Society, was also one of the 10 brothers. Qin Chao was assured of his strength. Besides, they were secretly working together before. Compared to the unfamiliar Zhao Fangshu, this partnership will be less of a hassle for those. After Feng Zhenghao knew his goal, even if he had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't say anything. Only when he thought of this did Qin Chao slowly open his mouth. President Feng, there is indeed something I want to ask for your help this time. After the finals of the Great Reef of Latte, I'd like you to stay off the mountain. Stay on the mountain and wait until nighttime to secretly guard Elder Tian Jinzhong's side. Oh, no problem. Feng Zhenghao was only slightly stunned after hearing this, and then quickly agreed. Not a word of follow-up. Seeing this, Qin Chao was very satisfied. Sure enough, it was right to ask Feng Zhenghao for help. In fact, how could Feng Zhenghao not have doubts? Of course he wanted to ask Qin Chao about the purpose of making him do this, but if Qin Chao did not say it, there must be a reason why he could not say it. He himself knew the secret of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, or he relied on Qin Chao. That trust is still there. However, without asking, Feng Zhenghao still couldn't help but guess Qin Xiao's purpose. You want me to secretly protect Tian Jinzhong? Is this knowing that Tian Jinzhong would be in danger that night? Hiss dangerous.
Feng Zhenghao suddenly thought of the information he had just obtained.
Omnisex has secretly entered Lung Fushan. Could it be that there is some connection between the two? Could it be that Omnisexual is targeting Tian Jinzhong?
But Tian Jinzhong didn't leave Lung Fushan for decades,
so what entanglement could he have with Quan Sex? This, Feng Zhenghao couldn't figure it out. What's more, he couldn't figure out how Qin Xiao knew about it.
Although Tian Jinzhong had lost all of his cultivation, as the old Heavenly Master's senior brother,
personal safety is surely protected in an infallible way.
Qin Xiao was then certain that Tian Jinzhong had no one to protect him that night.
Or was the person who wanted to lay hands on Tian Jinzhong so strong that he couldn't be dealt with easily? No wonder you're looking for yourself.
But why don't you just tell the old Celestial Master?
Wouldn't that be better? For a while,
Feng Zhenghao agreed quickly with his mouth.
But countless thoughts had already arisen within his heart. Vaguely, a mist seemed to hang over it. Chapter 84, Lu Linglong finds her door.
Qin Xiao is not a worm in Feng Zhenghao's stomach.
Certainly didn't know he'd thought about it so much. If he knew that,
I'm afraid that he would also think highly of Feng Zhenghao. Worthy of being the president of the World Society, he was able to guess 8 or 9 times just based on his own words and subtle intelligence.
Qin Xiao continued to add in order to be a little more stable. When the time comes, I'll be there. What exactly will happen? President Wind will know on that day. But no matter what, the safety of senior Tian Jinzhong must be the main concern. Aha! Feng Zhenghao nodded and said that he would definitely do it. Few Protect Elder Tian program, officially launched.
Walking back to his room, Qin Xiao began to recall what he knew about the plot. After Zhang Chulan qualified as a Celestial Master, he would be taught the Celestial Master degree by the old Celestial Master that night. The Celestial Master degree. The Qin dynasty will not care. This is Zhang Chulan's own matter. No matter what choice he makes, Qin Xiao will not stop him. However, based on the fact that he had spent so much time with Zhang Chulan, Qin Xiao could be sure that he would still make the same choice as the original plot. Although Zhang Chulan usually acted hangdog shamelessly, sometimes even deliberately, do lower yourself. But Qin Xiao knew that Zhang Chulan was not a stupid person. He's smart. His talent, his city, is as high as his talent. And that's why Qin Xiao would usually gag with Zhang Chulan. But on some important matters, never ambiguous with Zhang Chulan, always put him on equal footing with himself, never lied to him except about his identity. Therefore, Zhang Chulan also trusted Qin Xiao very much, higher than trusting Xu San Su Si, higher than trusting Feng Baobao, because he also knew that Qin Xiao never had any bad intentions towards him. Others, more or less, approached themselves for some purpose, but Qin Xiao, at least in Zhang Chulan's opinion, he was really only coming over to help himself because of his grandfather's instructions at that time. Getting carried away, Qin Xiao began to continue recalling the plot. When Zhang Chulan accepted the Celestial Master's ferry, it was the time when Quan Sex attacked Longhu Mountain. At that time, all sects for changing madness, all sects invitations to come to the helpers, will all appear in droves, to the disciples of the Heavenly Master's house. Nadutong, Lu Chun, and others struck out. Among them, Qin Xiao was most concerned about a person named Yuan Tao. Yuan Tao, the alchemy wizard of all nature, a complex and multifaceted personality, vicious and venomous, who appreciates talent but takes pleasure in destroying them. He specializes in smithing, and can use his air to smith something into a separate alien power. One of the masterpieces is called 9 Dragons. The 9 beads are connected as one, but have different abilities. It can be attacked or defended or trapped or escaped. It is the best choice for killing people. What Qin Xiao was looking at was the 9 Dragons sun in his hand. If you have the chance, it would be best to grab it in your hands. But Yuan Tao is not alone. He also had a disciple named Bean Egger, whose ability to refine weapons was even higher than Yuan Tao. If he wanted to get the 9 Dragon Sun, he would have to face these two at the same time. Hey, are not easy to deal with. Yuan Tao plus Bean Egg, the one who could retreat calmly under Lu Zhuan, who was in possession of the Tong Tian talisman. Refining weapons gave them too many means. It's like a loach in a mud pit. It's not hard to beat them. The hard part was how to trap them and take the 9 dragons from their hands. Qin Xiao's sharpening will eyes were able to trap it. Only one can be trapped, though, and there's another one that I don't know how to fix. And maybe Court Tao has the means to counter the Sharingan. Qin Xiao thought about it carefully. It is indeed difficult to do. Forget it. Protecting old man Tian Jinzhong is the point. Whether or not they could get something out of Yuan Tao was not the primary goal. The big deal is to see if we can unite with Elder Lu Zhuan and trap them. Qin Xiao no longer thought much about it and walked towards the residence. There was also a match between Xiao Xiao and Night Curl, but he wasn't going to look. No matter who ended up winning, Qin Xiao was confident that he would defeat him, and they know all of their abilities.
The spells they know, themselves. There's really no need to go.
Why is she here? Chincha unexpectedly saw a familiar figure at the door of his room.
It's Lu Linglong. Look at her. Her body hasn't gotten better yet, right? Come to me for what?
Chincha thought to himself that the two of them had not crossed paths.
At best, there was some minor friction between the two earlier and then a match. It's not a good friendship.
Come to yourself specifically because of what?
Lu Linglong was still dressed in pink today. Pink hair, pink dress, little pink skirt. It looks extra girly.
When he saw Chincha return,
he immediately went forward to greet him. Chincha, you're finally back. Hello, Linglong, what can I do for you? Chincha's tone was borderline but not rude. He still had a good impression of this Lu Zhuan's granddaughter.
Not one of those protected vases, especially after the last time the two of them fought. Chincha's evaluation of her was also pulled up a level.
But that's about it. If we talk about love between men and women, Chincha is not at all.
It's all been seen and eaten by people who haven't fallen in love with one they've seen and eaten.
In terms of determination, the Qin dynasty has yet to fear anyone. It's no use even if summer harvest comes.
Lu Linglong heard the sense of boundaries in Chincha's tone and lost her heart slightly, but the sweet smile on her face remained.
Chincha, thanks for stopping me last time.
I heard it from Grandpa.
You suffered a lot to keep from hurting me. This was also why Lu Linglong had a favorable impression of Chincha. Anyone who watched the image of Chincha stopping Lu Linglong would be moved.
Not to mention the parties involved.
It's fine. It's all as it should be. It's kind of because of me, and I should be the one to fix it.
Chincha came down with 3 or 2 sentences, directly attributing his credit to wearing sin and making merit.
It won't work. Lu Linglong saw Chincha just asking a question by himself and he answered it, totally uninterested in chatting. The heart is not a little nervous.
She came to the purpose to ask what means were used to stop herself last time.
That warmth like an embrace was just too much to cling to. But in the present case, let's not even talk about asking for the means. The chat couldn't even go on for more than a few sentences. Chincha, me, geez, we're all the same age. Let's just say what we have to say.
Chincha could see that Lu Linglong had something in her mind to say.
Simply be blunt. For Lu Zhuan's sake, he will definitely help if he can. Lu Linglong's small face was slightly red. She did not expect Chincha to be so direct, but she was no prude and opened her mouth as well. Chincha, it's like this. The last time you stopped me from using a spell, it made me feel. With Lu Linglong's narration, Chincha finally understood her purpose. Another one who came to his academic law. A wave of helplessness flooded over me. How is it that one by one, they all want their own jutsu? Chapter 85 Zhang Chulan vs Zhang Lingyu. Before it was Lu Kuansheng, now it's Lu Linglong. It's a one-man world. Don't you all know that the law is not to be passed on lightly? Oi, it's my fault that my jutsu is so fascinating. Jutsu definitely can't be taught. It can't be taught, and it won't be taught.
Chincha said the same thing as always. This technique is a secret technique of the Qin family.
Outsiders cannot learn it.
Lu Linglong pursed her lips in loss after hearing this.
Well, I was the one who took the liberty. Still, thanks for your help last time. After Lu Linglong left,
Chincha returned to his room. What had just happened was just a blip on the radar for him. He sat on his bed and began his daily cultivation.
In the matter of cultivation, if you don't advance, you will fall back.
Chincha did not rely all of his cultivation on the system just because it existed.
Every day, whenever he had nothing to do, he would meditate and cultivate. Strive for excellence in your jutsu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. The final 4 is about to begin. In the first match,
it was Zhang Chulan vs Zhang Lingyu, Air Body Genryu vs Little Master of Lungfu Mountain.
With such a high-profile match, it was natural for the crowd to watch. Zhang Chulan, cheer up. Chloe Chang, go for it. You're the best. A shout came from one place.
It was Zhang Yin carrying a group of people who were acting as cheerleaders for Zhang Chulan. I didn't realize that the king also surrendered voluntarily last time.
Not only did he not let Zhang Chulan's reputation be damaged, but instead, he made the name of Dobao Songdong known. What a world!
Chincha didn't expect that Zhang Yan's gang didn't feel that the last match was shady.
Instead,
he became a fan of Zhang Chulan.
One by one, they shouted more than anyone else. If Chincha didn't know the inside story, he would have thought it was a trust that Zhang Chulan had invited over. Fellow Daoist Qin X2.
Wang Yuya and Zhuge Qing's voices sounded at the same time. They were naturally present for this game.
Fellow Daoist Qin, who do you think will win this match? The king also opened his mouth to inquire. In his mind, when Chincha said who could win, it was basically 8 or 9. Of course Chulan can win,
Chincha said without hesitation.
Not to talk about the rest. With Zhang Chulan's current strength, plus his little white-worm stance, definitely able to fight with Zhang Lingyu. What's more, the old celestial master would make a secret move, drugged his dearest disciple. It was hard for Zhang Chulan to lose this match. Wang also nodded his head as a way of recognizing Chincha's statement. After the last time he fought with Zhang Chulan, his strength had truly refreshed his opinion. Maybe it could really win over Zhang Lingyu. Fellow Daoist Qin is that optimistic about his brother? Daoist Spirit Jade was no ordinary person either. Are you so sure that Zhang Chulan can beat him? The one who spoke was Zhu Guqing. Among the people present, he was the one who had the least contact with Zhang Chulan. It's not unusual to be skeptical from that. Fellow Daoist Zhuge will know as he reads on. Chincha did not explain much. It's the kind of thing that you just have to read on to find out. Chloe Chango. A familiar voice joined Zhang Chulan's cheering group. It's Baobao Feng. Next to him stood the slightly embarrassed Xu San Susi. These days, they are unusually relaxed. They were relieved to have Chincha as a fighter. Accompany Feng Baobao for a few days of crazy fun. Just as well, it would also avoid the gaze of the Celestial Master and the others. Feng Baobao's matter, although Chincha said it was fine. However, Xu San Susi is still more or less uneasy in his heart. Possibly, it's better not to be exposed. Third and fourth brothers, you're here too. Chincha went up to say hello. Chincha, come over and cheer for Zhang Chulan. Don't you know how to shadow split? Hurry up and split up dozens of them. Our Zhang Chulan cheering group can't lose to anyone. As soon as Feng Baobao saw Chincha, she immediately pulled him to join the large group. There were already quite a few people in the group though, but it's still not enough. The Zhang Lingyu calling group next door is clearly better than them. That's not good. In Feng Baobao's mind, Zhang Chulan had come to Luo Tian Great Reef to win. The game has to be won, and so does everything else. Come on. Split the points. Chincha, is this how I use my shadow doppelganger? Baby, don't be ridiculous. Chincha still has a match to compete in. Using a shadow doppelganger, isn't that destroying the state? Xu San immediately pulled over Feng Baobao who was circling around Chincha and persuaded. Okay. Feng Baobao also knew what was more important and immediately let Chincha go and rejoin the big group. Chloe Chango. Zhang Chulan vs Zhang Lingyu. The match begins. With the referee's order, the first match of the final four officially begins. Chincha also cast his eyes on the playing field. Golden Light Spell, ×2. Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu, with all their skills coming from Longhu Mountain, used exceptionally the same techniques, but there are differences in the same method. Zhang Lingyu's Golden Light mantra was more formal. Golden light covered his entire body, and golden air extended from his side, transforming into a giant hand. This is the Golden Light mantra that has reached the realm of transforming a form with air. Zhang Chulan had been practicing for a short period of time, so he naturally couldn't do this kind of thing, but he has his own methods. The golden light appeared to cover the entire body in the same way. The truth is that they can be gathered together at any time and flow to the point of attack and defense. This method of use makes up for the lack of realm, but the drawbacks are also obvious. The flow rate cannot keep up with its own response. It's easy to bluff your way through the defense. Chincha hadn't sparred with Zhang Chulan much and knew him well. The method is to mirror the words of the Qin dynasty. Zhang Lingyu made a sounding move with his left and right hands, dodging the defense of the golden light curse and slapping his palm on Zhang Chulan. There was no holding back with this move, and Zhang Chulan was directly sent flying. Fortunately, he was quite experienced in combat and quickly adjusted his balance and landed safely. Zhang Lingyu's face could not be read. Not bad. It's a far cry from the clumsy look before. I've seen all this progress you've made, so let me see how your thunder law progresses next. There were no more words between the two, and after one exchange of blows, the second began soon after. Zip, zip, zip x2. Two very different kinds of thunder light, one bright and one dark, appeared violently. Yang thunder is fierce, Yin thunder is strange. Obviously they were both thunder spells, but the sensations they displayed were completely different, especially Zhang Lingyu. Thunder as black as ink seemed to roll down from his hands like liquid, surging toward Zhang Chulan. Water dirty thunder, Northland Sungtan. On the stands, as Zhang Lingyu's master, the old celestial master was naturally there. Next to him sat Tian Jinzhong. This child, Lingyu, seems to have stepped over the hurdle in his heart. Using the Yin 5 thunders in front of a large crowd must have accepted it. Elder brother, it's still you who taught me well. Tian Jinzhong, as the old heavenly master's senior brother, also knew the Yang thundering thunder very well. Seeing Zhang Lingyu making thunder with ease, he subconsciously assumed that it was the old celestial master who was to blame. Senior brother, you're wrong about that. Although I would often caution Lingyu that the so-called Yin thunder Yang thunder is not superior or inferior, but it wasn't me who really broke his heart. It's that Chincha kid. Chapter 86. A little bit of a win. The last time I went down the mountain to look for Chulan, Lingyu fought with Chincha and returned to the mountain after a great defeat. As you know, Lingyu is an obstinate nature. After losing to the Qin dynasty, they certainly won't give in easily. So the door was closed and closed. after coming out again, he mastered this water dirty thunder. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Tianjinzhong also understood the context of the matter. He couldn't help but look at Qin on the stage with an inexplicable look flowing in his eyes. If there is anyone who pays attention to the Qin dynasty, he is certainly one of them. Unlike the others, Tianjinzhong's concern was not his strength, the family behind him. Instead, it was a quote from Qin. His purpose. He said that helping Zhang Chulan was something Zhang Huayi had entrusted to his father. But, is that really true? He knew Zhang Huayi's character better than anyone. Not someone who trusts people easily. Himself as his fellow disciple. It also took decades to grow to trust him. Such a man would entrust the safety of his grandson to someone who had only ever done him a favor? Is it possible? And, Tianjinzhong always had a feeling. Qin was paying a little too much attention to him. From the first time I saw him, I had this feeling. This kind of attention is special. Tianjinzhong had lost all his cultivation, but he could feel a special meaning in it. Respect, compassion, empathy, concern, and a feeling of being seen through. Could it be that? Tianjinzhong was a little afraid to think about it. His interactions with Qin dynasty, besides Zhang Chulan is Zhang Huayi. Could it be that he also knows that secret? Or does he know that I know the secret? Otherwise, he couldn't have that look in his eyes. Even though Tianjinzhong had doubts in his mind, he hadn't said anything to the old celestial master. He wouldn't dare. He could vaguely guess that the old celestial master knew something as well. Because of this, he was even more afraid to mention it to his senior brother. Anything that could possibly be about secret things. It's better to let him bear this torture alone. Qin looked up slightly as he noticed that someone was looking at him. It's old master Tianjinzhong. He smiled slightly and nodded in response. Don't worry, master. In 2 more days, I can try to see if I can mask your memory. What the bright soul technique can't do, I might be able to do. Back to the race. At this moment, Zhang Chulan was completely surrounded by Yin Thunder. The golden light spell that enveloped his body couldn't stop it from encroaching on him, sucking the bones and extracting the marrow, clouding the heart and chipping the mind. Zhang Chulan, the general defense would be penetrated by this black thunder. The only thing that can counteract it is your Yang Thunder. Come on, show me the real you. Zhang Chulan's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he felt Zhang Lingyu's respect for himself. Good, Zhang Lingyu. I've also long wanted to fight you squarely. Next, I'll use the method I conceived as a child. It's a recent realization, so it's unstable. Only 5 minutes. Zip, zip, zip. The white lightning disappeared from Zhang Chulan's body. However, the aura on his body increased instead of decreasing. Swish, as if in an instant, Zhang Chulan suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Lingyu. Swift thunder, quick, too fast. Zhang Chulan traveled as if he was treading on waves, and the water-dirty thunder was dodged before it could catch up with him. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the two exchanged several blows. Cough cough Zhang Chulan. I didn't expect you to have this hand. Does palm lightning strike the body to stimulate the meridians? The speed is really catching up with me. Zhang Lingyu's face was solemn. For the first time, he felt pressure on Zhang Chulan. Just catching up. Oh, it's not over yet. Zhang Chulan's teeth clenched and his limbs radiated dazzling white light. Full power. Thunderbolt membership. Oh, the sound of breaking air rang out. Zhang Lingyu's eyes blinked and she only felt a huge force coming from her chest. With a bang, Zhang Lingyu flew backwards to the ground. Zhang Chulan, on the other hand, maintained his sudden advance, white lightning flickering in the center of his hand. I learned this trick from Qin. It's not pleasant, is it? Zhang Lingyu. This method of surging forward to use the thunder method was precisely learned from the Qin dynasty's Raikiri. Over a month of sparring is not for nothing. After being defeated time and time again, Zhang Chulan tried to imitate the fighting style of the Qin dynasty. Thunderbolt membership is the result. Ahem. Blood seeped from the corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth as he slowly stood up. That move really took it out of him. For a moment, it was like going back to the night when he was defeated by Qin Leiche. Zhang Chulan, worthy of master's approval. I'm not feeling well, but how much better are you? Zhang Lingyu tempered her breath while looking towards Zhang Chulan, who was gradually surrounded by water-dirty thunder. That strike just now was indeed powerful. However, the full force of the young thunder is gathered in the palm of your hand, so that you have no intention of defending against the Yin thunder. Defense or offense, you can only choose one. Click click click. Zhang Chulan used young thunder to break up the water-dirty thunder that had climbed onto his body. Zhang Lingyu was indeed right. It would be hard to defeat him by himself with just swift thunder. Looks like it's time to make that move after all. Bang bang bang, the two exchanged dozens of blows again. Searing, steaming, wet, cold, and prickly. Two very different feelings appeared within Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu. This is the effect of yang and yin thunder. I still have too little time to cultivate. If I drag this out any longer, I'm going to be worn out alive. Zhang Chulan felt the remaining air in his body. estimating it, there should still be enough to make the final blow. Senior uncle, do you want to let the latecomer make a move? Faced with Zhang Chulan's proposal, Zhang Lingyu agreed without hesitation. He has pride in belonging to himself. So what if I let Zhang Chulan make a move? One is sure to win. Yes, you strike. Okay, little white worm. Zip click, zip click, zip click.
A white snake made of lightning appeared behind Zhang Chulan.
Go! As if manipulated, the white snake attacked Zhang Lingyu. Fast, faster than the swift thunder just now. For a moment, Zhang Lingyu could only passively dodge. Whoosh!
Zhang Lingyu flashed in front of Zhang Chulan. The white snake lunged from behind him, and when it was about to attack him, Zhang Lingyu violently dodged to the side. He was trying to use Zhang Chulan's tricks against himself. A smile of triumph appeared on Zhang Chulan's face. The ferocious white snake unexpectedly made a sudden sharp turn in the air. Zhang Lingyu had just dodged, and it was already too late to avoid it again. Directly hit head-on. Dang! It fell heavily to the ground. Senior uncle. The little white longworm is a tracking type spell that locks onto a target dead center. It's not that easy to dodge. This time, it was the latecomer who slightly won. Zhang Chulan hadn't finished speaking. Zhang Lingyu, who had been knocked to the ground, was seen slowly standing up. He looked a mess. The white Taoist robes became tattered and torn. There were also a number of wounds on his chest. But the state of performance was obviously much better than Zhang Chulan. Ahem. Chulan, it's already impressive to have me use 10% of my power to defuse it. Still, this time, I'm slightly better. Chapter 87, is this in your calculations? It seems that Zhang Chulan is going to lose. Fellow Daoist Qin, you didn't predict correctly this time. Zhuge Cheng saw Zhang Lingyu standing up and made a judgment in his heart. In this match, Zhang Chulan had no strength left, while Zhang Lingyu could still fight again. The results are obvious. The view in Wan Yuya's mind was similar to Zhuge Cheng's, but he was still a little hesitant. Chincha had said that Zhang Chulan would win, so of course he believed him, but the facts speak for themselves. Zhang Chulan had no chance of winning. Did the Qin dynasty make a mistake this time? He only chose to support him out of friendship with Zhang Chulan? You all have no confidence in Zhang Chulan na. Qin Chao could see what Wan Yuya and Zhuge Cheng were thinking. Shook his head. There is no way out of the mountain. But there is another village in the darkness. The game isn't over yet, so there's no need to rush to judgment. Seeing Qin Chao still looking lighthearted, Wan Yuya and Zhuge Cheng glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Now that the situation is like this, how can Qin Chao still be confident that Zhang Chulan can win? Zhang Chulan himself is not as confident as him, right? Indeed. On the racecourse, Zhang Chulan looked at Zhang Lingyu, who was back on her feet. A loss of flesh appeared on his face. After all, can't you beat them after all? The Thunderbolt membership had expired, and there was not enough air in his body to sustain him any longer. The little white longworm, even more so. It seemed, there's nothing more one can do. The only thing to do now is to fight to the end with all your might. Looking at Zhang Lingyu, who was slowly walking towards him, Zhang Chulan clenched his fist. Prepare for the final struggle. Puff. What's going on? Zhang Lingyu, who had originally walked over aggressively, unexpectedly suddenly fell down in front of her. Zhang Chulan was confused and subconsciously looked at Qin Chao. Previously, it was because of Brother Qin that Taoist Master Wan Ya had surrendered voluntarily when facing himself. Could it be Zhang Lingyu too? Zhang Lingyu's foul temper can be persuaded. Qin is also too good. It's just that it's bad acting. A quick glance would have shown that it was playing a fake game. Uncle Lingyu, shouldn't you surrender of your own accord next? Zhang Chulan reminded Zhang Lingyu, who was lying on the ground half motionless, to hurry up and follow the script. Zhang Lingyu, QWQ. A paralyzing sensation enveloped his entire body, and the air in his body was completely unable to function. What's wrong with me? Could it be that he was just hit by a young thunderbolt? No, it's not right. Zhang Lingyu quickly dismissed her thoughts. That strike of yang lightning was all but dissolved by the yin air, and it was impossible for it to make an impact. What was that all about? Is it because of myself? Is it a side effect of the first time I mobilized all my yin air, causing the rose to go wrong? The more Zhang Lingyu thought about it, the more right she felt. That must be it. It was God's punishment for him to keep running away from himself. Ha. Zhang Lingyu, you're eating your own. I admit defeat. Unable to move his entire body. Even if Zhang Chulan was already at the end of his strength, it was still not something Zhang Lingyu could deal with. He had no choice but to surrender. The spectators in the stands, seeing such a situation, were talking for a while. They don't know the truth. All I know is that Zhang Lingyu, who was originally fine, suddenly fell to the ground. What's going on here? Could it be shady? Zhang Chulan, awesome. Zhang Chulan, awesome. Suddenly, amidst a chorus of skepticism, very different voices rang out. Zhang Yan was full of righteousness. How can it be shady? Can't you tell?
Zhang Lingyu has long since died, just holding strong to keep from collapsing. So what if it's the little master of Lung Fu Shan? When he meets Baobao Song Dome Zhang Chulan, he'll have to be broken by Baobao as well. Emotional excitement coupled with a determined look. It was soon accepted by the surrounding audience. I see. I told you, this is the Rota Grand Reef. How could there be shady practices? That's just it. Old Tianxia is a personal inspector. I can trust his character. Zhang Chulan deserves to be the heir to the air body source stream, playing to the finals handily. Fellow Daoist Qin, is this also in your calculations? Wang Yuya and Zhuge Qing were completely convinced. This peaky scene really shocked their eyes. Who would have thought that this match would end with Zhang Lingyu falling to the ground? Wang also, the art of deduction. I am not as good as the skin of the Qin dynasty. Zhuge Qing, the Qin dynasty's ability to gain insight is as terrifying as it is. Chincha faced the two men and remained breezy. With the old heavenly master as his pit disciple, it was hard for Zhang Chulan to lose. Next, it was Chinchao's own match. Chincha versus Shia Sha. The match begins. Without further ado, let's get right to the game. Shia Sha seems like a tragic character. Chincha looked at the youth in front of him who was wearing a long shirt and was cautiously observing himself, thinking quickly about his intelligence. Shia Sha, Lu Zhuan's disciple. Since childhood, he has been close friends with Lu Linglong and Baishir Shui. According to Lu Linglong's words, a kind and gentle person with a little narcissism. He's strong and good at using blowing chi could temporarily blast a person's soul out of their body, or even cause the other person's soul to fly away. Among the young inhumans, it was a good one. If it grows, it may not be a party of greatness. Pity, died young. That's right, Xiao Xiao received his box lunch early in the original plot. While fending off Quan's sex at Dragon Tiger Mountain, he was cut off one of his arms and was unable to recover. With a depressed will, he was compelled by Chu Tong and became her puppet. He was later killed by Chaiyin after failing to ambush and assassinate Zhang Chulan. I'm here this time, should I? Qin Chao shook his head and dismissed his thoughts for the time being. The matter of saving Elder Tian Jinzhong was enough for him to exhaust himself. Facing the all-sex generation sect leader, how could Qin Chao still have the heart to save this and that? It's up to him. If the matter of Tian Lao is completed successfully, I will be able to distract myself from saving him. After Qin Chao finished thinking, he opened his mouth and said to Xiao Xiao in front of him, do it, Xiao Xiao. When else are you going to see it? Xiao Xiao. As I said earlier, Xiao Xiao was a person with a cautious mind. Facing the mighty Qin Chao, how could he dare to take the initiative? Also seeing that Qin Chao kept his head down and sullen, he was even more suspicious that he was holding back some big move. No, it's not going to hit me to summon a spirit as well. Think of 9 tails charging up into the sky. Xiao Xiao shivered a little inside. If that's the case, he's still playing. Do it. Hearing Qin Chao's urging, Xiao Xiao also knew that he could not delay any longer. The whole body's air surged upward. The blowing air was like a fountain, exploding out. What a big mouth. No, nasal breath. I also don't know if Xiao Xiao can still use his blowing breath after he has gotten rhinitis. Qin Chao silently spat in his heart, but the movement of his body was not slow. Once his Sharingan eyes were open, no amount of blowing air could catch up with him. Sure enough, I knew he could dodge it. Xiao Xiao's face sank slightly, but the movements in his mouth did not stop. He knew that Qin Chao was not so easily defeated by himself. Once or twice the blowing air could not come close to Qin Chao at all. But I can miss 1,000,000 times, while you can only miss once. It's a fight that's still up in the air as to who's going to win. Chapter 88 Game Over. Western Inhuman. Xiao Xiao's bottom line naturally came from blowing his breath. People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. His blow did not need to hit the person completely in order to knock their soul out of their body. Just rub it in. Let me rub it in. I'll rub it. Rub it. Xiao Xiao's ventriloquism was getting faster and faster. A large amount of blowing air spread across the grounds. Bingo! Xiao Xiao was full of surprises. He saw Qin Chao's left hand, which was hit by his own blow. According to my observation of Qin Chao, he specializes in the physical body. Naiden Kung Fu, which is the cultivation of the soul, should not work. He hit by me. The soul waits to be broken. But before Xiao Xiao could continue his next move, Qin Chao, who should have lost control of his body and stayed powerfully immobile, it only shifted its form slightly and then quickly stabilized. How is this possible? Could it be that the Qin dynasty was both internal and external? Not only is the physical body strong, but the soul is strong too? Where can someone be that good? For a while, Xiao Xiao actually stopped attacking because of his stunned emotions. Well, it's a bit of a bandwagon, but it's not even close. Qin Chao shook his hand. If he was willing, Xiao Xiao would not be able to attack him even if he was tired and forked over. The reason why he was able to hit Qin Chao with his blowing breath was because Qin Chao himself wanted to try the power of blowing breath. Systematic reinforcement is all-encompassing. Physical body, divine sense, and, of course, the endocannabinoid. This is the way to cultivate both form and spirit, and to cultivate both life and death. Blowing air on my body does cause me discomfort, but that level of discomfort is completely tolerable to me. It seems that the system's body enhancement is going to be even more impressive than I thought. Unfortunately, not every time you complete a mission, you get a body enhancement. Chance is random and cannot be forced. Next, it's my turn. Wait a minute, how come I forget every time? Xiao Shao. Wait a moment, I'll warm up. Chincha stopped Xiao Sha, who wanted to raise his hands. Not sure what he was going to do with that maneuver though. Not important. Destroy you on behalf of the moon mission. Not done yet. Xiao Sha naturally did not dare to interrupt Chincha. Hard to watch the gorgeous transformation. Mission progress, 4/5. One step further from the advancement task, Chincha was satisfied in his heart. Well, here we go. I surrender. Xiao Sha did not hesitate to raise his hands when he saw Chincha start to fight back. If not for Chincha telling him to wait, he would have surrendered long ago. That's a hell of a shot. It's already hard to hit and useless when you do. Why are we still fighting? You're looking for abuse. This match, Chincha wins. The match between the top four was so hastily concluded. As soon as Chincha got off the stage, he was surrounded by Zhang Chulan and the others. That's great. Chin, I'll see you in the finals. I'm sure I'll win. Ha 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 ha. Xu San Su Si Feng Baobao was also a little excited. When Zhang Chulan locked the championship, it meant that he had gained the right to succeed the Heavenly Master. With the Celestial Master succession, you can get a clue to what happened in the first place. After all these years, things are finally going to start to move forward with the Feng Baobao. Congratulations fellow Daoist Qin X2, Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng, too, congratulated each other. Originally, Zhang Lingyu should have been there. As a result, he was pulled to nowhere by the old Celestial Master. Xin Chao, congratulations. Lu Linglong's crisp voice also came over. Of course, next to him was the fierce-eyed elder Lu Zhuan. Thank you all. Thank you all. Xin Chao returned the greetings one by one. Luo Tian's Great Reef, Zhang Chulan's matter, was considered to have come to an end. The next step is to meet the full sex. Xin Chao could feel that under the calm atmosphere, there was a dark tide surging. Hey, if only I could have discovered Quan Sex's whereabouts ahead of time. Xin Chao had some regrets. He often uses his Sharingan when he's not competing, in order to be able to spot Quan Sex and the others who were hiding in the shadows. It's just a shame. The inside of the Sharingan I did not reveal any trace of it. If it was not controlled by Shinchon Lu Renga could not help but strike, leading to the full nature to reveal the cloven foot. Xin Chao all suspected that Quan Sex didn't come. Maybe it's because before, they beat the 4 Zhang Maniacs too hard, causing them to hide deep this time. Forget it, don't think about it. Omnisex is definitely coming. I just have to be ready to fight. The match ended and Xin Chao prepared to go back to his room to cultivate. Fellow Daoist Qin, Zhang Chulan, Uncle Zhang, the old Heavenly Master invites you all to come over. Just then Polar Cloud's voice rang out. Ha 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 Extreme Cloud. I didn't realize you were already calling me Master Uncle. Zhang Chulan enthusiastically embraced the skinny Jiyun. The title of Senior Uncle was a recognition of his identity and strength. Zhang Chulan was naturally happy to hear that. What does the old Celestial Master want with me? Xin Chao opened his mouth to inquire. At this time, wasn't the old Heavenly Master confessing to Zhang Lingyu? Is it something to find them? Polar Cloud returned. I don't know the specifics. It seems that an old friend of the Celestial Master's happened to be passing by, and just happened to call out for you to meet him. An old friend of the old Celestial Master? Xin Chao frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, it would be the Western Inhuman. The name seems to be Tabor, and he's the dean of the college. He also brought his favorite disciple. Name? Xin Chao doesn't remember, but the end of their master and disciple, Xin Chao still remembered. Both dead. That's right, both master and disciple are dead. To be able to become a close friend of the old Heavenly Master, Tabor's strength must be beyond words. Even if they couldn't reach the level of the old Celestial Masters, they were estimated to be similar. But it was such a person who fell silently. The reason for this, no one knows. If it hadn't been for this information coming out of Zhao Fanshu's mouth, Zhang Chulan and the others wouldn't even know that he was dead. One man's water is so deep. Xin Chao sighed. Tabor and his disciples certainly didn't die in an accident. If we really asked Xin Chao to say the reason, Xin Chao can't say it. However, if there really is something that can make a powerful inhuman fall, then the only thing that could be the ultimate secret of one man. Zheng Huai knew that Tian Jinzhong was guarding the secret and the old Celestial Master was protecting. The only way to know the truth about all this is to increase your strength. No power, not even the power to know the truth. Even if you know, you will be in trouble, and you will be killed at every turn. It's better to hurry up and do the quests to improve your strength. Xin Chao discarded the distractions in his mind and started to think about the system's mission while he was on his way to meet the old Heavenly Master. 4 of 5. One more time. the destroy you on behalf of the moon mission will be accomplished. I wonder if this mission will give me a physical enhancement. After the battle with Xiao Sha, Chincha once again experienced the benefits of body strengthening. The desire for it is no less than the acquisition of the spell. By completing the predecessor quest, the advancement quest is opening. The reward for the last advancement quest was the art of psionics. I wonder what this one will be. Chincha didn't know how many times his mouth cursed the outrageous task laid out by the system, but when it comes down to it, it's more positive than anyone else. The quests are outrageous, the rewards aren't even bad. Chapter 89 Victor's Invitation to Battle. The previous prequests gained the Millennium Kill, and then the advancement quests had to use the Millennium Kill. Then the mechanics of this mission should be similar. After completing Destroy You on behalf of the moon and obtaining the seduction technique, the advancement quest should let me use the seduction technique as well. Chincha followed the logic of previous missions and reasoned about the content of his next mission. With the system's bad taste, it should be 8 or 9. I'm sure as hell not going to use the art of seduction. To use it would be a diversion. This was Chin's intention. What's the difference between this and a woman's dress if she's the one using the art of seduction? He's not some blogger who can't move without a female costume to suck up traffic. Having a shadow doppelganger use the art of color seduction should count as quest progress. And Chincha had an amazing idea in his mind. The doppelganger uses the art of color seduction. So isn't it possible to do a fake out? With his current strength, he was still not weak after splitting off a doppelganger. Then what if I have the doppelganger pretend to be a member of the Chin family? Pretend to be my sister or cousin. And then the outward story is that you're here to see me. The more Chincha thinks about it, the more he thinks it's okay. If the execution of the plan was successful, then he would no longer be any kind of bare-bones commander. Rather, it's really about having a family. He will also be more seated. As for the jutsu used in the art of color seduction, surely it can't be exactly the same as yourself. It is easy to be skeptical if what the body will do, the bilocation will also do. Therefore, it is best to show different jutsu. Chincha thought left and right and finally decided to let the doppelganger use the psychic technique. Psionics is a good choice. There are 9-tailed beasts anyway. Letting the doppelganger summon a random one out would solve the problem of battle power. Good. It's decided. Ho 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 ho, feel the fear from the Chin family. Daoist Chin. Master Chulan. We've arrived. The old celestial master is inside. Polar Cloud brought the man to his destination and turned away, pushing the door in. It was right as Chincha guessed. Except for the old celestial master, Tian Jinzhong and Lu Zhuan. There were also 2 Western Inhumans present. One was about the same age as the old celestial master. Long beard and white hair, gray robe and long sleeves. It should be Dean Tabor. Next to him stood his student, Victor. Long hair and black robes, a thin wooden stick in his hand, looking like it should be considered a weapon. Seeing Chincha and Zhang Chulan arrive, the old heavenly master pulled to introduce himself to Tabor. Serving runs, English. I'll introduce you. These are my 2 juniors, Zhang Chulan and Chincha. Don't underestimate them, especially Chincha, who possessed a good cultivation level at a young age. I wasn't at that level at his age. After saying that, he also introduced Tabor and his students to Chincha and Zhang Chulan. Chulan, Chincha, this is my old friend Tabor from the West, and his student Victor. They just happened to be passing by and came to visit me. Greetings, Elder Tabor. Greetings, fellow Daoist Victor. X2. Ha 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 ha. Mud boring ho. Dean Tabor had a bright personality and greeted Chincha and Zhang Chulan loudly. His student Victor seems to be the opposite of Tabor's character. The face was expressionless, just a polite nod. Seeing that the crowd was seated, the old celestial master greeted and served tea. Hazuko, serve the tea. Little feathery, no one else, is the all-sex generation master. Chincha was not surprised. Gongqing lurked at Lung Fushan for 3 years, doing his duty. It was evident from the fact that the old heavenly master often brought him with him. He gained the trust of almost everyone in the heavenly master's office. That's what makes Gongqing so scary. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to hold back for 3 years without revealing the slightest hint of what he was doing. His mind and city are unfathomable. Otherwise, Chincha would not have been cautious when dealing with him. And a shout out to Feng Zhanghao for insurance. Gongqing heard the old celestial master's voice and immediately walked in with a teapot and teacups. Yes, coming. He glanced inside as he entered. Seeing the Western alien, his eyes flickered. The foot actually tripped over the threshold as if by accident. The teapot and teacup in his hand fell out. With Gongqing's strength, there's no way he can't even hold a teacup steady. What caused him to mess up? He just looked like he was in shock. Does he know the Western inhabitants as well? With just one action of Gongqing, Chincha fought a lot. Of course, it's only for a moment. Chincha had already started to strike from the moment the teacup came off. Shadow split technique. A breakup appeared out of thin air, steadily catching the teacup teapot in the air. Of course, Also striking at the same time were Lu Zhuan and Victor. The Tongtian talisman in Lu Zhuan's hand was poised to fire. Victor, on the other hand, flicked his wooden stick, and ice blue crystals appeared at the feet of Qin Chao's doppelganger. Lu Zhuan doesn't talk about it. When he saw that someone had made a move, he dispersed the Tongtian talisman, and between Qin Chao and Victor, who was stronger or weaker could be seen through this one strike. Qin Chao was farther away than Victor, but he held the teapot for the first time. Obviously, at least in terms of insight and speed, it was Qin Chao who was superior. Seniors, let me serve the tea. Since Qin Chao's doppelganger had taken over the teapot, he had immediately assumed the identity of a tea-pouring boy. Here, Elder Tabor, have some tea. Tabor took it and patted Qin Chao's shoulder with a smile. At first, when I heard the words of the Heavenly Master, I didn't believe them. What kind of genius would earn his praise? Now it seems to live up to its name. What a hero! Tabor naturally also saw that Qin Chao's strength was stronger than his own student from the scene just now. The mouth is not stingy with praise. Victor, however, frowned slightly. With his prideful character, he was naturally unconvinced when he heard his teacher say that he was inferior to others. Qin Chao was also just a second faster than himself. It's faster at best. With his strength and means, he could completely make up for this short period of time. It's not certain which is stronger or weaker. Sensei, Ness like drinking him to fight. You absolute can? Oh, Tabor didn't respond directly to the student's request when he heard it, but looked to the old celestial master. My student is a little competitive. Seeing an expert among his peers, I have an itch for a moment, and I wonder if the Heavenly Master can give a chance? The old Heavenly Master also did not respond directly. He recognized Qin Chao's strength and should have no problem defeating Victor. But first, we have to ask about the attitude of the Qin dynasty. Qin Chao, what do you think? No problem. Qin Chao agreed without hesitation. It just so happened that he also wanted to see what the Western Inhuman had to offer. The crowd said yes and came to the competition venue of the Luotian Great Reef. You're considered a guest, so you start, Qin said to Victor. He wanted to see what the Western inhabitants could do, but the arts that he possessed now were all one-trick ponies, and there was no way to test them. So, might as well let the other side make the first move so you can observe. Mad wow. Qin Chao's action was clearly not taking himself seriously in Victor's eyes. Inhuman of the East, you will pay for your gullibility. Beep. With a wave of Victor's wooden stick, two identical figures appeared around him. It was actually similar to Qin Chao's shadow doppelganger technique. Chapter 90, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Western Inhuman, Western Wizard to be exact. They called themselves magicians, and the spells they used were naturally called magic. This move of Victor's is the art of splitting in magic. I zip to the mud to have the means to split. You want one to beat the other? I'm not afraid of mud. Victor didn't know Qin Chao well enough to know what he had up his sleeve. Knowing only one diversion, he figured out to use pretty much the same magic against him. Qin Chao surveyed Victor's doppelganger with some curiosity. On the surface, it seemed to be similar to his own shadow divergence technique. In fact, under the observation of the Sharingan eye, Qin Chao quickly discovered the flaws of the magic split technique. Weak. Split is too weak. The magical doppelganger that Victor used was just a product of magic. Its strength is completely inferior to the shadow divergence technique. Qin Chao's bilocation was a direct separation of strength from his main body, and has all the jutsu of the main body. Combat power, flexibility, none of it was comparable to the doppelganger Victor had summoned. No mercy, a dry crush in one punch. It's no fun. Come on, give it a shot. Old iron, Qin Chao said to Victor, hoping that he would show more strength. Asterisk 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 force? Fishing for a father? What does that mean? Victor couldn't understand Chinese, but Qin Chao's provocative expression was still understandable. Know that you are being underestimated. Oomph, this cheese is starting. Next, mud knockers beware. The stick in Victor's hand swung quickly, casting several spells in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the two doppelgangers made the same move. Swoosh! 3 human-sized ice cones quickly condensed and exploded out towards Qin Chao. So fast. This was Qin Chao's first impression. This speed was in no way slower than Zhang Chulan in the primary Swift Thunder state. Not bad for Tabor's prized student. With such strength, one was among the best in the Luotian Great Reef. Good coming. Qin Chao instantly opened his Sharingan eyes. The ice pick that was originally as fast as lightning became traceable in his eyes. This trajectory, it's so sinister nah. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Qin Chao discovered, the ice pick appears to be coming straight at you, but it's actually tracking. The slightest wobble in the trajectory proves it. As long as Qin Chao moved his body slightly, the ice cone would instantly change its orientation. If you don't pay attention, you can easily get hit and injured. Interesting. Just checking to see if I can copy Western magic with my copying ability. Copy. As soon as the ability was activated, The air within Chincha's body operated in a way it had never done before. An ice pick that was bigger than Victor's similarly appeared in front of Chincha. The eye of copy works on magic, too. You get a taste of what it's like to be hit by your own magic. The giant ice pick met Victor's ice pick at an equally fast speed. What's going on here? Looking at the ice cone summoned by Chincha, the aura on it was more than familiar to Victor. That's his magic. How did Chincha learn it? Could he learn someone else's magic just by looking at them? There was no time for him to think anymore. Chincha's ice pick had already collided with his own. I have more than you. Settle one and I'll see how you can settle the next. Victor quickly calmed down. He released 2 more ice cones through his detachment, which Chincha could not solve in a short period of time. This encounter was definitely a win for himself. You think you won? Chincha noticed Victor's scowl. You think you're the only one who can play mind games? Victor's heart tightened slightly as he understood Chincha's words. What do you mean? How can you win over my 3 ice picks with one? Not waiting for Victor to finish. Boom! There was a loud crash, followed by several sudden swoosh sounds. Nope! What's going on here? Victor realized something was wrong. After Chincha's ice cone in front of him was knocked away, it unexpectedly split again. A dozen ice picks split at once. Not only did it destroy his 3 ice picks, but it was coming at itself with vigor. Chincha also worked on the ice pick. It was too late to cast any more magic to resist. Victor rushed to get the 2 doppelgangers to fend off the damage last time. But, the 2 doppelgangers were decimated and destroyed, buying Victor only 2 seconds. But Victor was also an expert, and 2 seconds was more than enough time for him. A layer of ice blue armor appeared on his body. The ice pick hit it and couldn't damage it in the slightest. However, the huge impact was not easy for Victor, and a muffled grunt came out of his mouth. Brother Qin NB. Zhang Chulan immediately cheered when he saw Chincha gaining an advantage in his first encounter. Qin NB. Qin, you are the best. Chincha, how does it feel? A bit humiliating. Victor, go on. Show me some of your real strength. Chincha didn't see anything strange about magic yet, and wanted to see more of it. Arrogant. I don't believe you copy everything. Puffs of magic shot out of Victor's stick. There was fire, water, ice. There's even thunder. Manipulating the 5 elements? Chincha looked at the various kinds of magic and said silently, that's right. The characteristic of Western magicians is that they are able to manipulate the 5 elements. Of course, in the West it's called the elements. Manipulate different elements to unleash magic. There are advantages and disadvantages compared to jutsu, I guess. Chincha made the comment. The advantage of magic is that being able to manipulate different elements, the means naturally become more numerous. When faced with complex situations, there are ways to resolve them. Also there are many types. Attack, defense, healing, summoning. The list is endless, but therein lies its disadvantage. More is not better, just like Victor is now, although it can unleash a wide variety of magic, but none of the power is strong. No better than an inhuman who specializes in a single art. It's time to teach him a lesson. 2. A red aura flourished in Chincha's eyes. Copy, or copy. The same magic struck from Chincha's hands, more powerful and more varied. The attribute-less air in his body allows him to use any magic with maximum power. That's something Victor doesn't have. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Dust filled the entire arena. The dust cleared, revealing the figure. The result, obviously, is known. It was the Qin dynasty that won. Victor fell to his knees, and the wooden stick in his hand appeared in Chincha's hand at an unknown time. Give it back. Give it back. You give it back. Victor gritted his teeth and looked at Chincha with a red face. It was the medium through which he cast his magic, and was as important as his life. What is a medium? Simply put, it's a tool for magicians to use magic. Magic can certainly be used without a medium, but by having a medium, the magic used is enhanced, and the magician uses it with less consumption. As a result, almost every magician has their own medium. Some are books, some are rings, and some are brooms. Whatever it is anyway, the medium is not easy to come by, and every wizard treats it as a treasure, unwilling to lend it to others so easily. What's more, it was taken in public. Chincha also froze for a moment when he saw Victor's face suddenly change drastically. He didn't realize how important the sticks were to Victor. Just wanted to bring it over to observe out of curiosity. Feeling carefully, it seemed to be similar to the artifacts refined by the refiners. I was just about to try it myself when I saw the look in Victor's eyes like he was being cuckolded. It was finally decided to give it back to him. Here, after all, they were guests of the old heavenly master, and they had no grievances. It's better not to overdo it. This Western foreigner is a little too petty. Can't you look at it? Can't you touch it? And just then, a bright voice rang out. Ha ha ha, since you like it, Chincha, I'll give it to you. Chapter 91, get a stick and hit it here. After Tabor finished speaking, He nodded to Chincha and told him to feel free to take it. He was also amazed at Chincha's performance just now. That kind of magic that can copy others is really powerful. However, the old heavenly master's words earlier had already prepared him mentally. Seeing that Chincha easily defeated his student, he was not too surprised. The mysterious East always produced some mysterious and powerful people. What? Teacher? English? Victor looked at his teacher with an anxious face after hearing his words. The wooden stick was an important medium to use magic for himself, so how could he give it to someone else? Unimpressed, Tabor said soothingly to his student. Victor, how many times have I told you? A qualified magician doesn't need to use external objects. You're too gifted to be trapped by a medium. But, Tabor's words were something Victor had heard more times than he knew what to do with. He certainly wanted to be able to do magic of full power without relying on a medium. But which magician who can achieve that kind of level is not a titan of the Western magic world, which has not already undergone hundreds of years of cultivation? Is it possible for a teacher to want to be like them now? I'm only a couple dozen years old. Victor, stop talking. In the East, it is necessary to bring gifts when visiting someone's home. Your wooden stick is a gift to the Qin dynasty, and will help you find a better medium this time out. You don't have to worry about that aspect. Victor thinks very highly of his prized pupil. It's just the right opportunity to use this to work him out. Got it, Sensei. Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Victor knew his teacher's mind was made up and could only accept it reluctantly. The old celestial master kept smiling. Seeing that Tabor made the decision to give the wooden stick to Chincha, he did not stop it. The smile on his face was more cheerful. Ha ha ha, Tabor, I thought you were here to trash me this time. I didn't realize that it was for a gift. The wooden stick is indeed a good magic weapon. When Chincha got it, it was like a tiger with wings. Tabor, hey, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Ha ha ha. Several of the elders continued back to the house to catch up. Victor strained his face, naturally in a bad mood with the loss of his medium, even if the teacher promised him to find a better one. But when he saw Chincha constantly playing with the wooden stick, he always had a NTR feeling. With a casual farewell, he also left with Tabor. As soon as the crowd left, Zhang Chulan immediately came to Chincha. Brother Qin, let me have some fun. It's kinda pushy to play with a wooden stick. The feeling when Victor fought just now was particularly similar to certain movies. Chloe Chang also wanted to experience the experience. Here, have some fun. Chincha had already roughly figured out what the wooden stick did. It enhances the strength of the spell, gives the spell some extra abilities. His Raikiri, for example, if made through a wooden stick, it would be possible to hit like a blade and slice out horizontally. The chopping out distance is not far, but if it is performed when, it can also produce unexpected effects. However, Raik is better with Surge if you want to utilize its full power. It's a bit of a give and take to make it with a wooden stick. The good thing is, this approach will reduce the consumption of air. If you are facing a large number of enemies or use it frequently, casting Thundercut with a wooden stick is a better option. Overall, the wooden stick is a very good magic weapon indeed. No wonder Victor's expression just now was so crackle. Once Zhang Chulan got his hands on it, he couldn't wait to test it out. First, the Golden Light Mantra. With the help of the wooden stick, Zhang Chulan was able to transform his form with air, which was not a small improvement. As for the Thunder method, elevation is rather similar to that of the Qin dynasty. The same is true for increasing attack range and reducing consumption. After having fun, Zhang Chulan reluctantly returned the wooden stick to Chincha. Chincha saw Zhang Chulan's mind and asked directly, "What? You want it?" The wooden stick was really not a small enhancement for the current Zhang Chulan. It's normal for him to want it. Forget it. Elder Tabor is for you, Brother Qin. What am I going to come over here for? Besides, who are we, brother and sister? What's yours is not mine. When I want to use it, I can't just borrow it from you. Zhang Chulan returned the wooden stick to Chincha without a hint of covetousness in his heart. Chincha nodded his head, not commenting on Zhang Chulan's idea. He does need it now. Full sex is coming tomorrow after the final. He himself will face Gongqing straight on. Having a wooden stick is one more means to an end. Time quickly came to the next day. The finals of the Luotian Great Reef had finally begun. In what should have been a highly anticipated match, those in the viewing gallery seemed disinterested. Except for one. Oh, no, it's two. Zhang Chulan, go for it. Zhang Chulan, go for it. Ha, why aren't you all yelling cheer? Why are you all so calm after such a great game? Zhang Yan looked suspiciously at the calm crowd behind him. One was so disinterested that it didn't look like they were watching the final at all. Leave them alone. Zhang Chulan will make his debut soon. Cheer him on. Feng Baobao held up a sign with Zhang Chulan will win in both hands and called for Zhang Chulan. Xu San held his forehead with his hand, but did not stop Feng Baobao's behavior. He could understand Feng Baobao's excitement. After decades of searching, I'm finally going to see a clue. No one who puts this on can control the mood. What's more, it was the simple-minded Feng Baobao. But there's really no suspense in this game. Didn't you hear the alien talk around you? Gee, what's so great about the finals? Chincha looked like he was specially invited to open the way for Zhang Chulan. This champion, it must be Zhang Chulan. That's right, Chincha and Zhang Chulan are almost as close as blood brothers. There's no point in comparing this final at all. In the past few days, the foreigners who came to the Luotian Great Reef could tell that Chincha and Zhang Chulan were on good terms, and both of them are everywhere people. The final is unlikely to be a fratricide, not even if the winner's reward was a Tongtian talisman. And it does. As the referee symbolically shouted game on, Chincha and Zhang Chulan shared a smile. Chincha, how? Do you want to give it a try? Little white longworm, it wasn't used on me during sparring before. Why don't you let me feel it too? Chincha is not just paying lip service. He really wanted to try what it would feel like to be hit by a little white longworm. There is also a comparison in this. Zhang Lingyu needed 10% of his strength to block the little white worm. And how much do you need for yourself? Zhang Chulan looked at Chincha, who leaped forward, and honestly, he really didn't want to fight. It was really abused. But if he didn't do it, Qin wouldn't find an excuse to put shoes on himself later. Would he? A couple rounds of a millennium kill for yourself? Expression of surprise. Thinking about the feeling of the millennium kill, Zhang Chulan subconsciously shivered. Never mind. Just do it. It's a bit of a physical effort at best. It's nothing compared to a localized setback. Brother Qin, in advance. Fighting is fighting, but you don't fight back. Okay? No problem. You don't want to ink it. Just do it. Just hit it towards here. Qin Chao took off his top, revealing his refined upper body, and urged Zhang Chulan to do it. As for why the top is off, that is naturally to prevent the destruction of the world and to guard the peace of the universe, love and justice. Of course not. It's to prevent the clothes from being broken. Idiot. Brother Qin, I'm coming. Little white longworm. Zhang Chulan directly operated his entire body's air and stored up his strength for a full minute before launching the little white longworm. He was afraid that Qin Chao would not be beaten enough. Chapter 92 Hard Resistance Against the Small White Longworm. The little white worm, which was fully utilized, was 3 times thicker than the original. It went from a bucket thick to 3 buckets thick. Good coming. Qin Chao was not careless and ran his air to protect his body. He had tried to physically resist palm lightning before. No substantial damage was done to myself though, but it is also a slight shock to the internal organs. Skin wounds were also suffered. The little white worm is several times stronger than the palm thunderbolt. Its power was far from being comparable to palm lightning. Qin Chao had a brain fart before he directly used his physical body to carry it. If you get hurt because of carelessness, it affects the next plan. That's just asking for trouble. They're fighting. Zhang Chulan also used little white longworm. Looking at the power, it was even greater than the last time he beat Zhang Lingyu. Is it really that drama about brothers turning against each other? The audience in the stands didn't expect the final to be a real fight. The discussion has begun. Almost all of the young generation of foreigners who participated in the Luotian Great Reef were present. Brother Lingyu, do you think you can block this move? Zhuge Qing looked at the situation on the field with a somewhat grave expression on his face. The reason why he asked Zhang Lingyu was because he was not sure he would be able to block this move himself. Little white worm is a tracking type of thunderbolt. If you want it to stop, all you have to do is hit it head on. But it's easier said than done. Leifa was already known for its offensive power. To defeat it head on, one would need to consume more than the air of the thunder spell to cancel it out, and it needs to explode with enough air in a short period of time. It can be very difficult. Zhuge Qing thought to himself that he did. It was okay to let him surround himself with Zhang Chulan. If you face the white worm directly, your defense will be broken in a minute. This also relates to the characteristics of the Wuhochiman. It is said that there are specialties. Chimera can defend, but is not good at defense. Hearing Zhuge Qing's inquiry, Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Finally, and still reluctantly, if I'm facing the little white longworm of this game, I can't stop it. Although he didn't want to admit it, he needed to use 10% of his strength to defuse the previous little white worm. This time it's all become triple the size. Is he going to use 30% of his strength? There's no such thing. That's good. That's good. Zhuge Qing was relieved to hear Zhang Lingyu's reply. Don't be afraid of getting bad grades. Be afraid of getting bad grades all by yourself. And there are people who can't stop it either just fine. Taoist Master Wan Yuya, can you block it? Zhuge Qing was ready to drag Wang down as well. Me? I probably could. Wang also recalled that he still had a lot of magic spells that he did not use, so it was not a big problem for him to block the little white longworm. Oh, you can. Zhuge Qing was a bit frustrated. It was rather like bad student facing good student. When bad students say they can't, they really can't. When a good student says they might be able to, they must be able to. Zhang Lingyu's feelings were similar to Zhuge Qing's. Wang also saw this and smiled easily. Not really. Let's not talk about the fact that it was impossible for Zhang Chulan to have such a long time to store up his power in an actual battle. Even if he does release it, there's really nothing you guys can do? Of course, direct hard resistance like Chinchao's certainly couldn't be done. He's too artistic to learn. Then there was always a way to solve Zhang Chulan before the little white longworm hit him, right? After resolving Zhang Chulan? So what if the little white longworm could track? The big deal is that neither one loses. Yeah, X2. Wang Yuya's words caused Zhuge Qing and Zhang Lingyu to come to a realization. They just took the bull by the horns. I've been thinking about how to defend myself against the little white worm, just like Qin Chao. That's not necessary. What's the point of comparing it to a pervert like Qin Chao? Just like Wang Yuya said, taking the lead in resolving Zhang Chulan would be a lose-lose situation at best. But a new problem has arisen. With the speed of the little white longworm, can we really finish off Zhang Chulan before it hits us? Zhuge Qing responded and continued to ask questions. Zhang Lingyu shook her head, indicating that she couldn't. The little white worm is faster than lightning. If you can avoid it, did he still need to carry it hard when he was competing with Zhang Chulan? Then what's the use of what Taoist master Wang Yuya said? It's the same as not saying anything. It seems that we are still one step below Zhang Chulan, several ranks below the Qin dynasty. Wang Yuya, why are you looking at me? I can hide. Who knew you couldn't? He had Watchman Chaos Gold and was able to control time for a short period of time. You'll have no problem avoiding the little white worm. Put X2, Zhuge Qing and Zhang Lingyu, as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. Their eyes were lifeless. Turns out, the clown's been himself all along. Never mind. Let's just watch the game. The playing field. The little white longworm had already arrived in front of Qin Chao. Although he hadn't touched it yet, he could feel the majestic power contained within. Luckily, I didn't use my flesh to resist it. Otherwise, I might really have to suffer. It was too late to lament. The little white longworm and Qin Chao officially collided with each other. Boom 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 zilla zilla bang 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 ka 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 ka. More onomatopoeia on purpose to show the power. A huge force that had never been felt before came from Qin Chao's chest, protecting the air in front of the body. After consuming most of the power of the small white worm, it finally couldn't resist and shattered apart. The rest of the power could only be resisted with the flesh. Almost instantly, a deep mark was scratched across the ground. Qin Chao was knocked back by the impact, but the body did not fall. Hoo. Qin Chao breathed heavily. The air in his body was about half depleted. The chest was just as charred and blackened as it had been before facing the palm lightning. Brother Qin, are you alright? Seeing this, Zhang Chulan hurriedly inquired. Don't hurt Qin, not a big problem. Qin Chao's air calms the impact of the little white worm. With a little rest, you can recover quickly. That's good. Seeing that Qin Chao was indeed unharmed, Zhang Chulan finally couldn't help but lament. Hey Qin, why are you so powerful? I can't even hurt you if you stand still. Learn more, practice more, listen more. Qin Chao's mouth grinned. Don't look at him as if he's quite a mess. But a lot of people can't do that kind of lycanthropy. With the power just now, even an older generation powerhouse who had been practicing for decades would need to weigh their strength. What's more, Qin Chao was receiving it head-on and hard. Its gold content can be imagined. If I get another body enhancement, then it should be a lot easier for me. System, give it some power. The last time, it also rewarded physical enhancement after completing the prequests. The reward for this prequest is the art of color seduction. How can you add to the reward for such a useless jutsu? After resting for a moment, Zhang Chulan proposed. Brother Qin, can you fulfill one of my conditions? That is, before you voluntarily admit defeat, can you pretend to be knocked to the ground by me, so that I can pretend? Being able to beat Qin in public, even if it's fake, can be used as a bargaining chip for bragging rights when he goes out later. Zhang Chulan could already think of the picture in the future. Are you Zhang Chulan? I don't think so. I've beaten Qin Chao. Don't think you can do anything by defeating Qin dynasty? Who doesn't know that was staged? I've beaten Qin Chao. You don't think you're really strong, do you? I'll crush you like an ant. You can't beat Qin Chao. I've beaten him. You, stop talking. I'll show you what the sky's the limit. I knocked out Qin Chao. I knocked out Qin Chao. I knocked out Qin Chao. Looking at Zhang Chulan, whose expression gradually became obscene, Qin Chao felt that he was thinking of something inexplicable. You better just be trying to play hard to get and not really want to beat me to the ground. Chapter 93, Zhang Chulan doesn't want it. Neither does Qin Chao. That's fine. I'll meet you. It was not easy for Zhang Chulan to reach the finals, and he did not suffer much during the period. I've been beaten by the Qin dynasty. Just make it up to him. Oh, yeah, but before that, let me warm up. Wipe you out on behalf of the moon came up one short. Qin Chao couldn't wait and wanted to start the advancement quest. No problem. Qin, hurry up. Still,
What kind of person has to warm up halfway through a match? And such strange warm-up moves. Shameful. Zhang Chulan muttered and didn't ask much. There are many strange things about Chincha. I don't know how long it will take to pursue this in detail. Besides, Zhang Chulan was still clear about the scale of people getting along with each other. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The beautiful young man of the Qin family, Qin Chao, destroy you on behalf of the moon. Mission progress, 5/5. Congratulations to the host for completing the predecessor quest. The advancement quest is ready to be opened. Okay, here we go. The final battle of the finals kicks off. Explanation. Seeing only. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, our fighting dome raises his right hand and hammers it hard on the chest of Scarlet Eyes. The blow, seemingly soft, was weak. With Scarlet Eyes' physical strength, he could have stopped it with no effort at all. Is this the strongest strike of the Duke's dome? If this is the only intensity, then we would like to congratulate Scarlet Eyes in advance for winning the final. No, not right. Scarlet Eyes is down. Scarlet Eyes is down. How is that possible? With such a weak punch, how could the Scarlet Eyes, which had resisted the White Worm, be defeated? Also, what's with the coming out of Scarlet Eyes' mouth? Could you call it any more fake? It's a fake race. It's a fake race. Where's the referee? Where's the referee? I want to report Scarlet Eyes for match fixing. Such a character would do such a nasty thing. I must report it. The referee looks to the side, and inexplicably pops up to commentate, full of questions. Brother, who are you? I don't remember the game being commentated. Referee, is this the time to be concerned about who I am? It's a fake match. Someone's playing a fake game. Shouldn't you go up and sanction it? Fair enough. Where's the fairness I'm looking for? Referee, is it up to you to decide whether to fake a match or not? When I say no problem, I mean no problem. Make any more trouble and I'll have you dragged down. How dare you? I'll tell you. I've come here today to do only 3 things. First, absolutely not intentional. Secondly, absolutely no bad thing is missed. Thirdly, absolute justice is beautiful. Captain Dawnguard Broken Heart comes to the promotion. Hey, what are you pulling me for? Why are you kicking me out? Ref, that's really enough. Keep you watered down and this chapter will be over. The irrelevants have left and we're back to the finale. As mentioned earlier, Chincha was knocked to the ground by Zhang Chulan's going forward punch. An agonizing came out of his mouth. At the same time, he passed a look to Zhang Chulan, almost done. I'm going to surrender. Zhang Chulan was a bit uninterested. Although Chincha's call was a bit fake, he still felt cool. Very cool. It feels so good to knock out Chincha with one punch. It would be nice if it did. Of course, Zhang Chulan would definitely not dare to say such words. When Chincha found out about it, he would not be able to avoid a loving thrashing. Nodding slightly, Zhang Chulan signaled that Chincha was ready. I concede. Chincha raised his hands and surrendered voluntarily. This match is won by Zhang Chulan. Congratulations to Zhang Chulan for winning the Luo Tian Grand Reef Championship. There was a sigh of relief from the audience. Everyone could tell that Chincha was playing a fake match, but there's nothing they can do about it. If you can get Scarlet Eyes to fake a match for you, then you're good too. With the birth of the champion, the awards ceremony for the Rotunda Reef unfolded. Almost all of the 10 guys were there, except for Wang Ai of the Wang family. Lu Zhuan took out the Tongtian talisman and put it in front of Zhang Chulan. Now this book of the Tongtian talisman belongs to you. The Tongtian talisman was recorded in an ancient book with a black skin. It is covered with intricate floral patterns. None of that is the point, though. The point is that the tome is thick enough to be a deterrent. Thus, Chloe Chang's response was, thank you, Elder Lu, but I don't intend to ask for the Tongtian talisman. Huh? What? You don't want any of the 8 strange techniques? Zhang Chulan's refusal caused a lot of chatter among the foreigners, especially Louis Ci. When he saw the Tongtian talisman, his eyes were green. When he heard Zhang Chulan's refusal, he even ignored the fact that Chincha was standing beside him and looked over greedily. This is the 8 strange skills. It's a skill that countless foreigners have fought over. And you, Zhang Chulan, just take it lightly and don't want it? You don't want it. Give it to me. I'll take it. Even Lu Zhuan revealed a surprised look. How could anyone not want the Tongtian talisman that he had taken out with great determination? Yes, I don't want it. You can give it to whoever you like, but don't give it to me anyway. Zhang Chulan was certainly not deterred by the sight of the thick Tongtian talisman. He went on to explain. Being able to return to Longhu Mountain is already the highest reward for me. Masters, I have been able to experience a long-lost sense of kinship. These will suffice. Besides, a single air body source stream brought me so much trouble. One more Tongtian talisman. Isn't that going to annoy the hell out of me? Lu Zhuan didn't expect Zhang Chulan's answer to be this. A helpless smile. Hey you kid, what's the deal? So, I took out this Taoist talisman for nothing. Gotta. I'd better take it back. Old Lu,
Old Tianchu's voice suddenly rang out. Now that you've taken it out, there's no need to bring it back. It should always be passed on to the younger generation. Since the winner doesn't want it, pass it on to second place. It's passed to the second. Okay, is that breaking the rules? Without waiting for the 10 brothers to deliberate, Lu Zhuan's firm voice came out quickly. It's better to give second place to a dog. Second place goes to the Qin dynasty. In Lu Zhuan's heart, that was the thief who pried away his own heart-granddaughter. He hates it. How is it possible to still give away the tontine? That's not a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. Old Lu, you're at least a senior. Don't take it personally. I think Chincha is a nice young man. It's also considered our junior, so it's just right to pass it on to him, the old celestial master said with a smile. Lu Zhuan also knew that his best friend was right. Bullying a junior in public. He can't afford to lose face yet. After all, he is flawless in life. Here, Tong Tian talisman. Here you go. Lu Zhuan threw the Tong Tian talisman into Qin Chao's hands like he was dispatching a barker. Qin Chao wasn't angry, just a little depressed. What have I ever done to you? It's pulling your beard or stealing your granddaughter. As for treating me like an enemy, is it menopause? I've never heard of centenarians having menopause either. Neither is it right. Inhumans generally live long lives. Maybe 100 years old is just the right time for menopause. Let's not worry about whether Lu Zhuan is going through menopause or not. Qin Chao slowly handed out the Tong Tian talisman in his hand. The words spoken once again shocked the entire room. This Tong Tian talisman. I don't want it either. Chapter 94, starting the advancement quest. You don't want it either? Is my copy of the Book of Passage so hot? Don't even want a dog. Lu Zhuan was a little skeptical. When the Jiaxin rebellion occurred, the foreigners of their generation had fought to the death in order to obtain the 8 strange techniques. Masculine plots, conspiracies, underhanded tactics, undermining tactics. Nothing is left to chance. Brotherly betrayal, killing of fellow disciples. It's even more numerous. But how did it get to the younger generation? One by one. They don't want the 8 strange techniques. Is it the bocce technique that doesn't smell good? That's impossible. I don't know about the others, but I'm most familiar with the Tong Tian talisman. It's not even an exaggeration to say that you can do anything. Doesn't that even appeal? Lu Zhuan had no doubt about Qin Chao's vision. He must know the preciousness of the 8 wonders technique. And why on earth would that be a rejection? Is it because you're afraid of getting into trouble? Doesn't look like it. With Qin Chao's strength and the family behind him, fully capable of handling these troubles. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. The same question appeared in everyone's mind. Everyone was curious as to what exactly Qin Chao's reason was for rejecting the Tong Tian talisman. I just simply don't want it. My Qin family has a special bloodline, so I can only maximize my strength by learning the family's arts. Learning other arts, even the 8 wonders technique, would be half the effort. Therefore, even if the tontine is good, it's not for me. Elder Lu had better take it back. Qin Chao explained in a half-truth. Is the tome good? Of course it works. The Taoist talisman. The Taoist path. It was the only one of the 8 wondrous techniques that covered the entire domain. Attack, defense, summoning, medical. Lu Zhuan was not exaggerating when he said it was omnipotent. But, is it suitable for the Qin dynasty? Of course it doesn't fit. You can tell by the thick books of the tongue and groove. Even compared to the other difficult to learn 8 wonders techniques, the learning cost of the Tong Tian talisman was enormous. It's comprehensive and powerful, which also means it's complex and difficult to learn. Even with great talent and perseverance, it still requires constant practice and exploration. Only through constant perseverance could one truly grasp the essence of the Tong Tian talisman and thus utilize its infinite power. And that, obviously, does not suit the Qin dynasty, or maybe it's not necessary. Qin Chao would be rewarded with the artifacts as soon as he completed the quest. The bonus spells are even more straightforward without having to learn them. Subsequently, he just has to keep practicing to deepen it. Compared to the difficulty of learning the Tong Tian talisman, it was obviously easier this way. Moreover, the arts rewarded by the system were equally powerful. Raikiri, psychic jutsu. These techniques were not necessarily inferior to the 8 wonders techniques. If it was used properly, it would even exert more power than the 8 wonders technique. Therefore, Qin Chao did not need to rely on the Tong Tian talisman to enhance his strength. The Tong Tian talisman was instead a liability for him. One more thing, it's because of the old Sky Master, the old Celestial Master's eyes. Qin Chao didn't know why. It was always felt that the old Heavenly Master was watching himself under his smiling eyes. He was watching himself. No, it's insight. He seemed to see through himself, seeing through to your heart that you don't want the Tongan talisman. I could see that I was a little shaken in my heart because of the fame of the 8 wondrous techniques of the Tong Tian talisman, and that was why I was indecisive. Then Qin Chao wanted even less. If it's the old Celestial Master who has his eye on the Tong Tian talisman, then, it's better to forget it then.
Chincha absolutely did not admit that he was the one who wimped out. It's from the heart. Follow your inner judgment, not your goat. I don't want it anyway. The crowd listened to Chincha's explanation, although still slightly puzzled, such as the Qin family exactly what bloodline why can only learn family arts and so on. Still, his answer was grudgingly accepted. Lu Zhuan let out a long sigh. It seems like I really need to take back the Tong Tian talisman. The old heavenly master's voice, again, rang out at the right time. Old Lu, having come here, we can't come with our hands full and return with our hands full. I'll make sure you go back empty-handed today. If you don't want second place, don't you have third place? Lu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Third place? Where's third place? Isn't it just a matter of deciding first and second? The old celestial master hemmed and hawed. Who says there's no third place? The one Ling Yu lost to was the first place winner, Chulan, and what Xiao Sha lost to was the second place finisher, Qin Chao. In terms of ranking, it's obviously Ling Yu's third. The Tong Tian talisman. You can give it to him. Good guy. Enough of a thief. So it's here waiting for me. If there was no one around right now, Lu Zhuan would definitely go up and grab the old heavenly master by the beard and question him. He'd get him if he had been thinking about his own talisman for a long time. Otherwise, after all this abduction, how did it end up in the hands of the heavenly master's office? Hey, this celestial master, count on it. Lu Zhuan shook his head helplessly. There is a saying of the old master of heaven that is true. The Tong Tian talisman is always to be passed on to the young. What's the point of staying in the hands of an old man like yourself? A miser. Ling Yu, the old man's Tong Tian talisman. The dog doesn't know what he's talking about. You can't not want it. Lu Zhuan handed the Tong Tian talisman to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu looked down. In fact, he wanted to say, the dog doesn't want it, and he doesn't want it either. Why should I get what the Qin dynasty doesn't want? Of course, these words are jokes. However, Zhang Lingyu really didn't want it. With his arrogance, he was unwilling to accept the reward of the Tong Tian talisman as a defeated person. It's like a handout to the weak. But Zhang Lingyu was no fool. On the contrary, he's smart. Coupled with his knowledge of his master, he quickly guessed that his master had thoughts about the Tong Tian talisman. I don't know why, but I think there must be a purpose for his old man. In that case, as a disciple himself, he naturally couldn't go against his master's wishes. Many thanks, Elder Lu. I'm ashamed to accept the Tong Tian talisman. Yes, Lu Zhuan even had some tears in his eyes. Finally, we've given away the tontine. Why is it so hard? The awards were over, and the Luo Tian Great Reef had come to a successful conclusion. The next step is to wait for the evening's celestial degree. The time of the celestial master's degree is when the full list comes. Before that, well, it's better to take a look at the quest rewards and advancement quests. As soon as Qin Chao returned to his room, he immediately opened the system. Ding! The prequest Destroy You on behalf of the moon has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of seduction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to strengthen his body strengthening opportunities. Qin Chao looked at the system reward with surprise. It's finally time for the fourth reinforcement. I wonder what level I'll reach after 4 enhancements. System, start body strengthening. 10 minutes later, Qin Chao ended the systematic body strengthening. Hard, bang hard, bang hard. That was his first feeling. The abundant air flowed through his body. Qin Chao had never felt so hard before. At the same time, the divine sense and soul were also increased in all directions. The various benefits cannot be summarized in 3 or 2 sentences. I wonder if my current fleshly body can stand up to the little white longworm. Qin Chao had to rely on air to withstand most of the damage from the little white worm. Now he wanted to try using his flesh directly. It should be able to achieve the same effect as using air defense. Back to trying to find Zhang Chulan. After using the body enhancement reward, there was still another reward left, the art of lust and seduction. Roll. I don't want a female costume. I don't want to be a male. Qin Chao didn't even look at his brain. About the use of the art of color seduction. Select view advancement tasks directly. And the content of the advancement quest was really similar to what Qin Chao had guessed. It has to do with the art of seduction. Advancement tasks are open. Open successfully. Mission, a woman's body and a man's heart. Contents. Chapter 95, The Art of Seduction That Makes One's Nose Bleed. Advancement tasks are open. Open successfully. Mission, a woman's body and a man's heart. Contents, playing a role using the art of seduction. Current progress, 0%. Progress is related to the impact caused by playing the character, so please feel free to explore. Reward, explosive clay, art is explosive. Sure enough, it was right with Qin Chao's guess. The advancement quest is really related to the art of color seduction. Playing the role of a colorful seductress with, not just using. Qin Chao noticed the keywords of the mission. To play a role is to perform in disguise as a character.
If you are simply using the art of seduction, it should not be considered playing. Chincha must give the transformed person an identity to interpret. The acting is real enough to make those who see it believe it. That way, it should be considered played. Just right. Just arrange an identity for a Qin family member. Chincha had originally intended to do just that. This is because a shadow doppelganger can't be too far away from the main body. It would be uncontrollable if it's too far away. That's why it's important to have the shadow doppelganger stay by his side after he uses the color seduction technique. But a stranger staying around would certainly arouse the suspicion of others. It would be just right to arrange an identity for a member of the Qin family. Chincha nodded with satisfaction as he thought of this. This mission wasn't too hard to do, and the reward this time, it's actually detonating clay. Anyone who has watched Naruto should know just how strong starter clay is. As Deidara's famous stunt, it only appeared for a short time in the episode, but left a lasting impression on a lot of people. The phrase art is an explosion is even more exciting to hear. Exploding clay is an attack-type jutsu. Clay is capable of exploding photos, both instantly at close range and manipulating timing at a distance, able to attack from afar and fight in close combat. But if that's all it is, it doesn't deserve its resounding name. What's really great about detonating clay is that it can change. Clay can be made into a variety of molded objects. There are no less than dozens of them shown in Naruto alone. Simple ones, like various animals, make bombs with different characteristics according to the characteristics of different animals. For example, the detonating clay, grasshopper, is small, bounces well and is not easy to hit. Another example is the detonating clay, spiders, which are fast and able to cope with a variety of complex terrain. Even a simple use can produce notable results, not to mention more complex variations. Chincha remembers that in Naruto, Deidara has several very powerful ways of using the starter clay. Starting clay, a giant bird that can be used for rides and flying. Explosive clay, diversion. Using explosive clay as a stand-in to wrap around an enemy's body to trigger an explosion immediately after receiving an attack. Explosive clay, a stand-in. When you are attacked yourself, you can turn the attacked area into clay. Explosive clay, C4 Cavalry. A super small bomb that is capable of entering living organisms and reproducing, thus creating countless small explosions that destroy cells. The use of detonating clay is not something that can be explained in a few words. All in all, it was a jutsu with extremely high strength and many ways to use it. It is undoubtedly another big help for the Qin dynasty. As for the progress of the quest, playing the role caused an impact. Chincha felt that it should be related to the feelings of the people around him. To put it bluntly, the more shocked and contrasted you make others feel, the more you can increase the progress of the mission. Let's try the art of color seduction first. Chincha split his detachment, although resistant to the art of seduction. But since I'm going to play it through the art of seduction, it's good to familiarize myself with it first. Here, change one for me. Chincha ordered to the doppelganger. The art of seduction. As the doppelganger made a seal in his hand, boom, sound, a large amount of smoke appeared. Through the smoke, a vaguely delicate figure could be seen inside. The smoke slowly cleared. Qin dynasty, only to see that after the doppelganger used the art of color seduction, long blonde hair on top of her head, tied in two pillows, the blue pupils of the two bling-bling eyes sparkled with little stars. It's... Chincha immediately tensed up after seeing this appearance. Doesn't that look like the American Girl Warrior Water Ice Moon? Why did my coloring technique turn into her? Is it just because the previous mission was an American Girl Warrior transformation? So it's here waiting for me. The point is, Chincha felt a hot current arise within his body and slowly surged up his nose. Transformation is good transformation. Why don't you get dressed? Yes. Chincha's doppelganger had no clothes on his entire body after using the color seduction technique. Smooth, white skin, bare. The bumpy figure could only be covered by a hand. If not for Chincha's good stamina, he was afraid that he would directly be like the characters in Naruto. A nosebleed because of this luscious scene. No. Chincha realized that something was wrong. How did I get a feeling for my doppelganger? Chincha is not Zhang Chulan. How is it possible to just see a naked body of the opposite sex and nearly restrain yourself? Moreover, it was the opposite sex that his own alter ego had turned into. His own doppelganger, looking at himself with pouty eyes. It's nice not to feel nauseous and have goosebumps. How could it be different? Is it because of the art of seduction? It still has that? In order to explore the reason, Chincha dispersed his detachment. Immediately, the strange feeling disappeared instantly. Shadow split technique. Split. The art of lust. Split transformation. After a few repetitions, Chincha was finally sure. The effects one suffers are indeed related to the art of color seduction. I didn't think that the art of color seduction would have this kind of effect. Also right. In Naruto, people who see a colorful transformation can't help but get a nosebleed. Now it looks like it's because of that. The art of lust and seduction produces an effect similar to that of Summer Harvest's ability. Strong influence on the opposite sex. attracting the attention and mesmerizing the minds of the opposite sex. If used properly, it can be used to win by surprise in battle. In theory, Chincha should feel happy when he discovered the use of the art of color seduction. But there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. There is only dislike. Even I would be more or less affected by the art of seduction. So what about the others? I'm afraid I'll be charmed straight away. Chincha thought of the possibility of being stared at by countless men, with eyes tinged with desire. A cold shiver ran through his body. Oh, my God, who can stand this? And no one told me I was holding a Sichuan opera script. The real purpose of the system mission is really to screw me over. Originally, I thought that if I let my doppelganger play the role of Qin's family well, I would be able to complete the mission. I didn't realize that the difficulty of this mission wasn't the content, but the mental attack, or the one that scares straight men the most. From same-sex mental attacks, Chapter 96, Qin Chao's sister, Qin Bingyue. No way. I definitely can't keep the doppelganger with me all the time. Qin Chao overturned his previous thoughts. If he kept it with him all the time, then Zhang Chulan, Wang Yuya, Zhuge Chang, Zhang Lingyu, and the others who were now often with him, it must be affected by the art of color seduction. By then, you're not really going to give yourself a dude. You smell good. Qin Chao thought of that image and coldly shivered again. The big deal is that the mission is moving a little slower. I have enough jutsu now anyway, so a little slower is fine. It's better than needing to defend your brother. Split, can you change your clothes? Qin Chao asked. The doppelganger shook his head, indicating that he couldn't. Oi, another trouble. It seems that in the future, one must prepare clothes for the altar in advance. Then you wear mine. After you put it on, try using psychic magic. Let's see what we can achieve. As I said before, the doppelganger could use the Qin dynasty's arts, but it can't be exactly the same. Use one or two at most. And of the several jutsu, psionic jutsu was undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, the doppelganger numbly put on the clothes given by Qin Chao. Qin Chao was also not idle and quickly thought of an identity for the doppelganger. From now on, your name will be Qin Bingyue, and your status will be that of my sister. Came looking for me specifically because he missed me. Qin, what are you doing? And just then, a familiar voice came through the door, accompanied by the sound of pushing. The speed was so fast that Qin Chao was already too late to disperse his detachment. Squeak! The door opened. It's Chloe Chang. He's the only one who would be so big-headed as to come in without knocking. Brother Qin, halfway through his words, Zhang Chulan saw the person in the room and his pupils widened violently. It was like having an egg in my mouth and I couldn't close it. What a national treasure it is. The beautiful shadows of the sun, the moon and the moon. Zhang Chulan didn't know what words to use to describe the woman in front of him. Just know that for just a moment. He even thought of a name for the baby. The man's name is Zhang and the woman's name is Zhang. Qin dynasty. Where did Qin Chao think that Zhang Chulan would come in at this time? At this time of the year? It shouldn't be time for the Celestial Master's degree yet. What's the point of looking for yourself? Especially when he saw Zhang Chulan as if he was a demented man. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. He still underestimated the power of the art of seduction. An inhuman like Zhang Chulan would be fished into a warbler in every minute. Zhang Chulan, what are you babbling about? Zhang Chulan also realized that he had slipped up. Shaking his head, he tried to throw away the distractions in his head, but it didn't work at all. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed young girl in front of him was like a hook, tugging at Zhang Chulan's heart. The tip of his nose was vaguely hot with tears. Zhang Chulan actually had a nosebleed. Yeah, what's wrong with me? The abnormalities in his body caused Zhang Chulan to wake up a little. Chulan, transport air to protect your mind. Qin Chao reminded at the right time. It's really hard for the average person to resist the effects of the art of color seduction without the use of air. Phew Qin, who the hell is this? It was only after Zhang Chulan utilized the air that the abnormalities in his body slowly disappeared. He was also clear that it should be this strange woman beside Qin Chao that influenced him. But there's one thing to be said for good looks. Make yourself feel like you're in love. This is my sister, Qin Bingyue. We've been close since we were kids, and she's missed me a bit this time around when I've been out and about. Sojourn, and seek it out. Qin Chao opened his mouth and spoke out the made-up identity. So it's brother Qin's sister. Zhang Chulan didn't suspect anything. Qin Bingyue did look a bit like Qin Chao in appearance since she was transformed by Qin Chao's doppelganger. Moreover, in Zhang Chulan's mind, Qin Chao's family was a big family at first glance. With so many jutsu and powerful tailed beasts, how is it possible that Qin Chao is the only lone child? It's not unusual to have more than one child. So, why did I just? This is my sister's special physique, which passively radiates the irresistible charm of the opposite sex, and can only be resisted by shipping air. So, after figuring it out, Zhang Chulan hemmed and hawed. Hello, Ice Moon Girl. My name is Zhang Chulan. I'm single, gender male, orientation female, 18 this year. The family. Hey, what are you talking about? Chincha held his forehead with his hand. He knew it. Zhang Chulan, this guy, even if he is not affected by Qin Bingyue, he will still make a whole mess. It's a blind date to yourself. No way. It must be nipped in the bud. Chincha controlled the doppelganger and coldly returned to Zhang Chulan. Aha. Then, it stood behind Chincha. Zhang Chulan wanted to continue. Chincha's eyes glared. Something's up. Nothing's up, gun. Hey Qin brother, who are we with Hua? Your sister. Not my sister. Can't I have a word with my sister? Gun. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan secretly said, dead sister controller. I just want you to be a great uncle myself. Why are you so excited? However, he did have something to find Qin Chao. So let's put the sisters matter aside for now. When Qin Chao saw that Zhang Chulan had something to look for him, he greeted Qin Bingyue and went out. Zhang Chulan was here, and the spells definitely couldn't be tried. It was just the right time to arrange for the split to go out and use this opportunity to disperse the split. He couldn't stand being stared at by Zhang Chulan if he stayed any longer. Zhang Chulan reluctantly watched Qin Bingyue leave. Another mental curse of dead sister controller. Qin Chao, what do you want from me? Zhang Chulan said in a nervous tone with a rare positive color on his face. It's about practicing. Brother Qin, you know this. What I have been practicing is the gong method that Sister Bauer passed down to me, which is the old farmer's gong. Old farmer's kung fu, left to me by my grandfather, and the contents are certainly not in question. However, the gong method has recently produced a mutation. Qin Chao, what mutation? Tell me? Old non-gong kung picked up an inner elixir inside me. I didn't take it seriously, but today when I was practicing I realized, it was surprisingly changing towards human form. Has grown hands and feet. Qin, you know a lot. What kind of kung fu was old farmer's kung fu anyway? Could it be the air body source stream? No wonder Zhang Chulan was worried. During this time, he learned a lot about cultivation. It has been removed from its original identity as a white man, but the change in himself was never documented. The inner Dan is transformed into a form, or into a human form. It was just too unbelievable how to put him at ease. So that's what this is about. Contrary to Zhang Chulan's nervous look, Qin Chao had a relaxed face. When he saw how serious Zhang Chulan was, he thought that he had discovered the secrets of the Celestial Master's degree. After all, by the evening, Zhang Chulan was going to carry out the Celestial Master degree. His focus should be on that. Who knew that it would just be about old farm work? However, Qin Chao thought about it carefully. At this time, Zhang Chulan was indeed close to cultivating old farmer's gong to the level of transformation. In the face of the unknown, it's normal for him to be concerned. Thus, Qin Chao looked at Zhang Chulan who was expecting his answer and said, I know, but I'm not telling you. Chapter 97, The Prideful One-Tailed Shohei. It was not that Qin Chao was joking with Zhang Chulan. It was true that he couldn't be told about the old farmer's feats right now, because Qin Chao himself wasn't completely sure what old farmer's gong was. Air body source flow, or divine spirit? He favors the divine spirit though, and all signs point to the fact that the old farmer's kung fu is indeed similar to the divine spirit. However, there are also some aspects of Lao Non Gong that are the same as the air body source flow. If Qin Chao had to be allowed to say it, it would be like a combination of the air body source flow and the divine spirit. But whatever. It was better not to rashly tell Zhang Chulan about these conjectures until they were certain. Possibly, it will have an impact on the follow-up and trigger unnecessary confusion. After all, the divine spirit was another important person who would be involved. Rootless, the all-sexual master, the source of the Caution Rebellion, and the head of the 36 Thieves. It has always been an extremely mysterious and legendary figure in one man's world. And the divine spirit, it was his famous skill. When it comes to such characters, Qin Chao has always been very cautious. Therefore, it was better not to tell Zhang Chulan about the old farmer's feats for the time being. Zhang Chulan didn't get annoyed when he heard Qin Chao refusing to tell him. He's smart enough to know what to know and what not to know. Qin Chao didn't want to tell himself, so it must not be the right time. It's better to keep practicing on your own. But before leaving, Zhang Chulan revealed a cheap smile and came over to Qin Chao. Brother Qin, old farmer kung fu thing. You don't tell me even if. You should always tell me the contact information of Bingyu's sister. Qin Dynasty, gun. Driving away Zhang Chulan, Qin Chao resummoned his doppelganger, the art of seduction. After the doppelganger nimbly put on his clothes, he waited for Qin Chao's command. Qin Bingyue, use the psychic technique, the target of the psychic. Pick one-tailed Morizuru. Qin Chao thought about it and determined the target of the psychic technique. The main goal of this plan to save Elder Tian was how to hold off Gongqing, the all-sex generation master. Combat is instead secondary. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Chao decided to have the doppelganger summon one of the tailed beasts, Shia Sha, one-tailed Morizuru, also known as Demon Beaver Morizuru.
The whole body is made up of quicksand and covered with a pattern of spell seals. One of Shizuru's traits is that he is known for his absolute defense, specializes in controlling quicksand and kaze. Most importantly, it was good at the sealing technique, Desert Layer Great Burial Seal. With it, even if Chincha could not defeat Gongqing head-on, he could still keep circling around with him, just drag it out long enough to get some backup. Psionics. Chincha split his hands toward the ground. Black spell marks instantly covered the entire room. Along with it, there was the non-stop gushing of quicksand. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn. An arrogant voice appeared. Along with it came a figure in the shape of a civet cat. It's none other than One-Tailed Shizuru. You're the one who made a psychic contract with us? It doesn't look like much. And what a fetish to get a female alter ego. As soon as Shoha appeared, he set his eyes on Qin Chao. Next to Qin Bingyue, it was not even looking at it. Obviously, it was clear to Shoha that Qin Chao was the rightful owner. The female creature next to him was just his doppelganger. Forget it, whatever. The minds of you humans, this lord doesn't want to guess. What is the purpose of summoning this great lord out this time? There was a note of impatience in Shizuru's tone. It had long since heard from Big Brother Nine Tails. This is a whole new world. Nothing like the original Naruto. There are a lot of new things, new objects. All it wants to do now is hurry up and get done and get out and juggle. Qin Chao knew Shoha's character and his high self-esteem. Nothing else is bad. In order to get Shoha to bring out its full strength, Qin Chao chose to speak along with its character. Master Shizuru, there is indeed something that I would like to ask for your help. Not now though, but at night. This time, I summoned Shizuru-sama. Mainly because I wanted to familiarize myself with your abilities. The guardian crane nodded with satisfaction when it heard Qin Chao call it a Grand Master. This junior, he's still on board. But when he heard that he wanted to familiarize himself with his abilities, his face changed slightly. What do you mean? Familiarize yourself with my lord's abilities? My lord is so powerful. Do I need to be familiar with it? What kind of person stands before me is not worthy of being my opponent? Hurry up and say, who to hit? Oops. Master Shizuru, I know you're good, but the enemy doesn't come out until night. We are now. Qin Chao wanted to continue. Instead, he saw Shizuru suddenly disperse his form. It surprisingly re-entered the Naruto world. All that was left was a word of impatience. If Big Brother hadn't ordered it, the only way to go out and play is to abide by your words and fulfill your mission. I would have slapped you in the sand a long time ago. Now there's nothing to bother this lord in bed. Call out to this lord again when you need him at night. The words were finished. It doesn't seem to be relieved. Quicksand trapped Qin Chao's legs, and then a waterfall of quicksand showered down from the top of Qin Chao's head. Qin Chao spat out the sand in his mouth and cried and laughed a little. He was mentally prepared though. But who would have thought that Morizuru would have such a foul temper? Instead of trying out his abilities, he'd gotten himself into such a mess. Humph, do you really think that I, Qin Dynasty, am easy to bully? Sha hey, you'd better really start working at night. Otherwise, Qin Chao otherwise half a day, finally stifled a sentence, or I will never summon you again. Time crept into the evening. The Inhumans who had participated in the Luo Tian Great Reef had basically all descended the mountain. The only people left on the mountain now were the LWM disciples, Quan Sex, and those who dealt with Quan Sex. Qin Chao, baby, fourth child, and I need to dispatch the personnel of the Nadutong. Just don't wait around. Chulan, good luck with your celestial master degree. After Xu San greeted him, he followed the Nadutong staff and left. The most important task for him tonight was to deal with Omnisex. Rongshan, you guard your master tonight. The old celestial master knew it too. If Quan Sex wanted to make a move, it could only be when he was performing the celestial master's degree. Therefore, he deliberately arranged for his disciple, Rongshan, to protect Tian Jinzhong, just in case Tian Jinzhong was in the midst of the chaos and got caught in the crossfire. Master, leave Uncle Tian's safety to me. I will definitely not let the gang of all sex harm a single hair of my master uncle. Rongshan nodded, taking his own master's charge and making a promise. As a personal disciple of the old heavenly master, he was confident that any full-sexed person, even a forechanging madman, could fight. If you want to hurt Uncle Shifu, you have to step over his dead body. Grace, that's good. Little Feathery, you have to take care of your senior uncle as well. Kotobuko, yes. After the old celestial master made the arrangements, he said to Zhang Chulan, Chulan, come inside with me. Tonight, I'll personally pass on the degrees to you. Chapter 98, Feng Zhenghao takes his place. Rongshan leaves. Zhang Chulan was a little nervous. The old heavenly master was clearly smiling as he spoke to him, but one feels inexplicable, heavy, intolerant, helpless. There seemed to be a lot of emotions hidden under the old celestial master's face. Brother Qin. Zhang Chulan didn't have any idea in his heart and threw a look of help to Qin Chao. At this time, Qin was the only one who could be trusted. Chulan,
Don't be nervous. The Divine Master's degree is just a matter of following your heart. Chincha encouraged Zhang Chulan. At this time, he couldn't say much. Wasn't this the moment that the old Heavenly Master had taken great pains to prepare for the great reef of Luotian? One would not dare to touch him at this time. Being slapped to death is not even an exaggeration, and after spending so many days together, Chincha was convinced. Zhang Chulan will make the right choice. Boom! As the door closed, inside and outside the house, it was as if they were cut off into two different spaces. Baby, just keep eating your chips and don't run around. I'm going to take a stroll inside the Heavenly Master's mansion. It's been hard to come here, but I haven't seen the scenery of the Heavenly Master's mansion yet. Chincha found an excuse to leave, leaving Feng Baobao alone. Chincha was not worried at all about Feng Baobao's safety. With her physique that was strong when it came to strength, nothing would happen to her if anything happened to anyone. After all, Feng Baobao's upper limit was not even tried out by Chincha. Aha! Von Bauer nodded, pulling out several large bags of chips from behind him and shaking them. It means, I've got plenty of chips with me. I won't run around. Don't worry about it. Chincha numbly rushed to Tian Jinzhong's residence, sneaking along the way, not wanting to be noticed. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. A voice transmission appeared in Chinchao's head. Chincha looked left and right and didn't see anyone. Mr. Qin, I'm here. Swiftly, a puddle of black shadows on the ground that blended with the night moved. A silhouette emerged from it. It's none other than Feng Zhenghao. He spoke, and, Mr. Qin, I arrived long ago. What do we do next? Chincha was surprised at Feng Zhenghao's tactics. Even Jin didn't notice the slightest movement. Not bad for detaining a spirit to dispatch a general, even a spirit of hidden breath. Facing Feng Zhenghao's inquiry, Chincha said, wait, we'll just wait. Good. Why don't Mr. Qin stay with me? With this tactic of mine, even if the old Heavenly Master came, he wouldn't be able to discover us. Chincha, good. Thus, under Feng Zhenghao's operation, the two of them sank into the shadows together. It was a marvelous experience. The Qin dynasty is surrounded by unknown substances, obviously underground. He was able to monitor every move inside Tian Jinzhong's house. It's still all-encompassing and deathless. What a great tool for killing people. Mr. Qin, we're really here to protect Elder Tian's safety this time? Is that necessary? With the Heavenly Master's personal disciple Rongshan around, it's still our turn to make a move? Feng Zhenghao finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. It was just as he had originally thought. Against tonight's all-season offense, Tian Jinzhong is surrounded by protection, or a personal disciple of the Heavenly Master, with such a character by Tian Jinzhong's side, and they need to be guarded so carefully? Chincha also knew that Feng Zhenghao was curious. No one can restrain their inner curiosity when things are close to happening. It's normal for President Win to have doubts. Our goal this time is indeed to protect Elder Tian. Feng Zhenghao, but there are Rongshan brothers in. Chincha, Elder Rongshan will soon be detached. Feng Zhenghao, what? Feng Zhenghao was filled with astonishment. How did Chincha know that Rongshan would be detached? Old Tianshi personally ordered him to protect Elder Tian. What could possibly sidetrack him? Chincha ignored Feng Zhenghao's shock and continued. That's right. When Elder Rongshan leaves, those who want to harm Elder Tian will appear. Or perhaps the purpose of this all-sex attack on Longhu Mountain is because of Tian Lao. Why? Elder Tian has lost all his cultivation and hasn't been out of Longhu Mountain for decades. How could he still be targeted? Feng Zhenghao couldn't figure it out. Although he had such a guess, he couldn't think of a motive for Quan Sex to strike at Tian Lao. Is a dying old man worth all the fuss the whole sex is making? Chincha smiled gently. Does President Feng know about the Caution Rebellion? Feng Zhenghao, of course I know. I've been investigating all these years. After all, if you want to know the secrets of the 8 strange techniques, you can't get away from the Caution Rebellion. Previously, he had invited Zhang Chulan into the World Society for the same reason. Could it be that Elder Tian? Chincha, that's right. Back then, Zhang Chulan's grandfather was befriended by Quan Sex, and it was Master Tian who came down the mountain to find him. Chincha told Feng Zhenghao about what happened regarding Tian Jinzhong. However, something like Zhang Huai telling Tian Jinzhong a secret would definitely not be said. Feng Zhenghao nodded his head after hearing this, and sort of understood the context of the matter. That is to say, Quan Sex's purpose was to know through Qin Lao whether he had met Zhang Huai back then? Chincha, aha, pretty much. Feng Zhenghao still had doubts in his heart. But who can detach Rongshan? All of LHM is on the same page about the whole sex. A stranger couldn't possibly command the movement of Glorious Mountain. Oh, I got it. It's an inside job. Feng Zhenghao reacted. An insider who had known Tian Lao, Rongshan and the others for many years and had gained their trust. And the man. Feng Zhenghao quickly thought of someone. A person who often appeared beside Tian Jinzhong. The old celestial master. Master Tian. Master Rongshan. It's no good. the Tian Master's mansion is about to be destroyed by the demon of all sects. Just then, an anxious voice appeared outside the door of Tian Jinzhong's house. With tears glistening in her eyes, Sayako rushed into the house. Inside the room, besides Tian Jinzhong and Rongshan, there was also a serving Xiaokingzi. Tian Jinzhong frowned slightly, looking to Little Feather. He said, "It can't be, with my senior brother here. The Elder Master has struck, but there were too many full sex demons, and even he was in a bitter battle. I saw him all hurt." Sayako cried out in tears. "What, Master?" As soon as Rongshan heard that the old Heavenly Master was injured, his face was even more anxious than Xiao Yu's. He just wanted to go out and give his master a helping hand. And then he thought of Master's instructions to himself: no matter what happens, he must put Uncle Tian's comfort first. The footsteps that went out retracted again. Tian Jinzhong naturally noticed his movements. The god commanded with a stern look, "Rongshan, go help your master. I'm in the middle of nowhere, so there won't be any stirring at all, so you don't have to worry." "But, Senior," Rongshan was still a bit hesitant. He had made a promise before with all his heart. "Go quickly, it's an order from Uncle Shifu," Tian Jinzhong urged. "Yes, Uncle Teacher." Confronted with his master's safety, Rongshan was finally spoken to. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct Sayokyoki, "You guys take care of the second master. I'll be right back." "Yes, don't worry, Uncle Rongshan, ×2. Ka. With the door to the room closed, inside the room, only Xiaoyu Shaoqing was left, and a worried Tian Jinzhong. Chapter 99, Gongqing appears. LV Liang arrested. The demon of omnisexuality won't really destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion. Kay looked out the door nervously, afraid that someone would come in. Unbeknownst to him, the biggest leader of all sects stood behind him. Feather straightened her clothes, a smile on her face. "It won't be, they don't have the power, and they don't intend to destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion." Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong immediately shook his head and said, "Feather, you're too naive. You don't even know that the all-sex bunch." Tian Jinzhong's eyes widened abruptly in the middle of his words. In front of him, Xiao Yu, who had been serving himself diligently, suddenly struck out and knocked Xiao Qing to the ground. This kind of speed of striking is not simple at first glance. You, Tian Jinzhong had disbelief in his tone. All-sex generation sect leader Gongqing, meet Elder Tian. Gongqing straightened his clothes and lifted his hands to his chest in a slight salute. You, what is Elder Tian surprised about? Don't you think you know a lot about omnisexual demons? Is it a surprise that the all-sexual sect master came to Dragon Tiger Mountain to be a child for a few years? Gongqing didn't wait for Tian Jinzhong to answer and continued to speak to himself. "Hey, I'll be blunt. I'm fascinated by what happened to Kashin back in the day, and I've been looking for clues to start with for a while now." Gongqing recounted the clues he had investigated over the past 3 years, including Zhang Jiwei and Tian Jinzhong down the mountain, looking for Zhang Huai. At the end of his sentence, his voice suddenly increased. "All I want to be sure of is, when you went down the mountain, did you really not reach Zhang Huai?" Tian Jinzhong, after all, he was someone who had weathered the storm, and he quickly slowed down from the fact that Little Feather was the all-sex generation sect leader. Hearing Gongqing ask himself, there wasn't no fluctuation in Tian Jinzhong's eye membrane. Calm words, slowly spoken. After so many years, why are there still people pressing for the whereabouts of my senior brother? If I really found it, how could those people have hurt me back then? Tisk. Gongqing shook his head, unsatisfied with Tian Lao's answer. He pulled the walkie-talkie out of his pocket. "Come in, quietly, Tian Jinzhong." Gongqing frowned and repeated into the intercom again. "Lu Liang, come on in. What are you dawdling about?" Boom! The sound. A wretched figure was thrown in. This time it was Gongqing's turn to be surprised. Outside the door, 3 figures were walking slowly towards themselves. 5 minutes ago, Mr. Sheen. I didn't expect the inside man to be the one who took care of Elder Tian closely. Rongshan was tricked by him and Tian Lao is in danger. Let's get inside. Seeing Rongshan being supported by Xiaoyu, Feng Zhenghao immediately tries to enter the house to protect Tian Jinzhong. At the same time, the tone of his voice honored Chincha a few more points. "Wait, there's another one coming. Don't spook them." Chincha was not worried about Tian Jinzhong's safety. Gongqing didn't start out with the idea of killing Tian Jinzhong. It's not too late for you to wait for all the people to come before you go in. Tap tap tap. A man dressed as a Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple with glasses approached Tian Jinzhong's house. Seeing this, Chincha immediately said to Feng Zhenghao, "Get him, he's all sex too." Feng Zhenghao had no doubts. Black shadows flowed slowly across the ground, coming silently to the Taoist's feet. Put, almost without a sound, the Taoist was taken down instantly. As he continued to struggle, the disguise on the Taoist gradually disappeared. It's none other than omnisexual Lulian.
Chincha picked up the walkie-talkie that fell from his hand. There was a teasing smile on his face. Lu Liang, we meet again. LV Liang looked up and saw that the visitor was Chincha. A panicked expression immediately appeared on his face. The shadow left by Chincha was not small, and seeing him again, still in this kind of occasion, really scared him. Chincha, what are you doing here? And, Feng Zhenghao, facing Lu Liang's rhetorical question. Chincha rubbed his hands together and lowered his head to meet Lu Liang's eyes. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? LVL? I'm here to check Tian's memories. Are you too? No, it's the plan that's exposed. Lu Liang responded. Chincha and Feng Zhenghao could not have appeared here for no reason. It was their plan to get at Tian Lao that was exposed. But how? This is the plan that Gongqing, the all-sex pal, has single-handedly put in place. He was willing to put his life in the hands of others in order to accomplish this plan in exchange for the support of the entire sex alliance. With such a large price to pay, Gongqing puts the plan in order. There's no way it could be wrong. Did someone leak it? LV Liangcheng had just become skeptical when he heard Gongqing's voice over the intercom. Lu Liang, get in here. Symbolically struggling twice, Lu Liang turned his gaze to Qin Chao, who was standing aside watching the show. Hey, shout out to you for going in. Just in time. We want to go in, too. Together. President Wind. Hearing Qin Chao call out to himself, Feng Zhenghao immediately understood and maneuvered the spirit, bringing Lu Liang towards the house. Bang with a bang. Smoke dispersed from behind Feng Zhenghao. He turned his head to look, but he realized that beside Qin Chao, there was a girl at some point. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and surprisingly, his first love. First love? Aha! What's going on in my head? Nope. Feng Zhenghao quickly reacted and used his air to stabilize his Dao. It was the girl in front of him that had influenced him. He said in a solemn tone, Mr. Qin, who is this? President Feng, take it easy. Qin Chao patted the person on the side and introduced Feng Zhenghao. This is my sister, Qin Bingyue. She's here to help me too. My sister has a special physique that affects President Feng. Don't blame her. Qin Chao quickly reacted when he saw that Feng Zhenghao was only slightly affected. I didn't think it was strange. Someone with strength like Feng Zhenghao not only had a high cultivation level, but also a sturdy Dao heart. Even though the art of color seduction was strong, it had a limited impact against the older generation of powerhouses. So it's Mr. Qin's sister. Feng Zhenghao, meet Ms. Qin. Ice Moon has met President Wind. The doppelganger didn't say much, and after returning the favor, he continued to be silent. This is sort of the downside of the shadow divergence technique. The doppelganger, even if it resembles the main body, can't do exactly what the real person does in a living, breathing way. In order not to make Feng Zhenghao suspicious, Qin Chao added, my sister is withdrawn and uncharitable. If President Feng feels offended, I will apologize for her. Feng Zhenghao hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Qin is too serious. Mr. Feng didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, after this matter, Miss Qin is here for the first time, and as the host, I must extend my hospitality. I hope that when the time comes, I can give me wind, face and not refuse. Qin Chao, definitely next time. The two exchange. Woo. Lu Liang squirmed with his face covered in blood. Trapped by Feng Zhenghao, he had long been sealed with meridians throughout his body. There is no way to resist the art of color seduction. Nosebleeds poured out like a fountain. Feng Zhenghao looked at him with disgust and casually waved his hand, throwing Lu Liang through the door. Chapter 100. A little body, a lot of power. Boo! Lu Liang fell at Gongqing's feet. When he saw Gongqing, he immediately wanted to open his mouth and tell what happened. Unfortunately, it only makes a whimpering sound. Gongqing ignored him and frowned at the three people in front of him. Feng Zhenghao and Qin Chao. Why are they here? Plans leaked? Who did it? Without waiting for him to think, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. The third one, looks like his first love. Wait a minute, where did I have a first love? Who? Transporting air within his body. Gongqing also quickly ruled out the effects of the art of color seduction. And at this moment, Tian Jinzhong also noticed the three Qin Chao people. He was not affected by the art of color seduction and immediately shouted out, Qin Chao is running away. President Feng, go and call my senior brother to come. This person is the all-sex sect master Gongqing. What? The all-sexual sect? Feng Zhenghao immediately acted like an enemy. There was no slight because of Gongqing children's likeness. How did the all-sex palm come to be here? Immediately, several spirits with powerful auras appeared behind them. Feng Zhenghao hurriedly gave Qin Chao a wink and asked him what to do next. Qin Chao was unhurried. He sized up the all-sex generation master. Gongqing wasn't the least bit nervous on his face even though he was surrounded. Instead, he also sized up Qin Chao with interest. My plan, you found out about it? After all, it was Gongqing who couldn't help but open his mouth.
he thought his plan was seamless. 3 years of lurking was enough for him to figure out everything about the Heavenly Master's house. It shouldn't have leaked. By all rights, that's exactly what I am. Chincha returned while secretly running the psychic art. I didn't just find out what you were planning, I knew what you were going to do. Tian Lao's memories. You want them. Gongqing raised his eyebrows and subconsciously glanced at Lu Liang. Only after seeing Lu Liang desperately shaking his head did he return his gaze to Chincha. Even that you know. It seems that a traitor has come out of the whole sex. Gongqing could only think of this reason. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. He continued. Forget it, I don't care. I do want Tian Lao's memories. I'm also going to erase this memory from Tian Lao's brain so that he can get rid of his torture. And Chincha nodded. Gongqing was really like what he thought. He didn't think about killing Tian Lao at first. Trying to erase Tian Lao's memory is good, but you can't do it. Hearing Chincha's words, Gongqing looked like he heard a joke. Ha ha ha, juniors are after all juniors with shallow insights. The Lui family knows about it. This Lu Liang next to me holds the dual full hands of the Lu family. What kind of memories can't he delete? Dual full hand. Control of the soul to change the memory. In Gongqing's eyes, there was no technique in modifying the soul that was stronger than it. He was also afraid that Chincha didn't know about the double full hand and added, double full hand. I know, one of the 8 strange techniques. But what about the 8 wonders technique? Tian Lao's soul is harder than you think. At most, the dual full hands could only copy Tian Lao's memories. Trying to delete it is simply impossible for a while. Chincha pointed at Lu Liang on the ground with his hand. At least, he can't do it now. This statement was made. Chincha instantly felt that the air pressure around him was lower. Gongqing's face was unchanged, but his aura was rising. What did you say? What makes you say that? No way. Even if Tian Lao's soul is hard, it's not. As he spoke, Gongqing came to an abrupt halt. He seemed to be thinking of something. With a wave of his left hand, the bindings on Lu Liang immediately disappeared. Go! You go and probe Elder Tian's memories. LV Liang obviously knew that Gongqing was not to be messed with now. Without saying a word, without even wiping the blood from his face, he ran his ass over to Tian Jinzhong. Wait! Tian Jinzhong sternly stopped Lu Liang, who wanted to go forward to investigate. You juniors, I don't care what you know. Today, no one will touch my memories. He wasn't sure how Chincha, Gongqing, and the others, actually knew that he was hiding a secret. But no matter what, his own memories he wouldn't let anyone touch, even if it's death. Seeing this, Gongqing opened his mouth to explain. Elder Tian, I am helping you out. Your claim that God is full of sleeplessness has long been known to me to be false. You are afraid that you will talk in your sleep and tell secrets. Decades of torture. Why don't you let me help you out? Towards the end, Gongqing's tone even had a hiss in it. Tian Jinzhong was just slightly stunned. He didn't think that even Gongqing knew about this. But so what? You guys don't get it at all. Don't understand at all. My memories can only die with me. No one must know. Chincha, President Feng. Quickly stop him. Chincha, got it. He's been wanting to strike for a long time. Gongqing has been planning for so long that he can't be persuaded by just a few words. The only way to put a stop to him is by force. Gongqing saw Chincha's stupidity and opened his mouth to ask, Junior, you want to stop me? Don't think that you can be my enemy just because you defeated a few of your peers at the Luotian Great Reef. You are. Now, not enough. Sect Master Gong seems to have forgotten about Mr. Feng. All sects generation poem. Oh, I'd like to see what makes you the sect leader. Feng Zhanghao's purpose of coming here this time was to be a fighter. What's the matter with Elder Tian? He doesn't care and doesn't want to care at all. Seeing that Chincha wanted to make a move, he immediately took the lead. Several spirits of different forms quickly surrounded Gongqing. Gongqing just smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth and didn't even take a step under his feet. He waited until the spirit under Feng Zhanghao's control attacked in front of him before slowly raising his hand. Bang bang bang. There were no flashy techniques, no assortment of moves. There's just the power of simplicity. Gongqing knocked back several spirits in a flash with a fist power that was barely visible to the naked eye. So strong. It's a good thing we called President Win to help. Chincha had long since opened his Sharingan eyes, but even then, he could only barely keep up with the speed of Gongqing's punches. He had originally thought that with Gongqing's skinny figure, what he was good at should be arts and crafts. I didn't realize that it was flesh. The strong physical body beat several spirits back. Phew, Mr. Qin, come and help. I can't exert myself in the house, and I may not be able to keep Tian Lao. Don't look as if Feng Zhanghao was undefeatable to Gongqing after he used the detaining spirit dispatch. In fact, he still had stronger means that he hadn't used. It was just that in order to prevent Tian Lao from being injured, this kind of tactic could not be used at all, and he had to split his spirit to trap Lu Liang. It's a bit overwhelming with two minds at once. Okay, I'm on my way. Bingyu, let's go together. Chincha also knew there was no time to lose. When you face Gongqing, you must show 10% of your strength. Psionics, ×2. Junior, why it's still the old man this time. Kid, you'd better have something to ask for my help this time. Two very different voices followed. That's right. Besides one tail, Chincha still chose the 9 tails this time. As the strongest existence among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 tails was undoubtedly the best choice. One time, in the air, an orange-red chakra filled the air. Chincha felt his energy recovering between one breath and the next. This is the ability of the 9 tails to heal. And on the ground, the yellow sand flowed slowly and covered the entire room. The black spell marks loomed and gradually merged together. It's none other than one-tailed Shizuru. As soon as it appeared, it set its eyes on Gongqing. Ha ha ha, there's really a good opponent. Good. I'm here. Eat me with a wind escape practice hollow bomb. Chapter 101 Tailed Beast Possession. Shizuru's right paw slapped his stomach twice as hard as he could, his mouth wide open. Shoo! 2 air-breaking sounds rang out. Practicing empty shells without a shadow. The naked eye couldn't even catch it. Only the sound of breaking air resounded in the room. But Gongqing was no ordinary man. Tangled with several elves, he seemed to have eyes all over him. With a slight sway of his body, he dodged the 2 practiced air bullets. Chinchao's face stared. Gongqing is just dodging too easily. There was no panic in revealing just because there were more enemies to face. Is this Gongqing, the all-sexual palmist? Chincha never underestimated Gongqing. It was evident from the fact that he called on Feng Zhenghao to help him. However, Feng Zhenghao, who was one of the 10 brothers, could only manage to block Gongqing, even if it's because the place is small and you can't exert your full strength. But it also shows how difficult Gongqing is to deal with. 9-tails senpai, Shizuru senpai, your job is to stop him. Just stall. Most importantly, we can't let him hurt Elder Tian. Chincha pointed his hand at Tian Jinzhong and said to 9 tails and 1 tail. He was worried that the 2-tailed beasts would fight obliviously and accidentally injure Tian Lao. When Shoha heard Chinchao's words, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Kid, no need to worry. With my lord's absolute defense in place, how can I still let this kid hurt someone? The quicksand on the ground flowed slowly, gradually approaching Tian Jinzhong. In just an instant, it wrapped him in, forming a yellow sand barrier. There was a small opening in the barrier that enabled Tian Jinzhong to observe the outside. You don't say. It's a wonderful feeling. Tian Jinzhong touched the sand next to him with his arm. Gentle, delicate, but with a strange and powerful energy that flows through it. Is it another tailed beast? Tian Jinzhong had heard Qin Shao say that the Qin family had 9 tailed beasts. Each tailed beast has different abilities, distinguished by the number of tails. I didn't realize that I would encounter another one so soon. This one, it's Kazuo. That girl summoned it, right? Tian Jinzhong noticed Qin Bingyue, whom he had never seen before. She should be the container that sealed the tailed beasts. As Qin Shao said, in the world, there really is such a family. Tian Jinzhong had lived for more than 100 years, and it was impossible to listen to Qin Shao's side of the story and believe him. It was mainly because Qin Shao said something so unbelievable. What tailed beasts? Containers. How could Tian Jinzhong be convinced by these things that he had never seen or heard before? He had only been skeptical before. As long as Qin Shao didn't have any malicious intent, it didn't matter even if he lied. But now I saw the second-tailed beast with my own eyes. Even if Tian Jinzhong did not want to believe it, he had to accept what Qin Shao said. But here's the problem again. Qin Bingyue is Qin Shao's sister. By the looks of it, it should have been specially called over by Qin Shao to help in the battle. But how could Qin Shao know that he would be counted? And how did he know that it was Gongqing who was counting on him? It looked like Gongqing's plans were all within his expectations. Could it be that Qin dynasty also knows the art of deduction? Other than this possibility, Tian Jinzhong couldn't think of any other reason. It seems, Qin Shao is still hiding something. Better, don't have anything to do with that secret. Qin Shao nodded with satisfaction when he saw Tian Jinzhong being protected. Senior, thank you Senior Shoha. Shizuru was proud, but he knew the score. He understood what he meant just as soon as he said it himself. Right now, it's time to seriously deal with Gongqing. Trivia. Little thing. Shohei waved his hand casually and returned his gaze to Gongqing. You don't say. This kid is pretty good. If we don't get serious, this grandpa and big brother can't really take him. It turned out that while Qin Shao and Shoha were talking, 9 tails had already struck out at Gongqing. Not bad for a tailed beast. As soon as he joined, he put tremendous pressure on Gongqing. The sharp claws and teeth quickly left quite a few wounds on Gongqing's body. But an omnisexual palmist was an omnisexual palmist. And even if wounds were added to his body, they were only superficial wounds that did not actually harm him at all. That's why Morizuru said to take it seriously. Big brother, I'll help you. Shizuru sucked the sand into his body with a force. Kazuno, sand scatter bomb. This move is similar to practicing air bombs, with a greater range and more power. There was more gravel in it, shooting at Gongqing like bullets. The Nine Tails understood, and their 9 tails, like long whips, lashed out at Gongqing. There is a whip in front, sand in the back, and even more elves on the left and right waiting to strike. Gongqing looked as if there was no way back. Humph, Chincha, if you don't move a little bit, do you really think that I'm called the sect leader for nothing? Gongqing usually seldom made a move and almost always appeared as a strategist. If you didn't know him well, you would have thought he wasn't very strong. But is it really? There are so many all-sex outlaws, how could they possibly want a less powerful man sitting on top of them? Who goes and dares to be the head of omnisex without some strength? Puff. Chincha heard a strong heartbeat. It's coming from Gongqing. The sound of the heartbeat, strong and powerful, even vaguely caused the resonance of Chinchao's heart. Getting serious? A never-before-seen solemnity surfaced on Chinchao's face. The air of the whole body, flying, was ready to strike in response. Hissed the sound of clothes breaking. This is transforming? Only to see that the clothes on Gongqing's body shattered as if cut by a knife, revealing his skinny body. Skinny? Really skinny? Flutter another heartbeat. Chinchao's heart palpitated for a moment. Then his pupils widened slightly. Gongqing's body is getting bigger. It's as if you've grown up from a young age. It grew to a height of 2 meters before it managed to stop. The hill-like muscle giant appeared in front of him. Dang! Gongqing just lifted his foot. The ground, however, shook vaguely. Phew, how long has it been since I showed this stance? Oh Chincha, you are also considered blessed. Gongqing slowly stretched his body as his aura further increased. Danger! 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 Gongqing was clearly still under the insight of the Sharingan eye. Chincha, however, could not see anything from him at all. There is, simply, an infinite inner vigilance. I didn't think it would be this strong. Is it pure fleshly power? Chincha muttered. Gongqing's oppression was too great. He didn't even think he could get through a single move in its hands. Good, now that's fighting. Chincha was not afraid. Instead, the blood rolled and flowed in his body. Finally the fight he craved. Chairman Feng, me, plus 9 tails and 1 tail. I don't believe this can't stop you. 9-tailed seniors, 1-tailed seniors, possess, yes, times 2. Hearing Chinchao's command, 9 tails and 1 tail instantly returned to Chinchao and Qin Bingyue. Orange and yellow chakra flowed out of them as the tailed beast's form slowly dissipated. In its place, there was a change in Chinchao and Qin Bingyue's bodies. Chapter 102, Enhanced Raikiri. Chinchao, are you alright? Feng Zhanghao was shocked by the scene in front of him. At this point in time, the Qin dynasty was more like a beast than a man, possessed by the 9 tails. It was as if he had transformed into a humanoid 9 tails. The entire person was enveloped in orange chakra. Sharp teeth alienated from his mouth. Sharp claws sprouted from his hands and feet, and his scarlet pupils turned into vertical pupils. There were even 9 demonic tails wagging recklessly behind them. He was on the ground, like a beast that sees its prey, ready to strike. I'm fine. I feel great. Chinchao felt a majestic power that he had never felt before, filling his entire body. Speed, strength, divine sense, all of them have been enhanced in every way. Confidence swelled because of the growth and strength, and it was as if Gongqing in front of him had become weaker. Me, going to hit 10. Feng Zhanghao nodded hesitantly, then looked at Qin Bingyue. A scene that shocked him even more appeared. Chinchao can at least be seen as a human being. Can this Qin Bingyue still be considered a human being? Half of his body was engulfed in yellow sand. The arm disappeared completely, and in its place was a huge yellow sandy sharp claw. Half of his face was even transformed into the shape of Morizuru. Under the shroud of the black rune, it looked particularly hideous. Junior, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen Master Morizuru? Arrogant voice, coming from a body that was out of place. Shizuru's possession goes deeper than 9 tails, completely replacing half of his body with himself. In his eyes, this was a diversion of Chinchao anyway, so feel free to build it. But Feng Zhanghao didn't know the truth. Chinchao never told him. He didn't even know the information related to the tailed beasts. In his eyes, Qin Bingyue, a sweet-looking girl, raised spirits in her body. Feed the spirit with your body, even fusing with the spirit. What kind of weird jutsu is this? Even when facing the eclipse spirit, Feng Zhanghao had never been this shocked. How is it possible for a human being to merge with a spirit? A trace of horror rose from the bottom of Feng Zhanghao's heart. He thought of Chinchao and the Qin family behind him. Had this family been experimenting with human spirit fusion? Subconsciously, Feng Zhanghao's feet retreated slightly. He was shocked by his own thoughts. President Wind, I'll explain the tailed beast matter to you afterward. The most important thing right now is to block Gongqing. Chinchao could even hear a pin drop to the ground now. Naturally, he noticed Feng Zhanghao's small movements and was able to roughly guess what he was thinking. It should have been scared by the appearance of the tailed beast when it was possessed. Indeed, the appearance of the tailed beast when possessed is really not something to take in at first sight, but now is not the time to explain. Chincha looked towards Gongqing, who had been watching, and with a grin at the corner of his mouth, he took the lead. Good coming. Without saying a word, Gongqing directly greeted him, although he didn't know exactly why Chincha had become like this, but that's not the most important concern at the moment. He's short of time. It was imperative to hurry up and get rid of everyone in front of him and gain Tian Lao's memories. Otherwise, he would have been ed by his own people before he died at the hands of Chincha. Bang bang bang. Just one encounter, but dozens of encounters. The transformed Gongqing and Chincha, after being possessed by the Nine Tails, their strikes were no longer captured by the naked eye. The impact of the fists to the flesh, for a time, even made the spirit operated by Feng Zhanghao unable to do anything. Ha ha ha, big brother, I'm coming. Shoa's figure flickered, also like lightning, and arrived in front of Gongqing. A giant claw one person high slapped up hard. Gongqing sidestepped and tried to dodge, but the giant claw was too big, plus Chincha entangled, but could not dodge. Boo! Right in the middle of Gongqing's waist, Gongqing stifled a grunt. Even in his transformed state, taking a slap from Morizuru was not a good idea, and in his current state, it doesn't last. If he kept on dwelling on it, he was bound to lose. What exactly is the origin of Qin dynasty? Having seen him summon tailed beasts before, it had raised his opinion of him. I didn't realize that the tailed beast could still be possessed. The strength under the possession is still so difficult to deal with. Is it true that we can't take away Elder Tian's memories today? Gongqing is the more he fights, the less he has in his heart. He just has so much to deal with right now. Shizuru, Nine Tails, and every now and then Wind Masaho. Each and every one of them, not someone who could be dealt with easily. It said that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Now with 6 hands, how is he going to fight? In fact, Chincha didn't have any idea in his heart. He wondered how this Gongqing could fight so well. The tailed beasts that one had summoned originally possessed strength that was not weaker than one's own. When possessed, it's even more of a 1+1-2 effect, plus Feng Zhanghao assisted, who came and couldn't take it. But on the contrary, it can't take this Gongqing. It just barely held him down. That's not good. His possession couldn't last either. Tailed beast possession consumes not only one's own air, but also the tailed beast's chakra. It can only last another 3 minutes under strenuous fighting. At that time, not only would the 9 tails and 1 tail have to dissipate, but himself and his doppelganger would also lose their fighting power. Gongqing must be taken down quickly. Shizuru senpai, keep pestering. 9-tailed senior, help me make the final strike with all your might. Yes. At this time, both 9 tails and 1 tail unconditionally obeyed Chinchao's orders. Chincha took a deep breath and began to brew. It can't be delayed any longer. One must crush Gongqing with one blow. The first chakra eyes he had tried long ago, and they didn't work at all. Gongqing was always on guard and did not give Chincha a chance to meet his eyes at all. Zira. All the air condensed on his hand and white lightning covered Chinchao's right hand. That's right. Chincha was ready to make the Thundercut. This was his strongest jutsu in terms of attack power at the moment. Enhanced by the 9-tail chakra, Raikiri's lightning had never blossomed before. It wasn't even so much a thunderbolt as a thundercloud. A pool of thunder. Everyone present felt the sharpness of it. The gravel barrier protecting Tianjinzhong, with the opening above it completely sealed. Tianjinzhong, who had no cultivation, could be injured even by looking at it. Feng Zhanghao also recalled the spirit to his side. He was in fear that Chincha would injure himself by mistake. Raikiri, which was supposed to be a hidden and powerful internalized jutsu, yet with the addition of the 9 tails, a powerful chemical reaction occurs. Anything about not being able to let go or anything like that is nonsense at this point. Chincha held Thundercut in his hand and had only one target in his eyes, Gongqing. LV Liang had long since laid on the ground pretending to be dead, not daring to move in the slightest. In his heart, he immensely regretted agreeing to act together with Gongqing. I thought we agreed there was no danger. Didn't we agree to just take a memory? What's going on with Feng Yumho? What about the Qin dynasty? Lies. It's all a lie. I don't care if I get blood all over my face. Now, it may not even be a small life. Gongqing's face showed gravity. Even when he was surrounded just now, he did not show this kind of expression. He was worried that he would be consumed and dragged to death, and that he wouldn't be able to obtain Tian Lao's memories. But he never worried about getting hurt. That's right. Gongqing didn't even think he would be injured until Chincha showed his Thundercut. But not anymore. This strike must be treated with all one's might. A little carelessness and I'm afraid I'll stay here today. Chapter 103, Big Deal. The fish will die today. High-end matchups often require only the simplest form of combat. A loud explosion rang through the house. Almost instantly, dust billowed up and the solid wall was in pieces. A deep scratch appeared at Gongqing's feet. he also maintained a defensive stance, but the vaguely trembling body could tell the state he was in at the moment. Tinnitus, fatigue, soreness. Gongqing looked at Chincha in front of him in a complicated manner. He had never imagined that he would be in such a mess by a junior. It almost took most of his air to block the Raikiri. Luckily, though, the remaining stamina was enough to sustain him in the fight. Chincha was no longer fighting, so only Feng Zhanghao and that Qin Bingyue were left. Ahem, didn't fight after all? Chincha felt exhausted all over. The tailed beast possession has dissipated, and the 9 tails have returned to the Naruto world due to a lack of air. As Gongqing said, he had lost the battle. That strike of thunder slice just now had gathered all of his strength. It's all or nothing. It was just a pity that Gongqing was too strong. Chinchao's all-out strike only consumed most of his physical strength. If you don't split up and put out 10% of your strength, will you be able to defeat Gongqing? Don't forget that Chincha is splitting a bilocation this time. In other words, his current body was only half as strong as the original. No, I'm taking it a little for granted. Chincha quickly dismissed his thoughts. Splitting up the bilocation would certainly weaken the bright side, but this weakening is rather a strengthening. Chincha plus 9 tails was nowhere near as strong as Chincha plus 9 tails or Qin Bingyue plus 1 tail. Without Qin Bingyue summoning Shou Crane to tangle with Gongqing, it would be difficult for Feng Zhanghao alone to make Chinchao's thunder slash hit Gongqing. Gongqing is not a cutie pie. Knowing that Raikiri was powerful, how could he not dodge it? He was unable to hide. Shohei's gravel slowed his movements. Plus the spirit controlled by Feng Zhanghao kept harassing him. Gongqing had no choice but to receive the palm lightning hard. If there were no such impediments, even if Chincha didn't use the split technique, it would be difficult to hit Gongqing with his full strength. Shoo! A black tentacle wrapped around Chinchao's body and pulled him back quickly. It was Feng Zhanghao who made the move. Naturally, he could not let Chincha, who had no combat power, continue to stand in front of Gongqing. Detaining the spirit and dispatching the general, he pulled Chincha behind himself. Mr. Qin, you rest first. Next, it's my turn. Admittedly, Feng Zhanghao was also surprised by Chinchao's thunderous cut. With this level of lightning, even if he wanted to block it, he would have to pay a small price. It would be more wretched than Gongqing. I didn't expect Chincha, a young man, to be able to do this already. What a hero! At the same time, Feng Zhanghao was once again glad that he had cooperated and befriended Chincha. With such a promising partner, the future of the Heavenly Society is also secured. After Feng Zhanghao finished his sentiment, he turned his head to Gongqing with a solemn expression. Even though he had already been depleted of most of his physical strength by Chincha, Gongqing still looked alive and well. Only under careful observation could one notice the hidden exhaustion on his brow. Gongqing still has a fight in him. He still can't take it lightly. Luckily, currently on the field was also Chinchao's sister, Qin Bingyue. Feng Zhanghao was confident that with the two of them, they should be able to keep Gongqing behind. Any less, and it's no problem to drag it out until someone comes to help. Who? Gongqing breathed a long sigh of relief. He knew that one thing led to another. A vicious battle. Again. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Just at this moment of saber rattling, an abrupt ringing of a cell phone drew everyone's attention. It's Lu Liang's cell phone. Lu Liang still wanted to play dead. After all, the current battle was no longer something he could get involved in, but he had a vague feeling that all eyes were on him. And know that you can't pretend anymore. Hello, which one? Lu Liang picked up the phone. A teasing voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Liang, didn't we say we'd be done in an hour? How come it hasn't healed yet? You tell the palmist. Don't blame me for being impatient if it drags on any longer. The life of our whole nature is also a life. The life you lost will be paid back from the sect leader. When he finished, he hung up smoothly. LV Liang purposely turned on the external playback, so everyone present could hear it, including Gongqing. These guys, Gongqing cursed. He didn't expect omnisexuals to be able to follow his orders completely. One only needs them to stall. As long as he stalled the old celestial master for a while, he himself would be able to obtain Tian Lao's memories and help him free himself in the process. But I didn't expect that a Chen Bianjin would come out halfway. It was as if Chincha had foreseen his plan. Showing up on time disrupted his plans. He even brought along powerful helpers to make his actions even more difficult. What an abomination! Gongqing gritted his teeth and glanced at Chincha. He's not happy about it. He's not happy about it. Just one step away, one could touch Elder Tian's secret. But time is running out. The caller didn't say it, but the threat was clear. If you don't retreat now, if you delay any longer, your own life will be in jeopardy. He, Gongqing, had traded his life for this all-sex all-action, but because of this, the unwillingness in Gongqing's heart was deeper. Chincha, do you have to be my enemy? Gongqing crossed over Feng Zhanghao and spoke directly to Chincha. He knew that Feng Zhanghao was acting on Chinchao's words. Chincha sat on the ground and slightly raised his head. Or what? Watch you tamper with Tian Lao's memories? Do you think it's possible? You don't understand. You don't understand. You think I just want to know the secret? Gongqing's face suddenly turned livid as he said in a near hiss. I understand Tian Lao's pain over the years better than anyone. I'm planning this time, not only for myself, but to help free him. Just erasing that memory will help free him. But you can't do it. Chincha was not affected by Gongqing's emotions. He pointed his finger at Lu Liang on the ground. I told you. Now in such a short period of time. He simply couldn't do it. Unless he was given a month's time, it would be possible to delete Tian Lao's memory. But there's no way you guys have been around that long. Not to mention me. Can you get past the old heavenly master? Who are you to say you can't? Gongqing's emotions remained agitated, his chest fluttering violently as he breathed. He doesn't believe it. He couldn't possibly believe it either. A full 3-year program. Now all of a sudden someone comes along and tells him that the plan was wrong from the start. You can't make it happen. You're doing nothing. Who can take it? Not to mention Gongqing, it would be unacceptable to put it on anyone. His hissing voice continued. Junior, I'll give you a minute. If you don't let it happen again, the big deal is that the fish will die today. Chapter 104, Qin Chao. You have a good heart. Fish death? With you? Oh, Qin Chao's contemptuous voice came out. Just by the fact that you're a person whose little life is in someone else's hands, you're also worthy of mentioning fish death to me? Don't break the net before the fish dies. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Gongqing's face showed shock for the first time. What? You even know that? This secret, however, was only known to a few core members of all sects. It doesn't make sense to leak it. Could it be that the mole is in the core members? Gongqing's face clouded over as he subconsciously looked at Lu Liang. If we're talking about core members, this kid is a recent addition. Louis Liang of the Louis family. Could it be him? Qin Chao didn't care what Gongqing thought anymore. The advantage is now with him, and if he drags it out, it's a win. He said to Feng Zhanghao, President Win, don't worry about fighting. This time, the all-sex attack on Longhu Mountain was purely for the purpose of cooperating with Gongqing to cover his ears. Once time drags on, omnisex will automatically retreat. At that time, when the others freed up their hands, they would be able to deal with this all-sexual sect master properly. We'll just stall now. No problem. Feng Zhanghao nodded in understanding. No wonder he felt that Gongqing had been in a hurry. So it was because of this. You! Damn it! Gongqing roared, the air in his entire body surging as if he was going to start counterattacking with all his might. It's good to come. It's also time for me, the president of the World Society, to have a good meeting with the all-sexual sect leader. Without the house to bind him, Feng Zhanghao was ready to bring out his full strength. Boom! What? Caught off guard, Gongqing, who was originally raging, suddenly reversed direction. As soon as he grabbed Lu Liang, he actually tried to flee into the distance. Gongqing was too fast. His already powerful physical body was holding Lu Liang in his arms. It was like a meatball impact, bursting out. For a while, One-Tail Shoha and Feng Zhanghao joined forces and failed to stop him. May at least there's some brains. Qin Chao had expected this scene in front of him. Gongqing is trying to find out the secret that Tian Jinzhong is guarding, and also trying to help free Tian Jinzhong. But compared to all this, surely your own life is more important. But it should have been clear to anyone with any sense of judgment that his plan was definitely not going to work tonight. It is the best policy to keep the green hills and not be afraid of having no wood to burn. Putting out harsh words before was just a way to dispel Qin Chao's attention. Coward! Looks like you're afraid of Master Shizuru. Shizuru bristled and scoffed. Seeing that it was no longer his business, he opened his mouth and said to Qin Chao, Hey, kiddo, it's not easy to come here, so I'm going out for a spin. After saying that, he did not wait for Qin Chao to reply. Taking Qin Bingyue in her possessed state, she turned around and left. Mr. Qin, your sister, is it alright? Feng Zhanghao looked worriedly at Qin Bingyue, who was still occupied by Shoa's body. Half of his body was consumed by the spirit, and he seemed to have lost consciousness himself. Is it really okay to be in such a state? Qin Chao waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Ice Moon is used to it. She says she's going for a spin, but she's really going for a break. You'll recover from the rest. President Win doesn't have to worry. Qin Chao didn't stop Shoha from leaving. Although he had no combat power now, there was still Feng Zhanghao. Self-security is not a concern at all. And all sex is still attacking LW. By letting Shoha out, he might even be able to help the Inhumans fighting at Lung Fushan. Going by Morizuru's character, there's no need to worry about him not making a move. Besides, the consciousness of the doppelganger was still there, and although it was a bit wooden, restraining Shizuru could still be a big deal. It just so happens that rescuing an Inhuman in Qin Bingyue's capacity will also up the quest progress. Speaking of mission progress, Qin Chao hurriedly glanced at the system. From the daytime when Zhang Chulan bumped into Qin Bingyue to now fighting Gongqing, It should have gone up quite a bit of progress in the whole half of the day. Mission progress, 6. 13%. What? Only 6%? Why so little? To Chinchao's surprise, the quest progress went up only a little bit. Why? It shouldn't. Zhang Chulan, Feng Zhanghao, Gongqing. All these people should be able to provide mission progress. How can it go up so little? Is there something wrong with the play? Chinchao did not understand. He had originally thought that with this fight between all sects in Dragon Tiger Mountain, showing Qinbing Yue's face more and making more moves should accomplish the task. But now look at it. Let alone finish it. Maybe half. Not even up to it. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that. It's better to go see Tian Lao. Just as well. I'll try to see if my plan will work. As Morizuro left, the yellow sand barrier that had protected Tata Shinika slowly disappeared. Elder Tian, are you alright? It's okay. I'm fine. Just, Chinchao, is something wrong with you? Tian Jinzhong suddenly coldly asked Chinchao. His gleaming eyes stared at Chinchao as if he wanted to see through him. Chinchao was cut in a daze. Just wanted to open his mouth to sophistry, but swallowed back alive. It's true that you can't underestimate anyone. Chinchao knew that Tian Jinzhong should have guessed that he had other purposes. Elder Tian, I'm going to go to the side for a cigarette. The first sentence was said by Chinchao, while the latter sentence was said by Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao is a human being, knowing that the next words were not what he should be listening to. What he had heard about Elder Tian before was enough for him to digest. He's a punching bag. It's not polite to hear anymore. Seeing Feng Zhanghao leave in a sensible manner, Chinchao formally walked to Tian Jinzhong. To make it easier to talk, he crouched down. Elder Tian guessed correctly. I do have other purposes. Kinda honest. Tian Jinzhong nodded. He was able to guess that Chinchao had another purpose precisely because of Chinchao's move to come to his rescue. If he had simply wanted to stop Gongqing, he could have completely dismantled him in advance or directly informed the old heavenly master. With the old celestial master and the others around, Gongqing could be taken down straight away if he was even stronger. Why go through the agonizing battle as we are doing now? Chinchao, just say what you have to say. As long as it doesn't involve my memory, I'll be obliged. In Tian Jinzhong's mind, Chinchao was also considered his junior. A crippled man himself, he would naturally help if he could. Chinchao didn't know how to speak for a moment. His purpose is Tian Lao's memories. Through his Sharingan eyes, he tries to block out that memory so that Tian Lao can stop enduring the torture. It was something he had planned a long time ago. Say something, we're all on our own. When Tian Lao saw that Chinchao didn't open his mouth, he thought he was embarrassed. Elder Tian, you. When Tian Jinzhong saw that Chinchao had been hesitant, he frowned and his tone turned slightly cold. You're not having thoughts about my memories too, are you? Chinchao, that's right. You've guessed it all. You are so calculating. Chinchao gave a timely blow-by-blow across the sky and boasted across the field. But Tian Jinzhong's face was gradually turning cold. Good heart, Chinchao. You've been waiting for this moment. Chapter 105, fainted Chinchao. The so-called one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. You have the same plan as Gongqing, so you find out about his plans ahead of time and don't tell anyone. Wait until he tries to turn on the old man. Then you'll come to the rescue. For saving your life, you think I might tell you my memories. You have no idea what that memory means to me. You think you can make me lose my tongue with the so-called favor of saving your life? Dreaming. That memory will just have to die with me. You won't get it. Tian Jinzhong's mouth was like a machine gun. Chug chug chug. Uttering his guesses. At the end of his words, he did not forget to taunt Chinchao. Hee little doll. Want to fool the old man is still tender. Qin dynasty, degree. What's going on? What's going on here? What the hell did Tian Lao come up with? How did I become like Gongqing? And a heart? I have such a deep heart. How did I not know? Don't I just want to block out the memory of heavenly? What's wrong with being a smartass? Elder Tian, it's really not what you think. I'm just trying to help you. Chinchao waited for Tian Jinzhong to get tired of spraying and began to tell him about his plan. This includes his own thoughts, his original intentions, and how the Sharingan can help Terra. Elder Tian, if I hold the same purpose of your memory as Gongqing, I could totally work with him. Dual full hands can't erase your memories, but it can still manage to duplicate them. If I really want to get your memories, I just need to work with Gongqing. Where is the need to go through the trouble of knocking him off? Isn't that asking for trouble? As Chinchao narrated the story, Tian Jinzhong's face gradually eased. He frowned, pondering the truth. Just now because of the memories involved, he was so emotional that he took it for granted that Chinchao and Gongqing had the same purpose. Now that he thought about it carefully, Chinchao seemed to have made some sense. He didn't have to go through all this trouble at all if he wanted the memories of his guardian. Able to. He said he could block this memory without viewing his own. Is that possible? Wasn't this something that even the double all hands, one of the 8 wondrous techniques, couldn't do? What makes Qin Chao think he can do it? Tian Jinzhong asked his doubts. Qin Chao, Suoxing, what you said earlier is true, but you said you mastered the Sharingan eye, which can block my memory. How is this going to be verified? If you can't verify it, aren't you lying to me to achieve your goal by taking this opportunity to read all my memories? Phew, it's good that you believe me. Qin Chao took a long breath. As long as Tian Jinzhong believed that he had no ill will towards him, the next action could only proceed. The Sharingan method is verifiable, and it's a process that you can stop if you want to. It can be verified, and can stop if you want to? Tian Jinzhong's tone was full of skepticism. Qin Chao's words were too unbelievable for him to believe. That's right, you can stop if you want to. This is because. Qin Chao looked at Tian Jinzhong with complicated eyes. This is because, for so many years your persistence causes your soul to be extraordinarily hardened. This is why. I will be certain that double full hand cannot delete or modify your memories anytime soon. Because of the hardness of the soul, even though I can use my Sharingan to pull you into the illusion, but you will remain conscious throughout the entire process. Tian Lao. One might even say that the process is led by you. I provide the tools, and the user of the tools is you. Qin Chao said this method is not made up out of thin air. It is really feasible. This has been pleaded with the system. The principle utilizes the power of the Sharingan illusion. By constructing illusions that shield the memories that Tian Jinzhong wants to shield, Tian Jinzhong knew that he had lost a certain moment in time, but would not remember exactly what that memory was. It sounds a bit complicated, and it really is complicated in practice. If what you say is true, then this method may not be impossible. Tian Jinzhong's eyes gradually glowed. He's been suffering from memory for a long time. All these years of hard work had worn him out beyond exhaustion. The hardships involved are even more than what can be said in 3 or 2 sentences. Now if you can block memories without giving them away, he couldn't be happier. Just, whether or not it was really as Qin Chao said, he still needed to verify it. Verify it first. Got it. Qin Chao had already regained a little bit of strength. The air in his body was enough for him to use his Sharingan for a while. Elder Tian, don't resist. Look into my eyes. Well, with just a blink of an eye, Tian Jinzhong realized that he was in a scarlet land. The sky is scarlet. The earth is scarlet. Everywhere is scarlet. Where is this? Elder Tian. This is the illusion world I constructed. You can choose which memories to block here. Qin Chao's words fell. A long scarlet river appeared out of nowhere and slowly landed in front of Tian Jinzhong. Next, I'll leave it to Elder Tian. Tian Jinzhong felt the scarlet long river and began to recall some unimportant memories. Memories of the past flow like photographs in a long river. At this moment, Tian Jinzhong felt that he had become the master of the long river. Really? What Qin Chao said was true. He really can control memories and block them out, and it can be stopped anytime you want it to be stopped. Qin Chao couldn't probe at all. By bending down and bowing up the water in the river, the memory can be picked up by itself. The mind can shield him with a single movement. Fantastic. Truly fantastic. I can really do it. I can really do it. Tian Jinzhong didn't know how to describe his current mood. Happy, joyful, relieved. It seems like it's all of them, and then it seems like it's none of them. The complex onslaught of emotions made Tian Jinzhong grin as if he were a child. He can finally rest. He was finally able to rest. Splat. Just then, the illusion shattered as if it were glass. The scarlet world passed in a flash, and Tian Jinzhong returned to reality. A strong sense of exhaustion came over him like a wave. In the illusion, Tian Jinzhong couldn't feel his exhaustion. It was an unprecedented relaxation. But the price, too, is the reality of increased exhaustion? It's not appropriate to say aggravation. The obvious contrast between the before and after made Tian Jinzhong's body feel sick. A surging longing welled up in his heart. Qin Chao, what's going on? How did it stop? And after that, Qin Chao sat down heavily on the ground. A heavier sense of dizziness hit him than when he had just finished fighting Gongqing. So tired. So tired. Tian Lao, your soul is too strong. I'm overexerting myself. Saying that, Qin Chao's 2 eyes closed. His head drooped, and he actually fainted. Qin Chao? Qin Chao? Where did Tian Jinzhong think that a few moments of illusion would be so burdensome to Qin Chao? He looked worriedly at Qin Chao, who had fallen at his feet, and let out a long sigh. Hey good boy, I misunderstood you just now. Chapter 106, Not Telling the Old Heavenly Master the Truth. Elder Tian, what's going on with Qin Chao? Feng Zhenghao stayed on the sidelines. Although he didn't hear the conversation between Qin Chao and Tian Jinzhong, he kept an eye on the movements here. Seeing Qin Chao fall to the ground, he rushed over. He should have fainted due to excessive physical strength and divine sense consumption. Tian Jinzhong explained, with self-reproach in his eyes. If it wasn't for his request, Qin Chao wouldn't have just experienced a vicious battle and exhausted his divine sense due to himself. Feng Zhenghao released his spirit to check Qin Chao's body. it did turn out to be just as Tian Jinzhong said. It's just, what happened to Feng Zhanghao had the sense not to ask why. This, obviously, has something to do with Tian Jinzhong. It should also be Chinchao's purpose this time. It's better not to ask questions yourself. An hour later, Chinchao slowly woke up. How long have I been out? Tian Jinzhong, just a moment. Don't worry, the sound of fighting on the hill has diminished. It looks like it's almost over. I don't know how elder brother is doing. Chinchao, the old celestial master is fine. Gongqing's claim that he was caught in a bitter battle was a swindle of elder Rongshan. Chinchao was not worried about the old heavenly master's safety. If it wasn't for the matter of the celestial master's degree, it would have delayed the old celestial master. I'm afraid Omnisex will have to retreat even faster. But yeah, if the old celestial master could make a move, this group of omnisexuals wouldn't come. It's just a shame. Chinchao was thinking about whether he could fish for Yuan Tao's magic weapon before this, or go help out in other fights. Now it seems that there should be no chance. It's time to hit and run. Since the battle is nearing its end, let's rest here. Good. ×2. Tian Jinzhong was fine with it. Chinchao was so tired that he definitely couldn't be allowed to go out and fight. Feng Zhanghao was fine with it. Now one is old and one is weak. In case someone ungrateful comes along, he or she will be able to step in and protect them. Swoosh! A sharp cracking sound rang out. Uncle Sherfu! Uncle Sherfu! Panicked voices rang out from outside the ruins. Rongshan rushed anxiously toward the small courtyard. No way! No way! I'll just be gone for a while. Uncle Sherfu! Rongshan smoked himself with hatred now. Master clearly told himself to take good care of his uncle. Swear to it yourself. But in the end, Rongshan's pupils widened slightly as he saw Shaoqing, who had been knocked to the ground by Gongqing. He mentally Gordon, quickly realizing that he had been tuned out. Look at the houses that have been reduced to rubble. Rongshan's heart sank to the bottom. What are you panicking about? Your senior uncle, I'm fine. Tian Jinzhong's voice came out without any good humor. Uncle Sherfu. Rongshan's toned this with joy and relief. Okay. Otherwise, if senior uncle really had an accident, he would never let himself go in his life. 3 months of self-imposed confinement. For 3 months, you are not allowed to leave your room for half a step. The old celestial master slapped the joyful Rongshan away. His anxious heart was no less, if not more, than Rongshan's. Senior brother went down the mountain instead of himself when he was young, and ended up with a crippled limb and lost his cultivation. Ever since then, Zhang Jiwei has been guilty to Tian Jinzhong, feeling that Sherfu's situation was self-inflicted, so he was determined to protect his senior brother. Over the years, he never slacked off, but years of comfort seemed to make him forget the crisis. All sects attacked the mountain, sending only one of Rongshan's disciples to protect Tian Jinzhong. It shouldn't be. If we send a few more, even if we fall prey to the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, there will still be someone to protect senior brother. On the way here, the old heavenly master didn't know how many times he had rebuked himself. Quan Sex came and went quickly, giving the old celestial master the vague feeling that Quan Sex had come with a purpose. Combined with Rongshan's transfer, it's hard for him not to connect the purpose with Tian Jinzhong. If only, then I'll kill it. Longhu Mountain was huge, but in the eyes of the old celestial master who was in full rush, any distance was just a matter of moments. Until he arrived at Tian Jinzhong's place, it was only when he saw the scene within the ruins that he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In his perception, at this moment, Feng Zhanghao and Chinchao were accompanying their senior brothers. Shidoshi's entire body was unharmed and had not suffered any injuries, and Little Feather, who lied about the information, is nowhere to be found. The answer is obvious. The conjecture in the old heavenly master's heart was confirmed. Little Feather is an undercover agent, and his target is Tian Jinzhong. And Feng Zhanghao and Chinchao engage in a vicious battle with Tian Jinzhong to protect him. What exactly is the identity of Little Feather that he can battle the two of them like this? The debris of the ruins is a testament to the extent of the battle. However, now is not the time to dwell on that. The old celestial master quickly came to Tian Jinzhong's side. Senior, are you okay? I'm fine, but it's Chinchao. To protect me, the body is overdrawn. Tian Jinzhong's face slightly raised in a smile as he spoke. The old celestial master froze. His attention was drawn to Tian Jinzhong's smile. It had been a long time since he had seen such a smile on his senior brother. It's shallow, but it comes completely from the heart. Happy, Sherfu is having fun. What on earth happened to make senior brother so happy? Senior brother, what's going on? The old celestial master inquired about what had happened. Shaoqing, or Gongqing, he is the head of all sects. After he detached Rongshan, in no time at all, the old celestial master was clear about what had happened. I didn't realize that sect leader Quan Sex had gone undercover at Longhu Mountain for 3 years in order to explore the matter of Huai. This is the kind of mind that is really defensible. Luckily,
Qin Chao and Chairman Feng happened to pass by and stopped Gongqing's plan.
Old me thanks Qin Chao and President Feng.
The old master bent slightly and curtsied in thanks.
Hey, elder is discounting the brat.
How could Qin Chao dare to receive the great gift from the heavenly master? He quickly reached out his hand to stop it. It's also a coincidence that while President Feng and I were chasing after Quan's sex,
President Feng's spirit accidentally noticed something strange here.
That's how we found out about Gongqing's plot, Qin Chao said while casting a silent look at Tian Jinzhong. I didn't realize that Tian Lao thought the same as he did.
Neither wanted to tell the divine master what was really going on. Also right, Tian Jinzhong was willing to stay awake for decades to guard the secret.
Just don't want to involve the old heavenly master and the others.
The whole blocking of memories thing now would involve secrets from back then again.
He definitely didn't want the celestial master to get involved.
It makes sense not to tell him. Feng Zhenghao, who was present, was also a human being. Immediately,
he understood what Qin Chao and Tian Jinzhong were thinking. Although he didn't know why they were hiding it from the old heavenly master,
he was quick to say, yeah,
we chased the fallen fish here.
He happened to run into Gongqing trying to turn on Tian Lao. A great battle ensued with it.
This battle was thanks to Qin Chao and his sister Qin Bingyue. If they hadn't contributed the most,
all sect master Gongqing would really be difficult to deal with. Hearing this,
the old heavenly master nodded and thanked Qin Chao once again.
A somewhat puzzled question followed. Qin Chao's sister Qin Bingyue? Where is she now?